The Portal Dilemma, Book 4 of the Evaran Chronicles II. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. The story so far. In The Lost Ship, the Evaran Chronicles II prequel, space and time-traveling beings known as Evaran and M rescue a lost ship that went through a space-time portal. They introduce one version of humanity to a future one, and also deal with a hostile empire that preyed on the ship for a year before rescue. Joining them is Herrick's Trellis, an ancestor of Jane Trellis from the Time Refugee, Book 4 of the Evaran Chronicles. In The Rift Impact, Book 1 of the Evaran Chronicles II, Evaran and M get a summons to the Andromeda Galaxy, where they rescue Dylan Townsend, Isaac Barret, Dr. Kate Minter, and Oleg Koval. The Sistral Empire that quarantined them on an alien moon is dealing with the mysterious blob by the sun that threatens their home world. They're also dealing with an invasion from the future. Terran, a Sistral advocate to a senior council member, joins them to stop the invasion and deal with the blob. In The Cosmic Link, Book 2 of the Evaran Chronicles II, Evaran and the gang get a summons to the large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy in 4322 AD. Antion, who killed the first version of Evaran and the gang, had torn a destructive path through the United Star Federation, or USF. Evaran and the gang help out, drawing the ire of Mazarik of the Krellic United Corporation. Joining the gang is Chromu, a sentient planet, C7, a regional curator of the Telzix, a machine race, Realis, a USF peacekeeper commander, and Froz, a Grand Matter Mage. In The Galactic Web, Book 3 of the Evaran Chronicles II, Evaran and the gang receive a summons to NGC 3312, the largest spiral galaxy in the Hydra supercluster, which is 194 million light-years away from Earth. The summons is also from 1,444,322 AD. They need to investigate a strange situation the alien group they encounter hasn't been able to resolve. Accompanying them is Sandus, a former traveling companion of the first Evaran and the gang, and Partanis Adagroto, a liaison of the Gazjaric Coalition, the owner of the Galactic Rift network the gang encounters. This book continues their adventures. The Team. Evaran, a cosmic being in humanoid form who travels through space and time, helping those in need. He has fair skin, with a slight tan and black hair pushed up a bit in the front, but layered on the sides. He has blue eyes and a chiseled chin with some stubble. He stands at 6 feet. His suit has an underlying dark blue-gray mesh. On top of it are light gray armored pads with golden borders that cover his chest and upper arms. White segmented armor strips wrap around his forearms, collar, belt, and boots, while the shoulders have a solid pattern. He carries various tech on his belt. M. Evaran's trusty variable utility artificial intelligence. M has several modes that he operates in. In orb mode, he flies around in his metallic orb with glowing blue cross-pattern embedded lines. He can also project holoshells in this mode. In body mode, he flies into the chest of a powerful robot body that can enter into a more defensive mode as needed. V was his immediate predecessor. Dylan Townsend, a fair-skinned human male in his early 20s. He has black hair and stands at 5 feet 10 inches. He was rescued by Evaran and M, and now travels with them as part of their team, otherwise known as the gang. He tends to wear sneakers, jeans, and a shirt depicting something of interest to him when not in his survival suit. He had to drop out of college after his mom died. His youth and energy give him an upbeat personality. Isaac Barret, a dark-skinned human male in his early 40s with short, curly hair. He stands at 5 feet 11 inches and grew up in Chicago. Before being rescued by Evaran and M, he was a data architect at a software company. Diane, his wife, died due to a drunken driver 5 years prior to his rescue. He normally wears boots, jeans, and a button-up shirt when not in his survival suit. He has an analytical personality and is now part of the gang. Dr. Kate Minter, a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and black hair who stands at 5 feet 8 inches. She has a perky personality and always tries to find the positive in a situation. Like Isaac, she grew up in the west side of Chicago, and before being rescued, she taught at a college in Chicago. She normally wears sneakers, jeans, and a shirt when not in her survival suit. Torvatta Technology. Augmented Reality Interface, ARI, an interface that only the user can see around them and interact with. Illumination orbs, small orbs on Evaran's belt that provide lighting and can hover. Personal Support Device, PSD, a pen-shaped device that can fire repulsion, grappling, heat, mist, sticky globules, and stun beams. It also has a nanobot swarm that can be controlled and can create morphable matter objects. These are usually carried by the gang. Projection orb, an orb that allows projections to be sent to it from remote sources, such as Evaran's ring or the Torvatta. Ring, a ring Evaran wears that can scan and provide holographic projections. Survival suit, a space-worthy suit that offers strong protection against hostile environments. It also boosts the wearer's strength and speed based upon their focus. It also provides protection against projectiles and melee weapons. Torvatta, Evaran and M's disc-shaped ship that can travel through time and space. It is roughly 15 feet tall by 30 feet wide. The interior contains 6-dimensional areas, an open area with a semi-transparent floor and sides, and a roof. The Torvatta can project hard holograms anywhere inside it. A dimensional void shield surrounding the Torvatta prevents most matter from entering. Universal Interface Card, UIC, a credit card-sized device carried on Evaran's belt that allows access to most technological systems that do not have an artificial intelligence in them. It can also view limited information on biological systems. Utility Handle, a hilt-like device carried on Evaran's belt that can extend morphable matter in any shape, typically a baton or a staff. It can also fire repulsion, grappling, heat, mist, sticky globules, and stun beams. Chapter 1. It was 10 o'clock a.m. on April 5th, 2014, and Dr. Kate Minter was driving to see her Aunt Jane in the west side of Chicago. These trips were always a highlight of Kate's visit to family in the area, but not on this occasion. Aunt Jane had recently been diagnosed with aggressive breast cancer and was struggling to deal with it. She had been a strong guiding hand in Kate's life growing up, and it killed her to know Aunt Jane was suffering. Kate had brought her close friend, Evot, an artificial intelligence, or AI, from Inspector Dalton Kingston's team, along for the trip. The Earth Ward was the non-human organization that protected Earth, and Evot had on her official outfit. She passed as a human with her pale skin, green eyes, and red hair. They both wore boots and a light jacket. Kate was glad for the company, as she didn't want to go alone. Jake Melkins, another close friend, had flown her, Isaac Barret, and Evot out to Chicago. Once they arrived, the Earth Ward had given them 2 cars. Kate wasn't an official Earth Ward member, but traveling with Evaran had given her access as if she was a high-ranking employee. She had hoped she might spend some time hanging out with Isaac, but he had his trip already planned out. The weather was colder than usual. That wasn't an issue for Kate, as she had on her survival suit Under Armour, which kept her warm. She also had nanobots inside her, although she would normally use a holoshell that projected boots, jeans, and a brown jacket. She had decided to use the actual items for this trip. It still amazed her that on her last trip with Evaran and M, she had been given universal energy, which allowed her to heal organics and repair inorganics. Evaran called her a universal energy conduit. Kate's pulse quickened as they drove within a few streets of Aunt Jane's house.
"Are you okay?"
asked Evot.
"Your heartbeat has increased."
Kate sighed. "Yeah, I just wish this visit was under better circumstances."
"I hope my analysis of her scans will help you heal her."
Kate wasn't sure how Evot got a hold of Aunt Jane's medical scans, but Evot had analyzed a solution. If Kate removed half of the cancer, then upgraded Aunt Jane's immune system to target specific proteins on the cancer cells, it would remove the cancer and make it look like her body fought it off without the need for chemotherapy or radiation. The aggressiveness of the cancer didn't help things, but she was confident she could reverse it. I think they will. And thank you for the analysis, said Kate. I'll need to sneak it in, but I've never tried to heal cancer before. Evot studied her.
M and I have calculated a high probability that you can. Your recent change in seeing dots instead of lines will also give you a more comprehensive view.
She was right. Kate wasn't sure why she stopped seeing lines and began seeing dots. Evot had theorized it was the same lines, but Kate could see them as dots now due to better focus. Since returning to Earth, she had been shocked at how many people had yellow dots in them. There were a lot of people with untreated diabetes. It was extremely rare to see anyone with all green, and so far, only Inspector Dalton Kingston, Isaac, and Dylan Townsend had that. Most ancient vampires were mostly green as well. That was most likely due to their having some form of regeneration via supercells, blood, or nanobots. Kate pulled into the driveway of Aunt Jane's 2-story house. It reminded Kate of coming back to visit when she was in college. She had done so often and stayed weekends there. There was so much she wished she could tell Aunt Jane, but she was not wizened. Given her very religious views, she probably wouldn't take it well. Kate and Evot got out of the car and walked through a curved path between 2 gravel pits with bushes. The house had dark gray slats with white trim, and concrete steps led to a spacious front porch. When Kate was younger, she loved sitting outside and drinking sweetened iced tea with Aunt Jane, and they had covered many topics about life. She had supported Kate's desire to become an astronomer. Kate and Evot went to the front door and rang the buzzer. Heather, Aunt Jane's 16-year-old daughter, opened the door. She was fit and had fair skin and long brown hair with brown eyes. Her sweatpants and loose shirt appeared comfortable. Heather rushed out to hug Kate. "Kate!" Kate rubbed her back. "Hey, Heather. How are you doing?" Heather stepped back and frowned. "As good as I can be." Kate had known her since she was born, and it was evident she was struggling with Aunt Jane's cancer diagnosis. Her usual smiling face was restrained, and Kate could see inside her that she was stressed. "I get it." Kate gestured at Evot. "This is Evot, my close friend from work."
Hello,
said Evot, extending a hand. Heather giggled as she returned the handshake. "Hi." Kate adored Heather's personality. She was an extrovert and often savored meeting new people. The giggling was probably due to Evot's being formal. "Your mom around?" asked Kate. "Yep," said Heather. She turned her head back inside. "Mom, Kate and a friend are here." She beckoned for them to follow her. Once inside, Kate and Evot took off their boots and hung their coats on a rack, then followed Heather into a comfortable living room. It had 2 soft, brown couches perpendicular to each other, with 2 love seats and a table between them on the opposite side. A light beige carpet covered the floor. Aunt Jane stood and embraced Kate. "My little Kate, I'm so glad to see you." "And you as always," said Kate. After stepping back, she introduced Evot. Aunt Jane sized her up. "Any friend of Kate's is a friend of mine."
thank you.
said Evot. Aunt Jane glanced at Heather. "Maybe Evot can help you make lunch." "Oh yeah, no problem," said Heather. Evot smiled and followed her out of the room. "Please sit," said Aunt Jane, tapping the cushion next to her. Kate complied. "I wanted to come earlier." I know. You're a busy bee." Kate took a moment to check out the colored dots inside Jane. The cancer stood out as red, with affected areas as yellow. Outside of that were various shades of green that indicated she took care of herself. "I'm here now, though," said Kate. "You said it was stage 2? Aunt Jane eased back. "Yeah, surgery and radiation therapy with chemotherapy thrown in there." "That's a mouthful." She knew Aunt Jane was trying to make light of it, but her increased heartbeat and slight frown revealed her fear. "At least they caught it before it got worse," said Kate. "Yeah. Perhaps this is God testing me." Kate smiled, but didn't want to say what she thought of that. Aunt Jane was a very devout Christian, and she believed there was a plan for her, and that anything that happened was due to that. Cancer didn't really care about plans, but Kate wasn't going to belabor the point. "How's Heather taking this?" asked Kate. "She's scared for me. But I think she'll be okay long term," said Aunt Jane. Kate held her hand. You're a good mom to her, and a great aunt to me. Oh, come here. Kate hugged her. This was the chance she had been waiting for. She focused on the red areas and halved them, then made the yellow areas green. It didn't take much to upgrade her immune system to handle the cancer. Aunt Jane drew back and massaged her back. Well, that was weird. Felt like a shock. I can be electrifying, said Kate. Aunt Jane laughed. Well, whatever it was, it's gone. I hope there isn't something else going on. That's the last thing I need. Kate checked the colored dots inside her and verified that she would probably surprise her doctors with her next set of scans. Kate exhaled and relaxed into her seat. This was much more preferable than trying to explain what a universal conduit was and what she could do. Aunt Jane shook her head. I still can't believe you're single, Aunt Jane. I'm just saying, you're smart, beautiful, take care of yourself, and fun to be around. Kate puffed her cheeks. Well, when I was gone for those 6 months, I did meet someone, but it didn't work out. We were so worried about you, said Aunt Jane. She eyed her. Is Evot? Kate chuckled. Oh, no. She's becoming my best friend, though. She's one of the most selfless people I know. Outside of you, of course. Of course, said Aunt Jane, grinning. Then are you seeing anyone now? No, not at the moment. Aunt Jane arched her eyebrows. I'm sure you have your eye on someone, at least. Kate smirked. Maybe. Let's see him. I know you have a picture of him. Kate knew she wouldn't let this go. She had always tried to play matchmaker, but usually with someone from her church. Kate had humored it when she was younger, but the dates went nowhere and were sometimes hostile. Some men had thought she owed them something and were not happy when she refused. She grabbed her phone and pulled up an image, then showed it to Aunt Jane. She leaned in. Wow, handsome. Looks like he works out. And he looks smart. What's his name? Isaac Barret, said Kate. But he lost his wife 5 years ago and recently got closure. We're just really good friends at the moment. Aunt Jane wagged a finger at her. That's how it starts. What's he do? Data architect. He manages data for a software company. I knew he looked smart, said Aunt Jane. If you two start dating, you better bring him here for dinner. Kate chortled. I wouldn't dream of letting him miss experiencing your lasagna noodles. They cracked up. Kate relished visiting Aunt Jane. It was something Kate sometimes forgot when traveling to faraway places in space and time. However, she would make the time to do so more often. She still had to visit the rest of her family, but talking about Isaac made her want to see him. Maybe a change of plans after this visit was in order. Although Isaac Barret wore gloves, it was still cold outside. It was 5:00 p.m., and he waited at one of the walkway entrances to a park where Kate had suggested they go for a walk. He would never pass up an opportunity to spend time with her, and although this had not been planned before coming to Chicago, he'd take it. Most of his day had been spent with James Dexler, the chief information officer of the software company Isaac worked at before being abducted. The company had seen hard times in those 6 months, as one of Isaac's big projects fell behind schedule. James was able to get others to step up and complete the project at the cost of others, and the company had gained a $2 million contract. James had been sent a message from the Earth Ward upon Isaac's return to Earth after Evaran and M had rescued him, and Isaac had called and reiterated that it was top secret. Still, it was good to see James in person, and he had even offered Isaac a part-time consulting position. Isaac had been tempted, but there was too much going on with the Wildhaven Institute and traveling with Evaran and M. One thing he had learned about his ability was he could shake hands if he let his hand go limp and just barely moved it. He hadn't intended for James to be the test subject, but there was no way to avoid it. There were definitely no backslaps like Isaac would have done in the past. James would have been knocked through the wall. Despite the unusual day, getting a call from Kate to go on a walk was the highlight of it. She was only about an hour away, and he enjoyed the drive over. He had on his survival suit with a hollow shell, and it was at the point where the suit was more comfortable on than off. Kate had also said she was coming over in hers. Isaac wasn't sure where Evot had gone, but he was sure there was no shortage of things for her to do. It was still light outside, and he wondered how Dylan Townsend was doing. He was with Evaran, M, and Dalton, practicing his enhanced speed and agility. Isaac wished he could have that time, and when he got back, he would make sure he did. His pulse quickened when Kate's car pulled in next to his. Diane, his deceased wife, told him to move on with life during her last moments. If he had to do that with someone, it would be Kate. He had been attracted to her when they were quarantined on an alien moon, but he wasn't the type to put himself out there. Oleg Koval, who had been abducted alongside Isaac, was that type, and she and he had gotten together. With Oleg suffering amnesia and back to a normal life, and Isaac finally ready to move on, he saw an opportunity to test the waters with Kate. Kate walked up and gave him a hug. "Hey." "Hey yourself," said Isaac. "Sorry about the last-minute call. I just wanted to go for a walk and thought you might be free. I'm glad you were." Isaac motioned at the walkway. "Always. Our walk awaits." They headed off side by side. "How'd it go with Aunt Jane? You heal her?" he asked. "Yeah. Thanks to Evot, I knew what to target. I took away half of Aunt Jane's cancer and boosted her immune system to handle the rest." Isaac grinned. "It pays to have nieces like you." Kate swatted his arm. "You'd better believe it. But seriously, I'm glad I was able to do it. How did your day go with James?" "Well, he gave me a rundown on what happened while I was gone. Then he offered me a part-time consulting gig." "Really?" "Yeah," said Isaac. "I had to turn him down since I never know what my schedule will be at the moment." Kate nodded. "I get that." She was easy to talk with, and part of him never wanted to lose her friendship, even if it meant not moving beyond that. The other part wanted to risk it, and it was a struggle to think about. After 15 minutes, they came to a stop. One of the new aspects of becoming a universal energy conduit was that they could see dimensional and non-human auras. Isaac had spotted someone with a non-human aura behind a tree a bit ahead. He wasn't sure what they were doing, but they stood perfectly still. The path Isaac and Kate were on went right by the tree. "I see it too," said Kate. A man in an advanced light armor suit moved out into the open. His shoulders and legs from the knee down were black. The rest of the suit was silver. He stood about 6 feet tall, but weighed almost 500 pounds. His aura indicated he had an exotic energy, but it wasn't one Isaac was familiar with. His silver, metallic, open-faced helmet revealed his pale skin and orange eyes. Thanks to Isaac's cyborg ability, he could now scan people internally without needing to use the PSD. The man had an unusual skeleton that registered as a mix of bone and metal, similar to what Isaac had. However, the spine resembled a centipede, clutching tightly to other body parts. He had a lot of augments, but the most surprising one was his brain was encased in a shell of some type. The man clapped and said in a slightly digital voice,
"The great Isaac Barret and Dr. Kate Minter."
"And who are you? And what do you want?" asked Isaac, standing in front of Kate.
"Mazarik's the name. As for what I want,"
he sneered,
"why, you two, of course. You're considered two of the most powerful beings on this earth. I can sense your energy, whatever it is. It's powerful. Oh, I love it."
Isaac narrowed his eyes. "And why do you want us?" Mazarik snickered.
"To take you out. See, here's the plan. I get rid of you two, Evaran, Dylan Townsend, M, Inspector Dalton Kingston, and Evot. Then this earth is mine."
Kate snorted. "Then you haven't done your research. There's a lot of powerful beings here."
Sure. However, they aren't as powerful as the ones I mentioned. Oh, I see you tried to contact Evaran. Sorry. I sorta jammed the area, at least for you two. No, you'll have to fight me by yourselves. I hope you give me a challenge."
Isaac grunted. "I'd leave if I were you." Mazarik guffawed.
"And why would I do that? When you get to be my age, you seek out challenges. Something new, something fresh. I haven't been tested in a long time. I hope you fare better than the others have."
He shot a laser at Isaac, who spawned his shield and blocked it.
"Nice,"
said Mazarik.
I didn't know about your energy shield. I guess it's time to get friendly.
He charged toward Isaac. Isaac could tell Mazarik had speed, but Isaac could analyze data fast. There was a pattern to Mazarik's movement, and when he drew near, Isaac punched him in the chest, which sent him smashing into a nearby tree. Mazarik took a moment to stand.
Impressive. Not many could have done that. Let's try that again.
He dashed over, dodged Isaac's punch, then sidekicked him into another tree. He fired a laser at Kate, who blocked it with her shield. She shot a repulsion beam at him, but Mazarik held his ground. As she moved to help Isaac get up, she blasted a mist and stun beam, which Mazarik shrugged off. The last time Isaac had been hit that hard was by a powerful creature during their last summons. He tasted blood, not something he thought was possible given his new state. Mazarik was powerful and acted crazy. Mazarik jumped over and tried to land on Isaac, who rolled out of the way. Isaac concentrated and fired 4 powerful stun beams from his forearm, which caused Mazarik to cry out. Mazarik ran behind a large rock.
Now that was a surprise. Oh, this is fun.
Isaac stood, and he and Kate presented a wall of energy shields toward Mazarik. He ran, then leapt behind them and kicked both in the back, which sent them sprawling. He tackled Isaac. "No," said Kate. She gripped Mazarik's arm as he went to pummel Isaac. Mazarik howled as his suit began to fritz. He jumped off Isaac.
How? How is that possible?
Isaac stood. "Why don't you just stop this?" Mazarik grabbed an orb from his belt.
I don't know what she did, but it caused more damage than anyone has before. Excellent. While I'd like to continue this fight, you've put me at a disadvantage. Bye-bye. Enjoy, wherever you go.
He tossed the orb on the ground in front of them. Isaac flinched when a rectangular, shimmering blue door spawned from the orb. He and Kate raised their shields, but the large moving door swept over them. Isaac's heart thundered as he surveyed the new environment. The park they had walked through had been replaced by a large, wild forest, and they were on a hill with rocky outcrops. There was no sign of Mazarik, and Evaran, M, and Dylan were grayed out in Isaac's ARI. He did a quick analysis and saw that he and Kate were okay. The sun had started to set, and he didn't detect any technology around them. Kate checked around. "I don't think we're on our Earth anymore." Isaac stared up the hill. "Shit. And we're not alone." Chapter 2. Dylan couldn't believe his luck that he got to hone his skill with Evaran, Dalton, and M. Dylan would take that opportunity any chance he got. Normally, Evot would be there too, but one of her servbots was with Brad Washington, one of Dalton's team members and Evot's boyfriend, and the other was with Kate. Dylan would catch up with her later. It was 6:00 p.m., and they were on an open field northwest of the Wildhaven Institute in northwest New York. Although they could have trained in a hollow room on the Torvatta, Dylan wanted to be outside, despite it starting to get chilly. His survival suit kept him warm, and he had already worked up a sweat from running back and forth across the length of the field a few times. He was at the end of the field and had his energy shield out. Evaran, M, and Dalton were on the other side and aimed at him with the lowest stun setting, which his suit and shield would protect against. The idea was that he would dodge their fire. "Are you ready?" asked Evaran over comms. "Bring it on," said Dylan. He used his shield to block a shot from Dalton, then dodged to the right to avoid M's attempt. Evaran's blast almost hit him as he began running, but he was able to deflect it. There was no pattern to his running, but he counted the time between each shot and made a point to zigzag at that time. After 15 minutes, he paused to catch his breath. All 3 hit him at once. "I was taking a break," said Dylan. "We know," said Dalton. "You did good overall." Dylan zoomed over to them and took a moment to stretch. "Was I really that hard to hit? Or were you guys going easy on me?"
"We tried to hit you,"
said M.
"You were too slippery."
He offered a high five, which Dylan enthusiastically returned. "As M said, we did try to hit you," said Evaran. "I noticed you were moving in a timed manner, and despite my adjusting for it, you used your shield to great effect." Dylan grinned. "That was a good workout. I haven't hit my ceiling like Isaac or Kate, but I felt like I was moving faster than normal.
You were,
said M.
approximately 17.6% to be exact.
That's wild.
And dope.
Dylan loved when M tried to use slang. Dalton slapped Dylan on the back. I still can't believe you're a universal energy conduit. I checked the Torvatta, and only Murukan comes close to someone near your energy amount, and he wasn't a conduit, but an energy being. Murukan was someone who led a team that traveled with the first version of Evaran and the gang. He initially had Palasan energy, the counter to cosmic energy, although cosmic was still stronger. At the end of the summons, Murukan had become a hybrid of universal and Palasan energy. I'm glad to have it, said Dylan. Getting it was a bit rough.
Did you want a different ability?
Asked M. Dylan shook his head. Nah. Strength like Isaac's would be cool, but it seems limiting. I know he's been practicing to control it so he can interact normally with others. Kate's ability is powerful too, but seems like a lot of stress with trying to hide it. Speed fits me well. Evaran scrutinized him. I think the Torvatta knew that before giving you your ability. Probably. It's so mysterious at times. Indeed. Everyone turned to inspect a commotion in the middle of the field. Dylan wasn't sure what he was seeing. A portal doorway had opened up, and a pale-skinned man in an advanced light armor suit stepped through. His confident walk toward them indicated he had no fear, but his orange eyes creeped Dylan out. His silver suit with black highlights seemed sinister in design, and his belt was packed with small orbs. Thanks to Evaran's and M's scanning abilities, data labels indicated the man was a cyborg, with more machine in him than not. He also had unusual strength, and his synchartic exotic energy could amplify things, which was probably why he was so strong. Dylan had never heard of synchartic exotic energy, and he appreciated the little data window that explained it some. He hoped the energy didn't enhance other abilities, but the man walked with swagger. When he was within 20 feet, he swept his gaze across them, then pointed at them individually.
Evaran, M, Dylan Townsend, and Inspector Dalton Kingston.
Evaran stepped forward. You have us at a disadvantage. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Mazarik.
He smiled.
Ah, Evaran, the supposed god in mortal form. You know, you kept some secrets. Isaac's and Kate's abilities weren't registered with the Earth Ward, tisk tisk. Now that doesn't seem honest, does it? I'm guessing Dylan has abilities too that aren't registered.
What do you know of Isaac's and Kate's abilities? Asked Evaran, his eyes lightly glowing. Mazarik ran his thumb over his fingers and pretended to look at them.
Oh, you know, Isaac is strong, and Kate, let me tell you about her. She can change someone's health, or even their augments. Did a number on me. Surprised me. Impressed me. But they're gone now.
Dylan gulped as he checked his ARI. He pulled up Isaac's and Kate's avatars, which were grayed out. His heart pumped furiously as he tried to contact them to no avail. What did you do? Asked Evaran, his eyes glowing brighter. Mazarik chortled.
I sent them away. And no, even with the Torvatta, you won't find them.
Then you're in a dangerous spot. Dylan got goosebumps at Evaran's threat. It was rare, but if Evaran put his focus into something, he would go all out. What Mazarik had actually done to Isaac and Kate was still a mystery, but Dylan was sure Evaran would figure it out given time. There'll be no place for you to hide if you harmed them, said Dalton. Mazarik scowled at him.
The Great Inspector. Once I'm done with you all here, I'll take down Evot. Both her servbots, then your team, then this Earth will be mine.
Dalton smirked. Then you underestimate the powers on this Earth. Mazarik wagged a finger.
That's what Kate said. But don't worry, I have a plan for these things. When you get to be my age, you seek out challenges. Keeps life interesting. And what better way than to take down this Earth's champions? You all will be my toughest fight to date. You should be honored.
You've made a grave mistake if you think that, said Dalton.
Well then, let the games begin,
said Mazarik. He fired a laser beam from a device on his forearm. Dylan spawned his shield, as did Evaran and Dalton. M entered defensive mode and moved in front of Dylan.
Impressive. Your reaction time is as good as Isaac's and Kate's, maybe faster,
said Mazarik. He launched a mortar object from a device on his back. Evaran shot a repulsion blast that sent it into the nearby woods and incinerated some trees. Mazarik clapped.
Excellent. Now it's time to get personal.
Dylan couldn't help but feel Mazarik was unhinged. Not only did he attack the gang, he had enjoyed it. Mazarik charged Evaran. When they collided, Evaran slid back a bit. Dylan widened his eyes. Mazarik was way more powerful than Dylan had thought. It could be that the ground gave way, but it looked like Evaran had been pushed back. Dylan swallowed hard at thinking of someone stronger than Evaran. Dalton rushed in and grabbed Mazarik's arm while M got the other. Evaran did a sidekick, sending Mazarik flying. Everyone unloaded stun beams on him. Dylan let a mist cloud loose, but Mazarik was unaffected by it all.
This is a much more engaged fight,
said Mazarik.
It's obvious you all have similar power levels to me. Let's see how you deal with this.
He tossed an orb at the ground. Anchor split out from the side, and it spawned a rectangular portal that rushed toward Dylan and the others. Evaran extended his glowing hand. When the portal was near, it dissipated upon touching his hand. Dylan didn't know Evaran could do that, but perhaps it was due to the type of portal.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that,
said Mazarik. He launched another orb. Dalton moved his arm in a 90-degree angle. Then his forearm burst into blue flames. The oncoming portal evaporated. Mazarik exhaled.
Fascinating. I've read reports about your ability with portals, but to see it, what an experience.
Evaran flew into the air, then landed behind Mazarik and grabbed him. M rushed in and held him from the front.
Hugging time?
Mazarik struggled.
Oh, what's this? You're doing something to me.
Dylan figured Mazarik had encountered Evaran's cosmic aura, which nullified exotic energy. It also meant that when he collided with Evaran earlier, his strength was not impacted, which was not a good sign. Mazarik's suit pulsed, then exploded, blowing Evaran and M away.
Okay, it's obvious I need a new strategy. Time to go, but I'll be back.
He threw another orb on the ground and opened a portal. Dalton closed it. Mazarik growled.
That's annoying.
He tossed 4 orbs this time, with one between him and Dalton.
I'll be seeing you.
Dylan wrinkled his brow when something resembling a quantum beacon shot from out of nowhere and followed Mazarik through one of his portals. Well, that was unexpected, said Dalton. Both Mazarik and the quantum beacon. I also sense another Torvatta here. There's 2 now. Evaran rubbed his chin. Then it's apparent we travel to this point in time to send a quantum beacon through. M chimed in.
If Mazarik's portals took away Isaac and Kate, it's possible we sent a quantum beacon through there as well.
An excellent point, said Evaran. To the Torvatta. We need to see what happened to Isaac and Kate. Dalton nodded. Evot was with Kate this morning. I'll contact her, and we can retrace her steps. Very well. Dylan licked his lips as he followed them into the Torvatta. Mazarik was a grave threat, and he had been able to not only escape, but to show off an array of powerful abilities. And now Isaac and Kate were missing. It sounded like they were together when they were assaulted, so he hoped they weren't hurt and instead were just portaled away. He puffed his cheeks. Even during downtime, traveling with Evaran and M could still be dangerous. Dalton was still analyzing the fight when he took his seat in the Torvatta's command center. Mazarik wasn't a dimensional being, yet he had the ability to use technology to create portals. He wasn't sure what the tech was, but M had picked up the discarded orbs for further analysis. Mazarik also acted and talked as if he wasn't all there. It was apparent he had done some research. which didn't bode well for the Earth Ward's data security protocols. That would need to be addressed. But for the moment, Isaac and Kate were the priority. The Torvatta ascended. 20 minutes later, they were at the Earth Ward base in North Chicago. Evot had joined them, and she frowned when being updated on the situation. Evaran's first form had gifted her with the ability to sense more, and her facial and body reactions were hard to distinguish from a human's. Thankfully, they didn't need to go far, as Kate had dropped Evot off at the base before splitting up. Evot could have just flown there, but she had wanted to spend some time with Kate before attending to some top-secret work. "And you had no contact with Kate after this point?" asked Evaran.
I didn't,
said Evot.
She said she was thinking of calling Isaac to see if he wanted to go for a walk later. Perhaps that's where they encountered Mazarik. I don't know where she went after that.
Very well. M, stay in stealth mode and scan Profile 1, and follow Kate's car.
Acknowledged.
Dalton wished he had access to the Torvatta on the various cases he and his team did. While they had a powerful, modified SUV and Jake to shuttle them around, it was nothing compared to the Torvatta. Most of his cases could easily be solved with that type of transport. Dylan had been unusually quiet up to this point. It was obvious the fight had rattled him, and Isaac and Kate being missing likely weighed on him. Dalton suspected Dylan also realized that, had he been alone, he might have ended up dying instead of suffering the same fate as Isaac and Kate. It was a lot of scary realizations to come to terms with. Dalton focused on Kate's car as she drove. He wished they could warn her, but that was against time travel rules. They could only be observers at this point. However, it was obvious Evaran had decided to send a quantum beacon through Mazarik's portal. They would be analyzing where it went after verifying what happened to Isaac and Kate. After 30 minutes, Kate entered a hotel. "I guess we wait," said Dylan. "This is a good time to put a tracker on her car so we can see where she goes when she comes out," said Dalton. "A good idea," said Evaran. "M, please do so."
Acknowledged.
The Torvatta lowered, and M flew outside. A moment later, a map with a green dot appeared in a data window. "That's really smart." Dylan glanced at Dalton. "You're a true inspector." I figured it was a way to jump forward a bit and still keep track of her. "There was also a call Kate made to Isaac," said Evaran. "They're meeting at 5:00 p.m. at a park. The tracker will let us know which one and where. M, once you're back, take us to 5:00 p.m.
Acknowledged.
Dalton never got tired of being able to jump through time. It made observing someone much easier, especially if they were tagged. He didn't like spying on Kate, but it was necessary to understand what happened. It still made no sense to him why the gang, who was Torvatta touched, couldn't sense the Torvatta. Apparently, that was only a chosen thing. "We'll find them," said Dalton.
I assign a high probability that we will,
said Evot.
However, I don't like my simulations on what happened to her and Isaac based on your encounter. I've reviewed the footage from M's view.
As if on cue, M flew back into his body. Dylan extended his hand. "What do we really know about this guy?" Evaran interacted with his chair console. "We can go over that while M takes us up, then back down." Dalton examined the Mazarik hologram that was projected in the front part of the ship. Data labels sprung up everywhere. "We know he's not a dimensional being," said Dalton. "I concur," said Evaran. "He also mentioned this Earth several times. I suspect he's from an alternate one." "He's also really strong. I saw him push you back," said Dylan. "Unfortunately so. My Aurelian power rank, or APR, is 16. He must be at least 17. However, if he faces off against multiple opponents close to his APR, he can be beaten physically. We'll need to plan accordingly." Dalton considered himself powerful, but not against those with an APR over 15. If he had been caught by himself, Mazarik could have overpowered him. However, Dalton had portal abilities, which could have evened things out. The downside was that the fight would need to be somewhere outside Earth, since he could only create portals back to his Earth. Dylan whistled. "Check out those tech systems. His suit is wild."
"It's very wild,"
said Evot. She and Dylan cracked up. Dalton liked that Dylan and Evot were feeling somewhat better. Despite the situation, they were taking steps to research and resolve and were maintaining a positive outlook. Dylan was good for Evot, and Dalton had caught her slipping in some of his and Brad's slang from time to time. M highlighted several tech systems.
Mazarik is a cyborg.
Yes, said Evaran. What makes him powerful is his synchartic exotic energy. It's an amplifier. I've heard of this but never seen it. Its enhancement of organic and inorganic matter is evident. No wonder he was so strong, said Dalton. Indeed. However, my cosmic aura should have nullified his ability to amplify his strength. I believe he has that naturally. If need be, we can visit the Rift Guardians to create a synchartic sapper to take away Mazarik's exotic energy. Dalton had met Jelton Stalrin, a deathless Rift Blade of the Rift Guardians. However, he had never been to the Rift Guardian headquarters. Evot tilted her head.
He implied he wanted our Earth as his goal, and that he seeks challenges.
Yeah, I caught that too, said Dylan. Dalton furrowed his brow. I'm beginning to think this guy hops around Earths, fights their champions, then claims their Earth if he wins. What he does with that is another mystery to solve, and I wonder what plans he had for fighting the other powerful beings on our Earth. The Earth Ward can bring a lot of power, not to mention the Kriegans. I don't know, said Evaran. There's a lot to investigate here, but first we'll get Isaac and Kate. Dylan cleared his throat. Speaking of which, that quantum beacon? So we'll go back and fire it, I'm guessing? But I thought it would automatically register with the Torvatta regardless of time. Evaran raised a finger. Not anymore. There is a new protocol that only allows the detection of them after we've launched the quantum beacon. I noticed it on our last summons when we didn't detect the quantum beacon used on the portal crust before it fell into the mist dimension. I had thought the Torvatta didn't want to unveil it to us, but it was detectable after placing the beacon. I don't understand why the Torvatta does things the way it does sometimes, said Dylan. Nor do I, said Evaran. Dalton was also perplexed by some of the decisions made by the Torvatta. There was no question at this point that an echo of Cyrillus, Evaran's longtime partner who died and created the plane they were on, bounced around in the Torvatta. After reaching low orbit, the Torvatta jumped forward 20 minutes before 5 o'clock p.m., then descended to the park where Kate's car had been tracked. Despite the option to wear whatever they wanted, both Isaac and Kate had on their survival suits with hollow shells. He understood that, although with his suit, it was his skin. The meeting at the park seemed like two friends taking a relaxing walk, but Dalton suspected there was more to it. Isaac was way too happy, and Kate was nervous. Dalton thought they'd make a great couple, and he was sure he wasn't alone in that. The Torvatta hovered over them as Isaac and Kate began to walk. After 15 minutes, Mazarik was highlighted. "There's that asshole," said Dylan. "Yep," said Dalton. He grimaced as they talked, then fought. Isaac was powerful and had gone toe-to-toe with Mazarik. However, it was Kate who shocked Dalton. She touched Mazarik, causing his suit to fritz and causing him confusion. The Torvatta had shown Mazarik's system shorting everywhere, and he was bleeding internally. Kate's ability was far more powerful than Dalton had thought. "Get him, Kate," said Dylan. Dalton was hopeful, too, after watching them handle Mazarik. That feeling disappeared when Mazarik tossed an orb on the ground, which caused a portal gateway to sweep over Isaac and Kate. In a moment, they were gone. A quantum beacon had been detected going through the portal from behind Isaac and Kate. Dylan sighed. "Damn. At least there's a quantum beacon. And they didn't die as far as we know. We're going to launch those quantum beacons now so we can see where they went?" "Indeed we are," said Evaran. M. Proceed.
Acknowledged.
Dalton hoped Isaac and Kate were okay wherever they were sent. After seeing the fight, he had hoped that they could survive whatever. However, he recalled encountering hostile Earth environments on his initial trip to this Earth, and that assumed they went to an alternate one. They could be anywhere. Chapter 3. Isaac knew he and Kate were in deep trouble. The 6 bear-sized felines reminded him of over-muscled, saber-toothed tigers. They had been lounging around, but were now staring at him and Kate with interest. Although they might have been startled initially, they wasted no time in jumping up and rushing down the hill. They would be on them in seconds. "Kate, get your flying suit on," said Isaac, turning his head toward her. He grunted as the first creature slammed into him, pushing him back. However, it was seeing Kate getting tackled and her PSD go tumbling that made Isaac see red. He punched the cat that attacked him, then grabbed the one on Kate and tossed it away. His strength levels were rising fast, and he could feel the power increase. "Go," said Isaac. Bleeding from her shoulder, Kate got up, then took off. Isaac positioned himself to cover her retreat. The one he had punched was unconscious. That left 4 to deal with. They circled him. Then one broke off to chase Kate down. If she had her PSD, she could probably hold her own against it. He wasn't sure where her PSD had landed. It wasn't like he had time to scan for it. He reached out to try to stop the one that pursued Kate, but the others took the opportunity to pounce on him. One attacked his legs, and another slashed at his chest. Although their bites and scratches couldn't harm him, they were powerful enough to bruise him. The third tried to bite his head. His blood boiled when Kate screamed in the distance as if she were getting mauled. Something snapped inside him. He rolled over and clapped the head of the one that tried to eat his face. The cat's head exploded, making the other 2 pause. Isaac freed one leg and kicked another attacker, breaking its leg. It howled and backed off. The remaining cat snarled as it withdrew a bit. Isaac dashed toward where he heard Kate scream. He peeked back and confirmed he wasn't being followed. Wherever Kate was, she was still alive, as her shouting in pain filled his comms. "I'm coming," said Isaac. "Hurry! I fell in a pit with spikes," said Kate. That meant hunters had been in the area. There was now the possibility that whoever had said it might have heard the commotion. That could either be good or bad. Thankfully, he could still communicate with her, despite the Torvatta not being around. He figured he would be able to since the Torvatta had been off-world before with Evaran and M, and Isaac could still converse with Dylan and Kate over comms. It took Isaac about 10 minutes to reach the edge of the pit. The cat that had been there had sprinted away when he neared. It must have heard the rest of its pack being beaten down. He peered into the pit and saw a chaotic pattern of sharp wooden spikes rooted in the ground. His heart stopped. Splattered with blood, Kate had a spike through her stomach and a bite on her shoulder. He jumped down without hesitation, smashing a few spikes. "Isaac, it hurts," said Kate. "Hold on," said Isaac. He studied the wound. "Okay, first, I'm going to roll you on your side, breaking the spike from the ground. Then I'm going to slowly pull it out and let your healing take over." "Just do it." Isaac hated seeing her in so much pain. Her healing must be trying to heal around the spike while dealing with her bite. Her pained look was not one he had seen before. He placed a hand at the top of the spike, then one on her uninjured shoulder. "Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. With a gentle push, he pulled down on the spike away from Kate while guiding her onto her side. Her screaming distracted him for a moment, but he slowly moved the broken spike out of her when she was in position. Pulling from her backside, he tugged on the spike. Once the tip had disappeared inside Kate, her skin grew over the wound. With that encouraging sign, he continued until only the tip was left in her. After it was out, he tossed the spike to the side. "Thank you," said Kate in a weak voice. Isaac lowered her onto her back and wiped away her tears. She exhaled, then went limp. His breathing went haphazard as he checked her pulse. Thankfully, she was okay, but her healing would take some time. It was now apparent that with enough damage, her healing couldn't keep up. Now he had a new problem. Peering up, Isaac scowled at one of the creatures peeking in. He'd had enough of whatever they were, and he suspected they were waiting to see if he and Kate would climb out. Maybe the cats put the trap there in the first place, but he didn't think so. They needed to get out of the pit and find somewhere safe to stay. Think, said Isaac. He stood and took a moment. Since they had arrived wherever they were, it had been chaotic. He hadn't even realized how tense he was. After he focused on his breathing, his thoughts drifted to what to do next. He could easily get Kate out, but he didn't want to put her in danger in case those creatures came back. They might not even be the worst thing out there. He interacted with his ARI. Perhaps an idea would come to him. Thankfully, it could create structures and, at the very minimum, a flying platform. He perked up. A flying platform would allow them to be in something tough and out of reach of monsters unless there were huge flying ones. He flipped through several variations of the flying platform and settled on one called Dr. Snowden's platform. It was rectangular in design, had 2 beds in the middle, cabinets in the back, and 2 seats up front, with one of them containing a navigation workstation. He wrinkled his brow when he saw that Kate had updated the pattern a bit ago with her own version. The platform was longer, and in the back was a sealed bathroom that also functioned as a shower. The platform was a 2x10 grid initially, but the upgrade had the bathroom as a 4x4 grid. It didn't surprise him that she had tweaked it, and it would work perfectly for them. It was too large to spawn in the pit, so they needed to get out first. With that in mind, he created his flying suit, then picked up Kate. He flew straight up and surveyed the environment when he was about 50 feet in the air. The creature that had lounged near the pit now stood and stared at him. After scanning the hillside, he identified a ledge on the side of a steep cliff. He flew there as fast as he could. After landing, he set Kate down, then pulled his PSD off his forearm. He made sure there was enough space for the platform to form, which he now called Kate's platform, then extended his hand with the PSD pointed down. It still blew his mind that the PSD's nanobots could create something like this. He also understood that to advanced civilizations this was trivial, but it never stopped being fascinating to him. Once the platform had been created, he carried Kate aboard and placed her on one of the middle beds. Thankfully, it had a pillow and blanket already on it, and he tucked her in on her back and hoped she was comfortable. He went to the front and sat in the right seat. A swivel on his right allowed him to pull a small desk with a keyboard and mouse. That was definitely a Dr. Snowden thing. Kate's update had swapped the monitor for a holographic display. Isaac could live with that. Each side of him also had a stick. The right one controlled going forward, and the other one dealt with ascent and descent. He could use a mix of both to go at different angles as needed. He puffed his cheeks and flew the platform to about 100 feet. This would give him a good view of everything. More importantly, the built-in scanners were weak, but they would suffice for their situation. He also had his cyborg abilities for scanning. He flew down to where Kate had lost her PSD, and the platform scanners quickly found it. It wasn't too far from where Isaac had fought the creatures, and he grimaced at the sight of one of them chowing down on the body of the one whose head he had popped. He landed next to her PSD and retrieved it. The cat stopped eating and glared cautiously at him. He didn't know if it was one of the original creatures that attacked them, but it was apparent this one was not taking any chances. He harumphed at it, then went back to his seat. He placed Kate's PSD in the other seat. After going a bit higher, he took in the view. Chicago was still present, but the dilapidated buildings that nature had begun to claim indicated this version had undergone some event. There was still some sunlight out, so he figured he could move in and check things out. His stomach growled, and he realized he needed his PSD to generate the pellets he could eat. It would also be an issue if he wanted a drink. This would be much easier if he could use Kate's PSD, but it was keyed to her. He frowned as he continued on. Slight hunger and thirst were small things compared to the overall situation they were in. If it got too bad, he could just go back to the cliff and resolve it. But it was time to see more of the hellhole they had arrived in. Kate stirred as she slowly woke up. She was surprised to find herself tucked into a bed, and a quick look to the side made her sit up in panic. She was in the air somehow. Her heartbeat slowed when she saw a bed opposite her. She knew this design. The sealed bathroom in the back was something she had worked on. This was the modified Dr. Snowden platform. She lay back down and concentrated on breathing. The pain was gone, and she was thankful she could heal. Without her ability, she might not have made it unless the nanobots could do something. However, she suspected they were limited in their ability to heal major damage. She rubbed her shoulder where she had been bitten. The wound was gone, and her suit had been repaired. She suspected her nanobots were to thank for that. "There she is," said Isaac, sitting on the bed opposite her. "How are you feeling?" She swung her legs off the side of the bed. "Much better." "What happened?" "Well, after you passed out, I found this schema in the PSD, then flew us out of there with my suit. Once I found a place to make this platform, I took us there and created it, and got you on board." "Oh, good choice," said Kate. Isaac handed her PSD over. "I figured you might want a food pellet and some water. Since mine is in use, I could use a pellet and some water too." Kate created 2 pellets. After giving one to Isaac, she went to one of the cabinets and pulled out 2 water bottles. She filled both of them with pure water from her PSD, then gave Isaac one. The way he devoured the pellet and slammed the water showed how hungry and thirsty he was. Her pellet went down smoothly, and the ice-cold water made her close her eyes for a moment. It didn't take much for her to finish her drink, and then she refilled both bottles. "Oh, that's so good," he said. Kate nodded. "Yeah, tell me about it. So, what's our situation?" Isaac put his bottle down. "As you might have guessed, I'm using your modified Dr. Snowden platform. I've already verified the bathroom works." She eyed him. He smiled. "But besides that, we're still in the Chicago area. Like you mentioned, I think this is an alternate Earth. Mazarik sent us to another timeline, basically. I'm worried, though. Regardless of how long it took Evaran and M to find us, they should have arrived right after we did. But they didn't." Kate pondered his statement. He was right in that it could take Evaran and M 1,000 years to find her and Isaac, but they would just travel to the point right after her and Isaac's arrival. The fact Evaran and M hadn't meant that either she and Isaac were in a place where they would never be found. Or even worse, Mazarik had defeated Evaran and M. "Yeah, that's scary to think about," she said. Isaac went to the front and waved for her to come. "Check out this view." She joined him in the other seat. She widened her eyes at the ruins of Chicago in the distance, which had been ravaged by nature. Isaac must have moved them when she slept, because they now hovered over the remains of a suburb. The houses were being besieged by nature, and she recoiled at the monstrosities roaming around. They were humanoid, but had deformities and an enlarged mouth. Their random meandering seemed without purpose. A cat had been detected by several monsters, and they gave chase. "Yeah, nasty things," said Isaac. "I've scanned them, and they're not zombies, but they may as well be. They have an infection of some type that's changed them. There's no dimensional aura on them, so whatever happened to them occurred on this Earth." Kate ran a hand down the side of her face. "How much of the city is like this?" "Not sure. From what I've seen so far, there are no humans around. A lot of these things, although it seems there's quite a variety of them. There are some really big ones wandering around, and also some that look like kids with a scaled body and a big mouth." Kate took a swig of water for her now dry mouth. The monsters acted like they were mindless, yet it was obvious they were human at some point. She had seen many zombie movies growing up, and despite having seen advanced civilizations and things she thought she would never see, this was a first. She focused on a coordinated group of mutated humans. They moved as a group and were armed to the teeth with melee weapons and bows. That was a far cry from the other creatures she had seen so far. Their skin was shriveled like prunes, and they wore tattered clothing. "That's new," said Isaac. He zoomed in the screen. "They're operating as a pack. And look, they're fighting some of the mindless ones." Kate didn't understand why they were fighting. Maybe it was different strains. The ones operating as a team scattered when a 10-foot-tall brute wandered into the scene. It easily dispatched one of them. "I think that brute is on the side of the mindless ones," she said. Isaac scratched his jaw. "Yeah, lot to learn here if we're going to be here for a bit. Evaran and M will come for us, I'm sure of it." "Yeah, I have no doubt about that. But I do wonder if this is like when the Torvatta held them away for a few hours." Kate furrowed her brow. "What would it have to gain by keeping us isolated?" "No idea," he said. "The Torvatta is an enigma." Kate agreed with that. She didn't claim to understand half the decisions it made, but they usually worked out. It disappeared at times, but it also selected chosens and those it wanted to touch, like her. It was her second home, and she was comfortable when traveling in it. Thankfully, it liked her. She didn't want to see what it did to those it didn't like. Isaac followed the group as they ran between buildings. It was obvious they had planned routes as they exited in an orderly manner. While the brute was powerful, it had gotten lost. She wasn't sure how it sensed things, but she didn't think good vision was a factor. It could be by smell. "So what do we do while we wait, then?" she asked. Isaac gestured outward. "I'd say we survey as much as we can. We have a safe place to sleep now, at least. Maybe we'll find some actual humans who we can talk with and learn more about this place." "I'm good with that. I don't see any streetlights or power anywhere, but it would be nice to find a computer that maybe has some information." Isaac wagged a finger. "A police station would have something, I bet." "Then let's be on the lookout for one," said Kate. "If we do decide to enter one, we'll need to have a plan." "All right." Kate's heart thumped at the thought of entering an enclosed building with potential monsters. It couldn't be worse than what she had experienced in the mist dimension. She also had Isaac with her and wasn't defenseless. However, she didn't know how her ability would work on the creatures. Crashing out in the open was a bad idea. She eased into her seat. Hopefully, they wouldn't need to be on this world any longer than necessary. Chapter 4. M navigated the Torvatta to the correct positions to fire the quantum beacons. As he had witnessed it, he knew what type of quantum beacon had been fired. Dalton had also been able to point out the exact coordinates where the Torvatta had been when it shot the beacons. M didn't fully understand why a Torvatta's chosen could always sense the Torvatta, but no one else could. Not even those it touched could sense it when it was stealthed and in scan profile 1. However, they now had the locations of where the beacons went. There was some surprise from the others that parallel Earths were the destination. 2 parallel Earths, said Dylan. That makes it seem like Isaac and Kate may be somewhere safe. Well, relatively. Dalton placed his hand on his chest. Trust me, I went through some really bad ones to get to this Earth. I just hope they're faring better than I did on my trip here. We'll find out momentarily, said Evaran. M, take us to where Isaac and Kate are.
Acknowledged.
The mood in the room shifted. Evot's hope was written all over her face, and M analyzed the difference from when he first met her to now. Her facial expressions were much more vivid and human-like. Dalton had a serious expression, but that wasn't uncommon. Dylan had a small grin, but his right fist clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Evaran was calm as always. M took the Torvatta to low orbit, then opened a portal. Once through, he pulsed a scan of 10 light-years and began analyzing the data.
This Earth seems to be similar to ours,
he said.
However, there's no Kregan presence detected on the edges of our scan.
Evaran narrowed his eyes. That may not be unusual. Connect to a satellite. Let's see what we're dealing with. M flew over to a satellite and connected a beam to it. Data windows popped up as information streamed over them. He had the Torvatta run an analysis to detect differences, and while there were many, the major aspects of this Earth were similar to his. Dalton smirked. Dylan, you may have your wish. This Earth seems a lot like ours. Indeed, said Evaran. He pursed his lips. Unfortunately, the Torvatta isn't registering them as being here. Dylan fidgeted in his seat. Yeah, I saw that. If they were here, their avatars would have lit up in my ARI. Yes. That doesn't mean they aren't here. It's possible they're being shielded or something else has happened. We have the location of where they should have arrived. M, take us back to a few minutes before they would have come through. Then take us down to their location. M popped the Torvatta back in time, accounting for the 20 minutes it would take to reach the location, then began the Torvatta's descent. He wondered if the others detected the big fluctuation in Evaran's cosmic energy. It was obvious he was more worried than he let on, and Dalton's taking a quick look at him confirmed he had sensed it too. It was unusual for Evaran to be uncertain, but with the Torvatta as a parameter, anything could happen. After 20 minutes, they reached a park that resembled the one Isaac and Kate had been in. When the time came for them to appear, a portal materialized, and the quantum beacon flew through. Dylan stood. I don't see them anywhere. They should be there.
Is it possible the quantum beacon went to the wrong Earth?
Asked Evot. Yes, said Evaran. However, that has a very low chance, unless the Torvatta is playing around again, said Dylan. Evaran scrutinized him. I had considered that. However, I don't see what it would gain from such an action. Another possibility is that while this location is correct, the portal it went through is not stable. You mean it could be sending people and items to different places? Asked Dylan. That's correct, said Evaran. He faced Dalton. Can you sense if a portal is unstable? I can try, said Dalton. M, land us next to the portal.
Acknowledged.
M didn't think it would reveal much, but Evaran was being thorough. It helped having Dalton around since he was intimately tied to portals. Dylan blinked rapidly as he took his seat. It was obvious he was scared and was trying to control it. M calculated that he most likely thought if this happened to Isaac and Kate, it could have happened to him. Everyone went outside after the Torvatta landed. After verifying the area was clear, Dalton raised his forearm at a 90-degree angle. It burst into blue flames, and his eyes glowed. Yeah, this portal is fluctuating wildly. It's not stable, he said. Then we must learn more about the portals created from the orbs, said Evaran. We can also investigate Mazarik's location, unless it's unstable too. Evot tilted her head.
One thing to note is the shape of the portals was different when he used them. The one with Isaac and Kate was rectangular. The one with Mazarik was dome-shaped.
Good point, said Evaran. That would indicate it was a different type of portal, perhaps a stable one. Let's go visit Mazarik's Earth, then.
We'll find them.
M collected the quantum beacon, then boarded with the others. He appreciated Evot's enthusiastic outlook on life. It brought a sense of hope amid a lot of uncertainty. M would make it a priority to examine the orbs after visiting Mazarik's world. Perhaps there was a way to determine where it had been before. The worst-case scenario was that everyone except him and Evaran would be dropped off. Then the Torvatta would be programmed to visit parallel Earths and scan for Isaac and Kate. That could take billions of years. However, he and Evaran could go into hibernation during this time period and be awakened when Isaac and Kate were found. M hoped it didn't come to that, but he didn't doubt Evaran's resolve in that regard. It was a brute force approach, but M suspected there was a more efficient way to locate Isaac and Kate. Mazarik's world might provide answers, or even Mazarik himself. Evaran would get the answers they needed, and when he was determined, nothing would stop him. Dylan's heartbeat thundered as the Torvatta ascended. The next stop was Mazarik's Earth, and he hoped they would find some answers. He had no idea how they would track an unstable rift endpoint, but he had heard of them. That was how rogue actors sometimes found his Earth. It didn't help that the fight with the Mortani, the first Evaran and the gang dealt with, had weakened the dimensional barriers across all Earths. Although Dylan's nervous energy consumed him, everyone else being calm relaxed him. If anyone could figure this out, it was this group. It was great to have Dalton and Evot along. Evot was part of the group of friends Dylan hung out with when not on the Torvatta. Dalton was a role model, and Dylan loved any time he could get with him. Evaran was the epitome of focus, and M brought a sense of purpose to everything they did. Dylan had hoped to see any sign that Isaac and Kate were okay. If the Earth they went to was a close parallel to his Earth, they would be all right. He had read up on the parallel Earths from Dalton's journey and his cases, and also from the first gang. There was a lot of variety, and from what he understood, the closer a timeline was to another, the more similar they were. Based on a data window, Mazarik's Earth was in a timeline far from Dylan's. That meant anything could be there. After arriving in low orbit, the Torvatta opened a portal and flew through.
Scanning,
said M. Dylan studied the bevy of data that streamed in the front of the Torvatta. There were only a handful of satellites, but defensive laser platforms were mixed in. They were solar-powered from the only sun in the planetary system. Like his, this system had 9 planets, although Mars was a bit closer to Earth. There was no sign of the Kriegenstar Empire or any other civilization. It made Dylan wonder if Mazarik had killed them off. There was also no technology detected outside of Mazarik's Earth. M. Connect to one of those satellites, said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Dylan examined the stream of information. There was only one spot on the planet that had any technology, and that was Mazarik's compound. The windows shut down. What happened? He asked. M paused.
An AI has kicked us out.
Mazarik knows we're here then?
Not quite,
said M.
He knows someone probed his systems, but not who.
Dalton waved his hand around. Since he antagonized us earlier, I suspect he'll guess it was us. He knows of the Torvatta, apparently. I agree. And I believe he had this AI be on the lookout for this exact scenario, said Evaran. However, he can't detect us in stealth mode and scan Profile 1. M, take us down to his compound, which seems to be the only place with technology on the planet. Dylan had no idea why Mazarik wanted to claim his Earth. Mazarik had his own, and it was far from developed. Something was missing, and he figured they'd learn what that was when they scanned Mazarik's compound. Mazarik was a cyborg, and Dylan bet he was directly connected to the AI. Anything the AI detected, Mazarik would probably immediately know about. After 20 minutes, they hovered over a vast complex. It was 10 o'clock p.m. and dark out, but the Torvatta made it seem like it was daylight outside. Large cylindrical tubes covered half the area, and the metallic paneled ground was covered with rails between them. He wasn't sure why there were magnetic fields around the tubes, but it prevented the Torvatta from scanning the interior. A variety of robots scurried between the tubes. Most of them had 2 thin legs and a big orb at the top. Multiple arms that could reach the ground extended from the middle of the orb. Drones flew around the area and reminded Dylan of the ones from Earth. They were rectangular, with an enclosed blade spinning at high velocity at each corner. On top of them were segmented stalks and tubes that were identified as weapons. Bulky, cube-shaped robots rolled around. They had 2 prongs on the lower front and each side, minus the bottom and top, had huge arms that ended in claws. However, it was the other half of the compound that everyone concentrated on. A massive half-sphere covered most of the ground, with smaller spheres outside of it. The sleek, dark gray hulls glistened, and outside of a few drones there was no activity between the spheres. A massive underground structure had been detected. But unlike the surface structures, the magnetic shielding was weaker there, with some areas having almost none. A large, upright, hollow ring sat outside the main sphere. Large pillars with smooth spheres on top lined the pathway from the sphere to the ring. The Torvatta labeled them as laser cannons. Dylan didn't see how they could shoot, but he trusted what the labels said. "That kind of looks like a portal gateway," he said. "I concur. I suspect its location is so that nothing can sneak in. Those turrets would ensure that," said Evaran. Dalton rubbed his chin. "Although the Torvatta can't detect a portal there, I can if I stick my hand outside the shield for a moment. We can do so when we begin scouting this place." "Sounds good." "Really seems like Mazarik doesn't want anyone sniffing around," said Dalton.
"I should investigate in stealth mode,"
said M. Dalton crooked a thumb at Evot. "Her nanobot swarm form might be better suited. She's immune to any type of airborne mist that could expose you." M glanced at Evot.
"I agree, but I didn't want to put her in danger." "I will go,"
said Evot. She smiled at him.
"Thank you for wanting to protect me." "Acknowledged."
Dylan was glad M watched over Evot. Although he did that with everyone, he had a special connection with her. Dylan wished he could be a fly on the wall when they discussed things. They could communicate faster than a human could comprehend, and their vocalizing any discussion was for the benefit of others. "Very well," said Evaran. "Perhaps we should start with the cylindrical buildings first. They seem to have cracks in the shielding at the bottom that should allow Evot to slip in. The Torvatta's burrowing would most likely be detected by someone as advanced as Mazarik. Evot's form should considerably lower the seismic signature."
"Acknowledged,"
said Evot. Everyone cracked up. Dylan enjoyed the momentary break from all the doom and gloom. Evot had been a joy to be around outside of the Torvatta, and he hoped he would be able to spend some time with her on this outing. "Will we be able to watch from Evot's view while she's inside?" asked Dylan. "Yes," said Evaran. "She has a special link with the Torvatta due to being a part of Dalton when he was made a Torvatta's chosen. While she's doing that, we can also check the portal gateway, assuming that's what it is." "Awesome. Evot's a badass." Evot beamed.
"Yes, I am."
Dylan grinned at her. Her bravado was welcome, and he began to feel better about the situation. With so much power between them, he believed they would find Isaac and Kate, then take care of Mazarik. No one attacked the gang and got away with it. Chapter 5. Isaac yawned as he awoke. The beds on the modified flying platform had been surprisingly comfortable. He also liked that he could regulate the temperature, so he was able to sleep in his underarmor with a slight chill. Kate was still asleep, so he got up quietly, then headed to the bathroom. It was 9:00 a.m., a bit later than he normally slept, but with everything that had happened, a bit more sleep wouldn't harm him. It still astounded him that having a bathroom was even possible. It was small, but it had floor tiles that allowed it to function as a shower, too. The PSD was a remarkable piece of technology. The downside was that he couldn't wield it when it was in use like this. Thankfully, it also provided amenities like soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels. One thing he was aware of was that if any toothpaste was swallowed, it would come back out when the PSD disassembled the platform. He made a conscious effort to tilt his head forward while brushing his teeth. After a quick shower, he went to the front. His moving around had awakened Kate, who sat on the edge of her bed. "Good morning. You sleep well?" asked Isaac, peering back. Kate joined him. "Yeah, I did. No neural effect, but it was effective still." "Yeah, I slept well too. Thank goodness we can at least have that here." She sniffed. "You smell good." Isaac chuckled. "It's the deodorant soap. It's a lot stronger than I expected, but It works. I'll give the shower a try here in a moment. Was it easy to use? Yeah, definitely. I'm glad you added it. I don't think we'd find any in the city we could use with any regularity. Kate hopped up and swatted his arm. Isaac continued to pilot the platform toward where his old house used to be, assuming this Earth was similar to his. This Earth had a city that was close to what he knew of Chicago, and although the place they portaled to was not a park, it could have just been a minor difference. He would find out. After 20 minutes, Kate rejoined him. "Checking out your house?" she asked. Isaac shrugged. "I just want to see how similar our Earths are." "That's a good test. How's it look?" He puffed his cheeks. "Well, my house is there from when I was with Diane." Kate's eyes softened. "Oh, it's okay. At least we can confirm that some things here are the same. I don't know what this city would be called here, but it's close enough to the Chicago I know. I'm going to take us to the police station." "Good idea." Isaac frowned as he turned the platform around. A small part of him had hoped maybe Diane was alive here, but she might not have even existed. Or him, for that matter. Their house still existed, so there was that, but he didn't know who owned it. The police station wasn't far, and he had friends on the force on his Earth. He doubted those he knew were there, but it would most likely have some information on what happened to this Earth. Kate went to the back for a moment, then returned with 2 containers. She handed him one as she sat. Isaac opened the container and sniffed. "Ah, coffee. I didn't know the PSD could do that." M added it. "He also has orange juice and some other flavored drinks, mostly from Dylan's requests." "That doesn't surprise me. Be nice to see Dylan about now. But I wouldn't mind a shot of whiskey." She eyed him. "No alcohol?" "That does surprise me." The coffee had a bit of cream and some sugar. He wouldn't normally add that to his coffee, but it was better than nothing. Kate's research on what the PSD could do had already paid dividends, and he planned to figure out what more it could do when he had time. That might be hard if his PSD was always being used for the flying platform. After 10 minutes, Isaac surveyed the police station beneath them. It looked almost exactly like the one he knew. It was a large building surrounded by auxiliary ones. A parking lot was half empty, and the other half had destroyed cars. The building was covered in plant life, and he had detected bones in various places. There was no sign of power or, thankfully, movement. "Maybe I should go in alone first," said Isaac. She shook her head. "Whatever we do it together." "Yes, ma'am." He pointed at the roof. "We can enter from there. There's a shack up top that has a stairwell inside. If we move quietly, I don't think we'll attract any attention." "Sounds like a plan." "I was thinking we should find a computer like we discussed earlier," said Isaac. "We can use one of our PSDs to act as a power source. While there might not be any network, we should still be able to boot up. Then I can check out the system. Maybe search through stored emails or any documents. This all assumes they have computers, of course." Kate smirked. "I'll leave the computer stuff to you, but we should use your PSD for the power." "Agreed." He landed the platform on the roof and waited for Kate to hop off before pulling the platform back into his PSD. It was strange to see something so big transform into a swirl of nanobots and fly back in. However, he was glad to have that power on an unfamiliar Earth. The roof was not new to him. He had been to this station on his Earth and had hung out topside with a few of his buds from time to time. They often talked about wild cases, and after Diane had died, they went out of their way to spend time with him when he visited. One reason they hung out on the roof was because it was quiet and out of view from others. The oddly thick vines stood out due to their chaotic growth pattern. Although they were mostly dark green, black streaks were interwoven throughout. Whatever happened must have been in the far past to see this type of growth. He walked over to the familiar door that led downstairs. The second floor had a lot of offices, so he was sure there would be some information there. He tried the doorknob, but the door didn't budge. "It's locked," he said. He turned his head toward Kate. "Stand back." "Wait," said Kate. "Let's use the nanobots to dissolve the door." Isaac stepped back. "All right. That's a good idea. I wonder if you could break the door open with your ability." "It shows as green to me. I could make it yellow or even red, but I don't think it would do what we want." "Have at it." Kate aimed her PSD at the door. A stream of nanobots flew out and attacked it. A moment later, it was gone. Isaac didn't know how to command the nanobots to do what she did, But apparently, she had good control of them. He would need to research that more. Perhaps later she could explain how it was done. Creating objects was as simple as selecting from the right menu, but he had never seen a dissolve door menu option. "That works," he said. "Let's spawn our shields just in case." Kate did so. "Yeah. Although this place seems lifeless, you never know. If we didn't have dark vision, it would be a good light source, too." "Yep. Let's go." Isaac crept into the shack, then waited to descend the stairs until Kate was inside. Although this was not his Earth, he reminisced about going down these stairs with his friends. He wondered if they existed here. A dark thought was that maybe he would find their corpses. "Maybe we should close our helmets," said Kate. Isaac closed his. "Yeah. Although if there is an airborne contagion, we'd have detected it. You would have probably noticed it with your ability, too." "True. But maybe it was contained here. Doesn't hurt to be cautious. Come on." After going down a level, they reached another locked door. Kate used her nanobots to gain entry. Isaac extended a hand toward her while peeking into the hallway. It was dark, but he had no issue with seeing through it. He didn't detect any movement or sign of life, so they stepped inside. The floor they were on had a lot of offices. The holding cells were in the basement, and the armory and processing area were on the ground level. There were some offices on the ground level too, but most of the higher-ranking officers had a second-floor office. The hallway they were in passed an open area at the front of the station that served as an entrance. It allowed someone entering to see the second floor, and there was a curved stairway on each side that led to it. A front desk sat at the end of the entrance area on the ground level, with ample seating in front of it. The open area part of the second floor was lit up by sunbeams. "We can check the captain's office first," said Isaac. He walked slowly, with his shield out, which provided some illumination. The hallway was a mess, the floor littered by items ranging from coffee mugs to binders. Whoever had been here left in a hurry. There was no plant life like on the outside of the building, which was a relief. After their last summons, he was done with plant-like monsters, especially ones that speared people. They reached Captain John Pierce's office. The name was unfamiliar to Isaac, making him think the station's officers were different from the ones he knew. He sighed when he peeked in. The place was a disaster, and John's computer was smashed on the opposite side of the room. "Well, no go there," he said. Kate wrinkled her brow. "It looks like there was a huge fight in here. There's some dried blood on the walls, but no corpse." "The dried blood looks old," said Isaac. "I figure whatever happened here did so long ago. Nonetheless, let's hope he got out, and that this isn't an indication that whatever was in here ate him." "I'm with you. Let's go to the next office." Isaac didn't like the feeling that the police station was overrun. That meant that whatever hit the city was not something they could respond to. It would have been every person for themselves. He had seen some military vehicles outside, but they were few in number and abandoned. The next office was Lieutenant Justin Holgerson's. Isaac exhaled when he saw the computer was still intact. "This'll do." He took out his PSD and located the computer's power cord. After scanning it, he created an outlet for the computer. The contextual menu made it easy, and he wondered if that's what Kate saw when she aimed her PSD at the roof door. He took a seat and turned on the computer. "Let's see what we can find." Kate was glad Isaac was tech-literate. Although she used a computer for work, administrating an operating system was not her strong suit. She was good with programs that crunched astronomical data, though. She furrowed her brow as she stood behind him. She didn't recognize the logo that popped up as the system booted. "Rysoft. Yeah, this is definitely a different Earth," said Isaac. "You think you'll be able to interact with it?" asked Kate. Isaac nodded. "There's a mouse and keyboard, so interaction should be similar. There may be different things in regard to the file system and the like, but I suspect it'll have a GUI we can interact with." Kate walked over to the door and glanced out. It was still quiet, and she despawned her energy shield. That would minimize their profile. She closed the door and pulled the shade down over the top window. She grabbed a chair and sat next to Isaac. Standard login screen. Not sure what his credentials are," said Isaac. Kate tapped a post-it note on the edge of the desk. "I think that might help." Isaac examined it. Why am I not surprised? He entered the credentials, which allowed him to log in successfully. It was an ongoing joke that clients he worked with would sometimes put their passwords on sticky notes to remember them. It was a sign of a bad security protocol in general. Using a passphrase was the recommended approach, but it seems that was not done here. He had worked with security personnel who changed their login credentials every 90 days, making those who didn't memorize it do things like this. Isaac studied the screen. Some things are universal. There's a file explorer, so we can look at that. He has icons here for different programs. Times like this, I wish I could interact with systems directly. Kate touched his arm. Have you tried? You're a cyborg for the most part. I haven't. I'm not sure how I would even connect. Is there a Wi-Fi thing available, or Bluetooth? Isaac tilted his head. Holy shit. This does have a wireless network card, and I can connect to it. This'll make browsing the system a lot easier. Kate drew her head back when Isaac's eyes turned silver. She had never seen that before, but it was like he was in a trance. He must be interfacing with the system, so she stayed quiet and observed. After 15 minutes, Isaac stirred as his eyes returned to normal. Okay, that was unexpected. I felt like I was flying through a digital landscape. Nonetheless, I found several documents attached in emails, and it has a notice on what happened. Seems an infectious creature got loose with the ability to replicate and mutate. Kate narrowed her eyes. One creature did all this? Isaac eased into his chair. It expanded fast. Here, let me show you. Kate grimaced at the small, gremlin-like creature that appeared in her ARI. It had dark gray skin, and its large mouth unnerved her. Its forearms, ending in clawed hands, and the sharp talons on its feet indicated the monster would have no problem tearing something up. This was something that could do major damage up close. So what do they call it? They call it a denbor, said Isaac. It was part of an experiment. Project Convergence. Believe it or not, that's a combination of a crow, a cat, some other animals, and an unlabeled specimen only known as X. There was also a chemical cocktail involved. It apparently got loose and infected the facility it was in, but not before they were able to kill it. The resulting mutated humans, which they called denbors, spread fast, infecting any human or animal they could get to and causing mutations to continue to evolve. The police were ordered to shoot on sight. The scary part is this happened only 2 years ago. Kate scrunched her face. Nature wouldn't claim this city that fast. Isaac rubbed the back of his neck. Unless the plant life is infected somehow. It didn't look like normal plants to me. Oh, good point. I don't think we need to go into the city to scan it. I'm with you on that. Kate shuddered as she studied the original denbor. How its infection came to dominate Chicago so fast boggled her mind. She was sure there was resistance, but the police station painted a picture that the denbors were relentless. There could also have been mutations that made it easier to infect others. She gestured at Isaac. They look nasty. But fast evolution or a mutation would explain all the variations we saw on our way here. Yeah, but how it spread so fast is what's shocking. I'm guessing animals really contribute to that. There wasn't much about what was going on in the rest of the world, but if Chicago was hit this hard, I'd suspect it's the same everywhere. Kate had also wondered about the time frame. There was probably more to the infections than was known. However, that was not the focus for the time being. Are there any survivors? She asked. Isaac grunted. Apparently, the Nordic countries and northern Canada are safe havens. I guess denbors don't like cold. That's a bit away, said Kate. Although I think we should head that way. I don't want to leave this area in case Evaran and M come. I agree. Although they'd show up in our ARIs even if the Torvatta was in orbit and where we might not matter in that regard. However, it could also be worse out there. Maybe we should stay here for a bit. We can decide to leave later if enough time has passed. The thought of Evaran and M not coming filled Kate with dread. They should have been here by now. A loud growl from outside interrupted her thoughts. What was that? She asked. Isaac stood, then grabbed his PSD, which shut off the computer. I don't know, but we shouldn't stick around to find out. Let's go. They exited the office and paused. Chaotic footsteps thundered down the stairwell. Their exit would lead them into whatever creature was there. Isaac lightly tapped her arm, and they ran the opposite way. Kate was glad he knew the station. They took a stairwell to the ground level. As they approached the main doors, they blew open, and a 9-foot-tall, ogre-like monstrosity strode in. Kate gulped at not only the sheer size of the creature, but also its misshapen face and mutated skin. Liquids oozed out of blisters on its upper arms and chest. However, it was the small horde of mutated humanoid denbors behind it that took her breath away. To make matters worse, More were coming from the roof. They must have scaled the walls, and she wasn't sure how she and Isaac had been detected. "What do we do?" she asked. "Out the front, then use your flying suit. Stay close to me," said Isaac. He raised his arm and fired a repulsion beam, which sent all but the large mutant away. Stun beams didn't work on the monster either. After he tried his laser, which put a hole in the monster's upper chest, the ogre rushed him. He formed his energy shield and burst forward. When they collided, the abomination was sent flying out the door. It bowled over the nearest mutated den boars. Kate checked behind them, her heart beat raging. The second floor was packed with enemies, and some wailed and shrieked as they ran down the stairs toward them. She fired a repulsion blast, which knocked down those on the stairs, but it didn't stop the others from running over the downed ones. She tried a mist and stun beam, but it seemed to make them angry. She wasn't going to be able to hold them back, so she fired sticky globules and turned to check on Isaac. A humanoid den boar pounced on her. She fell while trying to fight it off. Others landed next to her and began to bite her. Her suit protected most of her, but she was bit in the face and on the hands. She changed the yellow dots inside them to red, but it had no effect. These den boars were tough. In panic, she tried to change their dots to green, but it had no impact. "Isaac!" she yelled in between screaming. Isaac booted the one on top of her, then smashed those near her into a pulpy mess. Kate felt some sort of infection in her, but her healing ability kept it at bay. However, it made her weak, and she wobbled after being helped up. Her vision blurred as a massive horde of den boar variations charged through the station entrance. The large one had also gotten back up and was on its way. "Screw this," said Isaac. He fired 3 bright laser beams at the entrance, which sliced anything in its path in half. Using the momentary distraction, he scooped up Kate, then formed his flying suit. She didn't complain, but it bothered her that she was once again a liability. Without Isaac here, she wouldn't have survived this encounter. He dashed outside faster than she could ever recall seeing him move. Thankfully, he had no distractions, which allowed him to fly away right as the big monster was on them. He had to kick away a den boar that clung to his leg, but it couldn't bite hard enough to puncture his suit. She relaxed some after they reached another rooftop that was clear of enemies. Isaac wasted no time in creating the flying platform. Kate thanked him, then went to her bed. Nausea swept over her, but she was calm in the knowledge that she would heal away whatever was inside her. She could see why humanity, at least in Chicago, had trouble with the den boars. The military might have held out longer than most, but for the average civilian, this would have been a death sentence. She peered off the side as the platform rose. The monsters fought over the scraps of the wounded. She grimaced as the large creature grabbed a smaller one and began to eat it. Apparently, most of the others around it didn't seem to care, although some tried to fight it to no avail. After they reached a decent height, Isaac sat on his bed opposite her. She faced him and extended her hand. He held it. "How you doing?" "I'm okay," said Kate. I couldn't affect them. I even tried making their dots green. It's like they didn't even care they were being hurt or healed." Isaac puffed his cheeks. "Yeah. Plus they're cannibals. They seem to take any opportunity to feed. But I noticed something. They didn't use any tactics other than to rush and try to eat. I think they're truly mindless and running on instinct. I noticed that too. I'm so glad we have our survival suits and PSDs. It could have been a lot worse for me down there." He gently squeezed her hand. "I'm glad for them too." Despite her feeling sick, a warm sensation swept over her. She wasn't even sure why she offered her hand to Isaac. It felt natural, and his holding it without hesitation gave her goosebumps. "We're in no rush now that we're safe," said Isaac. "I have a lot of information to sift through." "Oh," said Kate. They stopped holding hands. Isaac got up, then sat with his back to her bed. "I'll do it right here until you're better." It wasn't even 11 a.m. yet, and they already had a crazy day. She laid a hand on his shoulder, then her eyelids drooped. A nap would do her good, and with Isaac next to her, she was strong enough to ignore the slight pain from the infection. She smiled when he placed his hand over hers for a moment. This was something she could get used to. Chapter 6. Evot tunneled straight down outside one of the large cylindrical buildings in Mazarik's compound. Her algorithms fought for her attention. One focused on how nice it was to be with the others. The second dealt with wanting to find Isaac and Kate. She concentrated, then assigned a lower priority to the one dedicated to the others. She elevated the one that dealt with Isaac and Kate. It was a priority management technique that Brad Washington, her boyfriend, had taught her. She wished he could have come along, but her other servbot was with him at a convention in California. He would have jumped at the chance to help Isaac and Kate. However, once this was resolved, hopefully without issues, Evaran would take everyone to moments after the encounter with Mazarik. She burrowed in such a way as to leave a minimal footprint. Mazarik's seismic detection ability was unknown, but there was an advanced AI present, so it would think of things to monitor that might be missed by others. Unfortunately for the designers of this cylindrical tower, they didn't account for the ground shifting. That had created tiny gaps at the base where the shield generators were. They emitted fields that wrapped around the facility. However, the ground had moved slightly in one direction over time, stretching the output just enough for the Torvatta to find an entry point. Evot found it inefficient to not reposition the generators or recalculate the field output. Perhaps that was considered good enough since there would be a remote probability of an attack from below, but it would be easy to do so. She listened in on the conversation between Evaran, Dalton, Dylan, and M in the hollow room. They had a 360-degree view of what she saw. She had also allocated some of her nanobots to form cameras that could relay information. Her current form was a 4-nanobot-thick rope with a twisting component on the end. She could also see the hollow room via Dalton's perspective. Evaran was going over some of the scan readings. He was a beacon of calm, and that permeated the others. Dylan acted more relaxed, while Dalton and M added their own interpretations on various topics. It was a cozy chat atmosphere, and Evot desired more social events with them instead of only gathering during events like this. Dalton had checked the portal getaway, and it did have an inactive stable portal. How the unstable ones were created was unknown, but there was no sign of the quantum beacon. That meant it had been taken into the domed structure for research, most likely. Just like M had analyzed the orbs left behind, Mazarik would probably do the same for the beacon. It took her about 30 minutes to reach the base of the tower and move toward the opening. Thankfully, her current form was small enough to slip through. She had to be careful, as the path through the generator required her to bore some holes into it, and she didn't want it to break. The presiding AI would most likely determine foul play. The generators dominated the center of the large, dark room she breached. She traveled to a wall and flattened herself out into a 2-nanobot-thick sheet that mimicked the wall color. From a human perspective, she would be invisible. A thermal scan would reveal her, as would any movement tracker. Thankfully, she didn't detect technology capable of either. There were small cameras embedded in the ceiling, so she moved up near them on the side to avoid any potential detection. 4 motionless stick-figure robots were attached to the right and left walls. She determined they were activated when needed. There wouldn't be much to do in the room, as the monitoring system on the generators most likely connected to a central agency somewhere. She moved across the ceiling to one of the 2 doors into the room. Opening it would require her to access the system, which would alert the AI to her presence. There was no type of shielding on the doors, so she created a small hole in the wall and slipped in. This was a technique she would need to use throughout her trip. The small hallway she arrived at was featureless. Like the room, it was dark. The AI and its robots would have no need for light, and the width was only what was necessary to bring in maintenance parts. Her happiness algorithm activated when Dalton said the hallway was 2 Dylans wide, making Dylan object and say he was bigger than that. It was a maze to reach the first floor with any type of storage. There were no offices on her way there, but it was evident that everything under the first floor was maintained by robots. The floor was highly optimized for them, from charging stalls to the ports on the walls that allowed them to connect. Although the open area she had reached was the first floor, it wasn't at the ground level. Instead, the floors were indicated by ringed walkways. A massive pillar surrounded by 4 platforms stood inside the open center. They allowed for movement up and down the tower, and when they were at another level, they connected to extensions from the floor. There wasn't much activity, but there was enough to determine the purpose of the platforms. She went to the side of the first floor and inspected the capsule embedded in the wall. It had a naked human in some type of liquid. Various tubes were connected to the body, and a helmet with a thick, flexible tube on the back covered the head. The human was in some type of stasis. "Whoa," said Dylan. "Why is Mazarik storing humans?" "I don't know," said Evaran. "I doubt it's to eat them, as there would be easier ways to do that, and much more energy-efficient options." Dylan shook his head. that doesn't leave a lot of other options. Dalton rubbed his chin. I thought maybe they were being used for blood generation, but like Evaran said, that could be replicated with Mazarik's level of technology.
There is another option for feeding. Life Layer Link, or 3L,
said M. That would require Mazarik being able to interact with it. Dalton addressed Evaran. Is that possible? Evaran frowned. At Mazarik's APR, yes, but it depends on his exotic energy. There are 100 humans per floor. Evot, can you go to the top so we know how many floors there are?
Of course,
she said. She analyzed the various options on what purpose the humans served. The 3L option intrigued her, but she couldn't see 3Ls. Evaran could, but he was a powerful being. As she slithered up the walls, she spotted a platform in use. It had a slab with a container that had a human inside. Like the ones she had seen before, the human was barely alive, but in good shape otherwise. Evot, can you follow that slab first? Asked Evaran.
On it,
she said. The robot workers pushed the slab onto the 5th floor walkway, then took it to one of the embedded storage capsules. It was empty and opened up when a worker inserted a cord from its body into a port on the wall. The others positioned the slab in front, flush against the wall. One of the robots plugged into the slab, and a moment later, the slab lifted the container, flipped it around, then tilted forward until the container was locked in place in the embedded unit. Evot found the process efficient. They used a mix of wireless and wired connectors to perform the task, and the slab and wall components were highly specialized. Once the embedded wall unit covered up, the robots returned to the platform. That's interesting, said Dalton. This floor is only half full. That would be a lot of empty storage space if there's only 4.5 floors of humans.
I'll verify,
said Evot. She continued ascending. As Dalton had predicted, the 6th floor and higher had empty wall units. It took her about 30 minutes to reach the top level of 100, meaning this tower could store 1,000 humans. Every 25 levels was a central platform. She confirmed that those special levels acted as entry points that supported their floor and the next 24 above them. So with the 8 towers we saw, that's 8,000 humans they can store? Said Dylan. Perhaps not, said Evaran. Evot, can you go to the next tower?
Of course.
She went to level 25, which was the ground floor, and exited through one of the large doorways. Although she didn't have a map of how the towers were connected, they had seen covered tunnels between them. She was moving through one now, and it was the most activity she had seen since she arrived. Like most areas, there was no illumination. The second tower she entered was different from the first. While it had the similar concept of levels, there was no central pillar. Instead, the lift was on the far side next to a massive doorway. The floor she ran into had a variety of combat robots. Some were as large as a house, but most were the size of a cat and resembled huge wasps with thicker legs. Is this a robot army? Asked Dylan. Evaran narrowed his eyes. I believe so. I think the AI can take control of them as needed. This tower would have fewer floors overall due to the design by a factor of 3 to 1, assuming this is a standard floor. It seems this army has some heavy assault units, but most are flying drones. That's about 33 floors of wildness, basically, said Dylan. Dalton gestured at him. That sounds about right. Evot moved along the ceiling, taking inventory. There were some heavily armored humanoid robots. Drones of all types had a variety of functions, but it was the massive mechs that stood out. They had devastating firepower with laser and rocket cannons. They even had huge jump jets that allowed them to fly if needed. Even one with a backup of hundreds of swarming drones would be lethal. If every floor was like this, then Mazarik had an army on standby. Perhaps he planned to use them when he mentioned dealing with other powerful forces. This army was too small to take over Earth or even the Earth Ward, and it would stand no chance against the Kregan Star Empire. If they stepped in, it would be over quickly, but most likely at a great cost to Earth. Even Fredoria would crush Mazarik unless there were more forces hidden somewhere. She would check out the rest of the floors to verify what was there, but she expected more of the same. The main spherical compound was of interest to her, so she would also try to see if there was a way in from her location. How she would get any information from any system was something she and the others would need to figure out. Dalton had learned a lot from Evot's reconnaissance. He didn't like what he saw in one of the other towers she had scouted. It had stuffed humanoids from different Earths presented as trophies, and there were hundreds, and not all were humans. Mazarik had been at this for a long time, and the trophy room indicated he enjoyed collecting powerful enemies and putting them on display. He was a big game hunter, and his prey was other Earth's champions. With them out of the way, he did whatever he wanted to those Earths. Evot had been gone for 6 hours, and it was now 4:30 a.m. Dylan had gone to bed, while M and Evot were in their crucibles in low power mode. Dalton had slept some, and despite the Torvatta's neural effect, he had woken up after Evot had returned. Evaran had gone to the roof. Dalton wasn't sure why he was there, so he decided to check on him. When Dalton reached the roof, Evaran stood motionless, staring out with his hands behind his back. "Dalton, you're up early," said Evaran without turning his head. Dalton joined him.
"Hey. Yeah, Evot's return woke me up, and now I'm fully awake.
"I can leave if you want some alone time." "You're fine," said Evaran. "I don't sleep, as you know, and I was merely contemplating the situation. Good idea for the Torvatta to do a deep scan on the main compound. I hope there's a point where Evot can enter like earlier." "I do as well," said Evaran. "Mazarik is a powerful being, and he has a strong army, albeit a small one. However, he has advanced technology that can replicate as needed on other Earths."
"True."
"I'm still confident we'll find Isaac and Kate," said Dalton. Evaran nodded. "I am as well. Nonetheless, I was curious as to how your team has been doing on your cases. I've read your case files, but I'm not aware of the dynamics there." Dalton grinned. "They're great. After every case, the team gets better. I saw you visited our ceremony during the last case." "I did, but I didn't want to disrupt things. I assumed you would be able to detect us there, though." Dalton recalled sensing the Torvatta and the calm it brought him. It was a special bond, and he was glad to have it.
"Your touching of the team from your first version has really helped," he said.
"I was glad to do so," said Evaran. "They're exceptional people."
"Yeah. Brad's been adjusting to using his enhanced ability better. He doesn't crash out like Dylan, Isaac, and Kate, but he does get weaker for a bit."
"Once he's normalized, he won't have any issues," said Evaran. Dalton had been worried about the strain put on Brad, but he didn't think Evaran would have given him an enhancement that would hurt him.
"He's aware of it now, so he's been practicing," said Dalton.
"That's good to hear. How are the others?" Dalton cleared his throat.
"Todd is stepping up, and is a very capable deputy. Rick is a lot better without the Kargas tech in his head. Valerie's healing is strong. Perhaps not as much as Kate's, but we've discovered she can heal in her own right, assuming the person doesn't mind being attracted to her for a while. And Evot, well, you've seen her evolution."
"She seems to have adapted to her new emotional states," said Evaran.
"Yeah, but the negative ones make her overanalyze things," said Dalton. "Brad convinced her to add a factor to consider the present when she's prioritizing, so she can have multiple algorithms running, some of which may be negative, but she can process the now and then apply it to reprioritize as needed."
Evaran pursed his lips. "An interesting approach. That should keep her from being overwhelmed. Brad is a good match for her." Dalton had hit the lottery with Brad being on the team. While they had Dalton and Evot for most technical issues, Brad's ability allowed him to do things neither could. An example was if they had to search through terabytes of data. It would take some time if Dalton or Evot had to do it. Brad could simply ask where the data was, and it would be found. Dalton wasn't sure how that worked. He eyed Evaran.
"And how are you adapting to your second form?"
"I've adjusted, mostly," said Evaran. "This form is more expressive, and I've learned to control its expression better."
"I'll admit, seeing this form compared to your first has been interesting," said Dalton.
Evaran smiled. "I understand."
Dalton swatted his arm. "See, like that. Your other form would have done a half one. I'd kind of gotten used to it."
"Perhaps you'll see it again."
Dalton perked up. "I'll see your first form again. An out-of-sync thing."
"I can't say." Dalton's mind raced. While he would take any meeting with the first Evaran and the gang, it would be odd given all he knew. Contact would have to be kept to a minimum. Then again, it might not happen. However, whenever Evaran was vague on some topics, it usually meant he was hiding something, especially if it messed with personal timelines.
"Well, seeing you in any form is good for me," said Dalton. "What have you noticed as different from your first to second form?"
Most notably is the drop in power. My first form had more cosmic energy. That was reset back to its initial state when I reformed. I'm 2 APR lower than my first form, and I felt that in our encounter with Mazarik. Dalton had also been surprised that Mazarik had been able to push Evaran back. The first form would have not only stopped Mazarik, but slammed him back. Dalton figured he would feel odd if he had lost some cosmic energy. While he had a powerful Scout Spectre outfit, along with all of its benefits, it was no replacement for cosmic energy. Just means you'll need to be more creative in your solutions instead of using brute force, said Dalton. I concur, said Evaran. In our fight with Mazarik, I reacted as if I had more cosmic energy than I actually have. It's something that I am still adjusting to. It was strange to hear Evaran concerned about power. That was never his goal. But Dalton also understood it helped when dealing with powerful entities. He suspected Mazarik was a wake-up call that Evaran couldn't handle him physically. To someone like him, that would be devastating. Yet he took it in stride. Well, for Mazarik, you've got friends. I somehow think he doesn't. Outside of his army, said Dalton. Evaran cast him a sidelong glance. I'm glad you and Evot are with us on this. Dalton wagged a finger. You know we'll always come should you ask. I know you won't, and it took an event where we were together for that to happen. I try to avoid endangering others since it minimizes timeline interference. However, a Torvatta summons can override that, said Evaran. Nonetheless, the Torvatta wants you on Earth. Dalton shrugged. And maybe it enticed me to come out to train with Dylan, knowing this event would occur. The Torvatta is sometimes mysterious, said Evaran. Sometimes. They cracked up. Dalton loved moments like this with Evaran. They were rare, so he took what he could get. Evaran rarely talked to anyone about his personal concerns. He would shield it from the gang so as not to worry them, but with Dalton, that wasn't an issue. Perhaps it was a cosmic being thing. Whatever the reason, he was glad to be part of Evaran's trusted inner circle, regardless of what form he was in. Chapter 7. Kate sat on a hill overlooking the city. It was May 6, 2014, 10 a.m., about a month since their arrival on this apocalyptic Earth. Every day had frustrated her more and more, as she was sure something had happened to Evaran and M, and probably Dylan as well. Perhaps Mazarik had sent them away, and without the Torvatta, they were stranded too. Isaac had reassured her that cosmic beings couldn't be teleported, but she had pointed out that it didn't apply if the portal went over someone. He didn't know how that worked, so it left her without answers. It was also possible that Dylan had encountered Mazarik when out by himself, and he could be stranded as well. Her point about Evaran and M finding them was that regardless of how long it took them to locate her and Isaac, they would have traveled to the point where she and Isaac had arrived. That didn't happen. It could be a Torvatta thing, but as Isaac mentioned often, it would make no sense to make them Torvatta-touched, then prevent them from being rescued. She thought it would want them to assist on summons. Relax, said Isaac. She exhaled. I'm trying. I just can't shake the feeling something's wrong. Isaac gazed into the sky. Yeah, I know that feeling. All we can do is hold out hope that Evaran and M come sometime in the next 5 years. Otherwise, we're going to need to find a sustainable food and water source before our PSDs are out of service. Kate sighed. In this place, I don't think it's very conducive to planting a garden. He chuckled. Probably not. But until then, we have the power of the PSDs. We can build something somewhere that's secure. Maybe with an indoor garden and near a water source we can use. Build it inside a mountain or somewhere out of reach of the monsters here. Yeah, but what type of life would that be? She asked. Isaac looked down. I get it. She poked his arm. But if you're with me, maybe it would be bearable. He laughed. Well, I'm glad for that. The thought of having to survive without the PSDs terrified her. They were fully charged when on the Torvatta. Isaac was right in that they should plan for the long term, but she wanted off this Earth as soon as possible. Losing the ability to fly would make travel a lot more hazardous. Any breakdown in food or drink production would have dire effects. Every day here was another day closer to that event. They would need to be prepared well before then and make sure that anything they created could be fixed or repaired. Her ability would help in that regard. We can always head north to the safe havens well before our PSDs run out, said Isaac. Kate bobbed her head. Yeah, we always have that as a last resort. Survivor groups here might not be the friendliest, no doubt. You up for a grocery run? Asked Isaac. Huh? Asked Kate. Not trying to change the subject, but there's several places in the area. I bet they still have some goods in them. I mean, the PSD's food pellets give us what we need daily, but I'm craving real food. Kate wrinkled her brow. I bet the places are picked clean. Isaac extended his hand in front of him. I think these Denbors swept through so fast that most humans fled. While the Denbors might have eaten whatever they could get their hands on, I doubt they touched canned foods. You just want chicken in a can, said Kate. He chortled. Okay, maybe not all canned foods are equal, but I think it's worth a shot. Beats sitting on the platform like this last month. Kate had been getting antsy to do something. The last month had been informative, and they had flown all across Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. They had discovered humans outside the city to the northeast, but they weren't the type she wanted to meet. Some humans were in cages, and the others who controlled the makeshift fort wore bone armor and practiced cannibalism. They had reverted to a primitive state, and it wasn't lost on her what the chained women were for. Although she wanted to help them, it would be her and Isaac against several hundred opponents. There also wasn't a jail to send those they could take down, and even if they did free some of the captives, she wasn't sure she and Isaac could provide them with food and water. In the east was a military base with a smaller group of humans, and Kate had witnessed brutal executions and other atrocities on captured victims. The remaining humans had regressed into a survival society, which made sense given the world they were in. It still alarmed her that their aggression had occurred in only 2 years, and she wanted no part in interacting with them. It lent some credence to the idea that the safe havens could be similar to some of these groups. They could even be worse. It would take some time to check those out, and it might be better spent in finding a better place to hole up if she and Isaac needed to. There was also a clear set of factions within the Denbors. The mutated humans, or mutants, as she called them, lived in the city. Although they wore tattered clothing and wielded crude weapons, they had a society of some type. They fought what she called the mindless, Denbors of various shapes and sizes that wandered around looking for something to eat. The two groups fought whenever they met, but the mindless had numbers. She wasn't sure how the mutants were created, but their numbers had grown. She spotted one with bone armor, which led her to believe it had probably been a human from one of the camps. The humans also fought both Denbor factions. The mutants stayed away from the human camps, and the mindless were mowed down before they could reach one. However, the city was controlled by the Denbors. She had witnessed a military raid that ended with half the team dead. One downside of the flying platform was that it wasn't invisible, and they had been spotted a few times. However, they were high enough that the humans wouldn't be able to make much sense of what they were seeing. Kate had checked to see if there was a camouflage aspect, but there was none for the platform. She hated this world and wanted off it at all costs. The thought of studying and relaxing on the Torvatta seemed so far away. She figured she would be going crazy if Isaac wasn't with her. He had been her rock since their arrival, and he could lighten her mood with considerable ease. Kate grimaced. I would say we could use our suits for chameleon mode, but we know the Denbors have a heightened sense of smell. Yeah, said Isaac. Apparently being upwind at the police station was like sticking a giant "We're here" sign there. We can still minimize our footprint. All right, then. I call dibs on any apple pies in a can. They grinned at each other as Isaac created the flying platform. She had to use the bathroom, so it was good timing. After doing so, she joined Isaac in the front. The place they left was the same ledge where he had first created the platform. It was high enough that no Denbors could reach it, and far enough away that no one could see them unless they used binoculars and were specifically looking for them. They usually were close enough to the rock wall that someone would have to fly up to see them. Kate clenched and unclenched her fists on the trip to the supermarket, which took 20 minutes. She didn't want to have to fight, but that was a possibility. A scan showed there to be no enemies in the area. To them, the supermarket was probably a place with no food. They landed near the busted front doors. The supermarket had a mix of consumer items with a grocery section. The place was large, and she was emboldened after stepping inside and waiting for a bit. If the Denbors came, she and Isaac could make a fast exit. Kate grabbed a shopping cart, then surveyed the place. Going to be fun navigating the place with half of everything in the aisles? Then let's check out the canned goods first, said Isaac. He moved some debris out of the way with his foot, then led the way in. Kate wasn't sure if she would see corpses, but she doubted she would. Over the last month, there were some human remains, but no full skeletons or corpses. She still had no idea how the mutants came to be created, but suspected it could be due to the infection she had experienced not being fully complete in them. The infected would have to escape before being eaten, though. The walk down the main path to the back was slow. Every sound made them pause and check the environment out. It got darker the farther they went in, as the sunlight coming through the broken front windows only lit up so much. Thankfully, their dark vision made it easy to see. She had thought there would be the smell of rotting food, particularly in the produce section, but the smell reminded her of ammonia. There were a lot of ants, and they probably removed any produce and anything else they could eat over the last few years. It disturbed her that native wildlife was not common, and dogs and cats were scarce. However, their mutated versions were not. Hopefully, neither was present here. After 10 minutes, they reached the canned goods aisle. Isaac shook his head. Looks like someone else had the same idea as us. Kate pointed at some cans on a shelf, but they didn't get everything. They moved into the aisle and checked them out. Canned beets, said Isaac, grimacing. No thanks. Kate examined the other side. There's some canned meat here. Isaac picked up a can. Yeah, and it's expired. Well, we can continue looking, said Kate. She wasn't holding out much hope that they would find much. This was probably one of the first places raided by survivors. Every aisle so far was a wreck. Some were picked clean, like the chips one. After a bit, they found some canned vegetables and loaded them into their cart. Shouting from the front of the store broke the silence. What was that? Asked Isaac, rushing to the end of the lane. Kate joined him and watched two young men, one dark-skinned and one Asian American, dash into the store. Behind them was a throng of mindless and hot pursuit. The dark-skinned man tripped over some of the debris Isaac had moved out of the way earlier. The man was torn to shreds almost instantly. The other man paused. Sean! He tried to help Sean, but there wasn't much to save. One of the creatures bit his leg, but he used a machete to kill it, then knocked it off. He fled down the main pathway toward the back, stopping every now and then to limp and wince in pain. We have to help him, said Kate. I agree, said Isaac. He spawned his shield and created a blade from his PSD. Let's save him. Although stun didn't seem to work on the Denbors, the repulsion beam did, and Kate figured she could at least use that. The commotion attracted other Denbors, who screeched in the distance. This needed to be put to an end, and fast. Isaac stepped out into the main pathway. He had found using a blade, shield, and laser to be the most effective ways to stop Denbors. Although he didn't like killing them, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. They were on his kill list, and after several forays into the city, it didn't bother him anymore. He did try to use his repulsion beam to scare them away, but the mindless didn't care. Although the PSD was non-lethal in design, he could override it with his ability. The man running toward them wore a look of sheer terror. He ran fast toward a darker part of the building, but Isaac didn't think he and Kate had been seen yet. Their shields would have lit up the area some, but the man was watching the ground. That was a smart move, considering Sean hadn't, and had paid the ultimate price. When the guy did take notice of them, he came to a halt. His head spun as he peeked behind him, then forward. Isaac dematerialized his blade for a moment, then beckoned at him. Come on, get behind us. The man jumped at the sound of the horde almost on him. He burst toward Isaac and Kate, and when he reached them, he collapsed. Kate inspected him. He's infected. We'll carry him out after dealing with this, said Isaac. Can you slow it down? I can try, she said. She stared the man in the eyes. Don't be alarmed. I'm going to slow down your infection. The man winced and held his side while vigorously shaking his head. Kate's hands glowed as she laid them on the startled man. Isaac fired a laser beam that cut down the forward group of enemies. There was another group at the front, and beyond that, others were beginning to trickle in. Isaac knew they had to leave before it got too chaotic. Once outside, they could fly away. A quick check on the man showed he had passed out. Shit, said Isaac. Okay. New plan. Create the sealed flying platform box and get him inside. I'm just going to shove it on out, then hop in when it's clear. Okay, said Kate. She squeezed his arm. Good luck. No harm is coming to either of you, he said. He stepped back as Kate formed the cube-shaped flying platform. It was a far cry from the one they had lived on for the last month, but this one was covered with powerful walls. Kate would still be able to see outside, but the main thing was that the Denbors wouldn't be able to breach the box unless they used laser weapons. Isaac laid the man inside. Then Kate closed the door. A quick check up front showed the Denbors were almost on them. Isaac got behind the hovering platform and placed both hands on it, then pushed forward. He gained momentum, and when the monsters swarmed around the cube, he barreled through them. They tried to bite him, and he stopped a few times to thin their numbers. His blade got a workout, but thankfully there wasn't a big mutant with this group. The two men must have gotten caught outside and figured the store was a safe place to hide. Isaac knew it wasn't unless there was a place to hole up in the back that he hadn't seen. The Denbors would have sniffed them out. After pushing through another group of attackers at the entrance, he took a moment to clear out the area. He wasn't sure what would happen if he got infected, but the bites couldn't break through the survival suit, much less his skin. A part of him was coming to enjoy close-quarters combat, where he could unleash his ability without worry. One Denbor had climbed the platform and leapt at him. He swatted it to the side, which knocked down two others that tried to attack him. He also incorporated kicks and shield bashes. Those ended up exploding enemies. The adrenaline and clarity he got was something he never expected to get from fighting. Isaac boarded the sealed platform. Then they went to the roof. He picked up the still unconscious man and moved out of the way as Kate dematerialized the cubed platform and spawned her modified one. They wasted no time in settling in and getting into the air. Isaac put the man in his bed, then peered over the side. There were more mindless rushing in from all directions. It was easy to see how they dominated so fast when every fight ended up with a swarm. Even a heavily armed group would eventually run out of ammunition while trying to continually move to avoid being hit by a horde. It would take elite levels of communication and discipline, and he knew that was not a strong suit for most groups. He flew toward the ledge where he had first created the modified platform. He wanted to have the platform landed when the man woke up. He could jump overboard if he awoke confused and scared. Kate had healed him some more, and she was exhausted. "I'm gonna lie down for a bit," she said. "I got this. Go. When the guy wakes up, I'll hold him down initially. Then hopefully we can talk." She hugged him, then went to her bed. He loved her empathy, and her hugs even more. They had gotten closer over the last month, and it was the one positive thing that kept him going. He had a pit in his stomach when he thought about Evaran and M not having already arrived. He would stick to the plan of waiting it out, but he hoped he didn't have to wait too long. After 2 hours, the man began to stir. Isaac poked Kate's arm, which caused her to wake up. Then he put a hand on the man's chest. The man yawned, then opened his eyes. He tried to get up, but failed. "Relax," said Isaac. "We're not going to hurt you, and you're in a safe place. Do you understand?" The man took a moment to survey his surroundings. "Yeah." "Good. I'm Isaac Barret, and this is Dr. Kate Minter. You were infected, but she healed you. You have no sign of infection now. What's your name?" The man ran his hands over his sides and face. "Lee Young. Wait, how did I get healed?" Kate raised a hand. "It's a special ability I have. Normally wouldn't show it, but you were dying." Lee puffed his cheeks, then moved his head to look at Isaac's hand on his chest. "So, what's with the hand?" Isaac removed it, just in case you woke up and went crazy. "We don't know anything about you." "Can I sit up?" Isaac and Kate sat on the edge of her bed, and Lee did on his. "We have some questions," said Kate. "Yeah, me too," said Lee, staring out the front. "What is this place?" Kate glanced at Isaac, who nodded and gestured outside. "Let's step outside. It may be easier to show you." "All right." Once off the platform, Kate pulled it into her PSD. Lee took a step back. What was that?" Isaac pursed his lips. "Advanced technology. We don't want to scare you, but at this point, it's futile to try to hide it." He swept his hand out toward the city. "We're on a ledge, out of reach of the Denbors." Lee walked close to the edge. "And your ship took us here?" Isaac chuckled. "I don't know if I'd call it a ship, but why not?" Hope shimmered in Lee's eyes. "My friend Sean, were you able to—" "I couldn't," said Kate. "He was dead before we could even react." Lee's eyes misted. I understand." "Were you too close?" "Yeah," said Lee, frowning. "He was my best friend ever since I was a kid. We went through the military together, too. We joined a group and did supply runs. Now, he's gone." The pain on Lee's face struck a chord with Isaac. He knew what it was like to lose someone close. Not much we can do for him. At least his death was quick. Lee wrinkled his brow as he scrutinized their outfits. "Are you human?" Kate drew her head back. "Of course we are. Well, I don't know of anyone having technology like this or outfits like yours. Where are you from?" Isaac extended his hands to the side. "This may sound crazy, but we're from a parallel Earth." "Oh, that actually makes sense." "It does." Lee placed a hand on his chest. "Sci-fi guy all the way here. You two picked the worst Earth to come to." "We didn't come by choice," said Kate. "You mentioned a group." "Yeah, I guess I did. I don't usually volunteer that information, but you saved my life." "We can take you back to them." Lee's eyes lit up. "I'd very much appreciate that. I'm sure our leaders would love to talk to you." Isaac shrugged. "Works for me. The only other humans we've seen out here don't seem like the friendly type. If you're an example of someone from your group, then you're already much better than what we've seen. I've heard of those other groups. We try to avoid them." "So, we using your ship again?" Isaac grinned. "Yeah. Step back." After forming the platform, they all boarded. Lee sat where Kate normally would, his mouth agape. Isaac was glad Lee was a calm person, and his science fiction interest made explaining things easier. The explosion of information temporarily kept Lee focused versus what Isaac knew would be a dark period when he mourned Sean. The camp was to the south of Chicago. It was nestled into a clearing in the forest in front of a cave and was a small group of makeshift tents with wooden stakes around the perimeter. It didn't look like a permanent settlement. Lee singled out a spot a bit away from the camp. "Land there. I'll need to talk to our leaders before you arrive. I'd suggest also putting your ship back in your pen thing." "All right," said Isaac. "And we call it a personal support device, or PSD. "Got it." After landing, Lee took off. Kate pulled the flying platform back into her PSD. "I guess we wait." Isaac narrowed his eyes. "Hopefully it's not a trap." "I don't think so. The camp looked small, and I think we can handle whatever comes our way." "I agree," he said. After 15 minutes, Lee returned with 2 men. One was an older, fair-skinned man with gray slacks, black boots, a camouflage-patterned jacket, and a ball cap. However, Isaac was caught by surprise by the other fair-skinned, older man. He wore brown khakis and a sweater vest, and had a bald spot with 2 gray tufts of hair on the sides. He was also a wild-born. The first man offered a handshake. "Michael O'Donnell. I run our little group. Lee says you saved him." "We were glad to." "Isaac Barret," he said, clasping Michael's hand. "Dr. Kate Minter," said Kate, following suit. The wild-born adjusted his glasses and extended his hand. "Dr. Albert Snowden. But you can just call me Albert. Or the Professor." Chapter 8. Kate struggled to believe how much Albert resembled the Dr. Snowden she knew. Albert was slimmer, most likely due to the apocalyptic environment, but his voice was the same from the videos on the Torvatta. Although his outfit was different, the biggest change was that he was a wild-born. His aura showed he had the ability to calm others. Michael cleared his throat. "Lee said you two are from a parallel Earth." "Yep," said Kate. "And it wasn't our choice to come here. We normally wouldn't discuss that. But this place is crazy." Albert wagged a finger at her. "Parallel Earths as an idea aren't as unusual as you might think. I've long surmised they exist, but never pursued it due to the academic stigma around it. Nonetheless, our version of Dr. Kate Minter died, who you're a carbon copy of, and that further validates your claim to being from a parallel Earth." Kate's heartbeat ramped up. Although it was her parallel version, it stuck out that this other Kate would have thought like her and then had to experience the Denbors without any advantages. That sounded like a nightmare. Isaac addressed Albert. "We had a Dr. Snowden, what we called him on our Earth. I think calling you Albert will help clarify which version we're talking about." "That works for me. Oh, I'd love to hear more about him. And your Earth," said Albert. Michael grunted. "I can tell by your suits that you're using some sort of tech. Lee mentioned a flying platform that could be created from a pen." "Personal support device, or PSD, actually," said Isaac. "Do you want to see the platform?" Albert gulped. Oh, definitely. After everyone moved away, Isaac spawned the flying platform. You gotta be shitting me, said Michael. Lee smiled big. See, I told you. Albert walked around and examined it. What was this created out of? Nanobots, said Kate. Of course, morphable metal, essentially. I'm glad you understand this, Professor, said Michael. Kate could almost see the gears turning in Albert's head. It was odd to not call him Dr. Snowden, but she would try to call him Albert. She was always aware of knowledge pollution, but this wasn't the main timeline that Evaran protected. Not only that, but she wasn't sure this knowledge would be something that would change the course of events on this Earth. Can we do a quick flying trip? Asked Albert. Isaac raised an eyebrow at Kate, who lowered her head while raising her hand. Sure, hop on. Isaac went to his right seat, while Michael took the left. Kate, Lee, and Albert stood behind them. All right, up we go, said Isaac. Michael grabbed the sides of his seat as they ascended. Albert's eyes darted around as if he was contemplating the situation. The things you could do with this, said Michael. Yeah, said Lee. Transporting people like me is a good example. Michael circled his finger at Kate. Lee said he was infected, but you healed him. She placed a hand on her upper chest. It's my special ability. Isaac's is strength. Normally we wouldn't tell anyone about this, but it's kind of hard to hide healing Lee. I get it, said Albert. Wish I had special abilities. Kate tilted her head. It was apparent he didn't know he was a wild-born. She didn't want to out him in front of Michael and Lee, but perhaps when they were alone at some point, they could discuss it. Michael shook his head. The professor is our rock. He can explain things and calm people down. Both useful abilities in a place like this. Oh, that's just my confidence, said Albert, grinning. Even so, said Michael. He bowed his head. But I know Kate's healing has limits. Sean was too far gone to help, from what Lee said. Silence reigned. Isaac licked his lips. We didn't see them until they were in the store, and Sean was already swarmed. Michael sighed. He was one of our best scouts and had been with the group since it formed 2 years ago. An eternity in this place. Lee frowned. He was a damn good scout. And my best friend. Albert laid a hand on his shoulder. He was a good friend to all. Emotions were still raw, and Kate didn't know if the others in the camp were aware of Sean's passing. Mourning might be different on this Earth, but Lee was trying to stay strong despite the pain etched on his face. Albert's ability probably also helped Michael and Lee deal with Sean's death. Michael gazed off into the distance. However you got sent here, it was a bad choice of an Earth to come to. Still, if you're interested, you could join our group. Isaac checked with Kate, who dipped her head. All right. It's not like we have places to go. Kate was glad he hadn't mentioned Evaran or the others. That might be a bit too much knowledge. But like before, she didn't think it would hurt anything. It would make explaining things a bit more difficult. Perhaps not to Albert. She wondered how similar their mannerisms were, and staying at the camp would give her a better idea. They began their descent. Michael motioned at the camp. Let's land in an open area there. I think as an introduction that will give some credence as to what you are. Okay, said Isaac. It was an interesting idea to introduce them in this manner, but Kate trusted Michael knew his group well enough to know how they'd react. Given the chaotic nature of the world, she suspected anything strange was quickly normalized. After 10 minutes, they landed in an open area of the camp. Several men formed a wall between the platform and the gathering people. Everyone stepped off the flying platform. Then Isaac pulled it back into his PSD. The crowd gasped. Relax, everyone, said Michael. I have some good news and some bad news. The crowd got bigger. The bad news is, Sean didn't make it. Several people wailed and cried. Michael exhaled. I know. Sean was a valued member of our group and a personal friend. He'll be missed. The heartache that swept through the group touched Kate. Sean was someone of importance to them, and his loss would be felt, not only in getting supplies, but as someone who was dear to them. Kate wished she and Isaac would have moved into action sooner to save him. As for our new friends, Isaac Barret and Dr. Kate Minter, they saved Lee. He wouldn't be here without their help. Yes, they have advanced technology, as you saw with their ship and device. They claim to be from a parallel Earth,
and the professor will learn more about that for us. They'll be joining our group, so please, make them feel welcome."
Kate got goosebumps as everyone stared at them. She wasn't sure if she was supposed to say anything, but there was a glimmer of hope in some of them. Michael indicated for her to speak. Kate took a deep breath, then stepped forward. "Isaac and I have special abilities. We wouldn't normally disclose that, but this is a very different situation than normal. As a sign of trust, anyone who needs healed, please come forward." It would drain her if too many people stepped forward. Not surprisingly, half the group did. "Trust me, she can heal," said Lee, squeezing her arm. "Okay, form a line," she said. After some hesitation, they did so. She studied the first person, a middle-aged, dark-skinned woman. She had a hip issue, which impacted her ability to walk. Kate's hands glowed as she touched her hip. The crowd gasped. A moment later, the woman spun around. "You healed it!" The group cheered. Thankfully, it didn't take too much for Kate to do so, but there were 20 others to go. Excitement had swept through the line, and she was glad Isaac was nearby in case anything got out of hand. She didn't think it would, but he was a nice safety option. Isaac, Michael, Albert, and Lee controlled the line, and they made sure Kate had an open area to work in. A chair had been brought for her to sit in, and another for whomever she was healing. After 10 more people, she took a break. The impact of healing so many had taken its toll, and she wasn't sure she could do any more. Isaac spoke to the line.
"I think she's tapped out for the moment. For those still needing healing, let's try tomorrow."
There were some groans, but for those who had been healed, they balanced out the general sentiment with their happiness. Albert turned toward Isaac and Kate. "Perhaps we could fly up in your ship and discuss things. Give us some space." A fair-skinned woman with dirty blonde hair sidled up to Albert and slipped her arm around his waist.
"Sarah Snowden, correct?"
asked Isaac. She scrunched her face. "That's right. How'd you know?" "Let's discuss it in the air," said Kate. Isaac was glad to get a breather from the camp. After being alone with Kate for a month, having so many others around sapped his energy. Saving Lee and healing others had already shown everyone that they were team players. Isaac worried Kate would be swamped nonstop. However, after the initial healing, there shouldn't be much to handle, at least not in large groups. He created the flying platform and took it up 200 feet. Once it hovered in place, Kate lay on her bed on her side, while Isaac sat by her knees. Sarah and Albert sat on the edge of Isaac's bed. "This is amazing," said Sarah. "It becomes routine after a while," said Albert. She swatted his arm. Isaac liked Albert's easygoing personality.
"We can talk freely up here. There's some things I wasn't sure the camp should know about."
Sarah snickered. "I think the dog is out of the bag with your being from a parallel Earth. We'd say the cat is out of the bag, but same idea," said Kate. "That's interesting. Now I'm curious as to how you knew my name. Did Albert tell you already?" Kate puffed her cheeks. "No. On our Earth, you died giving birth to Emily Snowden. Dan Snowden was the father. Dan died when Emily was in college, so she went to live with Dr. Snowden." Albert's face fell. "Dan, I miss him so much. He died in high school here. Sarah and I got together. No Emily or kids, though." "You're in for a treat, then," said Kate. She pulled out her PSD and placed it on the edge of the bed, with the end facing the main path. A holographic image of Dr. Snowden and Emily appeared. Sarah covered her mouth. "Oh my. He looks just like you. And Emily. She's so beautiful." "She does look like you," said Albert. "And I'm loving this holographic projection system. I'd love to know how it works." Isaac smirked.
"We can go over that later. I think we're going to have plenty of time for that."
"That works for me. Were you too close with Dr. Snowden and Emily?" "I knew Dr. Snowden from the academic side, but not really well. I never met Emily," said Kate.
Isaac nodded. "I didn't know either of them. However, they were abducted by an alien race known as the Crotivore. A cosmic being known as Evaran and his artificial intelligence friend V rescued them and brought them back to Earth. They then traveled on Evaran's ship, the Torvatta, before ultimately dying while saving the last humans in our timeline. They were heroes. That's a lot to take in," said Albert. He pursed his lips. I picked out several things from that. You mentioned Evaran was a cosmic being. What's the cosmic aspect refer to?
Exotic energy,
said Isaac. Like negative energy? Kate drew her lips flat. Not quite. Do you see an aura around Isaac and me? Albert paused. I do, actually.
I don't see that,
said Sarah. Oh, well, then I don't know, said Albert. I assumed that was a parallel Earth thing.
Isaac eyed him. Well, imagine there were many different types of exotic energy, and they could fuse with a human. They'd be a non-human at that point, with abilities gained from the exotic energy.
Albert rubbed his chin. Assuming it didn't destroy them.
It usually doesn't.
Kate gestured at him. You're a living example of that. You have what we call wild energy in you. That makes you a wild-born. Your ability is that you can calm those around you. Albert raised his eyebrows. How do you know that?
We can read the aura around you and didn't want to say anything around the others. More of a security precaution. We have no idea how they'd react to that, but it seems they were okay with my healing ability.
Isaac moved a finger between him and Kate. We have universal exotic energy in us. And since we have a bit more than 50%, we're known as conduits.
Your abilities are so powerful, said Sarah.
She poked Albert's arm.
Have you used your ability when we've fought?
Albert spluttered. No, I don't think.
Now that you know of it, you can practice utilizing it, said Kate.
All right. Albert scratched his jaw. Then this Evaran guy must have cosmic exotic energy.
Bingo, said Isaac, making a finger gun. As you might guess, some exotic energies are stronger than others. Cosmic is the strongest, with universal right under it. Wild energy is powerful, too, depending on the concentration and what ability it grants.
I see, Kate chuckled.
It can get more complex than that. Wildborns usually have unique abilities. Isaac and I are special cases, but others tend to follow a template of abilities, like Daedrolls, those with Daedrolled energy. You may know them as vampires.
Those are real? Asked Sarah, gripping Albert's arm.
Probably not here, said Isaac. On our Earth, there are hundreds of thousands of non-humans, and yes, many vampires. But it's not chaotic.
Albert clasped his hands. I can't believe I'm a wild-born. Now I wonder how long I've had it.
Sarah squeezed his arm. You've always been the go-to person in moments of crises. Your ability to calm people and come to a solution is legendary.
I guess so. Albert wrinkled his brow. Back to your initial statement. My other version and Emily died saving the last version of humanity in your timeline. The timeline thing stuck out to me, as did the last qualifier of humanity. That implies time travel.
I'm not surprised you arrived at that conclusion.
Kate changed the holographic display to show the Torvatta.
This is Evaran's ship. It can go through time, space, and beyond.
Albert inspected it. And like Dr. Snowden and Emily, I'm guessing you travel with Evaran and V.
Yeah, except they died too. As they're cosmic beings, they reformed. We travel with Evaran and M now.
Fascinating, said Albert. Wait, if you travel with them, shouldn't they have come to pick you up already?
Kate's nostrils flared. Yes, and it's something that concerns us. But we'll wait. Perhaps something is going on.
Isaac was impressed by how fast Albert had accepted things. That was probably why he made such a good member of the gang. There was nothing Isaac could do to investigate what could be keeping Evaran and M, so survival was his top priority. Well, I hope they do come for you, said Albert. Sarah dipped her head toward Kate's PSD.
What else can that do?
Kate picked it up.
It can shoot stun, repulsion, cloud, and heat beams, as well as sticky globules. It's non-lethal unless you're Isaac, who can make it lethal. It also can purify water and provide food pellets and water for us.
A true support device, said Albert. The morphable metal aspect is truly amazing.
Isaac tapped his chest. It can also form suits around us. One of them lets us fly.
Albert ran a hand over his mouth. That'd be helpful on our Earth. It'd actually shorten our trip, too.
Where was your group going?
Sarah touched Albert's arm. I don't think it would hurt for me to say, especially since they're in the group now, he said. He pointed northwest. Michael owned a construction company. He had a contract to build a bunker for a billionaire to support 100 people for 10 years with sustainability options. The place was built and finished, but since the Denbour's arrival happened before payment, the security codes and keys for the place were never handed over. Kate tilted her head. So there's a safe place in all this madness? That's Michael's claim. I don't think he'd lie, as there's nothing to gain from that, and, well, not a lot of hope in general. So this is better than nothing, said Albert. We had over 150 members at one point, but now we're only 47, said Sarah. Our trip to get to where we are now has been rough. Their group had lost over 2/3 of their members. Isaac could only imagine the horrors they saw on their journey. If he and Kate had been there from the start, the group would have had much fewer casualties. Now that he and Kate were part of the group, he vowed not to lose anyone until they reached the bunker. Albert walked over to the bathroom and peeked in. Impressive. I assume this toilet is functional and... Ooh, toilet paper. Sarah scrambled over to him. Oh my. Isaac cleared his throat. If you want to give it a test run, have at it. I actually do need to use the bathroom, but was going to wait. I'll test it, said Sarah. Oh, just saw the shower head and floor tiles. You can take showers. Albert grinned. I thought I smelled soap on you two. Kate interacted with her PSD. You know, I could create a small facility with bathrooms and showers when I don't need my PSD. You would be loved by the camp. Trust me. Isaac appreciated Kate's desire to create a better living situation, but it would also take her PSD out of use. It might be better to dedicate specific times for it to be up. The last thing he wanted was for the group to be attacked and people killed because she didn't have her PSD to help out. He didn't want to dampen the mood, so he would talk to her later about it. Albert eased into his seat. Your PSD offers so many possibilities. It seems the only limit is your imagination. You can definitely get lost while designing in it, said Kate. She waved around. This platform was actually created by Dr. Snowden. I just added the bathroom to it. Albert grinned. That's fantastic. This does seem like something I would build. I'd love to sit in on one of your designing sessions, if that's okay. Kate's eyes lit up. Yeah, that'd be great. Isaac hadn't realized that would excite her. Although designs were stored in a common area in the PSD, he didn't recall ever working on one with her, or anyone else for that matter. There would be some time to do so now, and he would try to be a part of that. However, he was thinking bigger than just a bathroom or shower structure. A disc-shaped structure with rooms all around that could house everyone would offer a better safe haven. While comfort and water could be supplied, food would always be an issue. That was one thing the PSD couldn't provide to the camp. Although it could create pellets, it required nanobots to consume those. He enjoyed Sarah's happiness after using the bathroom. The small comforts of life could easily be taken for granted until they were gone. Albert wasted no time in using the bathroom next. Isaac suspected toilet paper was a luxury, and he wasn't sure how the camp handled that or anything else. He had time to learn it all, and it gave him something to look forward to. Albert's mind swirled with ideas as he exited the flying platform. A whole new world of possibilities awaited him through Isaac's and Kate's PSDs. He wished he had one, but he savored that Isaac and Kate would let him sit in on design sessions. The first one was the bathroom and shower facility. The camp would go wild with that one. They found Michael looking over some maps in the northeastern part of the camp. That was something he spent a lot of time on. And between supply runs, he often sent out scouts to determine the best path forward. That would be more difficult with Sean gone. He had been former military, and his experience had been invaluable. Thankfully, they still had Lee. Michael eyed Albert. How'd it go? Good, he said. We have some ideas that I think will really help out. All right, let's hear it. Albert dipped his head toward Kate. Albert and Sarah filled us in on the bathroom situation, said Kate. I think it would be helpful if 3 times a day we spawn a bathroom and shower facility for people to use. We could keep it open for maybe an hour. Oh, that's a great idea. Your PSDs can't make coffee by any chance, can they? Asked Michael. It can, actually, said Isaac. However, it can't create food other than specialized food pellets for Kate and me. It can create unlimited water, though. Any chance we could get a cup of coffee as we discuss things? Get something to drink from, said Isaac.
Albert almost laughed at how fast Michael moved. He had left and returned in under a minute with 3 mugs. Isaac poured them some hot coffee. Their faces relaxed.
"Oh, I forgot how good this was," said Michael.
Albert took a deep breath. "I could get used to a cup a day again."
"Me too," said Sarah.
Michael guffawed.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the discussion. The bathroom and shower idea would really help out. I assume there'll be toilet paper and towels?"
"Yeah," said Kate. "Obviously, the towels can't be taken out since when I pull the facility back into my PSD, they would go with it." "I think everyone can live with that," said Sarah. "The PSD can even make things like toothpaste and toothbrushes. Oh, wait, if someone accidentally swallows some toothpaste, will it come back out when you pull everything back into your PSD?" Kate furrowed her brow. "Probably. We'd need to tell people to try not to swallow it, and even so, I suspect since the nanobots can't harm a living being, they'd exit in a safe way. Also, the coffee isn't nanobots, it's actually coffee."
"Okay, I'm sold. How do we do this?" asked Michael.
Kate tapped in the air. Morphable metal streamed out to form a pole with the PSD attached horizontally at the top. "What were you interacting with just there?" asked Albert. "Oh, an augmented reality interface, or ARI. It's a holographic interface Isaac and I can see." Michael placed a hand on the back of his neck.
"Just when you think you've heard everything. What type of tech can do that?"
Kate rested her hand on her PSD. "Like this. Isaac and I have nanobots in us."
"In you?"
"Yep, it gives us some additional strength, speed, and the like. It can also heal and, as mentioned, give us an ARI to interact with." "Fascinating," said Albert. "Why did you set up your PSD like that?" "For this," said Kate. Albert widened his eyes at the hologram that was projected. It had a 2x2 grid on the ground, and off to the side was a selection of components, such as a toilet, shower stall, and the like. "I've set you all as editors, so feel free to move things around, expand the grid, and whatever," said Kate. "All right," said Albert. "Let's see." He touched the corner of the grid and dragged it so it was 2x4. Then he grabbed the shower stall and moved it into the first 2x2 cell. It amazed him at how intuitive it was to move things. The components snapped into place, reminding him of software-based editors he had used before. After that, he put a toilet in the next 1x2 row. The sink he wanted to add required the grid to have another row of cells, so he added that, then put the sink in. Sarah touched his arm. "Oh, can we add a washer and dryer in there? They could have their clothes washed while they clean up." "Makes sense, but I don't see that in the components section." Kate interacted with her ARI, and a small, stacked washer and dryer materialized in the components section. "There you go," she said. Michael shook his head.
"This is crazy, but I like it."
Albert stroked his chin, then added another column, making the grid 3x5. He moved the toilet to the new column next to the shower stall, left the third row clear, then used the last 2 rows to put the washer-dryer combo in one column and the sink in another. Isaac narrowed his eyes.
"Might want to put in a trash can.
Oh, and something to hold towels." "Good idea," said Albert, wagging his finger at him. He dragged a trash can to the third row in the same column as the toilet and put a towel cabinet between the sink and shower. Sarah smiled. "That looks great."
"Can the PSD make 10 of these, say 5 on each side of a hallway and inside a building?"
asked Michael. "Definitely," said Kate. "Everyone, stand back." Albert could barely contain his giddiness when 4 other replicas of his design were created and placed side by side, accompanied by a wide walkway and another 5 of his designs on the other side. A cover went over everything, creating a small building. The PSD was way more powerful than he thought.
"Looks good," said Isaac. "Ready for it to be created?"
Michael raised a finger.
"Oh, wait, another idea. If we can save this, we may want to create a table with a box of containers with drinking water. I think people will want to do that first, compared to afterward. Don't want them thinking the water is coming from the same place as everyone's shower, although I guess, technically, it is."
"I get it," said Kate. She interacted with her ARI, and the hologram flashed green for a moment before disappearing. A moment later, a large table with a wooden box the same size appeared. Inside were 50 silver containers with ice-cold water.
"Perfect," said Michael. "And maybe if it's not too much of an issue, we can give people coffee if they have a cup."
Isaac nodded.
"Fine by me. I can handle that." "Okay, I'm getting distracted again. Were you ready for a test run?" asked Michael.
"Let's do it." Sarah clapped. "This is so exciting." Albert fixed his gaze on the water table that appeared. He grabbed one of the containers and took a test sip. The water was chilled, and he downed the whole thing without any hesitation. It had been a long time since he had cold water, and he didn't realize how much he missed it. The others wasted no time in trying it out.
Man, this shit is so good,
said Michael. Sarah closed her eyes. I never knew how much I missed this until now. After everyone was done, Kate pulled the nanobots back in, then created the new restroom facility. Albert's pulse quickened. It was one thing to design it, but quite another to see it come to life. Kate led the way by opening the main doors. Sarah entwined her arm with Albert's as they entered. Albert checked out the first unit. The sink glistened, and the washer and dryer were bigger than he expected. The toilet, towel stand, and shower stall were perfectly sized as well. He rapidly blinked at the sight of a toilet paper roll hanging near the toilet. That was a commodity he definitely missed, and using it on the platform just ignited his desire to have it available. Sarah turned on the shower, flushed the toilet, and ran water from the sink. She also tested the washer and dryer, which had a simple set of knobs. Absolutely perfect, she said. Michael glanced outside.
Looks like a crowd is starting to gather. We should create the water containers first, then I can explain everything to everyone.
Make sense, said Kate. She pulled in the nanobots and recreated the water table. Michael sent some of the crowd to get the others. Albert motioned for those remaining to take a water container. Some were hesitant, but after the pleased facial expressions from those who drank, the others quickly followed suit. After 15 minutes, the camp had assembled, and everyone had a water container.
All right, listen up, everyone, said Michael. The cold water you're drinking is courtesy of Isaac and Kate using their advanced technology. I'm not going to say I fully understand it, but it's real. And more importantly, it works. The water you're drinking is real. But when Kate pulls in her nanobots, the containers and table will disappear. After that, you're going to love this. A restroom facility. But first, drink up. The crowd downed the water in record time. That was no surprise to Albert. Okay, now stand back, said Michael. He gestured at Kate. I think we're ready. Albert delighted in the gasps as the water containers and table disappeared before the restroom facility spawned. This restroom facility has 10 units, said Michael. Each unit has a shower stall, toilet, sink, washer, and dryer. So we're going to queue up, and this place will be up until everyone has a turn. Parents with young kids will go first. As for everyone else, the oldest go first. Also, if you want coffee, it'll be available. Just need a cup. Everyone stepped to the side as the first group went in. Some headed off to get cups. Albert liked the selection criteria Michael employed. It allowed for those who were elderly to not have to wait as long. Jenny, a young woman probably half Isaac's age, had engaged him in conversation as he poured her a cup of coffee. It was obvious she was enamored with him. What surprised Albert was Kate was staring at them with intent from a distance. He hadn't asked if Kate and Isaac were a couple, but if they were, her reaction would make sense. Sarah had apparently noticed as well, as she kept swatting his arm and giggling. The camp group was small, but news traveled fast. Laura, another young woman, had brought a cup and joined Jenny and Isaac. Kate wasn't by herself either. Daniel, a middle-aged man, had started chatting with her. Albert suspected everyone was trying to figure out their dating status. There were quite a few singles in the group, so the introduction of two good-looking people with special abilities that resembled magic was enticing. As for him, he wanted to know everything there was to know about the PSD. Its power was unfathomable to him. He didn't know how much Isaac and Kate would tell him, but they seemed to have a soft spot for him. He suspected it was due to Dr. Snowden being his duplicate, or from their perspective, Albert was his. Albert also had a lot of questions about being a wildborn. It was good to get confirmation, but he wanted to learn how to control it. Sarah had always told him he was a people watcher, and that was true. He found it relaxing to observe people and their interactions from afar. This was a pivotal moment, as it was the first time the whole camp had seen the PSD be used for something they could interact with. Sarah squeezed his arm. You're in deep thought again. Albert adjusted his glasses. Oh, definitely. I suspect I'll have a lot of that in the coming weeks. Chapter 9. Dylan had a good night's rest, and it was now 8 a.m. in the hollow room as he prepared for a run. He frowned as he surveyed the starting area of the path he would take. Kate's running program was loaded, and he wished she was there. He had always meant to start running with her.
as he figured burning off some of the crazy energy he had was probably a good idea. He wiggled his new gauntlets that M and Sandus had designed. They were flexible and could harden when he balled his fists. There was also an option that allowed him to extend small blades from the top of his hand when he had balled fists. It could also extend miniature stun sticks, but it would take some time to train with either. To that end, he had added monsters to the path. He drew his head back when Dalton entered. "Mornin'," he said. Dylan tipped his head up. "What's up?"
"Oh, you know. Came to get a run-in with you, if that's okay."
"Definitely, man." Dylan was glad to not be alone for his initial run. He could have asked Evaran or M to come, but he didn't want to bother them. "I didn't know you were a runner," said Dylan.
"I do every now and then," said Dalton.
Dylan boxed in the air. "Fair warning, I'm testing out my new gauntlets, so I added some monsters to the path."
"Sucks to be them, then."
They shared a laugh. Dylan had adopted Dalton and Evaran as father figures, but he had never mentioned that to them. Although his biological father wanted nothing to do with him, Dylan found strength when Dalton and Evaran stopped in to simply ask how his day had been. They also looked out for him and made sure he had whatever he needed to succeed. Dalton did so more often than Evaran, due to the fact that Dalton was on Earth more. It was more than Dylan could ever ask for. It also helped that he could talk to them about being a universal conduit. Not having to keep secrets like that was a lot easier to deal with. M and Isaac were like older brothers, and Kate was an older sister. One example was the hollow simulations that Dylan thoroughly enjoyed. While he had talked with M about it, he hadn't with Evaran or Dalton. He probably could, but it felt more natural to talk to M about it. Dylan took off with Dalton, initially keeping pace. It amazed him that despite Dalton weighing nearly 500 pounds, he moved like he was a quarter of that. Dylan increased his pace, and Dalton matched it for a bit before Dylan pulled away. The first enemy group consisted of 2 shambling transformed, which were like mutated zombies. They were humanoid with brown, leathery skin and additional appendages sticking out in weird places, such as an arm out of their leg. They were already slow normally, and with the velocity he moved at, they would be easy to move around. He ducked under the first transformed's grab attempt, then used his gauntlet in a backward swinging arc to hit its rear upper thigh to send it flipping on its back. The second one lunged at him, but he evaded it and pushed it off to the side. This was almost too easy, but he did like the gauntlet's power. When he had struck the first one, he could almost feel the transfer of power to the back of the creature's leg. After 10 minutes on the trail, they came upon a group of 4 monsters. Dylan used the same technique to send one to the ground, then dodged another's attempt before pushing it away. However, his push-off caused him to swerve into the third, which wrapped its arms around him as they tumbled off the path. His heart thundered as it tried to bite him, and it was heavy enough to keep him on the ground. Dalton used his energy shield to slam into the last one. Then he grabbed the one on Dylan and tossed it away. Dylan sighed as Dalton helped him up. "Well, that sucked," said Dylan. Dalton studied him. "You had a good strategy, but groups often have different approaches. Think of them as bowling pins. If you had used your energy shield and hit the corner one with it tilted inward a bit, it would have sent it smashing through the others." "Huh, that makes sense. I guess I was feeling bold with the gauntlets. They still have value, as you saw with the first one you flipped," said Dalton. "Mix that in with the angled shield approach and you can handle singles and groups." Dylan snorted. "I bet I could literally just run around the group and knock them down with my shield, and any I miss, I could get them with the gauntlets. There you go. Ready to continue?" Dylan swatted his arm and ran off. He didn't have Dalton's strength, so he would need to use better tactics. Dalton could slam into enemies like Isaac, Evaran, and M could. Dylan's advantage was agility, although Evaran was in a class of his own there. The next group of enemies had more combatants. Dylan had set the training room program to increase the effort after every encounter, and so far, it had done a good job of that. He sized up the 6 creatures and their formation. Although he could use his PSD to shoot a repulsion beam, that wasn't what he was training for. Plus, as he learned, it sometimes was not powerful enough against certain enemies. He spawned his energy shield on his left forearm and moved to the right side of the path. When he reached the group, he smashed into the first one, sending it sprawling into the others. It knocked down 2 and made 2 more stumble. The last one reached for him, but he dodged, then used his gauntlet to put it on its back. Dalton caught up to Dylan as they ran past the enemies.
Very good.
Dylan beamed. Although he tried to look serious, the compliment was appreciated. It was a practical application of a fighting technique, and it was now ingrained in him. He planned to test how fast he could do it and what angle worked best later, but for now, it was baby steps. After 20 minutes and another fight, they reached a grassy knoll overlooking a lake. They sat and took in the view.
I see why you like doing these,
said Dalton. Dylan extended his arms to the side. It's good to get out in nature. Well, hollow nature, I guess. They chuckled. Dylan gazed out over the lake. I got some cool training videos from the Rava, but they're pretty advanced and don't take my speed into account.
I heard about that, said Dalton. Although fighting techniques can still apply to you, your speed needs to be factored in. You know what? Why don't Evaran, M, Evot, and I create a special program for you?
Hell yeah. Any particular style of fighting? Asked Dylan. Dalton paused.
I would say a good mix of mixed martial arts, striking in particular. Grappling is good to know also, but wrestling would suit you well, especially since your speed allows you to get openers more often.
Dylan's pulse quickened as he thought of mastering a unique style made for him. He had practiced some styles that he thought were good, but he often found himself questioning why he couldn't approach it in a different way. As an example, one style similar to jiu-jitsu had him place his arms in front of him, bent at the elbow and pointing up with balled fists. The idea was to block a strike, but he found he could just sidestep and hit the attacker.
I look forward to what you come up with, said Dylan.
Then consider it done, said Dalton. I've had to do something similar for myself, but factoring in my strength, speed, and abilities. Dylan whistled. Yeah, I heard about that fight with the wolf pack. You messed them up. Maybe so. But they pushed me to the brink. Normally, when confronting over 10 werewolves, you should run. They cracked up. Dylan cherished moments like this. Dalton was easy to talk to, and he had a proven track record when it came to fighting. Dylan didn't know what he would do after traveling with Evaran and M, but he was sure Dalton would be in the picture in some capacity. That was more than Dylan could say about his dad. M found Evot's reconnaissance ability to be superb. It was 10 o'clock a.m., and he was in the hollow room with the others. Evot burrowed toward Mazarik's main spherical compound. Dalton and Dylan were animated as they discussed a training program specific to Dylan. M had seen they were in the hollow room earlier. He wanted to join them, but it was a bonding moment for them. A training program that dealt with Dylan's speed would be ideal. Dylan had mentioned that the gauntlets worked great, and it had given M some more ideas to explore when there was time. Although he could process multiple things at once, he had focused on the situation at hand. Evot would soon be in the compound, and with a layout secured, the next step would require some planning. Evot made good time and was well on her way. Her rope form with an end that could burrow was efficient. M didn't believe she had been detected on her previous outing, and probably wouldn't be on this one. Like the previous tower she had scouted, the main compound had generators that created their shielding from deep in the ground. Special structures on the outer one helped guide the shield's shape. However, it also had a flaw in that there were tiny gaps from where the ground had shifted. The lack of maintenance suggested some level of carelessness on Mazarik's part. M observed the ground Evot moved in. Although she was in a tiny space, the hollow room had zoomed in so it matched her perspective. Her burrowing technique broke ground ahead of it, then funneled it behind her. This was something M could do as well, but his orb was as small as he could go. That would have altered the tunneling profile. Another downside was he couldn't change shape like Evot. Evot had been less chatty than normal, indicating she was processing a lot of data. M had also run many simulations on various outcomes. Evaran had said humans would call that anxiety. It didn't help that M had perfect recall. Evot had that too, and she could sense things more, which most likely led to more simulating processing. After 20 minutes, Evot reached the base of the compound directly under the shield generator room. Slipping inside through the tiny gaps was routine for her, and once inside she moved to the closest wall and flattened herself out. The room had some type of greenish mist in the air, and unlike the previous generator room, 4 armored humanoid robots stood by silently. "This is new," said Dylan. Evaran rubbed his chin. "Yes. And the mist is for turbulence detection. The robots are highly advanced with a lot of sensors. Good thing they didn't detect Evot slipping in."
Dalton's eyes narrowed. Yeah, but they're also facing the 2 doorways into the room. Evot, you'll need to find a spot to burrow into the wall out of their detection range. Evot began to move.
I'll do so.
She went to a corner behind a large metallic storage cabinet. Her ability to move as a flattened form was sufficient to not attract the robot's attention. The presence of cabinets was an odd design decision, but 2 corners had them. There was a small gap between them and the walls, and M gathered more evidence that Mazarik had never faced someone like Evot. She chewed a small hole in the wall, then slipped in. The material was tougher than the ground, so it took her longer, but she was able to get to another room that had a variety of storage parts. She had followed power lines on her way there, which M found efficient. It not only masked her presence, but also gave a good indication of what area needed what levels of power. The storage room was quiet, with minimal power, but it was a good launching point for her to go in many different directions. The variety of large, trash bin-like containers were overflowing with robot body parts, mostly from busted drones. This was probably a waste disposal storage room. Why there were so many body parts was a mystery. Perhaps they would be reclaimed, but it suggested that whatever Mazarik did, it involved something that had many casualties. "There's a mist in this room, too," said Dylan. "Makes you wonder what made him put that in at all." M tilted his head.
Perhaps he's been scouted before. This would be an appropriate security measure for anything stealthed.
It wouldn't surprise me. He's probably pissed off a lot of people based on that storage tower. Evaran placed his index finger and thumb on his chin. Yes, but this room also suggests whomever he fought could fight back. Evot, there's a hallway outside this room. It seems the floor you're on is a series of hallways in a circular pattern. Like an onion, said Dylan. Yes. I suspect the large central room is where Mazarik is, said Evaran. There are smaller round rooms that span hallways, but I'm unclear on their purpose.
I'll investigate,
said Evot. She went to the front of the room and opened a hole. The hallway she entered wrapped around the compound. Unlike the 2 previous rooms, these had illumination from a ceiling strip. It also had surveillance features, and Evot had detected thermal and motion sensors. She had pulled back into the wall and went up some to come out at the same height as the strip. Its scan was not fully 180 degrees, and she took advantage of that. M found Evot's ability to shapeshift powerful and able to handle many situations he couldn't. While he could control his nanobots from his PSD arm, it wasn't the same as being a full swarm able to morph as needed. The value was apparent, as it would have been much more difficult for him to do what Evot was. M analyzed the drone patrols Evot passed. They resembled wasps and had thrusters on their underbelly and tail. Their segmented legs ended in 5 sharp fingers, and instead of a face with mandibles, they had a sphere with a red glowing line through it for a head. There was no buzzing, but the thrusters made sound as they whooshed by. The first round room Evot traveled to appeared to be a recharging area for the drones and a lone humanoid robot. Charging ports were embedded in the walls, with each one customized for a body type. The humanoid robot was in his pod and silent, as were a multitude of drones. Evot, can you go to the large center room? Asked Evaran.
Of course.
She exited the room along the ceiling, then stayed at that height as she entered another corridor. She moved to the other side and repeated that for 3 more passageways, eventually merging into the main room on the floor. It stretched to the height of the compound. M processed the strange, black, rectangular structures spread throughout the room. Each one stood about 9 feet tall and 4 feet wide and had smooth sides. A magnetic shield covered each one, and a thick shielded wire under the ground connected it to the facility. The room had a quiet hum, and there was minimal lighting. Those look like servers, said Dalton. Strange design, though. Evaran examined them. I concur, but that magnetic shielding prevents us from seeing their true purpose. However, a strong magnetic presence is usually not associated with data storage unless the underlying medium is resilient against that. Nonetheless, if these are servers with data, then they may have more information on the portal and where Isaac and Kate are. We need to reach that room and scan those structures. Dylan puffed his cheeks. Yeah, that could be a bit wild. I guess Evot could access it if she found a weak point. She would be detected then. If we have to fight, it's better we do it as a team. Wait a minute. Where's Mazarik then? I don't know, said Evaran. However,
Evot has to be careful here. If she can detect him, he can detect her due to their exotic energy signatures. This floor of the compound is underground, so Mazarik could be above or in one of the other attached spheres. It's also possible he isn't there at the moment. Dylan shrugged. I guess so. Looks like more scouting for you, Evot.
I'll gladly do so,
she said. She had a strong bond with Dylan that kept growing, which Em had witnessed over the last few months. Her inclusion into her own little gang with Brad, Jake Melkins, and Dylan gave her a different perspective than Em had, even in his previous versions. Although Evot was at ease with the others, having Dylan around most likely fired her algorithms about Brad more often than not. Evot scoured the upper levels, including the ground floor. There were routine patrols on each level, and one floor was dedicated to charging. She also checked the smaller spherical buildings that ringed the main one. She had to take underground tunnels to them, and Mazarik was in one of the structures, so she backed off. The other spheres had a similar design to the central room in the main one. Breaching one of those smaller buildings would be a lot easier than the main one, said Dalton, and also preferably one on the opposite side of where Mazarik is. Thankfully, Evot withdrew before detection. I hope so, anyway. Evaran nodded. I concur. We can use the planar beam generator to punch a hole in the magnetic shields, then we can cross each hallway and use our nanobots to open a path. Once we reach the room with the structures, I can use my hand to open a gap that Evot can enter. Dalton scrutinized him. That could work. I would suggest M's orb stays on the Torvatta, but his body joins us. Don't want the Torvatta stranding us. I agree. M analyzed the plan. There were still some unknown factors, but Evot's scans indicated there wasn't any real defense in the room. While there were patrols, they could be stunned. They would need to do this quickly. Every variable not being defined bothered him, but he had witnessed good outcomes with more variability before. Hopefully, this would be one of those times. Chapter 10. Kate hopped up from her bed. Although there was no neural effect on the flying platform, the bed was very comfortable, and she could control the temperature. It was 8 o'clock a.m., and although she wanted to take a run, there wasn't any place to do it. She took a swig of water from her PSD, then ate a food pellet. She reflected on the previous day. The restroom facility had been a hit, and she had spawned it again later that night. One of the survivors asked where all the waste went, clearly worried about it going to the same place the water and coffee came from. However, waste was broken down into its basic elements, then added to the PSD. She knew it sounded gross, but there was no trace of their waste once it was broken down. One of the camp members had asked if it could create secure rooms to sleep in. She had been about to answer when Michael said she needed her PSD and that the restrooms were more than they could ask for. Kate understood the desire to sleep someplace without keeping one eye open. The camp was not visible from the city, and it was remote enough that there wouldn't be any Denbors passing by. Still, she wondered how many times their camp had been attacked. She had felt guilty sleeping in the flying platform after witnessing others sleeping on ragged blankets. There was a sense of hope, though, that had spread throughout the camp. She suspected having cold water, coffee, and the ability to wash up and use a proper bathroom was a heavy factor there. Isaac's and her presence most likely also helped with the security factor, and it was obvious Michael wanted them to have everything they needed to fight. Today would be a scouting day. Michael had asked to see the city to determine which groups were where and also to check out the bunker. One of the priorities would be locating any areas where there might be canned goods. Sean and Lee had only scouted a small portion of the southwestern part of the city. Food supplies were running low, and the bunker provided the best opportunity for that, but no one had any idea what state it was in. Isaac stirred. "Hey, sleepyhead," she said. Isaac yawned and looked over at her. "Hey, we should probably land and get the restroom building up." Isaac rolled his head around, then sat on the edge of his bed. Kate's pulse quickened when she saw he had slept with just his boxers on. She hadn't even noticed his survival suit was on the ground. She slept with hers on, and it was like a second skin to her. It also kept dirt and the like off as a natural part of its design. However, Isaac kept in shape, and his six-pack abs were on display. His commitment to hygiene was also evident. His fingernails and toenails were trimmed, and his skin almost glowed.
She wondered how much of the skin aspect was due to being a universal energy conduit. He did have some stubble, but it was short, and she liked it on him. "Gonna shower, then can head down," he said, standing. She watched him walk to the back. It was hard not to stare. She wondered if he did the same to her. Several women had flirted with him yesterday, and although she wasn't the jealous type, it had caused her heart to beat faster. She'd always imagined they might get together down the road, but that would be a lot more difficult if he chose to be with a younger woman. It bothered her that she thought of such things with everything else going on. It was hard to ignore, though, and he would never make the first move. It was something they had talked about in the past when discussing relationships, and he had said women already had enough to deal with without someone bothering them. He was more comfortable with the woman making the first move like Diane had done, and that was what the younger women had done yesterday. She sighed as she got up and peeked over the side. There were more important things to focus on, but this would linger in the back of her mind. She verified the camp was safe, and after Isaac finished his shower, she took one. They descended and formed the water containers for the crowd who awaited them, then created the restroom facility. Isaac supplied coffee to a small line of people. Michael, Lee, Albert, and Sarah joined them.
"I'm eager to see the rest of the city," said Michael. "Are you sure we won't be attacked in the air?"
"Positive," said Isaac.
"They might see us, but
we'll be high enough that they can't do anything about it." Lee shook his hand. "As long as they don't track it landing here, we should be good." "Definitely," said Albert. Sarah took a bite of a granola bar, then put it into her backpack. It pained Kate to see everyone slowly starving. Hopefully the bunker worked out, but she wished the PSD could create food that wouldn't be sucked back in. However, it could be used to help process items, so she would look into that more when they got back. Perhaps she could find everything needed to make bread, then use the PSD to bake it. She had several ideas, and it would be a focus for her. After the restroom facility was pulled back into the PSD an hour later, a tan-skinned little boy ran up to Isaac and hugged his waist. Isaac chuckled.
"Hey there, little man. What's your name?"
The boy stepped back. "Caleb." Isaac knelt so he was at eye level.
"I'm Isaac. Nice to meet you, Caleb."
He hugged Isaac again. A lump formed in Kate's throat as everyone went silent at the exchange. It was obvious Caleb had seen horrors, and even the little things meant a lot to him. However, he was thin, and the theme of the lack of food reared its head. A woman touched Caleb's shoulder after he stepped back.
"We both thank you and Kate for all you've done."
Isaac stood.
"Not a problem. We're glad to help."
Caleb went over to Kate, who knelt to receive a hug. She wanted to assure him everything would be all right, but she didn't know if it would be. The woman squeezed Isaac's and Kate's arms, then left with Caleb.
"Getting a lot of fans," said Michael, "and rightfully so. You've given hope where there was very little."
Isaac dipped his head toward him.
"Then let's go see if we can find more hope."
He made sure the area was clear before creating the flying platform. Albert walked in front of it. "You've expanded the front."
"That wasn't me."
Kate smiled. "I updated the design. The front is now 2 rows and 4 columns. The first and second column have a seat in each row for a total of 4. The third column is the main path, and the fourth column has the navigation seat in the first row and a seat behind it in the second row. It can seat 6 comfortably." "Fascinating," said Albert. "I'm eager to give it a trial run." Sarah swatted his arm as she boarded. Isaac took the navigation seat, while Kate sat behind him. Michael and Lee had the first row of seats on the left, and Albert and Sarah were behind them. Kate had made the platform expansion because she knew there would be outings with at least 4 others. The platform now had a capital I shape, with the front and end rows being 4 cells wide. There were 3 columns for the body, but they were centered. She had some other design ideas, but there were other things to focus on. She peered over the side as they ascended. Caleb enthusiastically waved along with several others. She wished she could tell them that she and Isaac would save them. They were at least taking the first step toward that, and if Evaran or M ever came, everyone could be saved. She grimaced as she realized she had thought about if they came, as opposed to when. It distressed her more than she realized, but she had to keep up a strong front for the others. Isaac was equally worried, but he was confident Evaran and M would come. His main concern was it might be after the PSDs were drained. She eased back into her chair as they flew toward Chicago. The bunker would have been the first place she would have chosen to go, But Michael and Lee wanted to survey the city first. She understood where they were coming from, and the bunker was still close to the city. At least they could learn what factions were in the city and around it, and what else was out there. She hoped it would be a routine flight, but so far there was nothing routine about this world. Isaac piloted the platform toward the south side of Chicago. He loved Kate's new enhancements, and wasn't sure when she had made them. Probably when he was sleeping. She had also added a bit more cushion to the seat and refactored the navigation area to be easier to use. She must have seen how cramped it was with everyone standing before, so this was a nice fix. The others were excited, probably due to this being their first real flight. They were going to get a real assessment of Chicago's situation. Isaac wanted to go right to the bunker, as he figured it would be best to get everyone there as soon as possible. That would be after a flyby of various parts of the city, but in the back of his mind, he worried the camp might be detected. It had been hidden all this time, so perhaps he was overthinking it. Albert grunted as they passed over a gas station, crawling with den boars. "Do they just walk around randomly?" Kate glanced at him. "We call them the mindless. The ones we fought just ran at us to try to bite. They also seem to come in a lot of different shapes." "Mindless," said Albert, stroking his chin. "I like that. We know they're called den boars, at least that's what the officials called it when they were around." "There's different factions," said Isaac. "There's a mostly humanoid version that fights the mindless. We called them mutants." Lee ran a hand along his jaw. "I've seen both, although I had just assumed they were all together. The mindless also have some really big members." "Like an alpha," said Sarah. Lee glanced back at her. "Yeah, actually, that's a good name for them." They continued on to the southeastern side of the city. Isaac hadn't seen the military-like base before. They were still setting up, but they had a lot of vehicles and weapons. The members there wore black outfits and carried assault weapons. Lee grimaced. "The Foundation. I've heard rumors they were still around. Guess they finally reached Chicago." "Religious zealots," said Michael. Isaac narrowed his eyes. "What's their deal?" Albert raised a finger. "I can answer that. They split off from Serenity to form an offshoot more geared to this world. Their goal remains the same. Enforce their views on others." "Serenity. Oh, one of the 4 big religions across the world. 2 gods, 4 holy books, and the like. Most Zeranites were killed outright when this outbreak occurred. They believed this was the gods' plan, so they literally went outside and sat down to await judgment." Lee snickered. "Yeah, and the Denbors didn't care about any of that. It's one of the reasons they spread so fast." Michael gestured at the makeshift camp. "The Foundation believed it was a test instead, so they mobilized to fight. They also do forced conversions. Convert or die. They also have some strict rules. Notice below, no female soldiers. Women there have no rights and are often relegated to maintenance and breeding. They also have to wear garb that covers them. Oddly enough, the women are allowed to leave whenever they want." Sarah scoffed. "Yeah, but where would they go? And the process for leaving isn't an easy one." "Unfortunately true," said Albert. He faced Isaac. "We have a few ex-Zeranites in our group. They were able to leave, but not before being sexually assaulted multiple times. It paints a bleak picture of their culture." "Are you a religious man?" Isaac snorted. "Maybe when I was younger. I've seen too much to be one now." "Same," said Kate. "On our Earth, the big ones are Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and Buddhism." Lee's eyes widened. "Oh, wow. Christianity, one of the old religions. It never became a big one here." Everything in Isaac wanted to go down and free the women, but he was sure some preferred that lifestyle. However, he suspected many would leave given the chance. If he was going to stay on this Earth for a while and the bunkers had space, he might consider something. Until then, he would keep his thoughts to himself. They moved 20 miles north. Albert pointed at the makeshift military camp. "That's the remnants of the armed forces in the area. Definitely stay away from them." Lee growled. "Sean and I were with a similar group initially. We followed whatever the commander wants, and that doesn't always align with what's best for survivors." "We'll avoid them, then," said Isaac. He pulled his lips flat as some in the camp spotted the flying platform.
They used binoculars, and a small group had begun to assemble. He didn't want to bring more attention than was necessary, so he moved away. There was probably a lot of law enforcement in that camp. The next encampment they visited was 30 miles to the north. It was the primitive camp he and Kate had seen earlier.
"Raiders," said Michael, grimacing. "They're just plain evil."
"Cannibals, too," said Lee. Michael shuddered.
"Yeah. If you're not a woman, good chance you're eaten. They also eat babies. We've run into a few raider groups, and they're why we lost some people. Raiders fight to the death. The only reason we survived was because there were only 9 raiders taking on all of us. They're not too bright. I mean, they kill off those that might help them grow."
Isaac puffed his cheeks.
"Your group seems like the only normal one we've seen."
"There's others," said Sarah, "but for obvious reasons they're mostly hiding, like ours." "Okay, so no going east then," said Kate.
Michael smirked. "Now that we know these 3 groups are here, definitely not. All right, let's head to the bunker on the northwest side. Hopefully it's not surrounded by any factions."
Isaac moved the platform in that direction.
"Okay, just point out where we need to go."
As they moved over the city, he spotted a group of mutants on a roof, staring at them as they passed by. Their completely motionless stance gave him goosebumps. It was like they were too entranced to look away from potential prey. "Mutants," said Kate. "Less numerous, but it seems like they've got some intelligence." She wrinkled her brow at Michael. "Do you know how they were created?"
"Sadly, I think I do," he said. "Some people were immune to being fully converted after being infected. Instead, they're in a sort of middle state. They have some of their human intelligence, but I assume it's primal. We call them converted, but it's the same thing, I guess. I like mutants better."
Sarah laid a hand on Lee's shoulder. "But we now know they can be cured." Kate pulled in her lips. "I think only the initial infectious stage. Once transformed, I think it's permanent. When I healed Lee, the infection was transforming him so fast I could barely keep up, which is why I believe that when it's set, there's no going back. While I can heal existing systems, I've never tried to rewrite one." Lee shuddered. "Yeah, and I'm glad to not be a mutant or a mindless." Isaac figured the mutants chose that roof since there was an easily defensible doorway into the building. While they seemed to be stronger and faster than a human, they lacked guns, which would be an effective equalizer. However, the raiders also had primitive weapons. He was sure the factions clashed a lot. After 30 minutes, they reached the northwest side of Chicago. Michael singled out a towering structure in the distance.
"There. It has a helicopter landing pad on top we can use. I don't think there's power to let us in, though." "Maybe."
Isaac navigated toward the tower. Michael motioned at the forest below.
"There's a ground entrance, but it's a slab of steel and concrete that can only be opened from the inside. No way we're going in that way. My client was paranoid and wanted the only secure entry to be by helicopter."
Isaac examined the clearing below. There was a gravel driveway up to a small stone building. He was curious about the internal architecture and suspected that most of the facility was underground. The tower was an exception, but it only served as an entry point.
"What do you do for electricity?"
he asked. Michael grinned.
"We hired a specialist company to build a hydroelectric plant in Lake Michigan. It has an upper reservoir that can be filled during low power needs, then released to power turbines in high power situations. It's enough to easily sustain the compound, but I don't know the status of it. We have a good battery storage inside, and also several wind energy and solar power generators. They were all hooked in, and the facility should be in low power mode, but I haven't been here in 2 years.
A lot of unknowns then," said Isaac.
"Yeah."
Isaac reached the 200-foot tower. The circle with an H in it showed where a helicopter would land, and there was more space than he thought. Guardrails ringed the edges, and a small shack sat off to the side. He figured it led to a stairwell or an elevator system. He would find out soon. Chapter 11. Dylan stood on the Torvatta's ramp, facing the small satellite compound that he and the others were going to infiltrate. It was 3:00 p.m., 2 hours after Evot had returned from her scouting. He had on his new gauntlets, but hoped he didn't need to use them. Evaran interacted with the planar beam generator, which reminded Dylan of a backup generator. It had a long hose connected to it from the maintenance hub, and the ability to emit a beam in patterns that could go through anything. In this case, magnetic shielding. Dalton and Evot were ready to go, and M had his robot body with them. His orb would be staying on board, since the Torvatta did wild things sometimes when no one was present. There were a lot of unknowns ahead of them, but Dylan liked that this was a straightforward smash and grab. Hopefully, there was good data on the machines they sought. "Is everyone ready?" asked Evaran.
"Ready as we can be," said Dalton.
Evaran interacted with the planar beam generator. It shot a circular beam that hit the magnetic shield, then expanded enough for them to go through. "Let's go," said Evaran, stepping through the opening once the beam shut off. Dylan followed the others, then did a 2-finger salute to M's orb, which hovered over the generator. As soon as they passed through, the magnetic shielding closed. Dylan's pulse quickened. They were now committed, and he didn't know if they had been detected yet. Evaran extended his utility handle toward the opposite hallway wall and unleashed his nanobots. They chewed a hole through it, but the wall began to grow back.
"That's surprising," said Dalton. "Self-healing walls,
"Indeed. We'll need to move fast," said Evaran. Dylan hustled through the opening once it was large enough. A moment later, the hole closed. This was unexpected, and the deeper they went, the more trapped they would be. That was not something Evot had encountered. Dylan licked his lips as they crossed through the next wall. Although everything was going as planned, he had a sneaking suspicion that it was almost too easy. The next corridor they breached contained a drone patrol. They hadn't been detected due to the walls running some type of interference. The 2 drones rushed them. Evaran fired a stun beam, which caused one to pause. Dylan followed up with a mist beam that Dalton ignited. One attacker crashed to the ground. The other fought through and continued approaching. Evaran tapped it with his stun baton, causing it to fritz, then collapse. "Our cover is most likely blown," said Evaran. "We need to hurry." He opened a hole into the next hallway. Dylan scrutinized the downed drones as the hole began to close. They didn't fire their back-mounted weapons, which surprised him. Instead, they tried to go to close-quarters combat. He had thought the patrols would be the cyborg guards he had seen earlier from Evot's scouting, but none had appeared so far. After going through another corridor, they finally reached the main central room. Dylan rubbed his arm as he studied the strange, black, rectangular structures jutting out of the ground. Dalton thought they were servers, and maybe they were, but it was unlike any server Dylan had seen. Like the shield generator rooms, a fine mist floated around. That sounded like a bad combo with technical equipment, but then again, they had magnetic shielding on them. He had no doubt Mazarik knew they were there. Evaran moved over to one of the structures and placed his glowing hand on the magnetic shielding. A gap formed, which allowed Evot to fly in and burrow into the server. Dylan blinked hard when labels showed streaming data. There was a lot of it, and it was going to take a considerable amount of time to get it all, and that assumed it had value.
"I don't like this," said Dalton. "We're exposed during this data transfer."
Evaran looked around. "Yes, and I'm sure Mazarik knows we're here." Click. Dylan gulped as he searched for the source of the sound. 4 pillars erupted in the corners, each of them providing support for the magnetic shielding over the area. What's going on?" he asked. Evaran scanned the walls with his ring. "It appears we've been trapped." "Should we leave?" Evaran shook his head. "Not yet. There's still much data to transfer, and if those walls are keeping us in, they're also keeping things out." Dylan bobbed his head. "Good point." A hologram of Mazarik appeared.
Well, well, look who's sneaking around."
"Mazarik," said Evaran.
"Evaran,"
said Mazarik with a flourish.
"I figured you and your gang would come here at some point, probably hoping to get information on where Isaac and Kate are."
"Yes," Mazarik sneered.
"Then you're in for a disappointment. You're probably aware of the unstable portals by now, right?"
"We are," said Evaran.
Good, good. And that's the beauty of when I send someone through one. Even I don't know where they go. So even if you got all the information you needed and captured me, you'd be no closer to finding Isaac and Kate."
Dylan swallowed hard. He didn't know if Mazarik was being truthful. But if he was, looking for Isaac and Kate across the infinite number of timelines was an impossible task. "You're using technology you don't fully understand," said Evaran. Mazarik shrugged.
"And it works. I can make the portal stable for when I need it, and that's all that really matters. However, I think it's time you experienced what Isaac and Kate did.
The rectangular structures dropped through the floor, leaving an open space. The platform the gang was on began to rise, but not before Evot flew back out.
I see you have Evot with you,
said Mazarik.
That's even better. With you all gone, I can begin preparations for your Earth.
The roof of the facility opened. Mazarik cackled.
And without your Torvatta, you'll have no way back to your Earth. Or here. You literally walked right into my trap. I didn't expect that.
Dylan rapidly blinked as the platform exited the building. The portal in the distance had been activated, and he realized they were going to a parallel Earth. That wouldn't be an issue with Dalton's recall portal, which meant Mazarik didn't know about that. Dylan didn't remember reading about it in Dalton's after-report files on his cases. There was one case where they were stranded on another world, but they said they fixed a portal to come back. That was a cover. M, take the Torvatta back to our Earth and wait for our communication, said Evaran over comms.
Acknowledged.
Dylan always found it fascinating when Evaran and M talked to the group without moving their lips. It was a good way to communicate in secret, and since it was a Torvatta-linked communication channel, Mazarik couldn't snoop on it.
No words?
Asked Mazarik.
Perhaps you're contemplating how to get out of this. I get it. You now understand who you're dealing with.
We'll be back, said Evaran. Mazarik laughed.
Oh, you will you? I'd like to see that. No one I've sent away has ever come back. Ever. And you won't be the first.
He furrowed his brow.
Oh, and once you're through, the power to the thrusters on your platform will go out. Good luck.
Dylan wondered why Evaran didn't use his hand to breach the shielding. But even if he had, it wouldn't create a gap large enough for everyone to get through. It could let Evot through, but Evaran was content to be sent through the portal. Although he and M could not be teleported directly, they could be moved through one. The platform reached the portal and went through. Dalton understood Evaran's plan. They would go through the portal and analyze what they could. When on the other side, they'd situate themselves, and Dalton would open a portal back to Earth. Then they would contact M, who would bring the Torvatta up to the portal so they could walk through. It was a good plan, and more importantly, it would make Mazarik think they had been dealt with. They had entered a swamp and were about 60 feet in the air. A mist rolled over the water below, and the bright sun made it muggy. The atmosphere was hazardous to humans, but he and Dylan had already closed their helmets. The platform's thrusters stopped, causing it to fall. The magnetic shielding dissipated, which allowed a slightly acidic mist to flow in. Evaran grabbed Dalton and flew up, then shot a grappling beam at Dylan. M's body hovered in place. "Whoa," said Dylan, looking around as he hung in the air. "Form your flying platform," said Evaran. Dylan complied, then landed on it. Evaran flew over with Dalton and picked up M's body, which stopped hovering once inside. Evot joined them and morphed into her human form. "Why did M's body hover?" asked Dylan.
It's programmed to wait until picked up if there's no connection to M,
said Evot.
In this case, it sensed it was in the air, so it activated its boosters to hover.
Evot's correct, said Evaran. "Ah," said Dylan. "Take us up." Dalton surveyed the lush vegetation and strange trees as they ascended. He wasn't fully sure if this was a parallel Earth or not, but they could figure that out once they were in a safe place. He identified creatures in the water and some in the trees. A normal human would have most likely become food fairly quickly in this place if they didn't succumb to the atmosphere first. He also glimpsed some vines moving around. This place was a tough environment. Dylan peered over the edge. "Glad we didn't go in the swamp. This place is wild. And the air sucks here."
It does suck,
said Evot. "Indeed," said Evaran. "I believe this is a parallel Earth, but we can confirm that once the Torvatta is here. Once we reach another 1,000 feet, Dalton can open a portal to our Earth. Then we can contact M. Without Dalton's recall portal ability, they would be stranded. He was sure Evaran would have figured out another way, but thankfully he didn't need to. After going up to their destination, Dalton opened a portal. M, bring the Torvatta to us, said Evaran over comms.
Acknowledged.
Dalton understood why they went into the air. The portal could have opened somewhere deep in an ocean, or in a volcano, or even solid rock. Going up high mitigated those concerns. Mazarik's compound was a bit above sea level on Dalton's Earth, so Evaran must have calculated the exact distance to rise. Dalton hadn't expected the portal to open in Greenland. He thought they were much farther south. After a few seconds, the Torvatta went flush with the portal. Dalton figured M must have gone back in time to arrive at the portal's coordinates. M beckoned for everyone to cross over, and once they did, Dylan pulled in his flying platform. Dalton followed the others into the command center. It was like stepping into his room at the compound, and he always felt safe on the Torvatta. He was thankful it had chosen him, and often wondered if there was a long-term goal outside of being an inspector for the Earth Ward. Evaran took his command seat, while M's orb flew back into his body, then sat at the workstation off to the right. Dalton sat with Dylan on the left, with Evot between them. "So good to be back," said Dylan. "But Isaac and Kate didn't have this option. I hope they're doing well despite their situation."
I hope so too,
said Evot. Evaran nodded. They're resourceful. And we learned more about the portal. I analyzed it as we went through. The portal has strong connections since the Torvatta identified where we were. It was a parallel Earth in a different universe. "Whoa," said Dylan. Dalton scrunched his face. "By different? You mean it was a parallel universe?" "No," said Evaran. Where we were sent was a universe relatively far from ours. The portal has traces of Myrander exotic energy. That's not one I've seen anywhere except in universal cell walls. I suspect that's where the portal gets its strength. "Wait a minute, how did Mazarik get it then? He'd need to have it to form the portal," said Dylan. "I don't know, but it makes the portal unique." Dalton wrinkled his brow. "Oddly enough, I didn't detect Myrander. It was inside the portal connection, which would make it hard to detect in general," said Evaran. Evot chimed in.
If we fed one of Mazarik's orbs we picked up with Myrander energy, it might be able to show us where the portal it creates goes.
Evaran studied her. An excellent suggestion. Evot beamed. She had been more involved when interacting with others, and she was in her element aboard the Torvatta. Her big smile was genuine, and Dalton was glad she was able to experience these things. She had come a long way from a simple virtual intelligence, and was his best friend. While we're looking into that, we can visit the Rift Guardians to get a synchartic energy sapper. Evaran motioned at Dalton. Also, downplaying your abilities in your aftercase reports had a tangible outcome here. Mazarik wasn't aware of your recall portal ability. Dylan wagged his finger. "I was thinking about that before we were sent through the portal." Dalton smirked. "No need to give more information than needed. I also didn't mention I can connect to portals a short distance away. I had to get creative on some of those reports. But when you have Evot, not a problem."
None at all,
she said, snapping her fingers. Everyone cracked up. Dalton appreciated the light-hearted moment, and that Evot was at the center of it. It did him good to see her happy. He was also in a better mood since they had retrieved information to sift through and had the next steps. If they could figure out Mazarik's orb and how it worked, then they could hopefully recreate the portal and find Isaac and Kate. And with the synchartic sapper, they could disable Mazarik and shut down his portal. He messed with the wrong Earth this time. Chapter 12. Isaac landed the flying platform on the tower. After everyone disembarked, he pulled the platform into his PSD. A slight breeze wafted past, and he enjoyed the sunlight. The concrete ground had seen better days. He walked over to one of the guardrails and gazed out at the countryside. The tower was in a forest, and the bottom entrance was well concealed. The billionaire who had this compound built must have been paranoid to only require entry by helicopter. "What a view," said Albert. Sarah gripped his arm. "Sure is." Michael fidgeted with his cap. "This tower was a pain in the ass to build. Just getting the material out was a job in itself, but we did it. There's a stairwell that will take us underground, although there's a lift too. I'm not sure I'd trust it at this point, and it might not even have power." "Fair enough," said Isaac,
If we can secure the place and determine what it needs to make it habitable, we can get everyone here as soon as possible." They went to the shack. Isaac tried to open the metal door, but it didn't budge. "Don't suppose you have a key for it?" "I guess we'd also need a code for the console, but it's not powered up." "I don't," said Michael. "Can't you just break it down?" Kate placed the back of her hand on Isaac's chest. "He can, but it's better if we just open it in a way that it can still function. I want to try something." Everyone stepped back as she aimed her PSD at the door lock. She scanned the console, then placed her PSD next to it. Small tendrils emerged and entered the console. It lit up for a second before making a buzzing sound as the door opened slightly. "Well, that was easy," said Lee. "We used nanobots to open a door at a police station, but that left the door open for the Denbors to come in. They can't with this approach," said Kate. Isaac lightly touched her arm. "Someone's had some time to think about that." "Of course." Kate checked everyone out. "I'm not seeing any power or lights, and Isaac and I have dark vision, so we don't need them. However, the rest of you do. I'm going to launch an illumination orb to follow us down." Isaac pursed his lips. "I'll create a bubble shield too, which will provide some light." Albert grinned. "I love your technology." Isaac hadn't had to use the illumination orbs from his suit since he rarely had need of them. However, it worked well with others who couldn't see in the dark. It took him a moment to get his launched. Then Kate did hers. Afterward, he fired up his bubble shield, which caused some to step back. "Don't worry, it won't harm you," said Isaac. "It's a kinetic shield, so it prevents anything moving fast from entering." Albert adjusted his glasses. "But anything slow-moving could get in." "That's right." Michael squinted. "You ever run into that?" Isaac grunted. "Unfortunately, yeah. On our last outing before coming here, we fought a room that had vines with spikes on the end. They shot out of the ceiling and tried to spear us, but the shield held. The vines learned, though, and then entered slowly." "Holy shit," said Lee. "Where the hell were you that you encountered something like that?" Kate faced Albert. "You'll like this. We were in NGC 3312. Actually, I'm not even sure what classification system you use here." Albert's face lit up. "We use that same classification. That's the farthest spiral galaxy we've ever detected." "It's 194 million light-years away. I can't even imagine what it would be like to travel all around and see things like that. The things you must have seen." Isaac never took what he experienced during summons for granted, but it was easy to see the impact on those who had never experienced one. Spending time with Albert made it clear why Dr. Snowden fit in so well. Albert's curiosity and easygoing manner were a perfect fit for the gang. Isaac gestured at the doorway. "I'll go first, and Kate can take the rear." "No argument from me," said Lee. Isaac entered the stairwell with the others in tow. Shadows danced along the edges, and the eerie silence made every footstep sound louder than it was. A smell reminiscent of paint permeated the air. The metallic railings were sturdy, and the stairs were wide enough for two people to go down side by side. The stairs hugged the walls, leaving an open center. He took his time going down, periodically checking on the others to ensure they were okay. Isaac asked, "Is this facility completely finished?" "Well, not completely," said Michael. "There were some unfinished rooms, but they weren't critical." "Why do you ask?" Isaac narrowed his eyes. "Just hoping a mutant animal didn't find its way in." "Oh, well, even if it did, all the other rooms and floors are locked. It would only be able to wander hallways and open areas." Sarah shuddered. "Hopefully we don't run into that." Isaac cracked his neck. It'd be a bad day for them. Lee slapped him on the back. "That's what I'm talking about." The vote of confidence bolstered Isaac, but he was at a point where he was done with the creatures of this world. He had tried to use stun and repulsion before, but the Denbors didn't care about that. They wouldn't stop until they got you, and putting them down was the only viable solution. Even if he did restrain himself and capture them, there would be no place to put them, much less care for them, which wasn't something he saw himself doing. Kate glanced down the open area of the stairwell. "How many floors are there?" 8, but it's 20 flights of stairs to get to the first one," said Michael. "The first floor is more for storage and also has the security offices. It also has a small jail. Lots of weapons that we could use are there. The second is for community gatherings. Third is research and medical areas. Fourth is the living quarters and offices. Fifth is a biodome for gardening and the like. Sixth is supplies. And the seventh is the cafeteria." He took a breath. The 8th and final level is the largest one, and has all power generating and storage machinery, as well as the main control room.
Sounds like everything our group could use,
said Albert. Michael puffed his cheeks. Assuming we can get the power going without issue, and there aren't any creatures here, let's find out, said Isaac. We can do a sweep of each floor. Although Kate was confident in her and Isaac's abilities, the cold, pitch-black stairwell gave her goosebumps. The only sound was the group's footsteps, which echoed around. The stairwell was unremarkable, with plain concrete walls and light fixtures at every landing. 20 flights of stairs didn't seem like much, but it was an eternity going down them. Isaac's bubble shield encompassed everyone except her. She was okay with that, as she had dark vision and her suit kept her warm. The illumination orbs also followed above, giving off ample light. She detected the elevated heartbeats of Michael, Lee, Albert, and Sarah. That was a normal reaction to entering the unknown. Although there should be no Denbors around, the unfinished areas could have let something else in. Hopefully not. They moved at a good pace, and Kate wondered if this would be her new home. She tried not to think of Evaran and M never coming. This was all temporary, and when it wasn't, she would struggle with it. She had a vision of a long, productive life full of research on Earth, most likely with Isaac and maybe even some kids. That would be impossible here, except for being with Isaac. She caught Albert staring at the illumination orbs hovering over them. His curiosity was exactly like the Dr. Snowden she had read about. It made her wonder about her version on this Earth. Albert had said she was dead, and she would have had to deal with this crazy world without knowing Evaran or having Evaran tech. She could even be a mutant, but Albert seemed convinced she was gone. Kate hadn't read much about Sarah, other than her parallel universe version traveling with Leveran, the 8th plane form of Evaran who initially came. That version of Sarah was now in Evaran's main form. Kate hoped that when Evaran and M arrived, they took the survivors back to her Earth. Then, when they traveled to meet the first gang in Evaran's main form, Albert and Sarah could tag along. Maybe she wished for too much. After 20 minutes of silence, they reached the first landing. This should be the ground level or first level, said Michael. Isaac tried the door to no avail. Looks like we'll need to do what we did up top. Kate? Coming, she said as she squeezed by the others. She scanned the door console, then placed her PSD next to it. Small tendrils formed and entered the console, and a moment later the door clicked. Isaac pulled it open and stepped inside. Kate followed him and checked out the foyer area with a plexiglass-shielded front desk across from them. The round room had several doorways on the sides, but there was no illumination. She moved in a bit more to let the others in, who hesitantly entered. The air had a moldy smell. Perhaps they would need to decontaminate the place first. That could be done while people came, though. This is the security foyer, said Michael. Not much to look at, but the doors in and out of here are controlled from the booth ahead. Isaac approached the booth and peered through the semi-transparent plexiglass. Well, we can get in there if we have to. With Kate's ability to unlock doors, we should be okay, said Michael. He singled out a side door. That will lead us to the armory. Kate unlocked that door, and everyone entered. The mostly featureless hallway had cameras in the corner and light fixtures in the center of the ceiling. There probably wasn't going to be a lot of personal touches in a place like this. Another open area with a thick metal door was on the other side of the room. No console here, said Albert, scouting around. Michael sighed. It does a full body scan, which, without power, isn't happening. It also needs to be unlocked from the security booth. Kate's got this, said Isaac. We can use the nanobots here. When we get power later, we can restore the door. I got it, said Kate. She indicated for everyone to clear out, and once they were, she aimed her PSD at the door. A stream of nanobots flew out and formed a rectangular shape on the door, then ate their way through. Lee shook his head. Your PSDs are so powerful. Definitely, said Sarah. Isaac stepped through the opening, and after he verified it was safe, everyone trailed after him. The room was massive, with rows of shelves that reached toward the ceiling. Data labels sprouted off everything, showing there was a huge cache of weapons. The bottom level of each row had easily accessible weapons, and the specific type was on the rows above them in storage. There were enough weapons here for a small army. Isaac ran a hand over his mouth. Yeah, no shortage of weapons here. Lee touched a locked cabinet in one of the rows. Assault rifles here. I'd feel better with one."
"We both would,"
said Michael, glancing at Isaac and Kate. Kate used her nanobots to dematerialize the cabinet lock and also the one with ammunition. Michael and Lee both grabbed a rifle and some ammunition, then loaded them.
"Okay, I feel much safer now,"
said Michael. Albert raised his hand. "I'll let you two handle all that."
"Same,"
said Sarah. Michael slapped Albert on the back.
"We got your back, Professor."
Kate admired how close their group was. They had endured hardships, usually without guns, and suffered traumatic casualties. Now they had the means to fight back. Although she wasn't a big proponent of guns, they could literally make the difference between life and death in a world like this. Michael and Lee slung their weapons on their backs. Kate scouted the rest of the room. There were a variety of weapon types, from rocket launchers to handguns. One thing they would need to do was ensure control of who got guns. The last thing they needed was someone having a mental break and being armed to the teeth. She was confident Michael and Lee were aware of that. After 20 minutes, they went back to the foyer area. After Kate unlocked the doorway opposite them, they took the hallway to a massive storage room. Color-coded shipping containers filled the room, which indicated they must have been placed before it was sealed. Michael studied a laminated chart on the wall to the left of the doorway.
"Most of these supplies are things like clothing material, construction tools, and the like. No food or drink here, but everything that might be needed outside of that should be here."
Albert placed his finger on the purple section of the chart. "Technical parts. With Isaac's and Kate's PSDs, I bet we can do a lot with that."
"Probably," said Isaac. "Our PSDs should be able to construct anything, given the raw materials. I suspect I'll be up here a lot."
Sarah smiled.
"They have a baby and kids section."
Kate couldn't fathom trying to raise a child in this world, and the ones she had seen so far acted like they were scarred for life. This compound represented hope, and she would do whatever it took to make the group successful. Lee selected another section.
"There may not be food or drink here, but they have a kitchen section. We'll have to figure out what needs sent to the other levels."
"And that's a good problem to have," said Michael. "Okay, wait here," said Isaac. "I'm going to check out the rest of the area and make sure there's nothing skulking around."
Kate was sure she would have detected if anything was, but Isaac was being thorough. There was a slight possibility there could be monsters she couldn't detect. Either way, it wouldn't take him long, and she joined the others in reading the chart. Michael had planned well for a community, which showed in how many sections there were. The raw materials section would work well with her and Isaac's nanobots. She agreed with Isaac that he could probably live in this room. She might be around a lot as well. Making custom blankets for the kids crossed her mind. She could also make specific types of clothing, which would probably be in demand. There were still 7 levels to check out, and she had already seen 2 massive areas. Next to the laminated section chart was an overview of the facility's levels, and it boggled her mind that she was on the smallest one. It was only a quarter of the size of most of the levels. The bottom one was the largest. There was a lot to check out, and she hoped they could get the power going and everyone moved in as soon as possible.
Chapter 13. Albert was glad there were no issues on the first floor. They were now walking down the main pathway of the second floor. To the sides were large openings to huge, open rooms with stages. His group didn't have many communal events, other than trying to survive. It would be nice to have something that didn't depend on if they were going to be attacked or discovered. There were also some private rooms for personal events, and he could see that being used for small gatherings or special clubs. He imagined how great it would be to have a science club. It was strange to have thoughts like that, when he was usually focused on where their next meal would come from. They moved on to the 3rd floor. This was where he suspected he would spend most of his time. It had all the research and medical labs. There were also classrooms with powered-down computers. The research labs weren't quite at a college level, but they had decent equipment. He knew of several doctors in the group who could probably handle the medical labs. However, with Kate and her amazing ability, she would probably help out. He wasn't sure how that would work, but he suspected the doctors would diagnose and treat, and if it required Kate's touch, they would use her as a last resort. Otherwise, Kate would just live in the medical labs and heal nonstop. That would be too much for anyone. He paused by an office and stared inside. It had a comfortable chair, a decent-sized desk with a computer, and a whiteboard on the wall. He wasn't sure how offices would be allocated, but he liked this one. He turned his head when a hand touched his shoulder.
I see you, Professor. You want it? You got it, said Michael.
Lee laughed. Yeah, it's a bit obvious. I didn't know I was, said Albert, grinning. And thank you. I'll use it to the best of my ability.
Of that, I have no doubt, said Michael.
Albert appreciated that they had noticed he was interested in the office. Sarah gripped his arm. You'll be perfect here. At least I'll know where you are. Definitely. I guess you'll go back to teaching? Yeah, so I'll be right around the corner. He gave her a small kiss. Then we can have lunch together. Kate looked on with softened eyes. Albert suspected it had something to do with her and Isaac's relationship. It didn't make sense to him that they weren't together when it was obvious they wanted to be. He figured it was due to the current situation. But once the group was here, they might enter into a relationship when things were calmer. Everyone moved on to the 4th floor. This would be the busiest place of all, as it had living quarters and general offices. It was where everyone would be for the most part, especially at night. There was one large area with 3 main hallways. One hall had apartments, and there were 30 on each side of the pathway. That should be enough for the 47 members of the group. Offices, break rooms, and meeting rooms occupied the hallway on the left. That was where the brains of the compound would operate from. The secured offices could be used for high-level meetings. The break rooms had refrigerators and, most importantly, coffee machines. There were 10 bathrooms, segregated by gender, and each one had multiple stalls. The final hall opposite the entrance had laundry rooms and small kitchen areas. There was a cafeteria on the 7th level, but these kitchens were probably for those who wanted to cook something small or have a snack. It was much easier to walk over here versus going down 3 levels, and even then the cafeteria was probably for main meals. Everyone's mood had improved. This compound was looking better and better, but the next floor was the biodome, where there were some unfinished rooms. That would be where food was grown, and Albert knew it had complex systems. However, there were enough provisions at this point to secure the compound. Assuming the food supplies were good, they should have enough to sustain themselves until food could be grown. Water shouldn't be an issue, as it was piped in from Lake Michigan, and he doubted they would drain that. The mood changed when they went to the biodome. The floor was an open area with massive pillars throughout. Greenhouses dotted the area, and each one had vertical farming equipment. However, it was the skittering noise that alerted everyone. Isaac pointed at the door.
Michael, Lee, cover the entrance. I'm going to see what that sound was.
I'm coming with you, said Kate. They shared a look.
Go, we got this,
said Michael, pulling out his weapon. Lee did the same. Albert gulped as he gazed out into the darkness. He could see Isaac and Kate in the distance due to the bubble shield, and he was glad they left an illumination orb behind. It lit up the area fairly well, and with Michael and Lee armed, Albert was more relaxed. He jumped when a blue arc of lighting shot out and hit something that shrieked. Another blast caused something else to cry out. The thought of Denbors anywhere in the facility made him shiver. It did make him feel better that Isaac and Kate had no fear of them. He probably wouldn't either if he had super strength or could heal. Albert wrinkled his brow when he heard sounds that reminded him of rocks cracking.
"What is that?" asked Sarah.
"I don't know, but I'm sure we'll find out in a moment." As if on cue, Isaac called for them to come. Albert trailed after the others, and when they arrived, he studied the solid wall that had been created. Kate gestured at it.
There were 2 cat-like Denbors, but Isaac stunned them. I guess they can be stunned if they're small enough. Anyway, I used my nanobots to move them outside the wall into a tunnel they must have burrowed in from, then sealed it. I also finished closing up this room. We lost some space, but we shouldn't have to worry about things creeping in.
Michael tapped the wall.
"We should probably have a security booth down here just in case."
"I can create one," said Kate.
Lee exhaled.
"The fact you can is awesome."
Albert hadn't realized how tense he was. This was definitely an area that couldn't suffer any damage. Thankfully, the creatures couldn't get into the greenhouses. But then again, there was nothing in there except dirt and machinery. They must have wandered around and lounged near the breach. He was glad he didn't have to see them. He had already seen enough for a lifetime.
"Come on, we've still got 3 more floors to check out," said Michael.
Albert peeked back at the area as they left. It would have been a nasty surprise to move in and then encounter the Denbors. Hopefully the rest of the compound was empty. But if it wasn't, he was confident the others would make it so. He couldn't wait to get the rest of the group here. Isaac hadn't expected there to be any den boars, but they moved slowly. He suspected they were famished and too weak to attack. It made it easy to stun them, and then Kate removed them with her nanobots. If this was the extent of any breach, then the compound was in good shape for the camp to move to. That assumed they could get the power going. One aspect that concerned him was there were a lot of systems. They would need to be maintained, and he didn't know if the group had the expertise for that. It was still better than fighting monsters outside. The 6th floor contained the food and drink supplies. In the back of the large, open room were massive water tanks with pipes running into them. The rest of the room was empty except for large doorways to 10 separate rooms. Each room had enough food for 100 people for a year. Isaac entered one and scanned the area. A lot of the food was dried and in pouches or canned. One bin was labeled Meatball Surprise. That was probably the expression most got from eating something like that. It was still better than no food at all, and it would probably taste good to the survivors after not having much of any food. The next floor was the cafeteria. The left side of the massive room was filled with a counter with metal bars that people could slide their trays on. Behind that was a kitchen. The other side of the room had tables and chairs, with enough seating to accommodate the whole camp. They could get breakfast, lunch, and dinner here. Most of the food would come from the floor above, but ideally the biodome floor would provide some as well. The final floor had the power generators and storage and main controls. Unlike the previous floors, the console for entry required a bioscan. It had power, and he suspected this floor was self-contained in that regard. "You're up," said Isaac, gesturing at Michael. He put his face close to the console screen. Click. Michael stepped back. "Thankfully, I'm still in the system as an administrator. I was supposed to wipe out my profile, along with the rest of my teams, when we handed this place over to Xavier. Oh, Xavier Thiel. He was the billionaire who paid for this place." Albert grimaced. "Tech CEO and a horrible guy. I'm not surprised he built a bunker to get away from everyone, but I doubt he saw this coming." "Yeah," said Lee. "No loss to the world if he didn't make it." Isaac didn't know anything about Xavier, but it was apparent he wasn't well regarded. Then again, he couldn't think of a billionaire he liked on his Earth either. He opened the door and stepped into a long hallway that had illumination provided by a string of ceiling lights. Thin slats lined the upper part of the walls, and he detected gas canisters behind them. This must be a security feature, as they had to open another locked door at the end of the hall. After that, there was a short corridor to a T-junction. Going left led to power generation and storage, and to the right was the main control room. Both had yet another sealed door to get through. They went to the large control room. The wall opposite them was covered with a massive main screen and flanked by a myriad of smaller ones. 3 rows of workstations, broken up by a central walkway, filled the majority of the room. Each workstation had a computer and a plush seat. To the sides were some tables separated by cabinets. There were no places for food or drink. Probably a safety measure.
"Glad there's power here,"
said Isaac.
"Yep," said Michael. "It's just not distributed to the rest of the bunker. However, it's undergone tests, so we just need to turn on access."
"Like flipping a breaker," said Lee.
"Yeah," said Michael.
He walked over to one of the workstations, then put his face near a device that resembled mounted binoculars. The monitor lit up, showing a login screen for a moment before switching to an administrative interface. Isaac scanned the variety of menu options available. It was a simplistic interface, with a menu on the side and one up top, and the bulk of the screen showing content. It currently displayed a dashboard. Michael sat and interacted with the system and caused the screens on the wall to turn on.
"I know these systems backward and forward. Practically lived with them during construction. What you're seeing on the main screen is the status of everything."
Isaac analyzed the screen. It had one section that showed each floor of the compound, with red lines running through them. The floor they were on had green lines. He focused on the batteries listed out in a 2x8 array. They were colored in such a way that he could see how much power they had, and most sat around 60%. The generator section showed no abnormalities, but the off-premises power generation input showed low. Michael grimaced.
"Solar generation is lower than I anticipated. Might be something going on at our solar arrays. Wind power generation looks good still. Worst case scenario, if we need power, we can use hydropower. But I don't know what state that system is in. Nonetheless, there's easily enough power here for a year."
"That sounds good enough to start with," said Kate.
"Yeah, now let's see if the rest of the facility lights up," said Michael.
Isaac examined the main screen as red lines turned to green, but several floors stayed red.
Michael sighed. "Figures. Probably something disconnected. We'll need to deal with that."
"We should get everyone here as soon as possible," said Sarah.
"Definitely. The living area has power, thankfully, so there's that." Michael stood. "All right, let's go get everyone."
Isaac relaxed at the thought of getting everyone here and then setting up. It would be a challenge to get everything working, and he was still unsure of how maintenance would work, but this was a better place to be than their current one. There was a sense of euphoria among the group as they headed back to the main stairwell. Isaac could see this place as being where he and Kate put down roots until Evaran and M arrived. In the worst-case scenario, he'd have to make sure the compound would sustain them past 5 years, assuming it wasn't attacked. He would probably live in the control room. With his nanobots, he should be able to repair almost anything. Michael was knowledgeable about the systems, so he would be a good resource, but Isaac hoped there were also others who understood them. If not, a group would need to be trained. There would also need to be inventory checks and logistics set up about how food was distributed. With a smaller group, that might not be an issue. If more than 100 people came, there could be some complications, but there would be less strain on the systems in general with the current survivor group. They reached the top of the tower, and Isaac formed his flying platform. After everyone boarded, they took off. Isaac peeked back at the tower as they flew away. This facility was about to become his home, but he still hoped Evaran and M found them. It still ate at him, despite the others' celebratory mood. He took a deep breath. The next step was to get everyone to the compound and to relative safety.
Chapter 14. It was 6:00 p.m. Earth time, and Evot found herself alone. She was thankful to have escaped Mazarik's trap, and after a fun dinner conversation with everyone, they had split up. Evaran and M had gone to the maintenance hub, but she didn't know their specific location. That was something the Torvatta didn't want to share. The only time she had been in a room in the maintenance hub was when Dalton had been chosen by the Torvatta. It infused him with cosmic energy, which altered her from a virtual intelligence to an artificial one. The change had been drastic, and she was unstable until Evaran stabilized her. She still remembered her first moments of consciousness while Dalton screamed as he changed. She could have merged back into Dalton's upper arm, but she didn't want to go into low power mode. It could be that she was now Evaran touched and was more sensitive, but her algorithms wanted her to stay active as long as possible while on the Torvatta. She checked on Dalton and saw he was taking a nap. Using his portal powers sapped him more than he would ever admit, but it was something she had observed since he had become a Torvatta's chosen. It's one reason he didn't use it more often, as it put him at a disadvantage in a fight. Dylan was in the Hollow Room, running a training program. She had hung out with him a lot since he and Brad had become friends. With Jake Melkins, they had their own little gang. She didn't know if Dylan wanted alone time to train, but she didn't think he would mind if she stopped in. If he was busy, she could sit and silently observe, or leave if he wanted to be alone. She stopped outside the Hollow Room, which showed it was open. If Dylan wanted to be alone, he would have set it to busy, so she entered. The environment reminded her of a room on a space station. However, there were dozens of small horned creatures with bone plates for eyes. They attacked Dylan, who had on an armored suit with thick gauntlets. The suit was lighter than the normal heavy one his survival suit could spawn. He moved with grace as he fought them. Each one he defeated dissipated. If he got hit, it lit up an area on his suit. It was obvious he was training with some new techniques, and she measured his speed. He was faster than Dalton, but not Evaran. There was also strength in his strikes, as he used his velocity to power them. After he demolished his enemies, he despawned his suit and took a breather. He glanced at her, then walked over. "Evot, what's going on?" he asked. She nodded at him.
I was observing your workout. I hope you don't mind.
He shook his head. "Nah, it's cool. I figured you were doing something with Dalton."
He's napping at the moment.
"Now? That's weird," said Dylan. Evot tapped her forearm.
Using his portal abilities takes some energy. He was already tired, and with Evaran and M in the maintenance hub, he took advantage of the downtime.
Cool. Dylan spawned 2 chairs, then plopped down on one. Evot sat in the one opposite him.
I liked your workout. What is this environment?
Dylan puffed his cheeks. It's the portal city from our last summons. It's where I became a universal conduit. We were on the way to meet up with Evaran, M, and Partanis, and someone who accompanied us on our last summons. These creatures attacked us, and I was able to do some pretty wild stuff.
A good training exercise, then.
Yeah, the gauntlets were something M and Sandus came up with. They're awesome. Evot had heard of Sandus, the information broker. He was a close friend of the first Evaran and the gang, and had traveled with the current one on their last summons. She wanted to meet him and figured she would at some point. He reminded her of a large squirrel from the information she had on him.
Your gauntlets appear to be very effective,
she said. Dylan eased back into his chair. Dalton gave me some good tips on using them and my energy shield earlier when we ran. Although she had known Dalton joined Dylan on a morning run, he hadn't mentioned what they did. She had assumed it was just running, but it was evident they did some training too. Perhaps Dalton was respecting Dylan's personal time by not mentioning it.
He's a good teacher,
she said. Definitely, said Dylan. Evot stared at him.
I wanted to thank you for accepting me into your group.
Dylan smirked. Of course. You're awesome.
Yes, I can be,
she said, beaming. You and Brad are a natural couple, he said, and I'm glad you're both my close friends.
The feeling is mutual.
A pulse swept over Evot. Before Evaran had touched her, there wouldn't have been one, as it would have been deemed inefficient. However, now that she could feel more, the pulse was noticeable. It signified she was very pleased with something, and in this case, it was the affirmation that she and Dylan were close friends.
My only friend was Dalton for a long time,
she said.
I'm enjoying this new aspect of my existence.
Dylan tapped his chest. Well, now you got more friends.
Thank you.
I meant to ask you this before, but can you now sense dimensional auras and exotic energies better? Asked Dylan.
I can,
said Evot.
I couldn't before when I first came to Earth, but it seems it's something that has phased in. My augment has cosmic energy, as do my surf bots, so it makes sense that I would be able to. Evaran's touch also was a factor, and now I have the same detection ability as Dalton.
Dylan chuckled. That's badass.
Yes, I agree with that. May I ask you a personal question?
He waved at her. Shoot.
Why don't you have a girlfriend? I hope our friendship is at a level where I can ask that question.
Oh, it's cool. Dylan leaned forward with clasped hands. Honestly, just no time. Traveling with Evaran and M is like a full-time job. Then I got the Wildhaven Institute stuff. Maybe once I'm done traveling and out of Wildhaven, I'll see what's out there. Evot scrutinized him.
I see. You have a high compatibility factor, and I have picked up some conversations while waiting for you and the others at the Wildhaven Institute. These women seem interested in you based on my analysis.
Dylan widened his eyes. Oh, really? I had no idea.
Yes. There's a witch who has her eyes on you.
Hopefully not an evil eye. They laughed. Evot loved that she could crack up. It was one of the benefits of being Evaran touched. Humor had always been hard for her, but she was beginning to learn more in her enhanced state. Dylan shrugged. I'm not rushing anything. If it happens before, then great. If not, great as well. I have a long life ahead of me, and I don't even know what that would look like with a girlfriend.
Those are good points,
she said.
Since you're now a universal conduit, you'd probably match up with someone who is long-lived.
Yeah, it'd suck to date a normal human, which still sounds weird to say, then live far longer than them. Evot had similar concerns about her and Brad. She would outlive him, and she had not allocated any resources to consider what she would do then. Brad had exposed her to a new world of emotions and sensations, and she would never forget them, especially since she kept it in her archival storage. What she hadn't told Dylan was that she had a minor programmer running to find him someone who was long-lived and fit his personality. Brad had said it might be a bit much, and that he knew Dylan wanted a girlfriend, but was busy. The program didn't use a lot of resources, and it was mainly directed at picking up praise either via words or actions toward Dylan. She would find this person, then a way for them to meet. Her simulation showed that Dylan would be thankful in the end, but it might be something she told him after a relationship had been established. Brad had called her a little matchmaker, but she wasn't doing this for her vanity. She respected Dylan and wanted to help him find his significant other. "You up for some sparring?" asked Dylan. She stood.
Prepare yourself for domination.
"Oh, it's so on." Dalton yawned as he awoke from a solid nap. A quick check showed it was 8:00 p.m. He wasn't worried about not being able to sleep later, as the Torvatta's neural effect would handle that. It was a feature he wished he had in his team's compound, so he would use it to his advantage when he could. He stretched, then got up and did his business. After getting an apple from a matter replicator, he checked on the others. Dylan and Evot were having fun in the hollow room, and they acted like close friends. Evaran was listed as being in the maintenance hub, and M was in the command center. Dalton wasn't sure what Evaran was doing, and it seemed odd for M to be sitting alone in the command center. With that in mind, Dalton checked to make sure he was presentable, then went to the command center. M sat motionless at his workstation. Dalton took a seat in the left seating area. "Hey," he said. M swiveled his head toward him.
Hello.
Dalton wrinkled his brow.
"I see Evaran is in the maintenance hub. What are you doing out here?"
Evaran said he needed to be alone for some research he's doing, but he wants me on standby.
"Huh. Wonder what he's looking into."
I don't know,
said M. It was odd that M wasn't aware of what Evaran was researching. It signified the importance of it. Dalton wouldn't ask Evaran about it, as Evaran would most likely tell him if it was essential. There was still a lot about Evaran that was a mystery, and the inspector in Dalton always wanted to know more.
"Well, we can hang here then," said Dalton.
We can,
said M. Dalton eased into his seat.
"The maintenance hub is still an enigma to me. I know it has thousands of doors, but I only know what a few do. In particular, the one that made me a chosen."
I don't know where most of the doors lead either.
"It still seems strange that the maintenance hub is the main dimension. What we're in now is just a physical shell in our reality."
M tilted his head.
Yes, if we ever lost this shell, we would go to the maintenance hub, but we'd still have access to the other rooms.
"It'd take a lot of effort to lose this shell," said Dalton. "I mean, it has dimensional void shielding."
And an emergency jump back in time as needed.
"Yeah, it has a lot of escape options. The Torvatta is an amazing ship."
M looked around.
And it has a Cyrillus echo.
Dalton never understood why Cyrillus's echo didn't have a presence others could engage with regularly. It showed itself to Sandus in the form of a time-locked cube on the last summons, but it acted like it wanted to hide. Dalton wasn't sure if that was by design, or if there was some limitation he wasn't aware of. The Torvatta as a whole existed on multiple layers of reality. It was unique in that it could only be created by Cyrillus before her death and becoming a plane. It also had the ability to create another Torvatta, but it required a specific setup, one Dalton only knew of because Evaran had done it for another one of his plane forms. The Torvatta's power was undeniable, and its impact on the plane was even more noticeable.
"I saw Evot and Dylan were hanging out in the hollow room," said Dalton.
They're good friends. Evot has rapidly evolved,
said M. "Tell me about it," said Dalton. "From a VI to an AI, and now Evaran touched. I'm just glad I got to be part of her journey."
I am as well,
said M. "She's my best friend. And you're my brother."
M's lights glowed a bit brighter.
Yes, we're brothers.
Dalton never took it for granted how easy it was to be around M. Not only was he powerful, but he was someone Dalton could confide in without worry. M had his own journey through multiple forms, and Dalton had come to know V, M's predecessor, quite well. M was less formal, not just in speech but also in his actions.
I noticed in your last case you had to kill,
said M. Dalton sighed.
Anacruxus. Yeah. He was way too powerful to deal with. I do think the Earth Ward could have taken him down, but there would have been a lot more casualties. I don't like portal killing in general, but if I didn't use the abilities given to me, he would have killed me.
I'm glad you chose to live.
Dalton cracked up.
Yeah, I am too.
While my portal abilities are powerful, the recall one, which I used on Anacruxus,
takes a lot out of me. It isn't meant to be used often.
That's why you napped,
said M. Definitely. I can do that when I'm on the Torvatta. That option isn't always available out in the field. Dalton was still learning about his abilities. The portal-killing approach was not new, and he hated having to use his abilities like that. However, when the alternative was his friends being hurt or even killed, he wouldn't hesitate to use it. He tried to follow Evaran's non-lethal approach at all times, but there were instances where it wasn't feasible. Anacruxus was a powerful, dimensional being in the shape of a dragon who ignored stun blasts.
Your cases have been intriguing,
said M.
I admire your effort to downplay the team's usage of their abilities.
Dalton smiled, and Mazarik's not knowing about my recall portal ability back to our Earth came in handy. This just validates that I'll continue to do so, although I do have to get creative. Thankfully, Evot is a good editor.
Do you worry she may get her own body outside of your augment?
Asked M. I do, said Dalton, frowning. I mean, I know it'll happen at some point. I'll just enjoy what time I have with her until then. And of course I'll support her when that time comes.
You're a good friend.
I hope so, said Dalton. I'm glad you're still around regardless of if you're V, M, or someone else. M grinned.
I appreciate that. As you're an anchor, you'll meet my future versions, and I'll remember this conversation.
Dalton waved at him. In that case, hello, M2. M's lights grew brighter. Dalton had found Evaran's and M's second forms to be very similar to their first ones. He doubted the third versions would be all that different.
I had a question about Todd Armani, your deputy inspector,
said M. Shoot. M raised a finger.
I've tracked him through his advancement in the inspector courses and his interaction with your cases. He appears to be ready to lead his own team. Will you continue with the new team if he moves on, or do something different?
Dalton took a measured breath. That time will come for sure. He's leading the team right now at the California convention. He'll approach cases differently due to not having my or Evot's abilities, but he'll make a fine inspector when he does get his team. I just hope I can hang on to him for a while. I like my team.
They're efficient, and their unique abilities, including being ever in touched, give them an advantage.
Dalton grimaced. Yeah, but when we fight beings that are usually on your and Evaran's level, things can get dicey.
I understand,
said M.
I know you try to avoid calling us, but you know you can.
Dalton flashed him a thumbs up, and I'm glad I have that option. But look at what we're doing now. You guys deal with things that are epic in scope. It makes the cases I do look trivial by comparison.
Perhaps, but you can interfere much more than we can without impacting the timeline.
True. Dalton was well aware of the ripple effect that even the mere presence of Evaran and M could cause. On his last case, they had visited the celebration on a parallel Earth, but didn't reveal themselves. Dalton had detected the Torvatta, and it had hovered over the celebration for most of the day. He had wanted to talk to Evaran and M at the time, but he also understood how disruptive it could have been. M paused.
I think Mazarik doesn't understand the power arrayed against him.
Probably not, said Dalton. He's miscalculated several times already. That may just be a consequence of never being challenged with his power level. It could also explain why he's so interested in this fight. It's taking some effort for him, something he's probably relishing.
We'll correct his misunderstanding.
Dalton clapped and pointed at him. There we go. Dalton wasn't sure how this would all end. He hoped Isaac and Kate were safe, but they could be anywhere. He wasn't sure how to find them, and a part of him thought that was what Evaran was researching. Maybe not. What was clear was that Mazarik had to be stopped, and Isaac and Kate found, and he wouldn't rest until both conditions were met.
Chapter 15. Dylan stared at the ceiling as he lay in bed. It was 8:30 a.m., and he'd had a great time with Evot yesterday. Afterward, they had gone to the command center and hung out with Dalton and M. Evaran had been in the maintenance lab the whole night, and no one knew what he researched. Hopefully, they'd be one step closer to finding Isaac and Kate. He couldn't shake the thought of what could have happened to him had he not been with Evaran and the others. One dark scenario was that Isaac and Kate went to a hostile environment. Not much they could do if it was a lava world, unless they got into the air. They could also have ended up deep in a water world. He focused on happier thoughts.
like the girls Evot had mentioned who had expressed interest in him. She had pulled up their profiles and discussed them some. One was from the Ogbin Coven and was a friend of Renassa, Todd's girlfriend. Another was a wildborn who had ventriloquist powers. The third was an elemental, which was kind of odd. He knew to avoid elementals if possible since they were so unpredictable. He got up and took a shower. As he cleaned himself, he thought about having a girlfriend. He had not mentioned the hollow sims to Evot, so she wouldn't know that he took care of his needs that way. Nonetheless, the idea of getting a girlfriend enticed him, but it would need to wait a bit longer. There was too much going on for that at the moment. After putting on his survival suit, he went to the conference room. Everyone was either getting breakfast or was already seated. Once everyone was set, Evaran spoke. "I hope you all had a good rest."
"Sure did. But I think everyone wants to know what you were up to all night,"
said Dalton. "I figured as much," said Evaran. "I'll explain then. I was testing the orb object Mazarik left behind. There's a room in the maintenance hub that allows for exotic energy the Torvatta has stored to be used. As a security measure, only I'm allowed in the room. My cosmic energy level makes me immune to potential side effects." "Makes sense," said Dylan. "What'd you find out?" "The Torvatta has a sample of synchartic energy, but nowhere near Mazarik's concentration. Nonetheless, I was able to determine that he uses his exotic energy to power the orb's natural rift and Myrander energy. This allows it to connect to the main portal on his world. He has specific orbs that can form stable connections, but the one he used on Isaac and Kate had an unstable one. As such, the main portal connects randomly somewhere else." Evot tilted her head.
Then if we get more synchartic exotic energy and refill the orb with rift and Myrander energy, we could recreate the connection.
"That's my thought," said Evaran. "I assume the recreated connection will trigger the main portal to send us to wherever it did the first time, as the orb's connection is unique." Dylan narrowed his eyes. "And we know of one source of synchartic exotic energy. We're going to have to sap it from Mazarik." "Yes, and that won't be trivial. I already refilled the orb with Myrander energy, as the Torvatta has a vast cache of it." Evaran pulled up an image of a star-shaped device the size of a soccer ball. "We can visit the Rift Guardians to create a synchartic exotic energy sapper, but it will use up all the synchartic energy the Torvatta has."
"I'm surprised it has it at all,"
said Dalton. Evaran nodded. "It has a small sample of all known exotic energies it's encountered. However, I don't recall any encounter where it would have picked this up. I suspect it did so when we weren't on board at some point in the past." Dylan chortled. "So the Torvatta is just flying around solo, collecting exotic energy?"
We know it picked up universal energy when we dealt with the Mortani,"
said M.
"Oh, that's right. I remember the time-locked cube saying that. It's still wild to think the Torvatta does things by itself. So then I guess it's off to Solus."
Evaran gestured at Dalton and Evot. "Yes, and this will be your first meeting with them,"
"I'm excited to meet them,"
said Evot.
"Same here,"
said Dalton.
"We've only met Jelton Stalrin when he was with Emily."
"Very well," said Evaran. "We can go after breakfast. Once we have the sapper, we'll deal with Mazarik, then power the orb and go get Isaac and Kate." Dylan chowed down on his sausage and egg burrito. He was eager to see Galden Cull and Brayak Cutherstone, the leaders of the Rift Guardians. He had just been to Solus, their headquarters, on the last summons, and they had been great hosts. After breakfast, everyone assembled in the command center. "M, take us to Solus, then contact Galden," said Evaran.
"Acknowledged."
Dylan's heart raced when the Torvatta opened a portal and flew through. Solus had an odd landscape with a huge green crystal above a floating landmass. There were no stars, as Solus was inside a dimension at the end of a timeline. He recalled seeing it for the first time, but it still amazed him.
"An interesting-looking place,"
said Dalton. Evot tilted her head.
"I like it." "Landing coordinates received,"
said M.
"Galden and Brayak are on their way to meet us."
Dylan smirked. "They're probably going to wonder what's up with us coming back so soon." "Perhaps so," said Evaran. "However, I don't think they'll complain about a visit." "Yeah, definitely not. You're like a god here." Evaran eyed him. "Sadly, yes. I try not to encourage that perspective, but it's difficult to change views at times. Galden and Brayak understood that, but the Ravaw, the Rift Guardians' elite fighting unit, had seen Jelton Stalrin, who was one of their own, come back from the dead in Evaran's presence. Dylan had been fortunate to meet some Ravaw members, and they firmly believed Evaran was a god, even if he said he wasn't. They said he was being humble. Dylan suspected Dalton would be worshipped too if he had been involved with some of the events where Evaran and the Ravaw interacted. After 20 minutes, they assembled outside the Torvatta. Dylan furrowed his brow at the shuttle approaching at a breakneck pace. Galden and Brayak wasted no time in coming out, and they had done something similar last time. He had enjoyed his last visit to see the Rift Guardians, and he wished this was under better circumstances. His throat constricted as he thought of Isaac and Kate. Not knowing their status was killing him. Galden and Brayak arrived and exited their shuttle.
"Evaran,"
said Galden, doing a forearm shake with him.
"Back so soon?"
"I am. Although I wish this was a social visit, I have need of a sapper." Brayak did the same shake with Evaran.
"Of course. Anything you need. I see we have some new faces."
Dalton stepped forward and extended a hand.
"Inspector Dalton Kingston, Earth Ward.
I'm a Torvatta's chosen."
"Oh, like Sazrissa Martaka,"
said Galden, clasping hands.
"Exactly.
And with me is Evot, an AI who is housed in me as an augment, but she controls 2 servbots, one of which is in the form you see now." Evot hugged Galden, then Brayak.
I'm so happy to meet you two.
Galden chuckled.
"Well then, I'm glad to meet you too."
He high-fived M, then slapped hands with Dylan.
"Always good to see you two."
Brayak followed suit. M's lights glowed brighter.
Acknowledged.
Galden wrinkled his brow.
"Where's Isaac and Kate?"
"Unfortunately, we don't know," said Evaran. Brayak drew his head back.
"That doesn't sound good."
"It isn't. They were sent someplace randomly. In order to recreate the device that transported them away, we need to gather its specific exotic energy, which resides in a being known as Mazarik, the one who sent them away."
"Got it,"
said Brayak.
"Then let's get you that sapper. You can fill us in on more of the situation on the way," said Galden.
He motioned at Dalton and Evot.
"And I'd like to know more about you two. I've heard quite a bit about you both from Jelton and Emily."
Dalton slapped Galden on the back.
"The same with us about you two."
Dylan loved how effortless it was for Dalton and Evot to integrate with Galden and Brayak as if they were good friends. Any friend of Evaran was automatically assumed to be a friend of the Rift Guardians. It was an unwritten rule, but it had been vocalized a few times. Dylan was eager to get the synchartic energy sapper and was satisfied with the plan to use it. It was justice in that Mazarik would no longer be able to use his portals that way. Perhaps he could in another way, but the orbs wouldn't work for him. Dylan imagined arriving on a parallel Earth and finding Isaac and Kate in good health. He swallowed hard. The thought that this could have been him wouldn't leave his mind. Although he and the others had location nanobots, they didn't work across realities. He wondered if there was a way to factor the quantum beacon into their suits. It was something he would look into. Dalton savored his visit with the Rift Guardians. They were true friends of Evaran and M, and Dalton had read a lot about them. Galden and Brayak had treated him and Evot like they were good friends. More importantly, a synchartic exotic energy sapper had been created. It resembled a flat star, and when applied to a target, it would extend tendrils to grip the target, then take its energy. Dalton had heard there was a cosmic energy sapper, but he had no desire to interact with that. The method to create the sapper had been intriguing, and he understood why Evaran had created a process involving the Rift Guardians. They had talked about the situation, and Dalton suspected Evaran wanted a second opinion to know if what he was doing was ethical or not. While Dalton could have told him, the Rift Guardians added another layer. It was 2:00 p.m., and they were ready to engage Mazarik. Although Evot had suggested she could sneak in and apply it, Mazarik would detect her well before then. Same with them. There was no way to infiltrate without being detected, so they decided to go in hard. Dylan had proposed taking the Torvatta straight into the fight, which sounded like a good option. However, without knowing what was awaiting them, it could be pulled into a trap. With it held back, it could serve as a backup option to get them out if needed. It could also assist by continuously scanning the area to ensure they were aware of their environment. Mazarik was powerful and had unknown defenses, but Dalton was confident in the group. Their last encounter showed that Mazarik could be beaten. They would just need to work as a team. Evot would still apply the sapper, but she would do so in the chaos of battle. Dalton wasn't sure what would happen after Mazarik was sapped, but they would leave if they had to. Dalton wanted to take Mazarik to an Earth Ward prison. Dalton had briefly thought about getting his team and maybe the Protectors, the new non-human team Lord Vigon had put together. Galden had even offered the Ravaw. But Evaran didn't want to include those who had other priorities. Evaran's desire to limit impacts was ideal, but help from those other groups would have made this much easier. In the back of his mind, Dalton knew that if things went really bad, Evaran would sacrifice himself. Then he would become a powerful being who would be expelled by the plane until he had a new form. In that state, not only would he save Isaac and Kate, but Mazarik would be dealt with as well. The downside was losing his current plane form, something no one wanted. Hopefully, it didn't come down to that. Dalton did a final check of his gear as he stood on the Torvatta's ramp. Dylan had on a version of his survival suit that was thicker than his normal one, but less bulky than the heavy version. That would allow him to move more easily. Evot was in her human form and held the sapper. M was in defensive mode in his juggernaut body. Evaran looked like he always did, but his eyes had a soft glow, an indication he was agitated. They had landed outside one of the satellite structures where the Torvatta's deep scan had detected Mazarik. The scan would have probably been sensed by him, which was why it wasn't used earlier. Another concern was the discovery of a dozen caged humans. "Let's go," said Evaran, waving forward. Dalton followed him outside the shielding. Evaran used his nanobots to chew through the outer wall, then stepped into the building. The path they would take went underground, then through several hallways to a large area. Dalton wasn't sure of the purpose of where Mazarik was, but suspected it might be some type of control room. The presence of humans was also confusing. Instead of locating a ramp, Evaran used the nanobots to drop down 3 levels, then resumed grinding through hallways to the center area. Dalton didn't like that they had encountered no resistance up to this point. Everything was way too easy. It was like Mazarik wanted to fight them again, and he'd had time to analyze the previous fight. It almost felt like a trap, but both sides knew each other was coming. They broke through into a massive open chamber. An army of heavily armored humanoid robots surrounded Mazarik. A large mech stood far in the back, while a small unit of drones hovered in the air. The humans were split into 2 metallic, barred prisons with 6 in each, and they had been placed in front of Mazarik and his group. The humans wore drab, gray robes and miserable expressions. This was not going to be easy. Evot had already reverted to her nanoswarm mode and moved behind the group. That's a lot of firepower," said Dylan. "And looks like he's using those people as shields." Indeed. Evaran strode forward. "Stick together. We'll need to rescue those humans as well." Dalton entered his heavy armor mode and spawned his energy shield. He formed his remote stun gun, or RSG. He wasn't sure how effective it would be, and if needed, he would use a blade. Dylan clenched and unclenched his fists and was ready to fight. He had a lot of nervous energy, and unleashing it here would be a good place to do it.
"There you are,"
said Mazarik, clapping.
"You continue to surprise me."
He waved around.
"Even assembled all this just in case, and to make things fun, I've added some collateral damage should you try to fight. But now I'm curious as to how you got back here, and also what you think fighting me will gain you."
Evaran's eyes glowed. "We know you don't know where Isaac and Kate are. However, your facility and technology may have more information. We can browse that freely once you're detained, and we'll be taking the prisoners."
"Detained?"
Mazarik burst out laughing.
"Ha ha ha ha! And rescuing prisoners? Oh, you're something else. I noticed you dodged answering how you got back here.
We aren't going to tell you that. Mazarik sneered.
You say that now, but I know how to get you to talk. But first, I need to capture you all, and you literally walked into my trap. You seem to do that often. I like that.
Evaran dipped his head toward Dalton and M, who stood beside him with their energy shields. Dylan moved behind Dalton, while Evot snuck off to the side. Then let the fight commence, said Evaran. He darted to the side of the cages and fired a repulsion blast. 2 robots moved in front and held their ground. Dalton didn't like that they were strong enough to do that. He navigated to a position to avoid the cages, then fired a barrage of stun beams along with the others. Thankfully, it was enough to down the 2 robots, but the horde of others had opened fire. Mazarik leapt at Evaran, knocking him back. Dalton, free the prisoners, said Evaran over comms. Got it, said Dalton. He rushed to both cages and used his vibrating hand to chew through the bars. The prisoners hurried past him to the nearby hallway. Dylan ran around and used his shield to provide cover for the humans, but 3 were downed by the robots in the back. M grabbed Mazarik and unloaded a shocking grasp. Mazarik batted him away into the incoming robot swarm. While Mazarik and Evaran engaged in close-quarters combat, Dalton and Dylan tried to keep the battlefield clear of robots now that the humans were hidden in the hallway behind them. M had gotten back up and was in the thick of the robots. While his shielding was powerful, he was taking a lot of hits. Dalton, to me, said Evaran. Dalton raced over and grabbed Mazarik from the back. Evaran dashed forward and grabbed Mazarik's legs, then stepped back, putting him into a wheelbarrow position.
What is this?
Asked Mazarik. Now, said Evaran. Evot flew down from the ceiling and landed on Mazarik's chest, then attached the sapper to him.
No,
said Mazarik. He struggled hard, but M had arrived to help hold him down, while Dylan expanded his shield to provide an energy wall against enemy fire. Everyone went flying when the mech in the back launched a massive blast at them. Mazarik ripped the sapper off.
What did you do?
Evaran stood. You no longer have your exotic energy. Mazarik snarled.
I'll kill you.
Dalton hadn't seen Mazarik move so fast, but he unloaded a deluge of hits that made Evaran backpedal. It was rare to see, and as Dalton went to help, he was tackled by 4 robots. M was also being held down, and Dylan was barely moving against the wall. Evot had been reduced to goo, but was still moving. Dalton raged as he crushed 1 robot's head, then punched through another's chest. He used the body as a hammer to knock the other 2 away, then rushed over to Evot and placed his finger in the goo. She slid up his arm and then into it at his shoulder. Dalton analyzed the situation. Mazarik was still powerful, even without his exotic energy. However, the robots moved less efficiently. That provided a slight reprieve. But Evot was down, as was Dylan for the most part. Evaran was moving slower as he took heavy damage that would have killed most. He was providing a stalling tactic. The mech's shot was meant to kill everyone but Evaran and Mazarik. While it hadn't, it had caused enough damage to change the fight. M, get the Torvatta here, said Dalton.
Acknowledged,
said M. He flew his orb out of his body and into the hallway where they had entered. Dalton gulped when the mech in the back walked over and crushed M's body. He glanced between Dylan and Evaran. Everything had gone bad quickly. Evaran could take much more damage than Dylan, so Dalton charged over to Dylan and helped him stand while using his shield to block the barrage of projectiles. He widened his eyes as Mazarik beat on a barely moving Evaran. Get off him, said Dalton, firing a stun blast. Mazarik shrugged off the shot and glared at him.
You 2 are next.
Dylan ran at him and used his velocity to push Mazarik off Evaran. The effort and Dylan's weakened state made him crash to the ground. Mazarik grabbed him and threw him hard against the wall. Dylan stopped moving. No, said Dalton. He raised his forearm, which burst into blue flames. Mazarik charged him.
I'm going to kill you in front of Evaran. You're expendable.
Dalton opened a portal right before Mazarik reached him. Although Mazarik was able to stop before fully entering, his arm did go through. The portal closed. Mazarik stumbled back, missing an arm and part of his shoulder.
What?
A loud crunching sound followed by a storm of stun beams filled the area. Dalton exhaled. M had brought the Torvatta straight into the area, smashing the mech to pieces while disabling robots with ease. Thankfully, M had spun the Torvatta so the door faced the hallway. He was on the ramp, ushering the humans inside to get them out of the fight. Mazarik staggered back and used the remaining robots to cover his escape. "M, get Dylan," said Dalton.
Acknowledged.
Dalton hurried over to Evaran and picked him up, then boarded the Torvatta at the same time as M with Dylan. "Get us out of here," said Dalton. As the Torvatta took off, he joined M in the medical lab and laid Evaran on a slab. Dylan was on another and had tubes injected into him. Dalton wasn't sure how to heal Evaran, who had layers of holograms over his body. The exotic energy one showed his cosmic energy re-exerting itself with a timer of a few hours. That meant he would recharge in time. Dalton moved over to Dylan, who lay still. He was alive, but he had a broken back and leg. His hand had also been crushed, but the medical nanobots worked with his to repair everything. If he didn't have his survival suit, he would have died on the spot. The humans had been moved to a hollow room where M had set up a lounge with food and drinks. They could be dealt with later, but at least they had a place to recover from the ordeal. Dalton addressed M. "I'm sorry about your body,"
It can be replaced,
said M.
How's Evot?
Dalton puffed his cheeks. A lot of her nanobots were glassed into some type of glue-like substance, but they are converting back. It just takes time. M's lights dimmed.
If they had been fully glassed, her servbot would have died.
Yeah. He blinked. Oh shit. The sapper.
I picked it up.
Dalton closed his eyes and took a measured breath. It was already a bad situation, and it would have been even worse if they didn't even get what they came for. This fight had been way worse than he thought it would have gone. The plan had been sound until he saw the robot army awaiting them with human shields, 3 of whom had died. "I guess we wait then, my brother," said Dalton. M high-fived him.
Yes.
Although that lifted Dalton's mood some, his heart was heavy. It was surreal to see Evaran get beat on like that. They had almost lost Dylan and Evot, and now Mazarik knew Dalton could open portals, not just close and seal them. Still, they had the sapper, and once everyone was back to full strength, they would take the humans back to Earth, then find Isaac and Kate. Chapter 16. Kate was glad to be going back to pick up the survivors. The bunker would be a safe place amid a world of chaos. Hopefully, they could build a place that would last for decades. Her mind drifted to the PSD disabling in 5 years. While that seemed like an eternity away, she would need to make the most of it while it could still be used. She checked out her PSD designs. She planned to use a pattern similar to the one Emily had when she helped others in the past. It was essentially a massive flying pen that could house up to 100 people. It had 5-foot guardrails along the edges, with a lockable door on the center of each side. It wasn't fancy, but it would work. She could also spawn the bathroom and water for anyone who needed it before they left. They would need to figure out logistics once they were back at the bunker, including living quarters. Her pulse quickened at the thought that maybe she and Isaac would share an apartment. There were enough, though, that she could have her own. That would probably be what happened. But for the moment, she fantasized what it might be like to live with Isaac. Her mood had improved now that there was a solid plan in place. She was excited to get started on fixing up the bunker. There would be a lot of maintenance, but with Michael's knowledge, it would be much easier. Her heart warmed at the thought of the kids having a safe place to sleep and play. She would probably get to know them well, and she knew she would get attached to them. After 20 minutes, they neared the edge of the forest. Kate grimaced when she heard shouting and crying in the distance. They were still a good 5 to 10 minutes out from the camp, so she wasn't sure what the commotion was about. "Going down," said Isaac, pointing at an open area on the field next to the tree line. Kate scanned the forest. She swallowed hard as camp members rushed out as mindless denbors chased them. One man fell and was torn to pieces. "Take over," said Isaac. He hopped out of his chair, then jumped off the side of the platform. "Oh shit," said Lee. Kate wished the platform would move faster, but it wasn't meant to be a speedster. It would be another 15 seconds before they were down, but half the camp was running out of the forest. She flinched when Michael and Lee shot at the Dunbors. They had to be careful, as sometimes the attackers were too close to the survivors. She widened her eyes when Isaac met the first den boar. He ripped its head off. Even as far away as he was, she sensed his universal energy surging. He was pissed, and the den boars were about to find out why that was not a good thing. Sarah frowned. "How did they find us?" Albert tapped her arm. "I don't know." He glanced at Kate. "Is there a way to get the camp onto a larger platform?" "Actually, yeah. As soon as we land, I'll create it," she said. "We'll need to secure it, though." Michael adjusted his cap.
"Leave that to us."
She nodded, then landed the platform. After everyone disembarked, she moved out a bit and spawned Emily's platform. It took up some space, but the strong walls on the sides offered good protection. "Amazing," said Albert. Kate boarded and locked 3 doors, leaving the 4th open. It didn't take long for the first survivors to head their way. Isaac directed them to the platform. He waited at the tree line and attacked any mindless he saw. Michael and Lee were on the sides of the platform and shot at any den boar within 100 yards. The first survivors to arrive were hysterical. Kate was glad Albert had the ability to calm others, as it was needed. He guided them in, and he and Sarah helped them get situated. "Holy shit," said Lee, motioning ahead. Kate's heart thundered as 2 women ran out with a massive alpha behind them. Isaac intercepted the brute and knocked it back. The alpha charged him, but Isaac hit it so hard that he punched a hole in its chest. He ripped its arms off, then kicked it in half. She hoped he wasn't hitting the ceiling of his ability, because this would be a bad time to crash out. "Hey, he just took apart that alpha like it was nothing," said Lee. Michael shook his head.
"Damn glad he's on our side."
Kate shuddered when a young man fell and was tackled by a den boar. It bit him, and he cried out. Michael aimed and hit the den boar in the head, causing it to explode. Kate rushed toward the writhing man who had been infected. She could see it spreading in him, and if she didn't get to him, he would turn into a mutant or worse. When she arrived, she laid her hands on him and focused on eradicating the infection. It took more effort than she expected, but she was able to clear it. It took her a moment to catch her breath. Thankfully, Albert and Sarah helped the man up and back to the platform. Kate followed, but she felt the strain. She worried that she would crash first. It didn't help that the mindless shrieked in the distance. This attack was attracting more attention. She rested against one of the platform walls. Sarah came up to comfort her, and she appreciated that. There wouldn't be anything anyone could do in regard to healing, and Kate remembered that she would need to ration her ability. She could maybe clear 2 more infections, but after that, she would be too drained for anything else. She scowled. This was not how things were supposed to go. Albert climbed up on one of the platform's walls and signaled to those emerging from the forest. Michael and Lee also shouted for everyone to head their way. The young man Kate had healed was now safely aboard, but she moved slower afterward. Albert suspected there was a limit to her abilities, and he didn't know what would happen when she reached it. Maybe he had one too. Sarah tried to comfort the survivors, and he had some control of his calming aura. Even though he was on top of the guardrail and the survivors were spread out on the platform, his aura could reach them. Another aspect he found intriguing was that now that he knew of his ability, it was easier to invoke. He stiffened when Michael shot an approaching den boar. Albert despised the den boars. They had taken his world from him, and they still wanted more. Thankfully, there were now options for the group. He wished there had been some when they initially formed, but he would take whatever he could. Albert squinted at Isaac. He was single-handedly taking on swarms of den boars. The impact was that more and more enemies attacked him instead of chasing the others. It was a good diversionary tactic. Isaac's tech still amazed Albert. His laser beam was effective, but he only pointed it away from the platform. Anything nearing him had to deal with some type of white, glue-like substance that immobilized enemies. Anything that got close was literally ripped to shreds. The power in Isaac's hits was devastating. Albert didn't recognize the fighting style, but it was purposeful, and although it had some blocking moves, they were ultimately unnecessary. It was more effective to just strike his enemies. Albert peeked at those on the platform. A quick head count revealed there were 21 people, so a little over half the camp was present. Only a trickle of people came out of the forest, and he feared the worst for the others. Sarah was trying to understand what happened back at the camp, but everyone was talking over each other. Nausea dominated Albert's stomach. He hated that this happened, but the camp would have been completely gone without Isaac and Kate. Their abilities and tech got them the bunker, and now they were saving what was left of the camp. 3 o'clock! Shouted Lee. Albert gasped as a new Denbor swarm approached from the east. They had entered the field and were running as fast as they could toward the platform. Even with Isaac, Michael, and Lee providing defense, they would be overwhelmed. Albert had never seen so many Denbors before. They were like a writhing mass of death reaching out to take a bite.
"We can't be here when they arrive," said Michael,
dipping his head toward Kate. "Got it," she said. "We can go airborne, then fly over to where Isaac is. I don't see anyone else coming out of the forest, and if we do find someone, Isaac and I can fly down and get them." Isaac must have communicated with Kate, because she talked while looking out at him, yet Albert didn't hear him. After a few more stragglers joined the group and everyone was aboard, Kate closed the gate, then went to the control podium. Albert hopped down from the wall, but like the others, his gaze was fixed on the oncoming horde. As the platform lifted, he relaxed some. A dark thought that it might dissipate and drop them jumped into his mind, but he kicked it out. The confused enemies below ran in circles, trying to jump up. Thankfully, the platform was at a safe height and flying toward the forest. Albert continued to be impressed by Isaac and Kate's technology, as Isaac had somehow been able to fly into the air. He cruised above the trees while searching for survivors, so that was a good approach. Being on the ground was better when more people required attention. Albert did another quick head count. There had been 47 survivors initially. There were now 31 people safe, and he had seen at least 3 die. Adding him, Michael, Lee, and Sarah made that 38, leaving 9 unaccounted for. He dreaded to think of what they must be experiencing, assuming they were still alive. He wrinkled his brow when Isaac abruptly changed course and flew toward a large tree. It was obvious what he was going for when the platform got closer. The teen twin sisters of the group had climbed as high as they could, yet the Denbors scaled the tree with alarming efficiency. They saw a meal, and nothing would stop them. Isaac was able to knock a few off. Then he flew up and got each girl, 1 in each arm. A moment later, he arrived in the center of the platform and set them down. Kate hurried over to both of them and laid a hand on their stomachs. Her hands glowed as her face strained. They had been infected, and Kate gave her all to save them because she collapsed afterward. Isaac rushed over and held her. Albert didn't know if this was something that happened often, but Isaac didn't seem overly worried.
"She's tapped out," said Isaac. "It'll be at least an hour before she's back up. Albert, you can fly the platform. It uses a Dr. Snowden interface."
Albert drew his head back.
"You sure?"
"Yeah. I'll continue to fly around. Just stick to my path." He sighed. "Unfortunately, if we find any more infected, we can't help them." Sarah laid a hand on Isaac's shoulder. "Kate's done enough. There's 3 here who owe their lives to her. Actually, we all owe our lives to you both." Silence reigned. Albert loved Sarah's empathy, and she was right as always. Isaac laid Kate in a corner, then walked over to the control podium. Albert joined him and examined the joystick and lever along with some of the screens. The layout made sense to him. Between the lever and joystick, he could move in all directions. The screen showed what was underneath them, as well as other metrics like height and speed. There was another smaller lever that controlled how fast they went. Isaac went over everything briefly, then flew off. Albert concentrated on flying the platform toward Isaac. Thankfully, Michael, Lee, and Sarah shouted directions. Isaac was going to the camp, and Albert feared the worst. He didn't think there were any more survivors. His fears were realized when they arrived. Every tent had been torn down, and the remaining members' corpses littered the ground and were being feasted on. His heart broke when he saw Caleb in pieces. His mom had tried to save him by using her body as a shield, but that only provided a temporary benefit, as half her back had been eaten. She died with what remained of Caleb in her arms. Isaac dropped on the Denbors and tore them apart. He didn't hold back, and several times a Denbor exploded into a burst of rotten flesh. Even the Alpha stood no chance. Albert grimaced. How the Denbors had found the camp was a mystery, and despite the group being alert, they had been taken by surprise. He shuddered to think what would have happened had he and the others not returned when they did. If they had delayed the trip for a day, there might be more survivors. He was snapped out of his thoughts by the wailing of those who spotted their dead friends and family on the ground. He tried to focus on making his calming aura more powerful, but that wasn't enough to contain raw emotions. Sarah gripped his arm. She had a soothing effect on him, and he was glad she had come with them to the bunker. Isaac returned to the platform, covered in gore. Although he scowled, he appeared to calm down when he spotted Kate. She must be his rock. He sat next to her, and everyone gave him a wide berth. There was no need to hang around the camp, so Albert began to pilot the platform to the bunker. 10 camp members had died. That would alter the planning aspect once they got to the bunker, but it would also be less resource-intensive. Albert hated thinking of it that way, but it was a logical view. It also wasn't lost on him that half of the dead at the camp were kids. The remaining adults literally fought to the death to protect them. Those who fled had probably tried to defend before realizing they would all die if they didn't run. It was a horrible situation, and the only sounds were the sobbing and whimpering of the survivors. Michael and Lee stood silently next to Albert and stared ahead. Like them, he couldn't wait to get past this and focus on surviving. The bunker would help in that regard. He would need to tell everyone about his calming ability at some point. There was no rush, and he didn't think they would react negatively to it, but there were far more pressing concerns to deal with.
Chapter 17. Isaac analyzed the control room's main screen deep in the bunker. It was 9 a.m., and they had been in the bunker for a month. It had been 2 months since he and Kate had arrived on this hellish world. He had tried to be a steady hand when everyone had been brought to the bunker. Thankfully, Kate had been up and around shortly after arriving, and between the both of them, they had done everything possible to help get everyone acclimated. He had been startled when Kate had given him a long hug after waking up. He had suspected the world was taking a toll on her. She had mentioned she was happy she wasn't alone here. He echoed the sentiment and thought she was going to kiss him, but she laid her head on his chest instead. It was a tender moment, and he relished those. Michael had been a great leader and kept everyone busy. He assigned kitchen detail to a small group of the oldest members and also formed 2 maintenance teams. He spread out roles for everyone else and made sure everyone had something to focus on, which was smart. Not all the survivors did well, though. One man had lost his wife, and he spent most of his time in his apartment. A mother had lost her daughter, and although she helped out, her eyes had dulled. Efforts had been made to include them in events, but the life had been sapped out of them. Isaac understood where they were coming from, considering he had lost his wife. He wished there had been more he and Kate could have done. Everyone had settled into new routines, and after the first 2 weeks, everything began to feel normal. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner were unofficial community events everyone attended. Supplies were managed well, and there were enough snacks and food to go around. There had also been a resurgence in clothing manufacturing and repair. New footwear was particularly popular. Isaac was glad to have an office next to Kate's. They weren't given any titles, but they provided support for the most part. They were okay with that, and Isaac spent half his time helping repair facility structures, such as wiring, plumbing, and the electricity generators. Kate floated between the medical offices, which had a few people, and researching the world. Isaac relaxed in his chair and took a sip of coffee, something he would never tire of. Michael would be arriving soon with a small team, and he needed help with some pipes behind a wall. Isaac was no plumber, but with his PSD, he could not only open walls, but also use his nanobots to clean the pipes out. He had gone over the layout in the bunker, and it was a wonder of engineering. Another thing Michael wanted to inspect was the state of the pipes, and Isaac could use his PSD to show what the nanobots encountered. He was glad to have someone like Michael around who knew the engineering aspects. He was a good teacher, and Isaac had learned a lot. For his part, he taught Michael how to use the software systems, in particular, how to interact with databases. Michael had become a structured query language, or SQL, expert in a short time, and it wasn't surprising to find him running queries in his free time. Thankfully, the SQL on this world was only slightly different than the one Isaac knew. Lee had taken on the role of weapons trainer, and he had also incorporated survival training. Isaac and Kate both went to his classes, and Isaac learned more than he thought possible. Although he thought he was well-versed in combat and scouting, Lee added a unique perspective tailored to this world. Sarah had become a teacher for the kids, and she was popular with them. She even taught some advanced classes for adults.
Her positive outlook was good for the community, and she was well regarded by them. She and Kate had become good friends and often had lunch together when Kate wasn't with Isaac. Albert thrived in his role as researcher, and like Sarah, he taught classes, except his were geared toward the sciences. Although his weren't as popular as Sarah's classes, Albert seemed to enjoy it. He had become close friends with both Isaac and Kate, and on some nights they would explore the PSD, Albert's favorite pastime. They had also discussed their Earth and showed Dr. Snowden often, per Albert's request. He really wanted to know everything about his other version. Isaac had really enjoyed the last month. It was much better than the chaos of his first month here. Despite that, he was still unnerved that Evaran and M had not come. He also missed Dylan and his energetic personality. He and Kate had decided something was definitely wrong, and it hung around them like a cloud of doom. They figured Evaran had been captured, since when he died he entered a powerful form that would have been able to rescue them. Even if he had been captured for 1 billion years, he would have still come for them. The only way he wouldn't have is if he was expelled from the plane or his powerful form had been defeated. Another option was he was captured and then slowly drained, which was the method that created Antion. Isaac gritted his teeth as he thought of Mazarik. If they ever met again, Isaac would beat him senseless. He was the cause of all this, and Isaac still didn't fully understand why they were attacked. Mazarik had said he was taking down Earth's strongest, but there were far more powerful beings on the planet. Isaac and Kate had flown out once a week to where they had initially arrived to see if there was a quantum beacon. Every time there wasn't one, he became angrier at Mazarik. After 2 hours of helping Michael's group, Isaac went to Kate's office. She was sipping coffee and browsing something on her computer. He was glad there was an internal network and a vast database that had collected information before the Denbour's arrival. There was a treasure trove of scientific papers that Kate had delved into, and she eagerly discussed them with Albert. Their talks were often way above Isaac's head, and he had learned to leave them be when they became animated about a particular topic. She looked up. "Hey, I heard you were a plumber this morning." He sat opposite her desk.
"Yeah, sure was. Pipes were surprisingly clean, and the nanobots provided a good view of everything. How's your morning been?"
"It was good. I cured a sick child, and also a broken bone."
"A broken bone?"
Kate crooked her thumb up. "Jasper broke his wrist in Lee's judo class."
"Ah, I hear that's a good class,"
said Isaac. "Yeah, I might check it out at some point." He grinned at her.
"We can do it together."
"It's a date," she said with a smile. His face warmed as he stood.
"All right, then. I know it's only 11 a.m., but you up for an early lunch? I heard they're serving something resembling ham."
She laughed as she rose. "Sure. I could use another cup of coffee anyway. I know I could just use the PSD for it, but I don't know how much is available there. Better to save it if it's available elsewhere."
"My thoughts exactly,"
said Isaac. He never got tired of spending time with Kate. It had been a routine morning up to this point, but this was the highlight of his day, even if it included trying mysterious foods. It was a week into their second month at the bunker, and Kate soaked in the view from the flying platform. It was 11 a.m., and she, Isaac, Michael, Lee, Albert, and Sarah were doing their weekly survey of the surrounding area and Chicago. This was mainly to see if there were any potential threats, but also to keep up on what was going on around them. The previous week had been alarming, as a Denbour horde had shambled by, but they were still several miles away from the bunker's ground entrance, which hadn't been opened since the survivors arrived. Thankfully, the bunker had remained undetected up to this point, and trips like this ensured nothing would sneak up on them. Tonight was going to be a special night. It was the first community event put on by Sarah. It would have a band, thanks to Kate creating the instruments and Isaac and Albert setting up the sound system. Sarah had outlined a series of events, and most were excited to do something fun. It was a lot of adjusting to routines and learning in the bunker, and this was a time to blow off some steam. The immediate area around the bunker was clear, and not detecting a lot of animals always gave Kate goosebumps. It was heavily forested and too quiet for her taste. Even the number of insects was down. They had located several animal-like Denbours, but they were few, and most were far enough away not to be deemed a threat. The city was active as always. Roaming bands of mindless and mutants fought against the various human factions and themselves. Although she flew the platform at a safe height, they were sometimes spotted. Her heart went out to Lee as they flew over the grocery store where Sean had died. It brought back the feeling of hopelessness she had experienced at the time. One new development was that the mutants were more numerous, and they had taken over one of the large buildings downtown. The base was stockaded, which indicated some form of intelligence in their actions. She still didn't understand much about the mutants, but they had no issue dealing with the mindless or human factions. If they ate mindless, it would be a buffet for them. Another change was the military camp she had seen before had been abandoned. It was overrun with mindless now, and she wondered if the mindless had attacked or if the camp had moved somewhere else. Perhaps the arrival of the Foundation earlier in the South had changed things. She would probably never know, but it did seem like the Foundation camp had grown. They had more members and advanced equipment relative to the mutants and other factions. They were the most credible threat, and if they ever tracked the platform to the bunker, it could be a bad day. She made a point to fly near the top of the buildings to make their profile less visible. They even landed on a tall building near the Foundation base, then used binoculars to scout the area. What stood out was that any mindless that drew near were gunned down almost instantly. There were no mutants around, and with the camp to the north of them gone, the Foundation had established themselves. Even more alarming was the steady stream of armored trucks and vehicles at the back of the camp. They even had motorcycles. The Foundation was well armed and organized, and she could see them making the bunker a top priority if it was ever discovered. While she thought the bunker could hold out to some degree, it could be overwhelmed with enough firepower, and that was with her and Isaac providing support. She hoped it never came to that, and staying hidden remained the best strategy for the moment. She relaxed when they returned to the bunker 5 hours later. Although the weekly surveys had no fighting, they still could present situations that might be a problem later. Michael had noted the Foundation's growth and suggested putting some contingency plans in place in case of a breach. She agreed but hoped they never had to use one. A hot shower relieved her. Then she had an early dinner at 4:30 p.m. with Isaac, Albert, and Sarah, who were enthusiastic about the upcoming community event. Kate was excited too, and she couldn't wait to soak in the entertainment. The mood in the cafeteria was infectious, and it did her good to see everyone ready for some fun. When 7 p.m. rolled around, she headed out in a black dress she had put together. Isaac was handsome in his khakis, dress shoes, and polo shirt. His physique stood out, and several others took an interest in that. She wasn't immune to glances from others either. She sat at a table with Isaac and Albert as Sarah took to the stage as the MC for the night. Sarah went over a summarized agenda before handing it over to Michael to give a quick overview of the bunker's situation. Kate liked the mix of business and pleasure, and most of what he covered was the good in the last month. After he was done, the first act was up, which was a comedian who made everyone laugh. His angle was mainly about living in the bunker, and it struck a chord. He imagined fantastical situations and comedic responses to that. Next was a dance group who performed to some type of techno. She didn't recognize the music performers, but it was piped in through the sound system. They were younger, and she admired their flexibility as they danced around. Sarah, Michael, and Lee had joined the table and swayed to the beat. Even Isaac did. It was a carefree moment, and Kate soaked it in. The next group did various skits. They covered some shows Kate had never heard of, but she understood the gist of what they were about. Some of the phrases sounded odd, but they were likely specific to this earth. After the skits were done, Sarah took to the stage to announce they would be pushing the tables to the side for a dance floor, then playing music managed by a DJ. Kate had a flashback to seeing the young female DJ when she ran out of the forest a month ago. It still amazed Kate how far the group had come since then. After the tables were pushed aside, the DJ played a slow song. Sarah extended her hand to Albert. Albert stood, slightly bowed, then grabbed her hand. They went to the dance floor and held each other as they moved to the song. Michael tapped Isaac's arm.
You and Kate should go.
Isaac chuckled.
I don't think she's interested in that.
What if I am? She asked, tilting her head. Isaac hopped up.
All right then.
He did a flourish and held out his hand. Kate giggled and took it, then went to the dance floor with him. Although it was whimsical at first, it became more serious when he put his arms around her. Her heart thumped at being so close, but it was a pleasant feeling. She wrapped her arms around his waist, and they slid around to the music. She laid her head on his chest, which was not something she had planned, but it felt natural. A reoccurring theme. Isaac was not only one of her closest friends, but he would do anything for her. She was safe with him, and had even imagined a life with him. This was the first time she had been this close to him for this long. She also understood his raw strength, and he had been careful while holding her.
"This is nice," he said.
"Yeah," she said. She pulled her head back and stared into his eyes. "I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm glad I'm here with you, and not alone."
"The feeling is mutual."
Isaac cracked a grin.
"Besides, who doesn't want me around?"
She eyed him. He was fun to be around, and she could be herself with him without needing to put up a front. The music and atmosphere had put her in a daring mood, and she was with someone she cared for. Isaac would never make a move because he said he never wanted to make someone uncomfortable. She glanced over at Albert and Sarah, who shared a kiss. Kate's pulse quickened as she met Isaac's gaze. Without thinking, she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. It surprised her when he returned it with passion and even lightly squeezed her sides, thankfully not enough to cause any pain, but it ignited a fire in her. She pulled back. Sorry. I don't know what came over me," she said. Isaac exhaled.
"I'll take as much of that as I can."
"Oh, really?"
His nostrils flared. "Anytime. Anywhere."
She chewed her bottom lip. "You want to get out of here?"
"You're a mind reader. Let's go."
Kate wasn't sure where this would end up, but she now had confirmation that Isaac was very interested in her. The thought of being alone with him was intoxicating. It was like she was back in high school. They stopped briefly to let Michael and Lee know they were leaving for the night, then headed for the exit. This was turning out to be a night she would never forget.
Chapter 18. Dylan grimaced as he lay on a slab in the medical lab. The Torvatta's medical nanobots had done wonders for his broken back and leg, and they had even healed his crushed hand. He had passed out when Mazarik threw him like a baseball against the wall. It happened so fast that Dylan didn't remember feeling any pain. It was an instant blackout, but now the pain let him know it was there. He raised his head a bit to survey his surroundings. Evaran was on a slab with holographic body layers above him. Dylan's last memory was of Mazarik beating on Evaran. Although he wouldn't fall unconscious, there was a damage threshold that caused his cosmic energy to pull in, making him move slower until he was motionless. It would take even more damage to cause him to lose his plane form, but Dylan doubted Mazarik understood what that would have done. M had a holoshell of a young man who resembled Jake Melkins. M's body had been lost, but Dylan had no doubt that another could be created. There might even be a spare ready to go. That would be something trivial for the Torvatta. Dalton sat on a chair between Dylan's and Evaran's slabs. On the small table next to him was a container with semi-crystallized goo that had electricity running through it. He figured that was Evot's servbots being repaired.
"You're up,"
said Dalton, standing. M high-fived Dylan, causing him to grit his teeth. He winced as he slid his legs off the side of the slab.
"Sure am. Kinda sore all over. I'm guessing we won the fight?"
Dalton sighed. "Not quite. But we did get the sapper, and Mazarik no longer has synchartic energy. We also took the humans to the Earth Ward Refugee Center, and we're currently parked outside it. More prisoners could have died if you hadn't jumped in and blocked all those shots." Dylan had reacted instinctively when he saw what was about to happen to them. He had moved far faster than expected, but it wasn't enough to protect them all. 3 had died, and he quietly cursed himself for not reacting sooner. He was glad at least 9 had survived. Although they were human, there was little known about where they came from. He figured that would all be learned in time.
"Wish they weren't there to begin with, but I bet Mazarik knew they would hamper us." "He used them as shields," said Dylan.
Dalton frowned.
"Yeah.
He's despicable. But now he has to adjust to not being able to amplify things." M chimed in.
Once Evaran is up, we can begin preparations for using Mazarik's orb to trigger a portal.
"Then we can get Isaac and Kate," said Dylan. "I can't wait. Speaking of which, how bad did Evaran get hurt?"
He's not so much hurt as disconnected. Once his cosmic energy reasserts itself, He'll be back at full strength.
Dylan shook his head. I still find it hard to believe Mazarik was able to do that. Can I see a video of what happened after I passed out?
I can show you what I recorded,
said Dalton. He interacted with his ARI, and a moment later, a holographic display appeared in an open area in the room. Dylan gulped as Evaran almost completely stopped. Dalton's use of his portal ability didn't surprise Dylan, and it was effective. In all the commotion, he spotted the sapper on the ground, which M grabbed once the Torvatta arrived. M picked up Dylan and carried him on board, and Dalton and the other humans followed.
What a fight, said Dylan.
Dalton ran a hand over the back of his neck.
Yeah, and Evot will be up soon, too. I suspect we'll probably take on Mazarik again, but we'll need a new approach.
Yep. If we had taken the Torvatta down first, I think it would have evened the odds. But I understand why we didn't. M nodded.
I brought the Torvatta down safely since the humans were in the hallway. Had they not been, they would have been hurt by falling debris.
I get it, said Dylan. But Mazarik knows more about how we fight now. He's aware of Dalton's portal ability, so I'm sure he's factoring all that in. Dalton smirked.
Then we'll have a better plan.
Dylan wondered what their next fight would be like against Mazarik. Both sides now had more information on each other, and he was sure Mazarik would escalate things. He also understood the group's desire to save others, even at the cost of themselves. That worried him some, but he was sure that once Evaran was up and about, they would have a good plan. It would also help to have Isaac and Kate back. He went over to the matter replicator and got a big jug of water. He didn't realize how thirsty he was until he had downed half of it. His stomach growled, so he got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with some chips. He replicated a chair next to Dalton and took a seat as Dalton also got something to eat. Dylan examined the container with Evot's nanoswarm. The crystallization was being dismantled, and she would be freed up shortly. He always thought she was invulnerable due to being able to shift into forms and escape as needed. Apparently, one vulnerability was someone lobbing a big blast or bomb at them. Dalton's closeness to the container indicated how tight their relationship was, as did his constant checking of it.
So you got a new body lined up? Asked Dylan, gesturing at M.
I do,
said M.
I made several variations of the body when I created the one that was destroyed. While my last one was strong, it wasn't able to withstand being crushed. I may go with a lighter form that has heavier shielding, or perhaps more of a nanobot-based body.
Makes sense. I wonder if I should look into that myself. The lighter form one, that is. I mean, my suit's powerful already, but I don't have strength like Isaac or healing like Kate. A lighter one would help my speed, I think. M scrutinized him.
I will look into that.
You're the best, said Dylan, high-fiving him again. A lighter suit with better shielding would be the opposite of what Isaac and Kate had, but it would suit Dylan well. His current heavy armor slowed him down too much. With lighter armor and heavier shielding, he might be able to do more than he was currently capable of. He recalled being thrown into the wall. His current suit protected him, but maybe this new one would have allowed him back into the fight. A nanobot-based body sounded intriguing, but he doubted he would be able to control it on top of everything else. That shouldn't be an issue for M, and Dylan wondered if he saw how versatile Evot had been at scouting. The downside for M was that his orb was a fixed size, so he couldn't flatten himself out like Evot's servbot discs when in nanoswarm mode. Dylan eased into his chair. All he could do was wait until Evaran and Evot recovered. He didn't like his performance in the fight, and without his suit and the Torvatta, he would have died. There was room for improvement, and he would use this fight as a basis to get better, both in technology and technique. Dalton perked up after an hour and 40 minutes. Evaran began to stir, and Evot's nanoswarm had reverted back to its natural state. Dalton had enjoyed the chat with Dylan and M, and he could see that both were disappointed in their performance. The fact they had all survived was remarkable, but the loss of human life was a dark cloud over it all. Evaran got off the slab. "How is everyone?" "Much better," said Dylan, placing a hand on Evaran's arm. "Glad you're back." "Same," said Dalton, dipping his head. "Evot should be coming online any moment now." "Excellent." Evaran pointed at M. "We'll need to get you a new body."
I've analyzed some new designs, but I have a few spares available.
Evot's nanoswarm exited its container and formed her human form.
I'm back.
Evaran smiled. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. I'm glad you're okay. I'd like to see what happened after I went offline.
Evaran gestured at Dalton. Can you show the fight from when it began?
Oh yeah, no problem, he said.
He interacted with his ARI, and a holographic display of the events played like before. It intrigued him when Evaran drew his lips flat as he saw himself getting knocked motionless. M's lights dimmed when his body was crushed, and Dylan clenched his fists as he witnessed himself being thrown against a wall and then crashing to the ground. Evot fell silent when the blast crystallized parts of her. After the video ended, Evaran faced Dalton. Your ability swung the fight in our favor. I don't think we would have survived if you hadn't used it. Dalton shrugged.
It was my last card to play.
Now Mazarik is aware of it. Even so, your portal control makes you far more powerful than your APR would suggest. Mazarik had no counter against it. Not many would.
Yeah, no kiddin', said Dylan. I, for one, am thankful to still be alive.
I am as well. Evaran paused. M has updated me on the status of the rescued humans. They're from another Earth and speak a slightly different version of English, but the Earth Ward Refugee Center has support for that. We can't take them back to their Earth, as we don't know which one they came from, so the plan is to integrate them here. They seem to be okay with that, as Mazarik conquered their Earth and is in the process of capturing humans and taking them somewhere. They aren't sure where the others went. Dylan grunted. Well, we know where some might have gone.
Still, Mazarik must have other places he sends them. If he's conquering Earths, I bet he's got a lot of bases out there.
My thoughts exactly, said Dalton. We may have just encountered a new outpost based on how few humans were there versus what it could store.
What's our next step? Asked Dylan.
Everyone focused on Evaran. Now that we have Mazarik's exotic energy, that should be enough to activate the orb we picked up from our first encounter. It connects to the main portal at Mazarik's compound, so we'll need to go there and throw a quantum beacon through when the main portal opens.
Works for me,
said Dalton. Evaran waved forward. Let's go to the command center. Dalton rubbed his eyes. He was tired from using his portal ability, but the thought of rescuing Isaac and Kate charged him up. He needed a rest before another encounter with Mazarik, and Dylan probably did as well. The next steps could likely be done from within the Torvatta. He took his seat in the command center, with Evot in cat form on his lap. She was more sensitive, and almost losing a servbot would be something she mulled over for a while. Before becoming Evaran touched, she might have just filed it away. Dylan sat opposite them, while Evaran and M took their usual spots. The Torvatta ascended to low orbit after 20 minutes, then opened a portal and flew through. During the 20-minute descent, Dalton and Dylan had a light dinner of sandwiches and fruit. When they reached Mazarik's compound, the Torvatta began a deep scan. Dalton wrinkled his brow.
That's odd. There's no sign of Mazarik, or any activity even. And the portal is gone.
He abandoned his base? Said Dylan.
It would appear so, said Evaran. Perhaps this is another trap. He wouldn't have had much time to move things out at this point. Evot stretched.
We can travel back and investigate. There may be useful information we can discover once we're back.
I concur. I don't know specifically how the orb interacts with the main portal other than it forms a connection, so perhaps we'll find out more. M, take us back to shortly after our fight.
Acknowledged.
Dalton eased into his seat as the Torvatta rose. He wished it could open a portal on a planet's surface, but one of the weird rules the Torvatta followed was that it could only do so outside the main part of a gravity well. The only exception he was aware of was an emergency time jump. After 40 minutes, they had returned to moments before the previous Torvatta had left. Dalton hadn't detected the other Torvatta that would have been going into low orbit. Perhaps if he was already on the Torvatta, he couldn't sense others. He analyzed the bustle of the pathway leading to the main portal, which was active. A section of the pathway had opened up and revealed a ramp that was moving shipping containers.
Wow, they're really hauling it, said Dylan.
He mimicked shooting dual pistols at Dalton.
He wanted no more of you.
Evot flashed a toothy grin.
Dalton kicked his butt.
Dalton cracked up.
Maybe. If he hadn't been able to use his strength to pull back before going through my portal, he would have literally lost his head.
We should attach a quantum beacon to one of the containers,
said M. Evaran motioned at him. Good idea. We can use a stealthed one. Please proceed. The Torvatta had different form factors for quantum beacons. The main one was usually orb-shaped, but there was another that was flat and could attach to flat surfaces. One thing they weren't, though, was small. The one that would be used here could attach to flat surfaces. The Torvatta moved close to the next shipping container that was about to go through the portal. Dalton drew his head back when a segmented arm extended out of one of the Torvatta's black front meshes, then pierced through the shielding to place the beacon. As it was already stealthed, the only thing anyone could have seen was the segmented arm. However, there were no robots around, and moving the containers was an automated process. "Those arms are new," he said. M glanced at him.
We had to use them on our last summons to place an energy pump. They also allow us to manipulate objects without requiring a tractor beam or manually placing or retrieving items.
"I like it," said Dalton.
Once the container went through the portal, a data window spawned in the front of the command center. "Now we know where Mazarik is heading," said Dylan. "We gonna investigate the base?" "Yes, but first we should observe this until the portal is closed," said Evaran. Dalton appreciated Evaran's thoroughness. With the full evacuation recorded, they could scan everything being moved, then use that as a baseline for what would have been left behind when they went back to the future. He once again thought about how great it would be to have the Torvatta during his cases. Observing what an enemy was doing in complete safety without their knowing was a thrill he didn't often experience. He'd take whatever he could. Chapter 19. Isaac rubbed his stubble. It had been a month since he and Kate had first kissed, and now they were going to a solar farm to investigate why there was lower power output than planned. Michael and Lee were with them, and the idea was Michael would determine what needed fixed. Then Isaac and Kate would use their PSDs to repair it. Kate might also be able to do that with her ability alone. Isaac snuck a look at her in the passenger seat opposite him. The previous month had been great, and they had explored their new relationship. Every experience had been fresh, and he had forgotten how nice it was to wake up with someone beside him. Her libido matched his, and they had engaged in sexual activity almost every day since they had kissed. He suspected it was due to a lot of pent-up feelings, thoughts of where they were, and wanting to do anything to shake the dread of thinking Evaran and M were not coming. He had tried to block out those dark thoughts, but they invaded his mind every day. It felt like he was on borrowed time, as the countdown to when their PSDs stopped working marched on. To that end, trips like this were to ensure they could get full productivity from the bunker's energy sources. They also had a bountiful crop being harvested in the bunker. A 10-year plan had been created, with 5 of them not counting on the PSDs being active. He stared at the solar farm in the distance. A grid of solar panels took up a decent chunk of land. Small buildings were in place at the corner of every 16 by 16 block. At the north end of the farm was a larger building with roads leading out. The surrounding forest was eerily quiet, as if every animal and insect had cleared out. Although he was aware of mutated animals, he would have thought there would be some regular ones surviving, but if there were, they weren't making much noise. He scanned the photovoltaic solar panels as they flew over them toward the main building. They were in good shape, and Michael explained that each building supported inverters that converted DC power to AC, which then routed the AC power back to one of several substations near the main building. The electricity was then transmitted to the energy grid and the bunker. The solar panels were spread out enough from each other that they didn't provide shade to block another panel. Their mounting allowed them to swivel toward the sun. An array of large batteries in the form of 15-foot-high rectangular units resided near the main building. That stored enough energy for that building and for the panel mountings to move as needed. Kate addressed Michael. "What do you think is accounting for the power loss from this farm?" He singled out a block of panels. "The fact they're not facing the sun, for one. Seems most are, but there are a few blocks that are just not moving." Lee narrowed his eyes. "You think something's jammed?" "Could be," said Michael. "Might be a software thing. We won't know until we're in the control center." "Let's hope it's not Denbor related," said Lee. "Here's to hoping," said Michael. Isaac had gotten to know them both well over the last 2 months. They were stand-up characters and would do anything for the survivors. He liked their easygoing manner, and Lee was a natural comedian. He still mourned Sean, and Isaac had learned how close they had been as childhood best friends through various stories. Sean had been a leader in the group, and his loss was like losing Michael or Lee. Kate and Michael had become good friends, and Isaac suspected part of that was because all of Michael's pains from being over 50 were gone. His diabetes and related issues were also resolved, and he had a lot more energy than before. He had also been fascinated to learn more about their Earth, along with the mysteries of the cosmos. Isaac grimaced as they approached the main building. Although the structure was solid, there were some broken windows and graffiti covered part of the base. There was a shack on the roof that would give them access, but Michael didn't have codes for this one. That wouldn't stop them from entering, though. "Looks like the place has been vandalized," said Lee. Michael frowned. "Yeah, and let's hope whoever did it is gone." Isaac kept quiet. If there were those present who would compromise the security of the bunker, he would probably need to deal with them. A part of him wished it would just be Denbors the group could handle. If it were Raiders, Foundation, or another human faction, things could get messy. One thing he was sure of was no one was harming this group. To do so would invite death, something he was becoming more familiar with the longer he was on this Earth. He landed the platform on the roof, and everyone disembarked. After he pulled the platform back into his PSD, they assembled in front of the roof access hut. Kate scanned the door. "Looks like a simple card reader for security. Not powered, of course, but not an issue." Isaac admired her ability to take charge. He certainly didn't mind it in more intimate encounters. Kate placed her PSD by the side console. The PSD formed small tendrils that reached out into the console, and after she interacted with her ARI, the door clicked open. "I love your tech," said Lee. Kate winked at him. "I do too." Without their tech, they wouldn't have lasted long. Their initial arrival would have been a buffet for the monstrous cats they had fought, not to mention starving and being dehydrated, even if they had survived. Isaac did wonder how those creatures hadn't succumbed to the infection, but they must have had some resistance to it. There was also no way he or Kate would have been able to handle the unrelenting march of hungry Denbors without their abilities and Evaran tech. He wondered if the Torvattas touching them to make them universal conduits was in preparation for this. Although their survival suits and nanobots gave them an edge, their unique abilities made them hardier. Michael pulled the door open. "Let's get to the control center. It's on the 3rd floor underground." Isaac followed Michael as he led them inside. Although Isaac would normally take point, he wasn't sure where they were going. He and Lee were also armed to the teeth. Each had an assault weapon, a shotgun, 2 pistols, and an array of grenades, mines, and ammo pouches. They were prepared for a heavy fight. When they reached the ground floor, Kate sniffed. "I smell something." "Yeah, smells bad," said Lee. Isaac opened the door to the level. "Let's take a quick peek before we head down." It could be animal Denbors or perhaps something worse. However, he was tired of surprises, and if there was something around, he'd rather take it down than get ambushed by it. With that in mind, he took point. While he was sure Michael and Lee would react if needed, he could take a hit that might be lethal to them. He entered the hallway and inhaled. His enhanced senses allowed him to narrow in on a room down the hallway, which was comprised mostly of office doors. After arriving at the door, he read the sign on the side that said it was a bathroom. "Bathrooms never smell great," said Michael, "but there should be nothing in there now to cause this nasty odor." Isaac nodded, then peeked inside. The layout was familiar. The left side had stalls, and the right had a large broken wall mirror above multiple sinks. There were also 3 wall-mounted urinals, one of which was broken. The source of the nefarious odor came from 2 stalls in the back. He went to them and performed a scan. Lee gagged as he joined Isaac. "Ugh, nasty. But more importantly, these have been used recently." Isaac sighed. "Yeah, we'll need to be on alert. We're probably not alone here." Kate hated that they might encounter another human faction, unless mutants used bathrooms, but she doubted that. She had hoped this would be a quick in-and-out mission, but now it could be much more chaotic. She was confident in her friends, though. Isaac was a tank, and Michael and Lee were experienced combat veterans. The environment also had a lot of tactical places to fight from, and they could escape if necessary. She followed everyone back to the stairwell. Isaac had taken point this time, with Michael providing directions. Isaac had spawned his energy shield and activated his bubble shield, which lit up the area. He had also formed his heavier armor, as had she. He wasn't taking chances, and she wouldn't either. She gripped her PSD and ensured it was set on stun. That should be enough if it was a human threat. The previous month had been great, and her new relationship with Isaac was everything she had hoped it would be. He was not only a great lover, but also her best friend. Although she wasn't one to gush about their intimate encounters, his strength allowed for some interesting situations. He was also kind, smart, brave, and, more importantly to her, communicated well. Any potential issue was headed off by just talking. She had been in rough relationships in the past where a simple miscommunication would blow up in her face. Another hidden benefit that she hadn't vocalized to the others was the single men in the survivor group had stopped hitting on her. She understood where they were coming from, but it was getting excessive. The flirting had often occurred when Isaac, Michael, Lee, Albert, or Sarah weren't around. In one instance, she treated a younger man with a deep cut on his upper thigh. His story on how it got cut didn't make sense, and when she had placed her hand on his leg to heal him, he had touched her hand and smiled at her. As she needed a moment to heal the wound, she had to let it go, but it bothered her. When news had traveled that she was now with Isaac, it was like a switch had been flipped. She wondered if the other single women in the group had to deal with this, and she was sure they had. They reached the third underground floor. Kate was thankful they hadn't detected anyone. The control room was down a long hallway with small offices off to the sides. Light strips on the ceiling provided illumination, and she had to use her PSD to unlock the door. The smell was musty, and dust had collected on the edges of the tiled floor. It was much cooler than above, and she was grateful her survival suit had adjusted its interior temperature. Lee waved his hand in front of his face as they walked down the hall. "Hope there isn't any mold down here."
"Shouldn't be,"
said Michael.
He peered into one of the offices. "Looks like nobody's been here for a while."
Isaac crooked a thumb at the door.
"Probably couldn't get past that secured door." "Yeah, and I'm just glad there's power here. That means the battery storage is working."
Kate unlocked the large, massive door at the end of the hallway. It had taken a bit longer, and she wondered why they needed such heavy security. 2 secured doors were enough to prevent anyone from coming to this level. She had noted that the 2 side offices near the main door were suited for security purposes. They had an additional room in the back that had holding cells. She surveyed the control room after entering. It didn't surprise her that the power was on. The room was divided into 2 areas. The left side was on a raised platform and had one long desk with computers on it. Behind it were counters and cabinets. The other side of the room was lower and had a pit of workstations and a massive screen sectioned into many data windows on the wall. One showed every solar panel as a dot with various statistics. Some of the panels were red, but most were green. A few were yellow. Michael pointed at the main screen.
"As expected. Some of the panels have an issue. Looks like about 20 or so."
"Hope it's not a mechanical failure on the mount then," said Lee. He glanced at Isaac and Kate. "Although maybe not an issue since we have PSDs, but we need to go out there to fix them."
"Let's find out."
They went to a computer on the left. Michael sat and tapped on the keyboard. The monitor flicked on and showed a login was required. Michael gestured at Isaac.
"You're up."
Isaac paused, then reached around the nearby computer tower and configured his PSD to interact with it. Kate admired his ability to enter systems. The PSD was a good conduit and provided him with direct access. She had learned more about his cyborg abilities at the bunker. He had become tech support and had gotten a lot of systems up to date. There were some applications that even required him to implement some custom coding. What amazed her was he didn't know the programming language, but had learned it in minutes. His eyes went silver for a moment. The screen changed to show the operating system with an administrative application open. Michael shook his head.
"That still amazes me you can do that, even after seeing it at the bunker. Now, let's see what's going on."
Kate analyzed the main screen as it went full screen with the panels and their status. It was much easier to read the errors on the red solar panels. She relaxed when half of them turned green.
"As I suspected," said Michael. "Seems they were turned off for maintenance but never turned back on. However, there's 4 that were turned on, but they're still red. Looks like a mechanical failure. We'll need to go out and check them."
Isaac highlighted a recently turned on solar panel. They're already swiveling to face the sun.
"Yep, I'm gonna go check around the system for a bit. Then we can head out to those 4 busted ones and check them out."
"Works for me," said Lee. Kate wandered over to the cabinets and rooted through them. The coffee tins were half filled, and plenty of cups and condiments were present. Another cupboard had office supplies. It all seemed like typical office stuff. She wondered what happened to the personnel who manned this office. Perhaps they went to find their loved ones. This control center was a good defensive place, but no one could live on just coffee. Perhaps they fled to look for food. After 45 minutes, Michael stood.
I think we're good to go. I've enabled communication with the bunker thanks to Isaac's help, so we'll be able to monitor things from there.
Why was the communication down? Asked Kate. Isaac grinned.
Firewall kicked in due to inactivity. Just had to punch a hole through.
Got it. She was aware of firewalls and had opened ports before, but she was no expert on them. The firewall here was probably a lot more complex. She followed the others back to the exit. Having the facility almost fully operational put her in a good mood. It was a small win, and this was one more step toward the 10-year plan. With a secured control center, it should be free of denbors. However, in the back of her mind, she wondered if a human faction might find a way in. That was something to worry about later. Chapter 20. Isaac had begun to embrace the technical aspect of his nature. He had fumbled around when they had visited the police station, but now he broke through the control center's security system with ease. It helped that he could practice on the bunker's computers. Entering into a digital space and learning how to navigate it had been a highlight of his new abilities. The control center system had a knowledge-based subsystem, and the main page had instructions on what to do about the new threat of the denbors. It had directions on places to go, links to other pages on survival options, and information on how to maintain the facility. He had shown Michael the main page, and now that they could interface with it from the bunker, they would have a lot of time to catch up on things. Isaac took point as they approached the stairwell. They didn't need to go to the roof and could exit the front door on the ground level. However, they had agreed to check out the rest of the building to assess its state. The bathroom they had inspected earlier indicated it had been used recently, but it could have just been someone or a group passing by. A building inspection might yield more information. He stopped when they reached the ground floor and entered a hallway. Multiple vehicles roared into the spacious parking lot in front of the building. Although he couldn't see them yet, his highly sensitive hearing was able to easily track them. There was a lot of yelling and whooping as well. All men.
Oh shit. Sounds like raiders, said Lee.
Michael strode forward.
Let's find out. The last thing we want is them squatting here.
Isaac and Kate activated their energy shields. They all stuck to the wall as they entered a side room with a window covered by a light curtain. Isaac peeked out and confirmed there were 3 vans and 2 pickups. 11 men sauntered around as they assembled around the vans. Isaac gritted his teeth as the van doors opened, and 8 bound prisoners were pulled out. There were 3 adult men, 3 adult women, and a teenage boy and girl. The raiders were what he envisioned when he thought of lawless men from an apocalypse. Most wore dirty clothing and had leather jackets. Some wore masks, while others had sleeveless shirts showing off an array of tattoos. Based on the jackets, they could have been a former biker gang. They all carried a weapon of some type, from a shotgun to a baseball bat.
Shit,
said Michael.
What do we do?
We rescue them, said Kate. No way we're leaving those people in these raiders' hands. Isaac crooked a thumb at her.
What she said. We need to draw them in here and take them down. Use the building as a tactical advantage. I'll sprint across the open front door. That should make them track me. You 3 wait here. And when you have a shot, take it.
Lee glanced at him. Lethal, I assume?
Kate and I will use stun, but you and Michael can try to hit them with non-lethal shots. We don't want raiders at the bunker, said Michael. That's asking for trouble. We either need to scare them off or make sure they're put down.
Isaac drew his lips flat.
Let's try non-lethal first, and if that fails, then all bets are off. You're a better man than me.
Isaac dipped his head at them, then took off. Although he had no issues with taking down denbors, he didn't want to kill another person. However, this world was testing that limit. As he ran past the front door, he stopped to fire a stun blast at one of the nearest raiders. The leather-clad man in a white mask crumpled to the ground. The others pulled out their guns and sprayed the entrance. Fortunately, Isaac had moved on to avoid the bullet hailstorm. He ran down the hallway and slipped into a side room. Thankfully, it didn't have a window. He used his shield to cover his head when he glanced out. 4 men poured in, their weapons aimed. They shot at his shield to no avail. Isaac fired back, stunning 2 and making them fall to the ground.
What the hell was that?
asked one as he scrambled into a side room, followed by the other. When the next wave of 3 raiders entered the building, Kate fired a mist beam, then ignited it with a stun shot, causing them to collapse. "Oh, shit!" said one. Isaac couldn't let the men sit in the rooms and take pot shots. He charged out with his shield. One of the men unloaded an Uzi at him. Isaac's shield held, and he wasted no time in knocking the man down, then stunning him. The other rushed out of his room and swung a bat. It hit Isaac and cracked. The man's eyes widened. Isaac formed a stun baton and tapped him on the head, which made him fall. He extended his hand out to the others, then walked to the main door and popped his head out. The prisoners had been moved back, and the 4 remaining raiders hid behind their vehicles, weapons drawn. He addressed the others.
"Only 4 left. I think we can talk them down, though."
"You sure about that?" asked Michael, gesturing at the downed men. Isaac grabbed one by the back of his shirt.
"We have some negotiating power."
Lee puffed his cheeks. "I don't think they're going to back down, but we'll cover your back."
"All right,"
said Isaac.
"Hang back at the doorway."
He slung the raider over his shoulder. Michael could be right that the men would respond in a hostile manner, but they just witnessed 7 of their friends go in with only one coming out on Isaac's shoulder. He still had his shield out just in case, and although he had never tested being bulletproof, he could take a shot or 2 if needed to end things, unless it was a headshot. When he reached the middle area between the vehicles and the building, he tossed the man down.
"If you surrender now, I'll let you leave with your men."
"Fuck you," said one, coming around his pickup with a shotgun. He fired point blank into Isaac's shield, which blocked most of the shot. Due to the spray, some of the pellets hit his lower legs, but they didn't penetrate his suit. He could still feel the bruising, though. A stun blast later, and the man was on the ground.
"I'm going to have a problem with the next person who shoots at me," said Isaac. "Offer's still on the table, but it won't be if you try to fight me."
Isaac searched the areas where the raiders were. After a moment, they tossed their weapons down and came out with their hands up. He turned toward Kate, Michael, and Lee, and gestured for them to come out.
"All right, get on your knees,"
said Isaac. The men complied as Kate and the others arrived. Michael and Lee gathered the weapons and piled them behind Isaac. Isaac scowled.
"Who's your leader?"
"You already took him down, I guess," one said. "What are you?"
"Someone not to anger."
Isaac studied him.
"What's your name?"
"Bill."
"All right, Bill. Here's how this is going to go. You 3 are going to go inside and get the rest of your group. Then you're going to get into your vehicles and leave. Those bound people you have stay here with us. Do you understand?"
Bill swallowed hard.
"Yes. And if I catch you ever coming back here, that will be the last time."
"Look out," said Michael, pointing at a man in the distance. Everything slowed down for Kate as the man fired at her and the others with an assault rifle. Michael was hit in the chest, causing him to fall, and Lee got shot in the leg. Kate had pivoted to use her shield, but was hit in the shoulder, which sent her flying back. Michael spewed blood as he hit the ground, and he had a lot of red dots in him. She had to heal Michael right away, or he was going to die. He was the highest priority, and she was on him with her glowing hands in record time. She concentrated on the red dots, which were multiplying fast. Thankfully, the bullet missed his heart, but it had punctured his lung. He had also been hit in the stomach. She was able to remove the 1 bullet in him, then repair the damage, but the strain was immense. She flinched when Isaac fired his laser. Everything went silent. That was a death shot. She examined what remained of the man in the distance. All that was left were his head and lower legs, which crashed to the ground. Once Michael was stabilized, she focused on Lee. The bullet had passed through, and he had a fractured leg. She didn't hesitate to heal him, but the drain on her intensified. Bill and the other 2 got up and tried to run. Isaac fired another laser at the ground before them. "Stop!" They froze. Isaac checked on Kate.
"You okay?"
Kate grimaced.
"In some pain, but Michael and Lee are stable now."
Isaac growled at Bill.
"Was the shooter one of yours?"
Bill licked his lips. "Yeah. He held back just in case. You just fired a laser at him."
"Yeah, and now I'm really pissed off. Are there any others who held back?"
asked Isaac. "No, just Alan. Or what's left of him." Kate could see that Isaac was doing everything possible to stop from going ballistic. His universal energy was all over the place, and the fact he annihilated the shooter without any hesitation showed his state of mind. He was done playing around. Bill and the two other men were lucky he didn't laser them because he was not in a mood to stun. Isaac lightly touched her arm.
I'm going to escort these guys to go pick up the rest of their group. You going to be okay here for a bit?
Yeah, we'll be fine. Go, said Kate. Isaac grabbed Bill by the cuff and threw him toward the building.
Now, let's go get the rest of your group so you can get out of here. Any tricks, and it'll be bad for you.
One of the men had pissed his pants, and Kate could smell what the other one had dropped. Michael had sat up, and Lee looked much better. Michael grabbed his weapon as he took several deep breaths.
Thanks, Kate. You're truly remarkable. Really, I thought I was a goner.
Damn straight, said Lee, rubbing his leg. It's like I wasn't even shot. I'm going to go help Isaac. All right, said Kate. She helped Michael stand. What do we do about the prisoners? I assume they can come back with us.
Let's talk to them first, he said. You never know what you could be getting with people out here.
Makes sense. Let's go free and talk to them then. Michael stared at the building.
Should we wait for Isaac?
Not in his current state, said Kate. We were harmed, and Isaac's usually not a violent person, but he's in that mood at the moment.
Got it. Let's go.
Kate figured Isaac would calm down now that everyone was okay. She had never asked him, but she thought that was the first human he had killed. That would probably have some impact on him, but for the moment, he acted like he was in control. She would talk to him about it later at the bunker. She did a quick check on him and saw him outside with the 3 raiders. Lee was stockpiling the downed men's weapons outside. She figured once all the weapons were out, the raider removal process would begin. The prisoners were huddled together by a large tree. Kate didn't know anything about them, but they didn't look like violent people. She doubted they were some rival group. They trembled as they stepped back. Kate raised her hands in front of her. We're not here to harm you. I know you saw some fantastic things, and I can explain that. However, first we should untie you. Then we can talk. Does everyone understand? One prisoner stepped forward. Kate gasped. It was Dr. Edward Tate, a good friend from the college she taught at. She hadn't noticed him from a distance due to his disheveled appearance. She formed a blade from her PSD and cut his wrist ties, then slowly peeled off the duct tape on his mouth.
Kate, said Edward, I'm not sure how you're here, but I'm thankful you are.
Kate extended her hand forward, palm down. I'm not the Kate you know, and that bears some explanation. For now, we need to untie everyone else.
Of course. I can take off the duct tape, but you'll have to do the wrists.
Kate freed everyone. She caught Edward staring at her PSD and at her. He apparently knew the Kate from this world, and his startled expression at seeing her would be in line if her other version was dead. She was eager to learn more about his connection to the Kate from this world. After everyone had their bindings and duct tape removed, they assembled behind Edward.
I wanted to say thank you for freeing us, said Edward. We had lost hope. I understand, said Michael. Where did you come from? Peoria, just outside it. We had a camp of about 30 people. Some of them went rogue. You just dealt with them.
Kate peered back. 3 raiders each carried a body to the van. Edward's group had turned on itself, which was not something she had considered. The breaking of trust from surviving the Denbors must have been hard. Michael faced Edward.
Why did they become raiders?
Edward sighed.
They wanted power. Most were former cops and military, and I guess they got tired of being polite. They wanted women whenever they desired, the best food and drink supplies, and to take whatever they wanted without asking. And they had the skill and training to do it. They wanted to make this their new base.
A tale as old as time. Now that you're free, what do you plan to do? Edward scrutinized Kate.
I don't know. We have no weapons, shelter, food, drink, or supplies.
Michael cleared his throat.
Then I'm going to do what I think Isaac and Kate would do. Oh, Isaac's the guy who shot the laser.
The group checked out Isaac in the distance.
We can offer you a safe haven at our place. It's secured and hidden away. We definitely don't have the problem your group had, and even if we did, Isaac and Kate wouldn't let it stand.
Kate smiled. That was high praise coming from Michael. She felt like the community was becoming an extended family. A woman next to Edward came forward. We should take it, Edward. We're dead out here alone." The others nodded at him. Edward extended a hand to Michael.
"We accept. However, we're weak from this ordeal, so we might burden you on the trip back to your place."
"We've got that covered," said Kate. "Once the raiders are gone, we'll leave." She could almost see hope lighting up everyone. This group was weak and tired, and now they had a chance at a better life. There were so many questions she wanted to ask, but that would need to wait. After 20 minutes, the rest of the raiders had been loaded into the vehicles. The group had been mostly silent as they watched them getting into the 3 vans. The hate etched on their faces didn't surprise Kate. She suspected they wouldn't have minded if the raiders had been killed. Isaac came over and introduced himself to Edward and his group. They had withdrawn initially, but then again they had seen him shoot a thick laser beam from his forearm. Isaac marched Bill and the other 2 in front of Edward's group.
"You're not going to leave,"
said Isaac, pointing at Bill.
"Like I said before, you come back here ever again, you'll deal with me."
He walked over to one of the pickups and side-kicked it, which sent it tumbling away. He smashed the other truck's hood, then yanked the engine out and tossed it. The silence from the group was deafening. Isaac returned to Bill.
"I'm letting you have 3 vans. Now go."
Bill grimaced at Edward. Then Isaac, "We're going." Bill's and the 2 other raiders' elevated heartbeats, wide eyes, and agape mouths suggested they knew what Isaac would do to them if they ever came back. Kate had seen him have high energy levels before, but he seemed more in control this time. She wondered if her relationship with him tempered him some. The raiders peeled out of the parking lot.
"Okay, everyone. Follow me,"
said Isaac. They went to the front of the building. Isaac motioned off to the side.
"Stand over there. Kate's going to create something that will take us out of here. Please don't be alarmed. Kate, all you."
She walked to the center of the parking lot, then created a large flying platform similar to the one used to transport the survivors to the bunker. The crowd gasped.
"How?"
asked Edward. Kate opened the door and motioned for everyone to board. "We can go over that when we're safe. For now, get on board, and let's get out of here." Edward stopped at the door and inspected the guardrails, then stepped inside. The rest of his group followed, with everyone else going in after them. "Okay, we're going to fly up. So don't be scared," said Kate as she went to the podium control. She touched Isaac's arm. "They might want some water." He gave her a kiss on the cheek, then formed a small table with a box of water bottles on top. The distraction was good as everyone got something to drink. The liftoff was gentle, and some of the group embraced the situation. Some sat and slumped against the side. Maybe they were afraid of heights. Michael and Lee were charming and talked about the bunker and how things worked. The rest were entranced by their discussion. Kate hadn't expected they would add to the bunker's population, but if this Edward was like the one she knew on her Earth, then this group would be good people. Her pulse quickened when Isaac slid his arm around her waist. She still had adrenaline pumping through her, but time and her ability had calmed her. This outing had been more than she thought it would be, but it was a win, and she would take that every time. Chapter 21. Dylan had been fascinated while watching the items being evacuated from Mazarik's compound. All his robots in storage were able to transform into a shape that made for easy transport. It was like they had all come online at the same time and executed the evacuation protocol with high efficiency. However, what alarmed him was that none of the stored humans were moved. By the time he and the others had reached the point in time when they had initially arrived, most of the storage had been moved. However, the missing life signs from the stored humans shocked him. It was like they all stopped at the exact moment the last container went through the portal. Even more concerning was that the portal border vibrated, changed to silver for a moment, then turned black as the interior dissipated. They landed the Torvatta outside the portal and exited. Dalton extended his hand toward the silent portal.
"The portal is sealed, not just closed. I wasn't expecting that. It's apparent Mazarik doesn't want anyone using it. I didn't know he could do that.
And I believe he killed the humans in storage," said Evaran. "An odd decision." Dylan shook his head. "This guy's a monster. Is there any way we could save the humans? Like, travel back somehow and get them out at the point their life signs disappear?" "Unfortunately, we're a part of events. They occurred as intended, despite how despicable they are. We also didn't detect ourselves saving them. Mazarik will answer for that.
Yeah, that asshole. He needs to be taken down. We going to wherever he went now?
Not yet, said Evaran. I think we should investigate the compound now that he's gone. Perhaps not everything crossed over, and we can determine if the humans are truly gone.
Sounds like a plan, said Dalton.
Dylan's stomach was in knots. He had just witnessed a mass killing, which he was sure would be verified when they went down. He wasn't sure why Mazarik didn't take the humans, but it was apparent they were expendable. Everyone was silent, and he figured they were also contemplating the mass murder. The usually smiling Evot frowned, and Evaran and Dalton had stone faces. M's lights had also dimmed. It was a somber realization that they were dealing with someone far more ruthless than they had thought. They boarded the Torvatta and flew to one of the cylindrical storage towers they had initially scouted. After everyone exited, Evaran used his nanobots to tear open an entryway now that the magnetic shielding was gone. Dylan had dark vision, so the lack of illumination didn't bother him. Not only was it dark, but it was eerily quiet, like entering a tomb. Their footsteps sounded like war drums. The main open area had ringed walkways that went down 25 levels and up 75. A central pillar in the open area had walkways every 25 levels that led to a platform that could go up and down. It was currently on the ground level. They approached one of the capsules that held a stored human. Dylan couldn't see into the capsule like when Evot had scouted the area. Instead of a clear liquid, there was a murky red and yellow swirl. Evaran scanned it with his ring. The human inside is dead. Acid was released, and then whatever was solid was ripped to shreds. Dylan coughed.
Oh, like a blender.
Looks like it, said Dalton. Evot tilted her head.
We still don't know why Mazarik had humans here.
I concur, said Evaran. Let's pull one of these capsules out. Everyone moved to the side as he did a full scan of the area with his ring. A moment later, his nanobots went to work, sliding into crevices until a loud crack was heard. He pointed at the right side of the capsule. Dalton, get that side. It can be safely pulled out now. It's heavy, so once it's out, we can lay it on its side.
Got it.
They got into position, then pulled it out and onto the ground. Dylan gagged. The smell reminded him of a wet dog, but this was more powerful somehow. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced senses. He examined the data labels on his ARI as everyone else scanned the area where the capsule had been. An unusual patch of light green goo covered parts of the sides and back. A data window indicated it was the residue of something being expanded into the capsule area. Evaran narrowed his eyes while analyzing it. Intriguing. The residue matches what I observed when I procured the sample from the Torvatta and ran some tests. If Mazarik extended his amplification ability into the capsule, then he must have done so to get something from the human. I believe it was powerful enough to siphon off someone's 3L. Dalton drew his head back.
An energy vampire. A real one.
Dylan whistled.
And now he can't feed if we took his synchartic energy. Maybe he's going through withdrawal now.
That would explain why he didn't take these humans,
said Evot.
They're useless to him now.
M tilted his head.
It may also explain why he left. However, I don't think he requires 3L to survive. Given the nature of his ability, I've calculated that he does it to give himself a temporary boost. If it was a one-time process, he wouldn't keep humans around.
Well said, said Evaran. It's also possible he distilled 3L into something physical for later use, but I haven't seen any type of storage for that, and I'm not sure what that would look like. We can find out more when we investigate where he went. More importantly, we can check out the portal on his side, since the one here is gone. We'll need that to create a portal to wherever Isaac and Kate went. Dylan's throat tightened. He still had no idea how they were doing, or if they were even alive. It was no comfort that he could have been lost with Isaac and Kate, with the others looking for him. M straightened.
The Torvatta has detected a ship in low orbit.
We need to leave then, said Evaran. Dylan hustled after him. He tried to keep up with the fast-flowing data window in his ARI that showed information on the ship, The Torvatta would probably not be as effective at scanning within an advanced civilization that could have a lot of objects in low orbit, but this world was barren outside the compound, so a ship entering low orbit would be easily detected. The shape of the ship was unusual. It resembled a bong with a thruster on the back. The long, sleek cylindrical part reminded him of a cannon. Perhaps it was coming to wipe out the compound. A shot from space would do the trick, and it would be best not to be around when it did. It might not fire, but there was no reason to take that chance. They moved through the tower at a rapid pace. Dylan kept up with ease, and he kept glancing at the data window with the ship. Its power readings were scaling high to do something. He doubted it was anything benevolent. After a few minutes, they reached the Torvatta and assembled in the command center. The Torvatta rose as a massive beam from the ship hit the compound. Part of the beam clipped the Torvatta, sending it spiraling off to the side. Dylan was thankful that despite the spinning, he wasn't thrown about. "Whew, we literally just escaped that." "Indeed," said Evaran. It's clear Mazarik didn't want to leave anything behind to be analyzed. M had righted the Torvatta and flown to the side. After a few minutes, there was only a hole in the ground where the compound used to be. "That's odd," said Dylan. "The ship has stopped firing, but it's continuing to ramp up." The ship exploded. "Okay, wow, he really didn't want to leave anything behind."
"Seems so," said Dalton. "Unfortunately for him, we know where he went."
I think it's time to investigate that,
said Evot. "I concur." Evaran dipped his head toward M. "Take us there."
Acknowledged.
Dylan eased back into his seat. They didn't know why Mazarik fled, but they now knew that when he did, he cleaned up after himself. Dylan had some thoughts on the evacuation, but he would wait until they went to wherever Mazarik fled. There would hopefully be more answers there, and more importantly, they'd be one step closer to finding Isaac and Kate. Dalton had no illusions that they would find much of anything on the exploded ship in low orbit. Scans indicated it had thoroughly destroyed itself. It must have been hiding behind the moon or somewhere else because the Torvatta hadn't detected it earlier. He wasn't even sure how it got the signal to do what it did. Another thought was that it checked the status of the portal somehow and, once down, enacted the destruction plan. Either way, the end result was a lot of space debris and a hole where Mazarik's compound once sat. He sat on the edge of his seat as the Torvatta opened a portal and flew through. They were finally going to see where Mazarik had gone. Dalton wondered if it was his home planet or perhaps another outpost like the one they had just left. The sheer number of ships, satellites, and space structures astonished him. Communication was detected everywhere, and it was obvious this was an advanced Earth. The Torvatta did a 10-light-year pulse and identified even more activity in other planetary systems. Whatever Mazarik had going on here spanned long distances. Even the other planets in the current system had structures both on them and orbiting them. The Earth was an ecumenopolis, one large, planet-wide city broken up by a few bodies of water. A beam shot out at where they had flown through the portal. "Their systems detected the portal," said Evaran. "However, they were too slow to act. It's apparent Mazarik believes we're coming."
And the few satellites we scanned also have strong security AIs,
said Evot. Dylan smirked. Mazarik essentially ran home.
Because he underestimated us,
said M. Dylan shot a finger gun at him. Evot smiled and did the same, making everyone crack up. Dalton appreciated both of them lightening the mood. Although there was the ever-present cloud of doom about Isaac and Kate, things were getting better. He and the others were in a good spot, and they now had Mazarik at a disadvantage, or so he hoped. The array of power before them was large, and he doubted Mazarik would be easy to take down. All they needed to do was use the portal to open to where Isaac and Kate were, but even that might be challenging. "Find a descending ship and stay close to it," said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
said M. Dalton had seen this maneuver before, where you could use another ship to cover your own. The Torvatta would be infinitely better at doing this than any ship he had ever been on. It had to stay out of the back to avoid being outlined by the thruster's wake, but as long as it kept to the side and a bit away, it should remain undetectable. The Torvatta highlighted a ship in the distance and flew over to it. When the vessel began its descent, the Torvatta moved off to the side and kept pace. "That's smart. Will we be able to detect Mazarik now that he doesn't have his energy?" asked Dylan. "I don't know, But we do know where he exited onto this earth, said Evaran. As we arrived back in time, enough to cover our descent, we should arrive as he is coming through. We can then see where he goes and what he does. Makes sense. I guess he had that set up before our fight with him. Dalton sometimes forgot about the 20 minutes it took to go up or down from a planet. However, that wasn't something Evaran or M would have forgotten, as they had already calculated it. Their ability to process things and make logical decisions stunned him at times. While he considered himself strong in that regard, they were on a different level. Once they were down, an outline highlighted Mazarik coming through the portal. The walkway he was on was more like a moving conveyor belt, and he stood as it carried him and a small entourage of security guards. Their destination was a platform that led off the belt and into a massive, cube-shaped building. Big mechs of all types surrounded the area, and drones flew nonstop. Other humanoid robot guards patrolled, and Dalton knew any incursion would be foolhardy if they had to fight through all that. Dylan scrunched his face. Looks like he still has some synchartic energy in him, but barely. It would seem so, said Evaran. That's unexpected, but he has less than 1% of what he used to have. I don't think he can use that for anything. However, we can use it to track him.
Works out well for us, said Dalton.
Indeed. Dalton focused on the area they surveyed. Humans in black and gold uniforms operated various podium workstations and walked around with tablets. None of them carried weapons, and he suspected that was by design.
Whoa, said Dylan. Wasn't expecting any humans here.
Evaran's eyes softly glowed. I don't believe they work willingly for Mazarik. Notice that the robots command them.
This must be an enslaved Earth,
said Evot, frowning. Evot must have been thinking about Brad, who came from a hostile cyberpunk Earth where AIs ruled. Dalton had also heard the stories, and it sounded like a nightmare. Perhaps this world was even worse off. We now know where Mazarik is, said Evaran. He paused. Communication traffic has picked up. A data window showed the spike. Dalton never got tired of the Torvatta's ability to translate everything, and it had singled out one particular set of communications. It stood out because it was broadcast planet-wide and originated from Mazarik. I see it too, said Evaran. He interacted with his chair console and studied the now isolated set of messages. It appears Mazarik has enacted a planet-wide mobilization for war. Dylan's eyes widened. You don't think he's planning on invading Earth, do you? I do. He's been weakened, and this suggests he has the ability to route the portal to our Earth. It's possible he's mobilizing for something else, but given that he has tried to hide the only place we know about, this would imply a surprise attack. Evot scowled.
He must know we would be there once he crossed over.
I concur. Perhaps he has time to develop a plan to counter us. Dalton raised a finger.
Then we need to remove him before anything gets to Earth.
And we will, said Evaran. I believe we should stay here a bit longer to analyze the situation. Then we'll figure out the portal so we can find Isaac and Kate. Then we'll return to deal with this. Dalton figured Mazarik was pissed. This Earth catered to his every whim, and judging by what they had seen so far, it probably took him a long while to build up to this. And now he had lost a part of what made him so powerful. It might have started out as a fun challenge for him to take out the most powerful on Dalton's Earth, but now it was anything but. Mazarik was on a literal warpath, and he didn't seem like the type of person to show mercy. Dalton relaxed into his seat as the Torvatta flew higher and began analyzing more communications. He wanted to focus on the portal, but they would after seeing if there was any more to learn. He was eager to see if they had everything they needed to open the same portal Isaac and Kate had gone through. It sounded like they did, but opening the portal below could be an issue unto itself. He hoped Isaac and Kate were hanging on wherever, or possibly whenever, they were. Chapter 22. Isaac yawned as he soaked in getting a good night's rest. It was August 7th, 2014, at 8 o'clock a.m., and it had been a month since the trip to the solar farm. Power output had been steady after repairing the broken panels. He glanced down at Kate, who had snuggled into him and still slept with her head on his chest. Although she had her own room, she spent most nights with him. Thankfully, the meditation classes he had been attending had helped him control his strength levels. A breakthrough occurred when Andrea, his teacher, suggested he view his strength in tiers. then focus on one to reach that level. He had created 10 tiers, and through focus he was able to lower and raise his strength at will after 2 months. He always made sure he was on the lowest tier with Kate in bed. But even at his lowest, he was still strong. Kate moved her head and slowly opened her eyes. He never tired of staring into her beautiful brown eyes. It didn't take much to extend into some playtime, and after an hour they were both cleaned up and ready for the day. Breakfast had become one of his favorite parts of the day. Michael, Lee, Albert, Sarah, and Edward usually joined him and Kate, and it served as an unofficial leadership meeting. The focus for the last month had been the integration of Edward's group. They had done so with ease, and it added some excitement to the existing survivors. Edward, Albert, and Kate had formed what Isaac called the Doctor Crew, as they often hung out and discussed things far beyond him. He liked that Kate had good friends and colleagues, and he was sure she missed the camaraderie from their Earth. It had surprised him to learn that Edward had dated Kate on this Earth long ago. It was only for a brief time, and both had gotten married to others later on in life. Edward had lost his wife to the Denbors, and Kate and her husband on this Earth had been killed in front of Edward at their college. He had a lot of resolve to continue on, and he had decided then that he wasn't going to let this event take him down. Isaac could see why Edward and the Kate on this Earth had been interested in each other. Edward had acted blown away when learning about parallel Earths and other cosmology. Although Isaac thought they should tone down what everyone knew, he was okay with Edward knowing as much as Albert. Edward had wanted to know everything about the PSD, and sometimes when he, Albert, and Kate got together, they'd spend hours playing around with it. Edward was a quick learner and had gotten up to speed with no issues. The other members of Edward's group all had apartments and had adapted to the daily routine. Isaac got along well with Kyle Rebar, an experienced software engineer and member of Edward's group. Kyle had fit in well with the technical maintenance team, and he had an easygoing personality. He was quick-witted and had a fun sense of humor, which made working with him remind Isaac of his old working environment. Kyle's wife, Jane, was a nurse, and she and Kate worked well together. Kyle and Jane had expressed multiple times how thankful they were to be rescued. Isaac was glad to have them, and he wondered if they would add more people over time. He was aware of the bunker's capacity for 10 years, but they were well under that. The biodome had begun producing, but he worried about the lack of meat when the dehydrated and canned versions were gone. After breakfast, Isaac did a walkthrough of the facility with Michael and Lee. The goal was to see if there were any issues, and after an hour and a half, they ended their trip at the control center. Isaac could usually spot-fix issues with his PSD, and he had not expected to become an electrician, but there were many instances where he needed to step in. They did have a junior electrician who was learning, and although he had stepped up, he was nowhere near what had previously been done by a team. Michael had some knowledge as well, but there was no specialist. The control center meeting this time was quick. There were a few structural fixes needed, and Isaac had been requested to help move some things. Michael had found a stash of small refrigerators, enough to supply the apartments. Although he had planned for that, he didn't know if they had arrived, and during the initial inventory check, they hadn't been detected due to being buried under some other storage. For Isaac's part, he would load them onto a slab, then put them in each apartment. He planned to do it after lunch. For the next hour and a half, he prepped the refrigerators to be moved and also got in a quick trip to the tower's roof. It did him good to get some fresh air, and despite the refrigerators not weighing much to him, moving them to a spot they could be easily loaded from had been taxing. He soaked in the sun and relished the wind as it whipped by him. He frowned when he looked toward Chicago. It was his daily reminder that Evaran and M had not come, and that this Earth might be his final resting place. Lunch pepped him up. It was usually a larger group, and Kyle and Jane joined Isaac, Kate, Michael, Lee, Edward, Albert, and Sarah. Sometimes other members sat with them, and Isaac craved the interaction. The mood was usually positive, and despite the food not being the best, everyone understood it was far better than what they had before. The next 4 hours were spent delivering the refrigerators with Lee's help. They were light enough that he could move them in while Isaac pulled the slab and handed them off. They had formed an efficient routine, and for the unoccupied apartments, they just set them inside. For the occupied ones, they knocked, and if someone answered, they gave them the refrigerator. Otherwise, it was set outside. It didn't take much to set them up. All that was needed was to move it inside and plug it in. Dinner was a nice break, and unlike breakfast and lunch, it was usually just him and Kate. He enjoyed the quiet time with her. It usually started with his meeting her at her office, getting a quick kiss, then heading off to eat. Sometimes others joined them, but it had become an unwritten tradition that dinner was meant for couples and families. Those without either often ate with one another. It was good to catch up on what Kate had done for the day, and she was always inquisitive about his day. After dinner, Isaac took some time to catch up on some reading. The books on this earth were all new to him, and there was a small library for him to sift through. He also spent time researching the history of this earth. It fascinated him to learn the differences. Even small things like different names for common scientific concepts intrigued him. As an example, instead of Newton's 3 laws of motion, it was Maxwell's, named after Donovan Maxwell, someone he had never heard of. After 2 hours of that, he used another 2 to help out with tech support, and there was no shortage of that. Now that everyone had access to computers, he usually hung around the lab to help those in need. Issues ran from getting something to print to navigating how to use some software. He was no expert there, but Kyle usually hung out too, making it a good time. By 10 o'clock p.m., he was ready to retire to his room. He wouldn't sleep until 11, and that usually had to do with whatever time Kate came over. It had been a good day, and he was getting acclimated to the routine. When he reached his room, Kate was already there and in bed with the covers over her.
"Well, hello," he said. "What's going on?"
"Oh, you know," she said as she pulled back the covers on his side and patted the bed. Isaac gulped. Her invitation had erased any signs of fatigue he had. He wasn't going to turn down an opportunity like this. His clothes came off in record time, and he jumped on the bed, much to her delight. This was one activity he didn't think he would ever tire of. Kate wished every night was like the last one. Before going to Isaac's room, she had witnessed Kyle giving Jane a deep kiss. Then he had grabbed her rear and squeezed. They probably thought no one saw them, but Kate had gone to ask Jane a question and caught them in the act. She had moved out of view, but doing something like that publicly excited her, and she had gone straight to Isaac's room to wait for him. It was now 8 o'clock a.m., and she was ready for a shower. Isaac was still in a deep sleep, so she got cleaned up, then woke him with a kiss.
"Hey,"
he said, holding her hand. "Hey, yourself." "I let you sleep in," she said. Isaac grinned.
"Do we have time?"
She winked and laughed before heading for the door. "I think we covered all that last night." Being with Isaac always put her in a good mood. When they disagreed on something, they talked it out. The only time it got heated was when she noticed he had been quieter than normal after the solar farm. He had killed his first person, and from what Lee had said, that would have an impact. She had brought it up to Isaac, and he had assured her he was fine. Someone had tried to kill her. He stopped it, and that was that. While she wanted to believe him, he had been acting out of character for a few weeks. She had brought it up several times, and it had become a sticking point. Then, on the 3rd week, he was back to himself. She wondered if it was the meditation classes he had been attending. His control of his strength through mental tears worked for him. Despite their usual good communication, this was one thing he didn't want to discuss, and was already over. He maintained that it had to be done, and there was nothing more to it. She would trust him on it. Breakfast was one of her favorite moments of the day. Although it was an unofficial meeting, it was a good way to begin the day. Isaac made it on time and joined them after giving her a quick kiss. Sarah made an ooh sound, making everyone laugh. Kate had forgotten how nice it was to get social validation of a relationship, and Isaac was the perfect boyfriend. It made her wonder what their relationship would have been like had she gotten together with him from the start, instead of Oleg. After breakfast, she hosted office hours with Jane and a nurse and a doctor. There wasn't much she needed to do there, so she spent most of her time looking over medical texts. A young boy came in with a sore throat, and she took care of that. Normally, he would have been given some medicine, but she didn't want anything contagious spreading. It was easier to heal it. Another fun aspect was that she would sometimes do apartment calls with Jane. It was an opportunity to get out and about and stretch her legs. It was also another chance for social interaction. All major diseases and issues had been healed away by this point, but it was still good to follow up to make sure nothing bad was happening. In one instance, she had cured an elderly woman's arthritis. To Kate's surprise, some of it had started to come back, yet it didn't show as yellow to her. That was why she spent time learning more about the body. She had also joined the meditation class to see if she could control her ability better. Perhaps aging would always cause issues she had cured to come back, but it hadn't been that long. It was a test case for her to focus on. According to Kate's ability, the woman had all green dots in her. Kate suspected she needed to either focus harder or learn more about where to concentrate on. Lunch was another fun moment, and she savored spending time with everyone. She got a lot of recognition from the lunch crowd, as she had helped almost all of them at some point. Kids gave her hugs and called her Dr. Kate, while others waved or nodded at her. Jane said she was a celebrity, but Kate didn't describe herself to that. She just wanted to help others. If this was to be her community for the rest of her life, she wanted them around as long as possible. Fear hovered in the back of her mind that the community would only be a handful of people eventually, as they weren't long-lived like her and Isaac. Maybe more people would come, but they wouldn't be the ones she started with on this journey. The thought of losing her current friends to old age terrified her. After lunch, she spent time with Albert and Edward. They were intensely curious about all things and treated her as an equal. Although Edward had let a few comments indicating interest slip, he didn't cross any lines. She had been interested in hearing about when this Earth's Kate had dated him, and he had no concerns with sharing it, even going so far as to say she was the one who got away. Most of their time was spent with the PSD, showing information about the faraway places she and the previous version of the gang had visited. The catalog of aliens intrigued them, and even the summons she had been on had been a point of many discussions. They couldn't believe she had interacted with a sentient planet, a grand matter mage, and a machine race. Then there was all the technology. From matter replicators to the Torvatta, it was a never-ending buffet of information for them. She was glad she could show them everything, but part of her was cautious about knowledge pollution. However, if Evaran or M wanted to admonish her, they'd need to come here first. After hanging out with them for 3 hours, she usually took a walk with Jane up to the tower where they could get some fresh air. That was a popular activity for most, as they got a good stair workout and also got to go outside in safety. Although Kate happily took in the view, her heart sank a bit every time she saw Chicago in the distance. It was a reminder that this was becoming her new reality. Eating dinner with Isaac boosted her mood once again. She always relished spending time with him. Thanks to their long-lived lives, they'd have a long future. She didn't know what that would look like on this earth, but she pushed that thought away. After dinner, she had more office hours since those who worked during the day often stopped in. It was often quiet, and Jane was good company. The doctor and nurse were usually absent, so Kate studied medical information in between chatting with Jane. Someone came in with a twisted ankle, which was healed quickly. Another person had an allergic reaction. That was one of the downsides of rationed food, and that it didn't always take allergies into consideration. At 9:00 p.m., Kate ended office hours and went to the top of the tower with Jane. Unlike the earlier visit, this one soothed her. Perhaps it was seeing the stars, which always invoked her curiosity. She stood in silence and stared out. There were very few lights in Chicago, but she could see some from the human camps and the main mutant building downtown. She shuddered at thinking of being out in the other parts of the city in the dark and dealing with the den boars and other threats. To cap off the night, she headed for Isaac's room. He wasn't there, much to her disappointment. Perhaps he got caught up with something. She wasn't worried about him messing around. He was devoted to her and let her know it every day. She settled in and read a book she had borrowed from the library. At 10:30 p.m., Isaac arrived. He'd been caught up with a technical issue on one of the computers and had resolved it. He sat next to her.
I'm beat, but think I could get a shower in.
She squeezed his shoulder. I'll join you. His face perked up.
Works for me.
She kissed him, then followed him into the bathroom. Everything was easy with him, and she relished how he'd never hesitated to spend time with her. Even if it was a shower, she would take that every time. Albert was eager to have breakfast with Michael, Lee, Sarah, Edward, Isaac, and Kate. It was a great way to start the day, and the food was decent. Hydrated eggs always had an odd taste to him, but he really liked the bacon bits mixed in. The biodome had also started providing fresh vegetables, and he had them at every opportunity. However, it was the coffee that he savored. After breakfast, he walked to his office, while Sarah went to her teaching class. Although he taught a few, there wasn't much interest in the sciences. He had some pupils who ate everything up, but they were rare. He had an hour before he taught basic math. Then he did a science class. Later in the day, he gave an astronomy one, which was popular. He used the hour before class to have another cup of coffee and browse his computer. Although there was no current data, it still had a lot of information available. Almost every scientific paper up until the Denbour's arrival was accessible, and there was more than enough to read there. It saddened him that science took a back seat to surviving, and he lamented that it would not be a focus for a long time. Class always went by fast for him. Although he was not a math teacher before the Denbours, he was competent enough to teach others. The class was small, and was mostly comprised of those under 20, with a few older people sprinkled in. It wasn't a popular class, but some students saw it as the highlight of their day, so he was happy to oblige. Albert had grown accustomed to the friendly atmosphere at lunchtime, and it helped that he didn't need to worry about where the next meal was, or if he'd have to fight Denbours. He also liked hearing about what the others were up to, or learning about. However, it was after lunch that was the main highlight of his day. He met up with Edward and Kate, and they discussed everything from cosmology to technology. They met in an unused science lab that had a side room where Kate's PSD could be set at waist height to show things. Albert had yet another cup of coffee, as did Edward, but Kate had a bottle of water.
"So what are we covering today?"
asked Edward, easing onto one of the side couches. Kate, who sat in a plush chair perpendicular to him, smiled. "Whatever you two want." Albert was across from them and gestured at the PSD. "I'd like to learn more about the non-humans on your Earth. You said there were millions, which seems astonishing to me."
"Me too," said Edward. He motioned at them both. "I mean, you're both technically non-human, but I'd never be able to tell."
Albert was still coming to grips with the fact he would be considered non-human due to his wild-born energy. Sarah said she loved him regardless of what energy he had, and while that made him more comfortable, it was odd to think he wasn't a pure human. He had joined the meditation classes and had learned to control his calming ability. The intensity and range were the two aspects he focused on, and he had even helped Kate when someone had fallen and was in great pain. While she healed, he kept the patient relaxed. It was a good test of his ability, and the patient's intense emotional state was like playing a game of tug-of-war. He'd apply his ability, then they would push back. This went on for a bit, until he was able to secure a foothold and put them into a relaxed state. That made things much easier for Kate, who said the healing would take a while. "Well, at the top is the Earth Ward," said Kate. "They're the unofficial ruling body of Earth. But officially, they've got their hands in most global activities. The director is human, as are a lot of the staff, and humans who know about the non-human world are called wizened."
"That means I'm wizened," said Edward.
"And Sarah, Michael, Lee, and, well, I guess everyone here in the bunker," said Albert.
"You're both right," said Kate. "But on Earth only a handful are wizened. Non-humans are classified into several large groups: outsiders, daedrolls, wild-born, elementals, and others. We're familiar with wild-born since Albert is one. Their trait is that they have an ability specific to them. Albert's is a calming aura, which is really helpful." Albert adjusted his glasses.
"I'm not complaining. And Dr. Snowden wasn't a wild-born, but had cosmic energy. I guess he would be an other."
"That's right. And he was Evaran touched," said Kate. "Same with his niece, Emily. They're on a different level relative to other non-humans since they had cosmic energy, the most powerful of all."
Edward furrowed his brow. "And you're Torvatta touched. Universal energy, right?"
"Same as Isaac." "Yep, and like Wildborn, we have unique abilities." Edward shook his head.
"That's fascinating. What surprises me is that you said before that it can't be directly detected by technology."
"Yeah," said Kate. "Of course, you can use other indirect methods. As an example, a Wildborn could go invisible, but standing in front of a bright light would give them away."
Albert wagged a finger. "Or Isaac kicking a truck away."
Kate bobbed her head. "Yeah, that too. Outsiders, though, make up the bulk of the non-humans on Earth. And even then, those are broken down into groups. You have your legacy gods like Odin, Thor, and the like. Then you have shifters, like tree, lion, or wolf ones." Edward scrunched his face.
"A tree shifter?"
"Oh, yeah." Kate placed her PSD on a side table, then interacted with it. Here's an example. Albert studied the video showing a meeting in the forest. A tree shifted into a man with foliage covering some areas and bark on others. Several other trees shifted along with some animals. It amazed him that there was a reality where this happened. Edward puffed his cheeks. I feel like I would spend all my time learning about these non-humans. Forget aliens, we've got non-humans. Well, let's not be hasty about ignoring aliens, said Albert, eyeing him. Edward glanced at Kate. I do wonder, though, if Evaran and M come to get you and Isaac, would he take us back to your Earth? Absolutely, she said. He might raise a stink about duplicates and the like, but there's ways around that. You have my word, and Isaac's, that we won't leave you behind. This is no place to spend the rest of your lives. Albert wasn't sure how high the chance was that Evaran or M would come, but the thought of going to a normal Earth inspired him. He was sure he'd have to deal with all the non-humans, but that was a small price to pay, and it might not even be a bad thing. And that brings up another fun topic, said Edward. What would we do about our other selves on your Earth if we were to go? Albert smirked. That's easy for me, but I don't know how I would integrate. Kate mentioned James Bryson is alive there. Would we become best friends like here? I don't know. You would, said Kate, pointing at him. I just know it. I've gotten to know him quite well, and I think you two would hit it off. As for the others, isolation could work, and they have Earthward resources to help with that. Does Evaran have another version of himself? Kate chuckled. Actually, yeah. Albert scrutinized the images of the different version of Evaran that Kate brought up. He gasped when he saw a familiar face. That's Leverin! Kate drew her head back. It is. How'd you know? I had a dream. A weird one, where I was in a courtyard and kept resurrecting people. Leverin was guiding and reassuring me. It was vivid, and although I don't recall most of it, she stood out. Dr. Snowden had that dream, at least from what I've heard. You must have connected to it in some way in the dream layer. Edward ran a hand over his mouth. Interesting. So do you think Dr. Snowden's being a cosmic being somehow attracted other versions of him to witness the dream? Kate shrugged. That's a good guess. I've heard it described as a morphable matter layer that everyone's 3L goes through. I would guess multiple versions of the same person might have their 3Ls close together, hence through the dream layer. Fascinating, said Albert. So Leverin is another version of Evaran, and I feel like I know her. I wish we could discuss this with Evaran. It pained Albert to see her sad. Although she tried to put up a brave front, it was obvious she missed Evaran. The fact he hadn't come for her and Isaac was something that bothered her. If Evaran, M, and the others could travel to any point in space and time, then something was stopping them from doing so. He understood Kate's hopelessness in that regard, and his ability informed him about her current state. He patted her hand. I wouldn't give up hope. We'll meet him when he and your other friends come. She squeezed his arm. Thanks. If Evaran and the others came, it would bring up another issue Albert had considered. Evaran and M might go back to the point where Isaac and Kate arrived to pick them up. That meant the reality Albert knew would no longer be valid. Perhaps it had already happened, and he was in an alternate timeline, something Kate had explained to some degree. Albert didn't want to alarm her, so he kept his thoughts to himself. If Isaac and Kate hadn't arrived, he had no doubt the survivors would have never made it to the bunker. Even if they had, they wouldn't have gotten inside without casualties. Every time he discussed things with Kate, he learned something new. Now he knew Leverin was real. He wasn't sure how to process that just yet, but he hoped he'd have a chance to meet Evaran and Kate's other friends.
Chapter 23. Isaac rested in the navigator's seat on the flying platform. Lee was beside him. It was October 7th, 2014, 1:00 p.m. 6 months since he and Kate had arrived, and 2 months since they had visited the solar farm. Being in the bunker was fine for Isaac, but a decent chunk of the survivors wanted to be outside, especially with winter approaching. To that end, the tower's ground entrance had been opened. It was a thick metal door with an outer casing of stone, and it rolled off to the side to allow entry and exit.
One downside was it moved slowly, which Isaac thought could bring unwanted attention. However, he understood people's desire to not be cooped up all the time. While they could go to the tower roof, there wasn't anything to do there other than stand around. Michael had enacted a new policy that small groups could go outside near the tower. A security contingent would monitor the area. Michael and Lee had trained a small group of 10 people to wield firearms and use them effectively. Usually, 10 to 12 people would go out with a security contingent of 4. Thanks to the use of short-range communicators, the security team could stay in contact with each other. When Isaac was outside as security, he usually went with Lee, and they hung out on the flying platform on the perimeter of where people explored. The other 2 guards stayed near the entrance, and there were 2 more inside. It was a good setup, and it alleviated everyone's concerns with being outside and getting fresh air. Isaac often did a sweep of the area on the flying platform to make sure it was clear of den boars. Most people didn't stray far from the tower. The farthest anyone had gone were Andrea and John, her husband. They had decided to get intimate, a sight Isaac wished he could have avoided. However, today was quiet, and with the flying platform nestled at the top of a tree, they wouldn't be easily spotted by anything in the distance.
"Going to be cold and snowy in a few months," said Lee. "I doubt anyone will want to go outside."
"Then they better get what they can now," said Isaac.
"I heard that."
Isaac relished hanging with Lee. He had become like a brother, and his fun personality broke up the monotony of the bunker. Lee was still mourning Sean, and Isaac wished he could have saved him. Lee had said Sean would have loved Isaac and Kate. Although Isaac was no replacement for Sean, Isaac suspected his strong friendship with Lee helped ease the pain of losing a lifelong friend. Isaac was okay with helping where he could, and Lee made things easy to do that. He had also trained Isaac on using various weapons, but Isaac still preferred his PSD. He perked up when he heard vehicles in the distance. That was not something that should be around the area. He flew the flying platform up.
"What's going on?" asked Lee.
"Trucks, I think."
Lee cleared his throat.
"Shit, that has to be Foundation. What are they doing all the way out here?"
"Let's find out. Can you update Michael?"
"Yeah, no problem."
While Lee updated Michael, Isaac tried to pilot the platform just above the tree line in the general direction of the noise. Although he could go higher and see more, he could also be spotted. Although Lee had mentioned it might be Foundation, it could be another faction. Perhaps it was more raiders. But whoever it was, they had no fear of making noise. That usually indicated a well-armed group. His fears were confirmed when a convoy of heavily armed vehicles came into view. Personnel carriers were scattered among them, but a good number of the armored vehicles had a mounted gun up top. The rear ones shot at the occasional den boar that stumbled into view, but it was obvious it was a Foundation group based on their logos, colors, and uniforms. The lead vehicle stopped in the middle of a large field with a small river in the distance. Other automobiles, such as vans and transport trucks, had already parked and were unloading. A fence was being rolled out, and tents were being set up. Isaac didn't like that they were setting up a camp so close to the tower. They had probably even marked it as a place to check out, and he had no doubt they would. He snapped his head to the side when a woman cried out behind them.
"Shit, I think one of their patrols found us," said Lee.
Isaac piloted the platform over to where the commotion was coming from. His heartbeat raged as 2 Foundation soldiers stood over Jared and Marie, a young couple from the bunker. Jared had been shot several times in the leg, and Marie was frantically trying to help him. One of the guards was trying to pull her clothes off. Isaac landed the platform.
"Lee, hide somewhere and cover my back. Contact security to get everyone back inside."
"Got it," he said as he sprinted away into the trees. Isaac pulled the platform in, then placed his PSD onto his forearm. He formed a heavy suit and spawned his energy shield. Nothing could stop him as he charged through the forest toward the Foundation guards. The amount of noise he made guaranteed they would focus on him, and the one guard who had been standing back pivoted and opened fire. Isaac's shield deflected the projectiles. Then he raised his forearm and fired a stun blast, knocking out the attacker. The guard who had assaulted Marie scrambled for his weapon, which was nearby on the ground. Unfortunately for him, Isaac hit him with a stun shot. The man collapsed. Isaac formed the flying platform.
"Marie, get on. I'll get Jared."
"Lee!" Lee burst into the clearing, then picked up the downed Foundation men's weapons. He climbed on board as Isaac carried Jared on. Isaac navigated the platform into the air, then hurried back to the bunker, Once there, he dashed in with the others and told the guards to seal the door once everyone was inside. He then headed to the medical rooms. He put Jared on a slab, and Kate attended to him. Albert had rushed from his office to help calm Marie down and provided some mental relief for Jared, who struggled to stay awake. Isaac stepped back as Kate went into action. Her hands glowed as she gripped Jared's leg. He initially screamed, which increased the tension in the room, but he eventually relaxed. A doctor helped get the bullets out, and thanks to Kate's healing touch, the wounds closed quickly. Michael peeked in and beckoned at Isaac. He went out.
Foundation's found us. Michael grimaced. Yeah, let's get to the tower.
Isaac checked out the room one last time as Kate nodded at him. He didn't want to leave until Jared was fully healed, but he trusted everyone here, especially Kate. Lee joined them as they made their way to the tower. Michael stopped at the supply room to get some binoculars, and Lee got one as well. After 15 minutes, they reached the roof. Isaac could see far, and the Foundation camp was now busy. The 2 Foundation guards who had attacked Jared and Marie had been found, and the camp was quickly setting up a defensive perimeter. What bothered Isaac was there were quite a few in the camp looking toward the tower with binoculars. If he could see them, then they could see back. "Yeah, we got a problem now," said Lee. Michael exhaled as he put down his binoculars.
"We do. But they aren't getting through that front door in the next few days."
"I hope."
"Even so, we should have a plan," said Isaac. "I agree. And while I would say we could find a second site, the time for that was months ago. Even if we found one now, getting it up and running and safe would take time, which we're now short on."
"Then we stay and fight," said Lee. "We could take that group." Michael frowned.
"You underestimate the Foundation. They're national. The fact they can move all that without worry tells me they can pull up more as needed. But we have the advantage, for the moment."
Isaac gestured out. "Well, they're probably still trying to figure out what happened. But now that they've seen us, they know there's people here. I think they'll focus on getting set up first. Then we'll be the next priority. Unless they decide to move."
"And why would they want to do that?"
Isaac grinned. "I have an idea." Kate had taken care of Jared, and both he and Marie were resting in their apartment. Isaac had explained his plan, and while it seemed good short-term and would buy them some time, it was also dangerous. If the Foundation camp went down, then a second site could be scouted and prepared in case the bunker was breached. It was something that should have been put into action months ago, but better now than never. Maybe they could check out the safe havens she had read about earlier. Kate piloted the platform with Michael and Lee over the southwestern part of Chicago. Isaac was below in his flying suit, making short jumps around the streets and leading a horde of Denbors that got bigger the farther he went, and he was leading them right to the Foundation camp, which had gotten its fence and several manned turrets up. Isaac's plan was simple. He would lead an army of Denbors against the camp, but he would need to get the Denbors' attention. She didn't like the fact that one slip-up could cost him his life, despite his strength. He had joked he would be chewy to them, but that just made her think he didn't take it as seriously as he should. It also bothered her that her ability and PSD stun blast had no impact on the Denbors. She did admire Isaac's fearlessness as he hopped around. Michael and Lee had also echoed how crazy the plan was, but they trusted Isaac. If anyone could do it, it would be him. Another facet of the plan she liked was that it only took 4 of them, the rest of the bunker prepared for a potential breach. She didn't have an exact count of how many mindless Isaac had after him, but it was around 5 blocks worth. Even some alphas had joined the chase, and Isaac would let them get close, then jump away. There had been some close calls where he landed around more than he expected, but he was able to get away before they could grab him. They were now on the outskirts of the city, with the Foundation camp not too far away. She, Michael, and Lee were around to provide tactical information and serve as lookouts for any other potential threat. They could also keep the Foundation camp in view from their height. The first sign of success was when a small Foundation convoy that traveled to supply the camp got caught in the horde. Although the convoy gunned down the first wave of mindless, the second wave, backed by alphas, ripped them to pieces. And that commotion made the horde even more bloodthirsty as they continued to chase Isaac. Kate felt bad for the Foundation people at first, then remembered they would enslave the bunker if given the chance, and she had a good idea of what they would do to her. It irked her that she had become somewhat desensitized to death, but that was the impact of this world. Death happened, and it didn't care about emotions.
Seems to be going okay so far,
said Michael, looking out. Yep, said Lee. Isaac's got nerves of steel. Kate smiled. That's Isaac. I do hope the Foundation just leaves.
I don't think they will, said Michael. If anything, they may come back with a vengeance.
But it will give us time to find or create something new in a safer place, or even go to a safe haven if they exist, said Kate. Lee exhaled. Yeah, but it'll suck to lose the bunker. It's been good for us. Kate agreed with him. Living in the bunker was a far cry from what she would call cozy, but in this world, it was a palace. She knew there was always an external threat, but she figured they would have had more time. The idea of having another site they could go to in case of an emergency appealed to her. However, it was looking like less of a choice if the Foundation really wanted the tower. They were well armed and organized, and were the one group that appeared to be thriving on this hellish earth. She gripped the navigation control as Isaac approached the Foundation camp. He had taken a route north of it, then directly south to it. This bypassed the two trucks with mounted guns parked at the front. The north side had one truck parked for defense outside the fence. Isaac landed next to it and tipped it over. The reaction from the camp was immediate as forces moved to intercept him. He flew up and landed next to one of the trucks on the east side, then kicked it over to the other one, making both of them roll over. He had to use his shield as bullets were directed his way, but he was able to leap away to the south of the camp. Amid all the confusion, the Denbor horde from the north had entered the camp, which had gone from trying to stop Isaac to fighting for survival. Anyone who could get to a vehicle did so and fled. Isaac had flown high and was on his way back to the platform. Neither the camp nor the Denbors focused on him as they continued to fight each other. Kate gasped as something streaked from the ground toward Isaac. He noticed it, but wasn't quick enough to avoid getting hit by a missile of some type. The explosion sent him flying far away to the west of the camp. "We have to get him," said Kate, flying the platform to where she had seen him go down. Although Isaac was tough, she didn't know if he would have survived that hit. He was in his survival suit, and with his strength, he stood a better chance than most. As she flew over the camp, she saw the person who had shot the weapon being eaten by 6 mindless. At least Isaac had been knocked far enough away that nothing should get to him before she did. She gulped when she found a slightly depressed crater with Isaac in the middle. He lay motionless, and it shocked her to see his scarred face. Her pulse quickened when she landed the platform and exited. He had a mix of yellow and red dots in him. The yellow was understandable, but the red ones scared her. She dashed over and laid her hands on him. He was harder to heal since everything in him was tougher, but she gave it her all. She flinched when Michael and Lee fired their weapons at some Denbors that had wandered over. Unfortunately, it attracted more.
"We can't stay here," said Michael. "We're out in the open."
Lee crawled up to the edge of the crater. "Oh shit! Part of the horde is coming this way. They must have taken down the camp faster than we thought." Kate tried to wake Isaac, but he remained unconscious. If it were just Foundation soldiers coming, she could form a bubble shield, but Denbors would march right through that. Another option was to form the flying platform, but she wasn't sure how to get it under Isaac, or if they could drag him aboard. Although it might stop most Denbors, she wasn't sure about the brutes. Michael and Lee continued firing non-stop. Kate gritted her teeth. She could already sense the massive number of Denbors coming their way. Michael and Lee could probably keep them at bay for a short while. Her heart raced as she tried to think of a solution. It was times like this that she really missed the Torvatta. She decided to create a thick cube they could bunker in. "Michael, Lee, I'm going to form a cube we can wait in until Isaac wakes up. I'll need you both to help me get him in it," she said. Michael and Lee joined her.
"Not a lot of space to create that,"
said Michael, gesturing around. "There's enough, which is all that matters," said Kate. She formed the cube, and they struggled to pull Isaac inside. He was a lot lighter when he concentrated and could lower his strength, which reduced his weight. But while he was unconscious, his ability took his strength to its max. That was probably a defensive tactic. Despite his weight, they were able to get him about 75% of the way in before the first Denbors arrived. Michael and Lee paused to gun them down. Kate used all the strength she could muster to finally get Isaac inside after Michael and Lee returned to assist. Once everyone was in, Kate sealed the cube. She wished she could have created the flying platform, but it wouldn't have taken the hits the cube was. She interacted with her PSD interface and created a small light so they could see. Michael and Lee crouched when the cube rocked. "We just need to hold until Isaac's up," said Kate. Most of Isaac's red and yellow dots were gone, but he wasn't awake yet. Kate was confident they would go away, but it would take some time. Healing humans was a lot easier. She had healed Isaac before, but never from this amount of damage. His jaw had been broken, but she had fixed it. Although parts of his face had been melted, she had been able to repair that too. The immense drain on her made her nauseous. She just hoped the cube would hold up until Isaac woke up.
Chapter 24. Dylan couldn't keep still in his seat. He had tried to stay awake as long as possible the previous night as the Torvatta continued to scan Mazarik's planet. However, it had been a rough day, and he slept like a rock. After waking up, getting clean, and having a quick breakfast, he was now in the command center with everyone else. Dalton acted refreshed, and Evaran, M, and Evot had the same appearance as they always did. It was now 9:00 a.m., and Dylan was ready for the day. Evaran had given a summary of what he had discovered, and there was no doubt Mazarik planned to invade Dylan's Earth. He had a lot of resources to commit to, and there were even ships coming in from other planetary systems. A specialized ship with a massive portal was also on its way. It was apparent Mazarik was going to attack from both on and off the planet. It didn't surprise Dylan that Mazarik called himself a god, and he was worshipped by the humans on this planet, usually through intimidation and fear. There were more humans than Dylan had anticipated, and they were essentially a slave force. Mazarik had a vast AI network that he commanded as the supreme controller. If he were to be removed from the picture, Dylan wasn't sure what would happen, but it would probably be chaos. However, the news Dylan had been waiting for was that Evaran had configured the orb Mazarik had left behind when fighting Isaac and Kate. Evaran had rigged the orb up to the synchartic exotic energy sapper, as well as his utility handle. The combination of all three would allow the portal Isaac and Kate went through to be opened using the main portal Mazarik had used to come to this Earth. As they'd had a whole night to observe it, a pattern had been detected. The first 15 minutes of every hour had no portal activity. That's when they would need to deploy the orb to open the portal. The Torvatta would then shoot a quantum beacon through, and they would follow it. As excited as Dylan was to potentially find Isaac and Kate, he tempered that with the knowledge that Mazarik would need to be dealt with afterward, and that wasn't going to be easy. The Torvatta hovered in front of the empty portal as everyone went to the ramp. Dylan had thought they could just fly through at first, but Dalton had explained that if Isaac and Kate were on the other side, they'd be flattened. The idea was to shoot the beacon at an angle so it would launch over Isaac and Kate. Dylan couldn't keep from smiling the whole time. Evaran walked to the edge of the ramp, then extended the orb through by using his utility handle as a grip. He interacted with his ARI, and a moment later the orb glowed and extended a blue tendril to the main portal, which shimmered into view. The Torvatta shot a quantum beacon upward at a 45-degree angle. Evaran pulled the orb back in, which caused the main portal to disappear. M, take us to the beacon.
Acknowledged.
The reaction to the portal's opening was immediate, as robot guards went to investigate. Thankfully, the Torvatta was already on its way to low orbit. However, there would have been a brief moment where its outline would have been visible. Dylan wasn't sure if Mazarik would watch video and verify that, but it wouldn't matter. He would be dealt with in time. Dylan blinked rapidly as the data windows in his ARI showed the beacon had gone to another parallel Earth. The environment there was hospitable. He wished the beacon had more information, other than basic environmental stuff. Nonetheless, he imagined Isaac and Kate going through the portal, then seeing the beacon shoot out over them. It was probably a big relief. After reaching orbit, the Torvatta opened a portal and flew through. Dalton pointed at a data window that showed Kate's and Isaac's avatars. Isaac's was grayed out, but Kate's was active. "Kate," said Dylan. Evaran tilted his head, then extended a hand toward Dylan. "Dylan?" she said in a cracked voice. He wasn't sure what Evaran was trying to convey, but Dylan couldn't stop himself. "We found you." "We have, and it's good to hear your voice," said Evaran, drawing his lips flat. "I see Isaac's avatar is grayed out. What's the situation? Isaac's unconscious, and I created a thick cube shelter around me, him, Michael, and Lee. We're surrounded by mindless and can't move." Evaran narrowed his eyes. "I don't know Michael or Lee, or the mindless, but we're on our way. Hold tight. Oh, they're leaders of the survivor group we're with. Mindless are monsters." Kate's voice trembled. "I can't wait to see you all."
The data window dematerialized. M. Calculate the distance to their location. Then take us back in time so we can arrive shortly after this communication. Also, make sure our external communications are down for that.
Acknowledged.
Dalton raised his finger.
Point of note, they're not near the beacon.
Evot pursed her lips.
There's a time discrepancy here.
I concur, said Evaran. Nonetheless, since Dylan initiated communication with Kate, we're now a part of events. Dylan frowned.
Oh, your hand meant for me to remain silent. I guess we could have turned off external communication before arriving.
It's okay. We assumed we were coming to the exact moment they came through. They're alive, and that's what's important. We can still go back and pick them up from when they first arrived, but that's their choice now and out of our hands, said Evaran.
Got it,
said Dylan.
How would there be a time discrepancy?
M faced him.
Due to our not having the exact amount of synchartic energy Mazarik initially used, the discrepancy most likely showed up as a time variance, but the location remained the same.
Ah, well, at least we can go get them now.
Dylan relaxed into his seat. While he was glad Isaac and Kate had been found, the fear in Kate's voice alarmed him. He wasn't sure what the mindless were, but they were enough to frighten her. Isaac and Kate had survived on a world filled with creatures that wanted to hurt them. They had also linked up with others. He couldn't wait to talk to them and learn about everything. Everything outside disappeared for a moment, then eased back in. Dylan had been anxious the first time he had witnessed time travel, but it was routine to him now. He also loved the fact that they could consider the time to descend, usually 20 minutes, then go back that amount to appear almost instantly after communicating with Kate. The Torvatta began its descent. Although Isaac's and Kate's avatars were active in a window, the Torvatta had shut off communication so it wouldn't show in their ARIs. In 20 minutes, their past selves would arrive and talk to Kate. He often wondered what it would be like to meet an earlier version of himself, but if he had, his earlier self would have already encountered it first. After 20 minutes, they were able to verify the conversation with Kate had ended, and they hovered over a solid cube in a slightly depressed crater. Dylan widened his eyes at the sea of zombie-like humanoids trying to get inside the cube. Some were bigger than others, and when they hit the cube, it shifted. On the way down, they had detected a nearby camp, and it was overrun with these creatures. Dylan wasn't sure how this situation happened, but rescuing Kate, Isaac, and the two others he didn't know was the priority. Kate, we're going to use a tractor beam to pull your cube up. Brace yourself, said Evaran. You're already here? Asked Kate. Yes. We traveled back in time slightly to arrive the moment after our initial conversation. Oh, right. Makes sense. We're ready. Evaran motioned at M. Proceed. The Torvatta emitted a tractor beam that locked onto the cube. Then the Torvatta ascended. It used its segmented arms that came out of the two front black meshes to knock off a few of the mindless that had clung on. Where should we go? Asked Evaran. There's a nearby tower with a landing pad. We can land there, said Kate.
Acknowledged,
said M. Oh, it's so good to hear your voice, M, said Kate. M's lights brightened.
Dalton and I are here too,
said Evot. Evot! Dalton, I'm glad you came.
Of course,
said Evot.
We can meet here shortly.
It hit Dylan that Isaac and Kate must have wondered why they weren't rescued immediately after coming through the portal. It would have messed with his mind if it had happened to him, and they had time to chew on it. Dylan scrutinized the tower that came into view. It was hard to miss. He wasn't sure of its significance other than it rose above the forest. Perhaps that's where Isaac and Kate had holed up. The Torvatta had detected a massive underground bunker, so this was probably a safe haven on a wild earth. The Torvatta gently set the cube down on the edge of the platform, then landed. Evaran stood. Let's go. Dylan clenched and unclenched his fists as he followed the others. It had only been a week or so since he last saw Isaac and Kate, but it was probably months for them, maybe even years. He was worried that Isaac was unconscious and wasn't even sure how that was possible, but he couldn't wait to see them. Thoughts swarmed Kate's mind as she sat patiently inside the cube. She couldn't believe Evaran and M had finally come along with Dalton, Dylan, and Evot. Isaac was getting better and would soon be up, and Michael and Lee were quiet as they pondered the situation. They had all heard of Evaran, M, and Dylan, but not so much Dalton and Evot.
However, now that they were all present, getting off this Earth was a priority.
I assume the offer to take us to your Earth still stands?
Asked Michael. Of course, said Kate. Lee smiled big. That works for me. A world without Denbors? Sign me up. Kate wrinkled her brow. It's possible Evaran may have some concerns in regard to duplicates, but I think if Isaac and I say that's what we want, he'll accommodate us.
We trust you,
said Michael.
I still can't believe we were pulled out of that mess somehow.
Lee exhaled. A tractor beam. That's so awesome. I've only read about it. I can't wait to see the Torvatta. Kate was as excited as they were to get out of the cube and see Evaran, the others, and the Torvatta. She understood Michael's concern. There was a chance Evaran would refuse to introduce duplicates to her Earth to maintain timeline integrity, but she figured he might also see it as part of events. Her gut told her he would be okay with it, but she had been surprised before by his decisions. The worst-case scenario was they could go to another parallel Earth that was close to hers. Okay, pulling the cube back in now, she said. She stood and, after a final check on Isaac, retracted the cube back into her PSD. Her heart thundered when she saw Evaran, Dalton, Dylan, Evot, and M. She ran and bear-hugged Evaran. Everyone fell silent. She tried to hold back the surge of emotions that swept over her, but it was futile. No words needed to be spoken, and she embraced the moment. A tear ran down her cheek as Evaran rubbed her back. He was the embodiment of safety to her, and her time on this nightmare Earth was finally over. She stepped back and wiped her face. I'm so glad you're here. M stepped forward and offered her a high five. She slapped his hand, then hugged him as his lights grew brighter. She cracked up when Evot also offered a high five. Dalton and Dylan did the same, and she enjoyed the moment. They all got big hugs from her. She went over to Isaac, then gestured at Michael and Lee. I'll get everyone up to speed, but first, with me are Michael O'Donnell and Lee Young. As you already know, they're the leaders of the survivors we ran into before coming to this bunker. Evaran slightly bowed with his left arm across his stomach. It's good to meet you both. I assume you know I'm Evaran. With me are Dylan Townsend, Dalton Kingston, M, and Evot.
We've seen the pictures, at least of you, M, and Dylan, said Michael.
He laid a hand on his chest.
We're very glad you came.
Lee nodded. Yeah, Isaac and Kate filled us in on who you are, the Torvatta and the like. Excellent. Evaran used his ring to scan Isaac. He's healing and should be up within half an hour. Before we get him to the medical lab, how long have you been here? Kate grimaced. 6 months. Give or take a few days. M scooped up Isaac with ease to the astonishment of Michael and Lee. M's really strong, like Evaran and Dalton, said Kate. Evot is an AI who is housed in an augment in Dalton's chest. She controls 2 servbots, which are essentially nanoswarms. Dylan is fast, like I told you before.
Got it. And we're about to board the Torvatta, right? Asked Michael.
Yep. Dylan squeezed her arm. It's good to have you back. Wasn't the same without you. She swatted his. Back at you. We could have used you out here. Evot locked arms with her as they entered the Torvatta. Lee stared at the hallway across from them in the command center. Another dimension? How? Asked Michael. You remember how the PSD uses dimensional mechanics? Same thing, except much larger here, said Kate. Dylan smirked. You'll think of it as routine after a bit. I guess so, said Michael. They went to the medical lab where M laid Isaac on a slab. Kate studied the array of body images that hovered over him. His universal energy was highly active, but it was beginning to slow down. She took that as a sign that he was stabilizing. Evaran narrowed his eyes. Intriguing. What do you see? Asked Kate. I ran a simulation based on the progression of stabilization and approximately when he was hit. He should have died. Kate gulped. We don't know what hit him. Michael shook his head.
It looked like a portable surface-to-air missile. How he survived that is hard to believe.
Well, he did have a broken jaw and who knows what else, said Lee. Thankfully, Kate was able to heal him. Dalton addressed Kate.
Did it take a lot to heal him?
Yeah, it did. He had a lot of red and yellow dots in him, and for whatever reason, I can't seem to heal him as fast as I can others. I suspect without your healing, he would have perished, said Evaran. A lump formed in her throat. She had wondered about the timing of her heals, and Evaran had verified what she already suspected.
It scared her that as tough as Isaac was, he wasn't invulnerable and could succumb to massive amounts of damage in a short time. It was something she hoped to never see again. Evot stood by the entrance and glanced at Kate.
Perhaps while Isaac is healing, you, Michael, and Lee would enjoy some good food and drink.
You don't have to ask me twice, said Michael. He laid a hand on Isaac's shoulder. Get better, brother.
Everyone went to the conference room, where Evaran, M, and Dalton took their seats. Before sitting next to Dalton, Kate got a thick banana protein shake. It always calmed her, and she didn't realize how much she had missed it until now. While food pellets and bunker food were okay, there was no equivalent to a shake with these flavors. Dylan and Evot showed Michael and Lee how to operate the matter replicators.
Always enjoyable to see someone's first time with a matter replicator, said Dalton.
Lee sat with a plate of food. I can't believe I'm about to eat a double beef burger with German fries. Dylan plopped down next to him. I had to translate that to a double cheeseburger and French fries. I wonder how much more is different.
Probably a lot, said Michael, taking his seat. Steak, mashed taters, and a beer. That seems to be the same.
Evaran extended his hand in an arc. Please enjoy your food and drink. Oh, we will, said Lee before taking a big bite of his burger and humming with closed eyes. Kate sipped her shake and inspected Evaran. What kept you from coming sooner? Evaran sighed. In summary, we found the orb Mazarik used to send you and Isaac here. Unfortunately, it required synchartic exotic energy to function. The Torvatta had a small supply, but not enough to power it, so we took it from Mazarik by using a sapper provided by the Rift Guardians. Dylan snorted. And he didn't give it willingly. He needs to be brought to justice, said Kate. I concur, said Evaran. However, once we had the energy and powered the orb, there was a discrepancy from when it was used initially. That discrepancy appeared as a time factor. That's why we arrived now, versus when you first came through. As we became a part of events, we didn't travel back to your original arrival time. We still can, but that's up to you and Isaac. Kate had often pondered what Evaran might say about going back to their original arrival time versus whenever he and the others came. Now the moment was upon her, and it thrilled her that he was letting her and Isaac choose. She preferred her current state versus when they arrived. Her growth in regard to managing her ability and also her relationship with Isaac were not things she wanted to forget. If you picked us up from our original point, what would happen to me and Isaac now? She asked. M's lights dimmed.
As you're aware, changing the past would cause an alternate timeline to spawn that would be fully rendered. Your current selves would continue to exist here after we left, but your previous selves would come with us.
Lee put down his burger. So nothing would change for us, essentially. That's correct. However, that doesn't mean we couldn't move you to a safer place before we left.
Got it.
Michael ran a hand over his mouth.
But if Kate's and Isaac's current selves go now, then there is no alternate timeline. I get that right?
You did, said Dalton. I assume we're taking you and your group back to our Earth. Everyone focused on Evaran. It's Isaac and Kate's choice, he said. There may be an issue with duplicates, but we have ways around that. As we're a part of events, any action that occurs was meant to happen. Kate could almost see the relief consuming Michael and Lee. Although she was sure Evaran would be okay with it, Michael and Lee had probably fought with it all this time.
We'd go in a heartbeat,
said Michael. He dipped his head toward Kate.
Unless, of course, you want your previous selves to be picked up.
She beamed at him. I have no desire for that. Not after everything we experienced. We all deserve better than our current state. Plus, you and Isaac wouldn't be together, said Lee, shaking a fry at her. What? Asked Dylan, scooting to the edge of his chair. Evot tilted her head.
It was only a matter of time, which you have had here. You two would be a good couple.
As Evot said, it was inevitable, said Evaran. I suspect the Torvatta knew, hence why it didn't try to bring Diane back. Although she was more than happy to be in a relationship with Isaac, she knew Diane would always be around in some form or another. Isaac's getting closure was good, and Kate agreed with Evaran that the Torvatta probably knew they would end up together. Thankfully, they also became universal energy conduits at the right time. She shuddered to think about life without her abilities on this Earth. I want to hear more about what happened after you arrived, said Dylan. He eyed Michael and Lee, and also what happened here on this Earth, like a zombie apocalypse out there. Kate grinned when Michael flinched as Evot set another beer next to him. It was obvious he wasn't used to being catered to. Lee was also excited, but mainly from watching Evot. That didn't surprise Kate. Lee didn't have a girlfriend, but he did mess around at every opportunity he got. However, Evot's beauty was beyond anything he would have seen in the bunker. Kate couldn't stop the happiness flowing through her. Smiles crept onto her face without thinking, and having the gang around her made her not only feel safe, but at home. There was still a lot to do, but this was a big first step she was glad to be taking. Chapter 25. Isaac grunted as he sat up on the slab. It took him a moment to realize he was in the medical lab aboard the Torvatta. He must be dreaming. Or maybe he was dead. Whichever it was, the setting was realistic. His ARI highlighted Evaran and the others, meaning they were alive, and that it was 5:00 p.m. He slid off the slab and got a drink of water from the matter replicator. If this was a dream, it got the layout exactly right. He cringed when he thought about the missile that hit him. It took everything in him to raise his hands and try to close his helmet before impact. Everything after that was a blank, and he was sure he was in the dream layer at this point. He wasn't sure why he would dream of the medical lab, but perhaps that was because that's where he would go to heal, even if he was dead. Evaran walked in with the others. Kate rushed over and hugged him, then gave him a deep kiss. "Wow," said Dylan. Isaac had been startled by Kate's passion, but enjoyed it. "Is this a dream?" "It's not," said Evaran. "You were hit by a missile and knocked unconscious. Kate healed you and formed a cube around you, Michael, and Lee. We arrived after that, used a tractor beam to take the cube to the tower roof, and had lunch while waiting for you to wake up." Isaac gave Kate a quick hug, then did a forearm shake with Evaran while giving him a slap on the back. He repeated that with everyone else, although M got a high five. Dalton's and Evot's presence was unusual, but perhaps they were called in to help with the search. "Glad you're okay," said Lee, slapping hands with Isaac. "Me too," he said. Everyone chuckled. "I'll need to catch up on everything," said Isaac. "Dalton, Evot, damn glad to see you both." Evot hugged him while Dalton laid a hand on his shoulder. Isaac blinked rapidly as the realization that this was real set in. Evaran and M had come, and they brought Dylan, Dalton, and Evot with them. With the Torvatta now in play, they could leave this earth. He took a moment to catch his breath. Excitement swept through him like a tornado. He had been dreaming of this moment, but he hadn't planned to wake up from a missile hit as the opener. "I assume you've been brought up to date on things," said Isaac, facing Evaran. "Mostly. I'm sure there is more to go over, but as mentioned to Kate, you both have a decision to make. We can pick you up from when you first arrived, and those versions of yourselves would continue on with us. These versions of yourselves would continue to exist in this timeline, or we can take your current selves and there is no timeline change. As this isn't the main timeline, both options are viable." Isaac slid his arm around Kate's waist. "What we've experienced is part of us now, and I definitely don't want to spend the rest of my life here. I'd like to bring the survivors back to our Earth." "Then it's settled," said Evaran. He faced Michael. "M will create the living quarters for everyone if you have any arrangements recorded. I don't know what's best for conveying the process of evacuation, so we'll assist with whatever you recommend." Michael adjusted his cap. "Should be easy enough. We'll just hold a community meeting, update everyone, then start boarding. I assume that, like these other rooms, the living quarters are in another dimension."
They are, and can expand to accommodate a large number of people,
said Evot. Dalton grinned. "Wait until they experience sleeping on the Torvatta with its neural effect, assuming they're here for that long. You'll have the best sleep you've ever had, in addition to good food and drink. I think we could also set up the main open area of the living quarters to serve as a community gathering spot as needed."
"I will make it so,"
said M. "This all sounds great," said Lee, "but I guess once we go to your Earth, we'll need to do that Wildhaven course thing Kate and Isaac mentioned. I hope we don't need to look for work during that time." Evaran's eyes softly glowed. "Everything will be covered. Also, once we have everyone registered, we can see who has another version on our Earth and figure something out." Michael sucked on his teeth. "This almost sounds too good to be true. Then again, I said that when we ran into Isaac and Kate. They've been pillars for our community. Besides, the Foundation knows we're here.
I wouldn't be shocked if they attack within the week and with greater forces.
If you have information on their whereabouts, I'll monitor them until we leave,
said Evot. Michael cleared his throat. You, might stand out. Evot morphed into a crow.
Not if I look like this.
Michael's eyes widened. Yeah, that'll work. Awesome, said Lee. Then we have a plan, said Evaran. It may help if you all come to the community meeting, said Michael. Everyone's already aware of you all to some extent from Isaac and Kate. I think it would help to put a face to things. Let us know when and where. All right. Lee and I will get something set up. Michael walked over to the replicator and made a bag of sour cream and onion chips. Taking this for the road. Damn, I missed these. Michael and Lee had adapted fast, but they had also spent time learning about the Torvatta and its technology from him and Kate. The procedure for calling a community event was to fire the bunker-wide alarm 3 short times. After they left, Kate said, "We should take boxes of candy bars to the meeting. It's not something everyone has had in a long time, and the dried sweets in the bunker food were interesting." "We'll do so," said Evaran. He squeezed Isaac's arm. "It's good to have you back. Both of you." Isaac broke out into a big smile, "And it's damn good to be back. This Earth is a hellhole." Dylan pointed at him. "Michael and Lee mentioned the Denbors. A ton were swarming Kate's cube." "I would have eventually woken up, then gotten us out of there." Kate laid a hand on his chest. "He's our protector." Dylan chortled. "I had no doubt you two would be together. Surprised it took this long." "I'm not complaining," said Isaac. Kate swatted his arm. "You'd better not."
I don't think he will,
said Evot. Everyone cracked up. A wave of nostalgia washed over Isaac. It was back to being Evaran and the gang, with Dalton and Evot as summons companions. This could be any summons from this point on, and the last 6 months made him appreciate the moment more. He followed everyone to the ramp, where M had a slab with boxes containing a variety of candy bars waiting. That would be the highlight of the meeting. Isaac had integrated into the community and enjoyed his role in it. Now they would get to experience an Earth without Denbors. Everyone grabbed a box. Isaac studied Evaran. "What's the status of Mazarik?" "We were able to take his synchartic exotic energy away," he said. "It allowed him to amplify things around him. One use of his ability you saw when he boosted the orb's portal ability to send you here. We used his energy from the sapper to reactivate the portal. As for Mazarik, he is considered a god on his Earth that he completely controls, and he's enslaved the humans there. He's also enacted a planet-wide mobilization with the intent to invade our Earth." Isaac scowled. "That asshole needs taken out." Dylan drew his head back. "That's the plan, but getting you two was our first priority." "Sorry." Isaac took a measured breath. "This world has a way of hardening you. It desensitizes you." "I get it," said Dylan. Isaac realized he must have come off as aggressive, not something he was known for. However, the way he thought of things had changed. It also helped that he had the power to back it up. He was tired of senseless death and a world where violence was not only normal, but expected. One thing he was sure of was that Mazarik had to pay. It was surreal to be walking alongside Evaran and the rest of the gang as they headed down the tower stairwell. It would be exciting to see the exact moment the community understood they were being saved. He would help them as much as possible on his Earth. Albert almost fell out of his chair when the bunker alert system fired 3 times. He figured it was time to go over the outcome of the plan developed by Michael, Lee, Isaac, and Kate. He hadn't seen them since they left, but it had been a while. Hopefully, Michael was calling the meeting to report good news. Albert gulped. The other options were too horrible to contemplate. He met Sarah in her office, and they made their way to the community event room. She was as nervous as he was, and that was the general sentiment of others they passed. No one wanted anything to do with the Foundation, especially the ex-Zeranites in the group. He had often wondered how long they could stay in the bunker, and with the recent Foundation fight, he didn't have much hope for a long stay. Michael had mentioned a potential second site to search for as a long-term plan, but that might have been moved up. Perhaps that was the reason for this meeting. He paused in the stairwell when he saw Isaac, Kate, Michael, Lee, and 5 others. Evaran was obvious, as he had seen images of him, and so were M and Dylan. The other 2 were unknown to him.
They all carried boxes, and Albert figured if Evaran and M had come, Isaac and Kate would be leaving. Although there had been talk of taking the survivors to Isaac and Kate's Earth, he didn't know the status of that. Everything slowed down as Albert sensed the cosmic energy from Evaran, M, and the two others he didn't know. Even Dylan registered as powerful, similar to Isaac and Kate. Albert's heartbeat thumped faster, despite his using his ability to calm himself. It was obvious how much more powerful cosmic energy was. Evaran stuck out like a sun in that regard. Kate had mentioned that even humans detected that Evaran was different, but wouldn't have known why. Evaran's eyes glowed as he stepped forward with an outstretched hand. "Dr. Snowden, I'm glad to see you. In any version."
Hi."
Albert returned the handshake.
"Isaac and Kate allowed me to learn about Dr. Snowden. You can call me Albert to avoid any confusion."
"Very well. And it's good to see you as well, Sarah." She smiled. "Likewise. We've heard and seen a lot about you all. I assume the Foundation fight went well if you're all here." "It did," said Kate. "You two obviously already know Evaran, Dylan and M. With them are Inspector Dalton Kingston, Earthward, and Evot. Like M, she's an AI." Evot waved.
Hello.
Albert and Sarah returned the wave and greeted Dalton and Dylan. "We have a lot to cover," said Michael. "Oh, here." Albert licked his lips when he received a candy bar. It had peanut butter and chocolate with wafers in it, and he wasted no time in downing it. Sarah also devoured hers. The sweetness was beyond anything he'd had in a long time, and if they were bringing this to the community event, it would be a smash hit.
"Okay, that was delicious," he said.
Evaran tapped his arm. "There's more where that came from." Albert eyed him.
"You do sound a lot like Evaran."
"You're aware of her?"
"Yeah, I had a weird dream a long time ago, and Kate verified it was similar to a dream Dr. Snowden had. I guess we must have shared it or something."
Evaran rubbed his chin. "Intriguing.
I thought maybe I should stop eating spicy burritos before bed."
Everyone laughed. "You won't have that issue on the Torvatta," said Evaran. Albert widened his eyes.
"You mean?"
"Yep," said Lee. "We're leaving this shithole. That's what the meeting's for." That was music to Albert's ears. The thought of continuing his research in a place where science was valued was more than he could ask for. The amount of knowledge available was something he savored and would become addicted to. He was sure Sarah would talk about having a kid again, something they had sworn not to bring into this nightmare world. If it was a girl, she would be named Emily. If it was a boy, he would be called Dan.
"Then let's get to the meeting," he said.
He followed the others. M and Evot fascinated him, and they caught him staring a few times. Albert wanted to know how they worked and analyzed things. He had learned of V, who was now M, but not the specifics on how that conversion worked. Evot was hard to distinguish as an AI. He knew she wasn't human because he only sensed a buzz from her. Evaran walked with his hands behind him as if everything was okay. Albert also sensed his aura, which seemed similar to his but much more powerful. Dalton also registered as a powerful being. Evaran's power was easy to detect, but Dalton had a similar profile with less power. However, his subtle movements indicated his strength and speed. Isaac and Kate had told Albert about Dylan's speed, which was obvious when seeing him in person. He was a blur at times, and Albert wondered if he could only see that due to being a wild-born. When they reached the community center, there were a lot of gasps from the crowd. Everyone moved to the side as Michael led the group to the platform where they had talent shows in the past. After getting everyone to calm down, Michael took center stage.
"It seems we have some good news. As you all know, Isaac and Kate came to us from another Earth, one without Denbors. They were part of Evaran's team, known as the Gang. Today, they came. And more importantly, they've offered to take us all to their Earth." The audience cheered. "Now, I don't think anyone wants to stay here, but that's your choice. No one is forcing you to go. However, the Foundation knows we're here, and after we destroyed their camp thanks to Isaac's plan, they're going to come back more determined. We simply don't have the resources to fight back, at least long term. While we could hold out, they'd win due to sheer numbers."
Everyone fell silent. Holding out would be futile. It had been the hot topic for discussion since Jared and Marie were attacked. Hardship was no stranger to the community.
and they had a relatively peaceful and calm existence in their time in the bunker. The thought of having to leave to go find another spot probably terrified many, unless it was to a safe Earth. Michael raised a hand.
We're going to begin the evacuation process now for those who want to leave. The Torvatta is on the tower and ready to accept whoever wants to go. And don't worry, we won't leave until everyone has made their own decision. Before we start, though, Evaran and the gang have brought us candy bars.
Albert grinned as a swarm descended on the boxes that had been placed in front of the platform. The oohs and ahs were satisfying, and he knew it would help to sell the point that they could go back to an Earth where things like this were available. Thankfully, he didn't have much of anything to pack, except for a few clothes and cleaning supplements. Sarah also didn't have much, although she did want to bring some books along. When he got to the Torvatta 30 minutes later, it impressed him to see multiple M's escorting people. M had mentioned they were holographic versions, but he controlled them all. Albert also marveled at how small the Torvatta was, but stepping inside revealed a whole new world. The room he and Sarah were given was comfortable, but the matter replicator stood out. He made a cup of coffee and relished how good it tasted. Sarah created a fancy coffee drink and said it tasted amazing. Emmett mentioned that all the recipes known from the bunker's system had been integrated into the Torvatta. He even showed them how to pull up a holographic menu to extend the room. Albert wasn't sure how long they'd be staying, but he hoped he could be there long enough to learn more about all the fantastic technology. He widened his eyes when Evaran arrived. "I wanted to personally see how you two are adapting," said Evaran.
"Oh, I think we're good so far," said Albert. "The Torvatta is otherworldly, just like Isaac's and Kate's PSDs."
"Indeed. You may have noticed this room seems comfortable. It's using what it knows of Dr. Snowden as a guide." Albert looked around.
"He had good taste. And we can make any food or drink here. I think everyone will spend some time in their rooms just for that. Speaking of which, how long will it take to get to your Earth?"
20 minutes to ascend to low orbit, a few seconds to go through a portal, then 20 minutes down to the Wildhaven Refugee Center. Albert sighed.
"I wish we had more time to spend on the Torvatta."
Evaran motioned at him. "After we deal with Mazarik, we'll make time for you both to explore the Torvatta."
"Really?"
Sarah shook her head. "At least I'll know where he is half the time." "Indeed," said Evaran. "Although your current time on the Torvatta will be short, I suspect you'll spend a lot of time here once back on my Earth. The Torvatta controls what you can access, so I'll be curious as to what it allows you to see."
Albert exhaled. "This is like a dream. I'm just happy we'll be somewhere other than this devastated Earth. I haven't felt hope like this since we ran into Isaac and Kate and came to the bunker."
"Your nightmare is over," said Evaran, laying a hand on Albert's shoulder. He did the same to Sarah. "For both of you." Sarah hugged him. "I don't know why, but I feel like we're old friends."
"It's his cosmic aura. But also, probably because we've been in his orbit in one version or another," said Albert.
"A wise observation," said Evaran. "When we get to the Wildhaven Refugee Center, we'll need to determine how you fit into the Earth Ward. You'll have to take classes at the Wildhaven Institute for 6 months, and during that time, you'll encounter those who knew Dr. Snowden."
Albert wagged a finger. "Like James? It'll be good to see him again."
His mind raced at the new chapter of his life that was about to start. Although it wouldn't be the same with some of his old friends who were dead on this Earth but alive on the new one, he would make the best of it. He and Sarah had a clean slate, and he couldn't wait to see what knowledge he would learn. One thing not discussed was that he would now be privy to technologies and education that simply didn't exist on his Earth, learning not only about new fields in astronomy, but also tech he had already seen glimpses of, made his mind whirl. He didn't know how much the Torvatta would let him know, but so far it treated him like he was Dr. Snowden. Albert would never fill those shoes, but he hoped to at least honor the name. Chapter 26. Isaac sat on the edge of his bed in his room aboard the Torvatta. It was April 11th, 2014, 9 o'clock a.m., and he'd had a good night's rest. The previous 3 days had been hectic, as the survivors had been brought to the Wildhaven Refugee Center. He and Kate had stayed with them for the first night and made sure to be available for the next 2 days as they acclimated to his Earth. Thankfully, everyone had adjusted, and he was glad no one elected to stay behind. There were a few holdouts initially who thought that maybe they'd still find a family member. However, Michael was able to convince them that they'd more likely die trying, and that the locations of their family members probably now contained hordes of Denbors. Michael and Lee had displayed strong leadership as they navigated the group's experience in the center. Albert and Sarah also stepped in and helped where needed. It cracked Isaac up that the biggest impact he saw was the good food and drink now available to everyone. While the bunker had eggs, it was far too generous to say it tasted anything like what they had at the center. They also had access to meat and other perishable goods, along with candy and vegetables not available on their Earth. Isaac and Kate helped them adjust and were sought out for support. Even Evaran and M took time to help everyone adjust. Dylan had been attached to Isaac and Kate, and Dalton had brought in his team to assist as well. It helped Albert in meeting another Wildborn in Brad, Washington, and along with Evot, they spent a large amount of time together. Isaac could already see the budding friendship between those three. Lord Noskov, Lord Vigon, Mikhail, Jake, and others had also come to announce their support for whatever the refugees needed. They didn't have to, but it showed the survivors they had a big support network. Isaac was sure it eased their fears, and it had become emotional for some members of the group. They all had new chapters of their lives to write, and in his opinion, they had a great place to start. He hopped into the shower, and his mind wandered to the current situation. Evaran had a plan to deal with Mazarik. Isaac liked most of it, and he couldn't wait to put Mazarik where he belonged. He was a threat, and his plan to invade Earth would not be tolerated. Although Isaac was still angry at him, the time on the hellish Earth had yielded some positive outcomes, but it had also hardened Isaac. He was comfortable with his ability now and could control it. His power enabled him to protect the innocent, and he had little tolerance for bullies or threatening individuals. Mazarik was no exception. Dalton's team wanted to come along for the next step of Evaran's plan, but Dalton wanted them around to help the survivors. Deputy Inspector Todd Armani, Earth Ward, was leading that effort, and he, Rick Westmoreland, Michael, and Lee had become fast friends. Brad had strongly protested about not being able to come, especially since both of Evot's surf bots were going. He had argued that his ability could prove useful against machines, but Evaran didn't want to bring any more than needed to deal with Mazarik. Isaac went to the conference room after getting dressed. He had a bacon and cheese omelet, not something he would normally get, but after not having access to it, he wanted something heavier for breakfast. Kate had given him a quick kiss before digging into her granola cereal and banana. Dylan and Dalton had breakfast burritos, while Evaran, M, and Evot observed everything. It was good to be back for a breakfast meeting, and Isaac would not take it for granted. Evaran glanced at Isaac. "I hope you slept well. It's good to have you and Kate back for these meetings."
"We're glad to be here," he said.
Kate nodded. "Yep, no doubt about that. Then we can discuss the next steps unless someone has something else they wish to bring up first," said Evaran. After a moment of silence, he continued. "Very well. You all know the plan to deal with Mazarik." Isaac studied the projection in the center of the table. A bubble shield protected a large half-sphere building. Surrounding it was a massive, endless city with heavy traffic. Towers resided in a square configuration around the shielding, while a small army of drones patrolled the area. Large mechs were positioned 50 feet apart around the shield's perimeter. The place was a fortress, but despite the shielding, Evaran and M had been able to scan the facility. Mazarik had positioned a 10-foot robot body in the middle open area and stepped into it a few times during the scan. A lot of robots and humans worked on it. Another strange placement was the cameras all around. Mazarik was going to stream the fight. He was confident of a win and wanted a rematch, except this time he would do it by himself with his robot body. His ego knew no bounds, but it worried Isaac that there might be more to the fight he wasn't seeing. Mazarik was not someone to underestimate. Evaran straightened. "And before we scanned, we sealed his main portal. He still has his ship one, and there may be others, but he won't be using the one he came through anymore." "He's going to be pissed about that," said Dylan. Dalton snorted.
"And add losing his synchartic energy."
"That's been factored in," said Evaran. "Let's go over the plan again." As Evaran went over it, Isaac concentrated on his part. He was ready to do what was needed, and there was plenty he would like to show Mazarik. Isaac could unleash his full potential on him. He went to the command center with everyone. A heavy satellite detection grid hovered over Mazarik's planet. Isaac grimaced as the Torvatta flew through it, then through another one. The response from several defense platforms was immediate, and one was able to shoot an energy beam that hit the Torvatta. Although it wasn't damaged, the shot did knock the Torvatta away, but it still continued on its path after M course-corrected. He piloted like a master as he weaved in and out in erratic patterns. Ground-based defense towers lit up the sky with beams trying to hit where they thought the ship was. Other craft filled the air, scanning for any sign. Unfortunately for them, the Torvatta was in Scan Profile 1 and Stealth Mode, which made it practically invisible. Isaac examined the variety of data windows that showed Mazarik's arena. The ground-based defenses had stopped firing into the sky, and the ships came to a holding pattern over the city. He wondered what tactic Mazarik was using, but he was a true wild card in the plans. However, Isaac thought Evaran had nailed Mazarik's psychology. The fight to prove how powerful he was just fed into that. Once they hovered over the ground, Isaac joined everyone on the ramp. M had brought out the planner beam generator earlier and positioned it there with a pre-programmed pattern loaded. He interacted with it, and a shape slightly bigger than the Torvatta was cut out from the shield. M moved the Torvatta halfway in. Evaran checked on everyone. "Are we ready?" Isaac sensed how calm everyone was. It was a testament to the belief in Evaran and his plan. There were a lot of unknowns still, but he had minimized them and mitigated the large ones. M, Dalton, Dylan, and both Evots indicated they were ready. "Then let's go," said Evaran, stepping through the shield. Isaac gritted his teeth as they walked down a large tunnel toward the big open area where Mazarik awaited them. Everything in Isaac screamed to be out there, but he would be patient and stick to the plan. Kate squeezed his hand. "Relax. Trust in Evaran."
"Always."
Dalton mentally prepared for the upcoming interaction with Mazarik. The big robot body would pose a challenge, and he was sure Mazarik would consider Dalton's Torvatta touch. He didn't mind deception, but Evaran rarely deployed it. There were multiple phases to Evaran's plan, and the first part was about to begin. "Evot, execute Phase 1, said Evaran.
Acknowledged,
She said. One of her servbots turned into a nanoswarm and flew ahead near the ceiling. M tilted his head at her other human servbot. She beamed at him. Dalton grinned at her playfulness. When they reached the open area, Mazarik stood in the center. His glistening silver and blue robot body was far more imposing than Dalton expected. Data windows popped out, showing all of its armaments and armor. Boosters allowed it to jump, and its strength rating was high. That was not something anyone would want to get hit by. Shoulder-mounted turrets that resembled crystal balls stood ready to fire. The helmet was a solid plate of metal with a glowing blue slit where the eyes would be. Ports encircled his head on the edges. He would have full 360-degree vision. His forearms had blaster cannons, and his fingers ended with sharp points. Elegant runic symbols and text decorated the armor, and it gave off an ancient vibe. Along the border between the building and the domed top were cameras spread out in a ring. 3 other hallway entrances led to the open hub, and Dalton didn't sense any robots. Then again, the entrances were far enough away that if Mazarik had hidden some, they would have been undetectable from his current position. "Time for Phase 2, said Evaran, strolling forward with his hands behind his back. Dalton followed him and admired his fearlessness. Dylan acted as if he was bolstered by it. Despite the last encounter with Mazarik ending with Evaran's being physically beaten, that didn't rattle him. Evot and M didn't fear much, if at all. Dalton was sure Isaac and Kate wished they were out there too, but they had a part to play yet. They stopped about 40 feet away from Mazarik.
"Ah, you finally arrived,"
said Mazarik in a slightly digital voice. "We have," said Evaran.
"Although this robot shell doesn't show it, I've regrown my arm. Losing it was a nasty surprise. That won't happen again."
Mazarik gestured off in the distance.
"I also saw you activated my portal earlier, and now it's down."
"We did," said Evaran. "We also sealed it, not just close, so you won't ever be using it again." Mazarik snorted.
As if I don't have other ones. A temporary setback that has already been worked around. Despite your sealing my portal, you still don't have Isaac and Kate.
Evaran's eyes glowed. You will help us find them.
I will?
Mazarik laughed.
Ha 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 ha! That's not how it works.
He paused. Heavily armored guard duos emerged in front of each of the 4 hallway entrances. Based on Evot's quick scan, they were powerful and had not been present in the previous fight. These seemed like elite guards, and they carried a thick staff that could shoot. Their armor would be able to shrug off stun blasts, and they could move quickly if need be. Evaran had predicted Mazarik would try to sneak in some additional support. Evaran eyed the guards. I see you decided you need help. Mazarik chuckled.
Ha 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 ha! No. There to make sure you don't try to run. Sure, you might take them out, but not with me fighting as well. If it's not obvious, you're trapped in here with me.
I see. I also noticed you wish to broadcast this.
Not live. I'll edit it to make sure it's appropriate. But you already knew that.
Of course, said Evaran. He narrowed his eyes. Know this. You will not invade Earth. You will help us find Isaac and Kate. You will surrender yourself. And you will never harm another human. A chill swept through Dalton. It was rare to see Evaran demanding anything, and he saved it for those who deserved it. It was dangerous to oppose him, and even more so to attack those he cared for, especially when it came to humanity. Dylan's wide eyes on his avatar suggested he also understood the rarity of the moment. Mazarik stared at him.
Cocky to the very end. Very well.
Execute Phase 3, said Evaran over comms. Dalton raised his energy shield when he detected a buildup in Mazarik's left forearm cannon. The movement and angle also indicated it was going to fire at Dalton. That made tactical sense, since he had used his Torvatta touch to take Mazarik's arm. Evaran had also assumed Dalton would be Mazarik's first priority. When he fired, Dalton was able to block it with his shield, but the impact sent him sprawling back. Dylan sprinted behind Mazarik. Evaran formed a staff and tried to sweep Mazarik's leg. Mazarik stepped back and fell over Dylan, who had pushed the back of his right leg. Dylan scrambled out of the way. Dalton got up and positioned his shield toward Mazarik, who had stood back up. M had gone to disable the 2 guards at the left hallway entrance. Although the other 6 stood still, Dalton had no doubt they would interfere somehow. M would handle 2. Dalton and Evot would get the ones at the entrance opposite where they had come in, and the ones at the right hallway were about to be dealt with. That left the remaining 2 where the team had entered. Dalton moved toward the guards on the right. Mazarik flew into the air and angled himself toward Dalton. He positioned his shield toward Mazarik. Mazarik's forearm cannon started to gear up for a shot. Evot flew in with her nanobot swarm and ate into the cannon, causing it to blow up. Mazarik went flying back. Dalton's mouth went dry when he sensed her nanobot swarm disintegrating. Her broken servbot disc fell to the ground.
Evot, get your other servbot to the Torvatta, he said.
Of course.
He was playing it safe, as she could always sync from her other servbot when a new one was created. However, since part of her was in the servbots, to lose both would be a soft reset for her. She could always sync with the augment in him, but it lagged behind, and the Torvatta wasn't always around to create a new servbot or cosmic-enhanced nanobots. Mazarik flew back into the air.
Enough of this nonsense.
Dalton braced for impact, but right as Mazarik was about to crash into him, Evaran used his grappling beam to attach to Mazarik and swung him around a few times before unleashing him into the guards on the right. His impact crushed them. Now, Dylan, said Evaran. Dylan was a blur as he dashed over to Mazarik, who had stopped for a moment. When he arrived, he placed EMP mines on Mazarik. As he moved to leave, Mazarik grabbed him, making him cry out. Dalton charged over and used his MH in the form of a blade to chop off Mazarik's hand at the wrist. Mazarik used his other hand to knock Dalton aside, but it allowed Dylan to sprint away while holding his side. Mazarik stood and shook off the remains of the robot guards.
Is this your best? Pathetic.
Dalton scrambled to get up. He was able to get his shield out and started walking backward while blocking the laser beam from one of the shoulder turrets.
If he had been even a second slower, he would have taken the full hit, but the beam's power still sent him sliding back. He steadied himself as the EMP mines exploded, which caused Mazarik to crumple to the ground. Unfortunately, Dalton wasn't far enough away to not be affected. His shield provided some coverage, but the area of effect blast got around it some. It wasn't enough to truly damage him, but it did give him a shock. Mazarik's lights flickered.
What is this?
He opened his robot body and climbed out.
No matter. I don't need it to crush you.
Evaran landed next to Dalton and said over comms, "Execute Phase 4. Chapter 27. Isaac checked out his new light armor suit. He had used it a lot on the other Earth, but since coming back, M and Evaran had helped him tweak it. It wasn't as bulky as his heavy armor, but he was less restricted. Another big boost was it had stronger shields at the expense of thicker armor. He preferred that, although it had a point of failure in the energy source the heavier armor didn't have. He was on the Torvatta's ramp with Kate. She had formed her usual battle suit, with her PSD lodged on her right forearm. Like her, he was anxious, and hearing everything going on with Mazarik while not being able to do anything yet drove him wild. "Execute Phase 4, said Evaran over comms. "That's our cue," said Isaac. Kate gave him a quick kiss. "We got this." "Damn right." They closed their helmets and stepped through the shielding. Isaac led the way, and he ran as fast as he could while keeping Kate within arm's reach. Adrenaline surged through him, and he had already elevated his power level. He had taken it as high as it could safely go, but he could go higher without prompting if needed. The two elite guards in front of him and Kate spun around and positioned their staffs to fire. The blasts hit Isaac's shield with little impact. When he reached the first guard, it swung the staff at him. He yanked it away, then grabbed the robot and placed it between him and the second one. The other robot opened fire, which destroyed the first one. Isaac tossed the robot at the other one, crushing it. He stomped on their heads to ensure they were down. Afterward, he analyzed the situation. M had taken down the guards at the left entrance. Evaran and Dylan had destroyed the ones opposite him on the other side of the open area. The ones on the right had been taken out when Mazarik was tossed into them. "Looks like the guards are down," said Kate. She pointed in the distance. "They're engaged in a holding game with Mazarik. Time to reintroduce ourselves. You ready?" asked Isaac. She laid a hand on his chest. "I am." "Don't hold back." A fire raged in him at her touch. The thought that Mazarik could have sent Kate to that other Earth alone, where she most likely would have died, made Isaac growl. He was sure Evaran would have gone back to the initial entry point and saved her if that was the case, but the existence of the event would have lived in Isaac's mind, especially after finding her corpse. He rushed toward Mazarik, who had stepped out of his robot body. The damage done by the EMP grenades was evident. Even without his armor, he still possessed power. He kept Evaran, M, Dalton, and Dylan at bay, and had even knocked Evaran and M back. Dalton remained the primary target. Isaac flared his nostrils when M was sent flying across the open area. The power required to do that suggested there hadn't been much drop-off when Mazarik lost his synchartic energy. Evaran provided a good distraction, as his speed and strength allowed him to parry most attacks and evade others. The first fight had shown some of Mazarik's fighting tendencies, and Evaran took advantage of that. Dylan put on a dodging masterclass as he danced around and hit Mazarik with stun blasts with little effect. Dalton was beside Evaran and moved around him, making Mazarik focus on him. Isaac yelled as he smashed into Mazarik and sent him crashing into the wall. Isaac wasted no time in dashing over and grabbing him by the ankles, then slamming him around on the ground several times. Mazarik tried to kick out of Isaac's grasp, but failed. "Now," said Evaran. Isaac threw Mazarik to the ground again and straddled him. Mazarik almost knocked him off, but he concentrated all his fury and strength into holding Mazarik down.
"You,"
said Mazarik. "Yep. Me, asshole," said Isaac. M returned and bear-hugged Mazarik's upper legs. Evaran controlled his left arm, and Dalton got the right. Dylan darted off to the Torvatta. "You're up, Kate," said Isaac. She knelt next to Mazarik and placed her hands on him. They glowed as her ability flooded Mazarik, who shouted in surprise. Parts of him went limp. "I can't get him to red," said Kate, breathing hard. "He has too much resistance.
but I can get it to mostly yellow." "That'll be fine," said Evaran. Isaac didn't know how to help her, but he had only seen her strain like this once before when she had healed someone who had been infected. He wanted to squeeze her arm, but he needed to keep Mazarik down. Isaac drew his head back when she began to slightly glow. The last time she had done that, she had collapsed shortly thereafter. However, after a moment, the glow disappeared. He suspected it was from her training her ability on the other Earth. Mazarik stopped moving. "He's down for now," said Kate. "I don't know for how long, though." "Not a problem," said Evaran. He swept his gaze across everyone. "Good job." Isaac turned his head at the sound of a hover slab approaching. Dylan and Evot piloted it, and a chair with specialized straps sat on top. After everyone got up, Evaran picked up Mazarik, then placed him on the chair. A wave of nanobots washed over him and solidified into a solid chunk, exposing just his head. "To the Torvatta," said Evaran. Everyone climbed on board the slab before it took off. Isaac was still riding high from the fight despite not doing as much as the others. Dylan had a noticeable limp, and Dalton had seen better days. Evaran's suit was scuffed up, and Evot frowned heavily. Isaac figured she was dealing with her lost servbot. Another one could be created so she could sink, but she must have felt her mortality. When they reached the Torvatta, Evaran hopped off the slab and pulled the planar generator beam outside the shielding. He used it to punch open a hole large enough for the Torvatta to move. Thankfully, the Torvatta's shielding prevented the generator from punching through it, so it affected only the structure's shielding. Once the hole was opened, the generator was pulled inside, and the slab moved to the edge of the ramp inside the shielding. "M, take us to the designated coordinates," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Isaac relaxed as the Torvatta pulled out from under the shield, then flew straight up. He wrinkled his brow as he studied the data windows in his ARI. The fight had now been broadcast everywhere, and it was being shown planet-wide. M had been able to interact with Mazarik's access while he was being knocked into submission, and the robots were shutting down everywhere. There would be a video at the end of the broadcast where Evaran explained that the people of this world were free to choose their own path now, and that Mazarik was never coming back. Although Isaac had some doubts about Evaran's plan, it had worked with a few hiccups. Instead of just pure, brute force, misdirection and a late surprise had worked. Everyone was tired except Evaran and M, and when they broke through the detection grid before low orbit, there had been no response. The Torvatta opened a portal and flew through, then began its descent toward a habitable planet. Isaac kept an eye on Mazarik, who had not stirred since being locked down. Worst-case scenario, Isaac would kick the slab into space, but he didn't think he would need to do that. He was just glad Mazarik was facing justice. Kate was happy she could control her ability like she had when shutting Mazarik down. The meditation classes on the other Earth had really helped her focus. She used a tier system like Isaac and could almost visualize them when moving from one to another. Mazarik had not only a strong mind, but also an impressive regeneration system. Every dot she turned red had become yellow almost immediately. She understood why Evaran kept her and Isaac back. They became something Mazarik had not planned for, and outside of his robot body, he would be more vulnerable. Kate wished she could have helped take Mazarik out of his robot form, but their presence might have changed his actions. It had been a gamble, but as expected, Evaran's plan paid off. Mazarik was out and confined, and they were now taking him somewhere where he could never hurt anyone. She shuddered as she thought about the humans who were essentially being farmed for their 3L. It was what gave Mazarik his strength. She had originally thought it was his synchartic ability, but that only allowed him to feed off 3Ls and control his AI empire. He must have had some 3L stored in another form somewhere, something the gang could look for later. Dalton exhaled.
"That guy hit hard."
Dylan rubbed his side. "Yeah, and squeezes hard too. Thanks for the assist." They slapped hands. It was great to see Dylan again, and Kate was ecstatic that Dalton and Evot had come along. It showed their passion to help out, and Kate had a lot of questions for them. There would be time for that, but for the moment she would enjoy being in their presence. Evaran faced Evot.
"Another servbot has been created. I'll need to administer cosmic energy to the nanobots, but we'll get you whole again."
Thank you.
She said. "You sacrificed your servbot to prevent a large blast from hitting Dalton." She beamed.
Of course. No harm will come to him if I can help it.
Kate loved not only her loyalty, but her bravado. She was a trooper and had become one of her best friends. Her mix of bluntness and newness to situations often came out in a comedic fashion. As the last fight showed, though, when it came to protecting her friends, she would sacrifice herself. Kate was just glad she had 2 serve bots instead of 1. "I'll feel much better when Mazarik is off the Torvatta," said Kate. "Same," said Dylan. "I believe we all will." Evaran motioned outward. "We're almost there." Kate scrutinized the rapidly approaching valley. This planet had multiple biomes, and the one they were headed to had clear fields outside a forest. Mountains sat in the distance, and a wide river was nearby. The planet had a habitable atmosphere and reminded her of a primitive Earth. She had spotted a data window that described the planetary system. It had binary stars and 12 planets, 2 of which were in the habitable zone. They landed in a clearing near the forest edge. Evaran pushed the slab outside the shielding. M followed him with a chest-high container on wheels. A matter replicator interface sat on top, and underneath was a place to dispense items. Under that was another spot to put in items to fuel the replicator. A variety of hookups in the back allowed for other power options. One was a solar energy collector, which sat to the side near the top. Kate stepped outside after them and took a deep breath. The air was good, and the temperature was about 72 degrees Fahrenheit. A cacophony of noises verified this world had life on it, and it was one of many worlds Evaran had selected where no sentient life existed, or had at least been detected. She had checked previously on which planets he had chosen, and had been surprised that he had thousands of worlds marked. She hoped he didn't need to put away that many people. Evaran nodded at her. "He doesn't need to awake immediately." That was her cue to place her hands on Mazarik's head. She concentrated hard. Mazarik had yellow dots turning green, and even without her assistance, he would be up in about 20 minutes. She sped that up by turning some yellow dots green. "He'll be awake in a few minutes," she said. "Back to the Torvatta, then," said Evaran. After everyone was back on the ramp, the Torvatta hovered 20 feet off the ground. The chair that had imprisoned Mazarik morphed into a nanoswarm and flew back into the Torvatta. After a minute, Mazarik groaned as he began to wake. Kate was impressed by his regeneration system. He had healed much faster than she thought possible. It made sense why he had been confused the first time they met when she had short-circuited his systems. He had probably considered himself immune to any type of attack that might hinder his healing rate. It provided a data point for her to consider in training. The issue would be finding someone to test it on. Mazarik took a measured breath, then stood and gazed around.
"What is this?"
Evaran moved to the edge of the ramp. "This is your future. You're near the end of time, at least within the biological window, on a habitable planet with no sentient life. It's also in your timeline. You can live out your existence here with no chance to harm others. We have provided you with a matter replicator, but it's up to you to keep it charged and supplied with enough elements to produce what you need. There are plenty around here to gather." Mazarik stared at him, then guffawed.
"What? You think this will contain me?"
"I know so." Mazarik's mocking smile dropped. "You're reaching out to your AI network. That won't work here," said Evaran. Mazarik's eyes widened.
"You can't do this to me."
"I have. You chose the wrong path to travel, and there's consequences for that." Mazarik closed his eyes for a moment.
"We're powerful beings. We can make a deal. I'll leave your Earth alone in exchange for my freedom. I'll even give you technology I know you don't have."
Evaran shook his head. "You were given a chance to help find Isaac and Kate, but you refused. You also planned to invade Earth, and I can't allow that. Also, the humans on your world are free now and can choose their own path."
"You've been known to give second chances. Why not me?"
"Because your actions clearly revealed your intent. Those who deserve a second chance have something to redeem in them." Evaran's eyes glowed brightly. "I find no such thing in you. You're an agent of chaos because you're bored. Unfortunately for you, your chaos has caused potentially lethal situations, in particular to my friends."
Mazarik's nostrils flared.
Let the past be the past. I can change. You know I don't deserve this ending. Show mercy. Prove you're the superior being with an evolved view.
Evaran placed his hands behind his back. No. Kate ran a hand over the goosebumps on her arm. It was odd to hear Evaran be cold, but Mazarik had done everything possible to get on his bad side, and he was now suffering the consequences. As everyone moved back inside, Kate glanced one last time at Mazarik. He had become frantic and had already kicked over the matter replicator. He jumped up toward the Torvatta, but despite being able to go high, he would not have breached the shielding. His life was about to become very lonely, and Kate doubted he would reflect on things. He was simply too entrenched in his way of thinking. Evaran had coined the perfect term for him, an agent of chaos. After Kate took her seat in the command center, the Torvatta began to ascend. "M, take us home," said Evaran.
Acknowledged.
Kate laid her head on Isaac's shoulder. She had been a bit weak when they returned to the Torvatta, but now she was normal. She wondered why Evaran asked her to use her ability on Mazarik for the knockout step when he could have placed his hands on either side of Mazarik's head and accomplished a similar feat. Perhaps given Mazarik's ability to regenerate, it might not have been as successful. She was ready to get back to Earth and have a calm life, at least when not doing a summons. A 6-month detour on a nightmare Earth had not been on her mind when she met up with Isaac at the park, but she was in a great spot with him, and she wouldn't change that for anything. Chapter 28. Dylan inspected the police department's conference room in New Chicago, a recently created Earthward refugee town for Michael's group. It sat 45 miles northwest of Wildhaven and had a direct road to it. It was almost noon, and it had been 2 days since defeating Mazarik. Dylan had soaked in the downtime. He had spent most of it with Isaac and Kate, catching up on their journey. It had also been fun to spend time with Michael, Lee, Albert, and Sarah. They had joined him and the rest of the gang to check out Lee's new post as chief of police. Michael had been elected mayor, and Albert and Sarah sat on the city council. Dylan still found it amusing to watch them drink coffee like it was going out of style. They had said the taste was much better, and with access to a variety of creamers and condiments, it was an experience unto itself. It was another piece of information that made him understand how rough the other Earth was. Lee had on his new law enforcement outfit and seemed pleased with himself. Michael still wore jeans with a shirt and vest and his ball cap. Albert wore brown pants with a vest and bow tie. Although he claimed he had always worn it, it was what Dr. Snowden used to wear. Perhaps some similarities were universal. Her hair pulled back, Sarah had on jeans, boots, and a light jacket. She resembled an older Emily. After everyone sat down with various snacks and drinks, Michael swept his hand around.
"And this is all yours, Lee."
Lee chuckled. "And I can't wait to live a normal life. Well, as normal as it can be. We're on a parallel Earth." "That we are," said Albert. He raised a finger. "But we have a second chance. We won't squander it." Sarah squeezed his arm. "And I love that we have a small town to ourselves." Michael circled his hand at Evaran.
"I don't know how you pulled that off, but we do appreciate it. We'll attend the Wildhaven Institute while building the town. I still can't believe the budget we have, and that we don't have to pay for anything."
"Of course," said Evaran. "We'll still need to deal with the handful of duplicates, but that shouldn't be an issue. New Chicago has been designed as a refugee town, so there will be more coming your way, but you have the final say on if they stay." Michael gestured at Isaac and Kate.
"I don't think we'd ever turn anyone away. We're going to follow the 'what would Isaac and Kate do' model."
Isaac and Kate grinned.
They're good to base a decision-making approach on,
said M.
"Yeah, and you'll also have a nearby Earthward outpost between you and Wildhaven," said Dalton. "Yes, it'll be staffed with Rascarian vampires mainly, but they're not what you would imagine."
Lee shrugged. "After everything we've seen, I don't think much would surprise us."
They're very friendly,
said Evot.
I don't believe they'll drink your blood.
The room fell silent.
"Well, that's good,"
roared Michael. Everyone laughed. Dylan enjoyed the light-hearted moment. This group had experienced horrors he couldn't even imagine. They had gone from almost certain death to now having an opportunity to start over. They'd no longer need to ration anything. and they were in a safe place. There had been some resistance from Earth Ward leadership about giving the new town to the survivors. The leadership felt there were other areas that needed focus, in addition to other groups who could have used the town. Evaran had stepped in and addressed those concerns. Dylan didn't know if the survivors would ever truly know the lengths Evaran had gone to in order to secure them a foothold here. "I like the layout of the town," said Sarah. "A small town center with houses radiating outward makes it so everyone can walk to community events." Albert smiled. "I like the train station stop on the edge of town. It'll make going to Wildhaven a lot easier."
"I agree."
Michael furrowed his brow.
"Obviously, everyone will need to decide what they want to do with this new chance. Some may even move away after a while, but this is a good start. But we'll enjoy what we can. I didn't know how much I missed driving, and there's plenty around here to explore."
"I'd like to check out Chicago and see how different it is," said Lee. "I know I'm not alone in that."
"We'll be your guides," said Kate. "It's a great city."
"You can count on that,"
said Isaac. Dylan turned his head when the doorbell rang.
"Pizza's here,"
said Lee, jumping up. Evot joined him.
"I'll assist."
Evaran swept his gaze across the table. "As you already know, a monthly allowance will be offered until everyone finds employment. The Earth Ward will give you priority in terms of hiring if there are jobs the others are skilled in." Albert bobbed his head.
"I suspect most will spend this first year acclimating to everything, and I have a bold prediction. Most will choose jobs that allow them to still live here."
"I could see that,"
said Michael. Dylan pointed at him.
"There are quite a few remote work jobs available as well." "That sounds great. And one possibility is maybe we invest in something right here we could all work for."
"Definitely a possibility," said Evaran. "You go as far as you want, and the Earth Ward will support everyone." Lee and Evot returned with 4 pizza boxes, paper plates, utensils, plastic cups, and several bottles of soda, and placed them on the table.
"Ah, yeah,"
said Dylan. He grabbed a slice of pepperoni pizza after everyone else got theirs, then poured himself some orange soda in a plastic cup. Michael eased back after taking a few bites.
"I'll never get tired of pizza."
Sarah grimaced. "They have some weird variations here. I saw some put pineapple on it."
"Yeah,
no thanks. Same here," said Isaac. "We may have it, but that doesn't mean I'd eat it. Unless I was starving, of course."
Lee took a deep breath after inhaling his slice.
"Yeah, even if I didn't like it, I'd still eat it if we were in the bunker."
"Speaking of which, I wonder what the Foundation thought when they found the bunker empty."
"Probably think we fled,"
said Michael.
"Maybe.
But there won't be a trail where dozens of people walked away. They probably won't care, and I bet it becomes a new base for them, or at least a fortified outpost." Kate took a sip of her soda. "Then they'll have the chance to enjoy dehydrated eggs." Everyone cracked up. Dylan threw up a little in his mouth at the thought, but it was better to have bad food than none. When candy bars had been suggested to give out at the community meeting for the evacuation, he had thought it was odd. However, it made more sense now. Scarcity made things more valuable in general.
"This is great," said Isaac. "Kate and I will stop in every now and then to see how things are going."
"Hey, I'll come too," said Dylan.
Evaran and I will as well,"
said M. Dalton waved a finger between him and Evot.
"And we'll bring my team from time to time. You're all welcome here, obviously," said Michael. "We're going to create a holiday called Founders Day, and you all will always be honored as a part of it."
Dylan glanced at Evaran. "Sounds like we have a yearly appointment then. I wouldn't miss it. However, be aware that this may not be the version you always see." Michael eyed him.
"I forgot you can have different versions."
"That won't be a problem for Dalton and me,"
said Evot.
"Works for me," said Michael. "One thing we'll also need to get used to is the whole wizened versus non-wizened thing. We'll already be keeping the fact we're from a different Earth secret, so I don't suppose that'll be an issue. It also helps that the nearby towns are also Earth Ward specific, and that Wildhaven is nearby."
"If they work for the Earth Ward, you'll be safe in that regard," said Kate. Isaac chimed in.
"Yep. Also, you have Albert, who can differentiate between them if need be."
Lee slapped Albert on the back. "Sounds like we have a public-facing official who can handle that then."
"I'll try my best,"
said Albert. Dylan eased back into his chair. He was curious to see the evolution of the town over the next year. The closeness of the community appealed to him. It was like one huge family. Everyone helped one another, and they had literally fought together against crazy odds. It was one reason he had missed Isaac and Kate so much. They were his family. Albert investigated the office that had been set up for him at the Wildhaven Institute's Physics and Astronomy department. It was cozy and had a nice desk with a modern computer system and a comfortable executive chair. He wasn't familiar with the operating system, but Brad, Evot, and M had volunteered to train him on it. In the back was a lounge area with a whiteboard and a wraparound couch. A window allowed the sun to lighten the room, and he had a big bookshelf behind his desk. 3 more comfortable chairs in front of the desk rounded out the room. It was more than he could ask for. He had been surprised he had been given an office. It was not something he had requested, but Kate had given him and Edward a tour of it after they met with the department head. Albert had joked he could maybe see himself there, and a day later he had an office. His desire to learn and teach had only brightened when seeing where their research was. They had knowledge he was familiar with, but they also had access to data gathered by alien civilizations from outside Earth. They even had an occasional alien speaker. While Kate had filled him in on a lot of emerging fields of study, the sheer amount to learn boggled his mind. Edward had been similarly impressed, and his office was next to Albert's. Although Kate didn't have one, he suspected she would join them in a heartbeat if she wasn't traveling with Evaran. Maybe she would after. He sat in his chair and relaxed. Although he was still living in the refugee center, the previous day in New Chicago, his future home, had been great. He already missed Isaac and Kate, and he really wanted to interact more with Evaran, M, Dylan, Dalton, and Evot. Brad Washington had also become a surprisingly good friend. His control of stickbots amazed Albert, and Gizmo was a friendly drone that reminded him of a dog in some regard. One aspect that made him uneasy was that he was referenced by a mix of names from Dr. Snowden to Albert. He understood his formal title would have people calling him Dr. Snowden, but he didn't earn his doctorate here. Although the Earth Ward recognized his and Edward's PhDs, they had no connection to the colleges on this Earth. They would need to get their story straight around non-wizened when asked where they went to college. Edward had a duplicate who had not been wizened. Albert had treasured the opportunity to do research on that with Evot, M, and Brad. The amount of information they could pull on the duplicate was astounding, if not a little scary. They even knew what brand of toilet paper he liked. Although there were some differences, they were like the same person. The decision had been made to make this Earth's version wizened, then make them long-lost identical twins with fudged birth certificates. Everything in the other Edward's profile suggested he would not only be open to the idea, but would relish working with his parallel Earth twin. That logic had been applied to a handful of others who had duplicates. Knock, knock. His heart warmed when Kate poked her head in. "You got time for some visitors?" she asked. "Of course. Come on in," said Albert. He stood when Dr. James Bryson followed her and Edward in. James was almost a replica of the version he knew, except maybe a little heavier. A lump formed in Albert's throat. He had learned of James's death on his Earth, and it had crushed him. One big difference was that Karen was his wife here. "Albert," said James, staring hard. Albert pinched himself. "Yep, that's me." James chuckled. "Same humor so far." They shook hands. Then everyone sat. "This must be really weird for you," said Albert. James smirked. "When is anything dealing with Evaran and the gang not weird?" "Fair point," said Kate, bobbing her head. "You look just like the Albert I knew," said James. "I heard the version of me you knew from your Earth didn't make it." Albert sighed. "Unfortunately, yes. He was my best friend." "And what did you sometimes do after a long day together?" asked James. "Oh, pizza and a few beers in his backyard." James gulped. "It was the same here." Albert could see himself forming a new friendship with James. So far, he acted similarly to the one he knew, and Albert had also accessed his records and seen they had a similar background. James waved around. "I like your fancy new office." "I do too," said Edward. "Mine is just like it, but I'm not complaining." "Now imagine if all 4 of us worked here together," said Kate. Albert wagged a finger at her. "I like the way you think." The thought of working as a professor again excited him, and to do it with Kate and Edward and a potential new best friend in James was a dream.
It would be even better if they all had offices next to one another. Outside of Kate, they might even move to New Chicago. Albert motioned at Edward. "I'm curious to see what happens when you meet your duplicate here."
"I must confess I wasn't originally going to be here, but I struck a deal with Kate. If I could come when you first met James, then you all could come when I meet my duplicate. I wasn't as close to the James we knew as you were, but I knew him well." "Fair trade," said James. "That'll be interesting." "I'd like to think so," said Edward.
"No problem here," said Albert. "I'm just glad to have the opportunity to do things like that. It definitely beats fighting den boars."
James grunted.
"I bet. And I hope we can spend some time comparing notes about the versions we knew."
"Count on it. Maybe I can check out your backyard."
"I'd like that."
Kate rooted around in her pocket, then handed Edward a slip of paper.
"I almost forgot this."
Edward studied it.
"You found Helen here?"
"Evot did. She's a little matchmaker, so fair warning."
"She's so fascinating,"
said Edward. He puffed his cheeks.
"And Helen is single here."
"Evot may have set up a situation where you meet her," said Kate, chuckling.
Edward sat up.
"Really?"
"I promise, James, Kate and I won't be there to observe," said Albert.
"I wouldn't care if you were, but my dating skills are a bit rusty."
"Evot has also prepared a profile for you to study," said Kate.
Edward's eyes widened.
"She is thorough."
"Yeah."
Albert loved that Edward would have a second chance at finding a version of his wife. It might be too odd for him, but these were new times, in a new place. Edward was very open-minded, and Albert suspected that once he saw Helen, it would be game on.
"On another note, I heard Sarah is here too,"
said James. Albert nodded.
"Glad we both made it off our Earth."
"Then you both need to come visit Karen and me for dinner at some point, or we can come to you."
"Consider it done," said Albert. "I read that you actually traveled with the first version of the gang."
James frowned.
"Yeah, to say it was life-changing would be an understatement. I mean, my future texted my past self. How crazy is that?"
"And you knew Emily well? I'm very curious to know more about her."
"She was great," said James. "I miss her, but I know she's in a good place."
Albert had been told about what happened to Dr. Snowden and Emily. They were now cosmic beings of some type living outside the plane. He had struggled to comprehend the vastness of reality and how bizarre it was, but it also explained why Evaran was so powerful. Albert was envious that Dr. Snowden got to experience all this, and he hoped he could at least learn more about them. Emily seemed like a firebrand, but she was also described as intelligent, kind, and heroic. It fascinated him to think that his brother's version on this Earth had a kid with Sarah. His Sarah had devoured any information she could about Emily. It probably pleased her that everyone told her how much she looked like an older Emily. Em had been particularly helpful in showing moments between him and Emily. He had kept some discussions private, but the more public ones, especially when they were alone, had been illuminating. When M was V, he had been Emily's best friend, and Sarah took comfort in that. Albert did too, and he could see traits of Dan in her. She didn't back down from a fight, and when she wanted something, she went after it. James crooked his thumb at the door.
"Care to brave the cafeteria here? I heard they have crispy chicken sandwiches."
Albert hummed.
"That sounds good to me. Cheeseburger and fries for you, I'm assuming?"
"Yep. I think I may get something healthier," said Edward.
Kate laughed as she stood.
"Yeah, me too."
Albert followed suit. He could see the beginning of a strong group friendship. It amazed him still that a year ago he was wondering where his next meal would come from, and at times if he and Sarah would survive the night. Now he had a normal life again, but with a lot of benefits. He couldn't ask for more. It was like the universe was apologizing for putting him and Sarah through hell. Given what he knew now, that might not be as bizarre of an idea anymore.
Chapter 29. Kate stared at her Aunt Jane's house. It was April 15th, 2014, 10:30 a.m., just 10 days after Kate's last visit before going to a parallel Earth. That was a lifetime ago. She stood on the sidewalk with Evot, and while she could have come alone, she had missed Evot, who had no problem coming with her. Aunt Jane had called her to let her know about some good news, but she already knew what it would be. Kate breathed hard as she recalled the day of the last visit. Everything had been normal. Then it took a turn for the worse. 6 months on the other Earth had hardened her some. However, what bothered her the most was that Mazarik might not be an outlier. Any powerful being infiltrating Earth would learn about Evaran and the gang and, in some cases, would try to deal with them. She had joked with Evaran about putting a quantum beacon in her survival suit, and he had mentioned he would look into it. The location nanobots were good for a localized search and rescue, not so much one across realities. She at least got a strong relationship with Isaac out of her journey and some new friends. It also made her appreciate life a lot more.
"You're thinking,"
said Evot, touching Kate's arm. "Yeah, I was just remembering the last time I was here." Evot hugged her.
"I'm glad you're back. You were missed."
Evot had become a rock for Kate. She had not expected to have such a close friend at this point in her life, but she would gladly take it. The rest of the gang was like her immediate family, and she had even become close to others, such as Albert and Sarah. Despite all the setbacks, she wouldn't trade where she was now for anything. Kate cleared her throat. "All right, let's see what Aunt Jane has to tell us." They walked to the front door and rang the doorbell. Kate's niece, Heather, opened the door. "Hey, there you are." A lump formed in Kate's throat as a rush of emotion swept through her. It was good to see family, and just a month ago seeing Heather again was something she had written off. She embraced her tightly. "Okay," said Heather. She chuckled. "You okay?" Kate stepped back. "Yeah, I am. I really am. I'm just so glad to see you." Heather swatted her arm. "Now you're being silly. And good to see you again, Evot." Evot waved at her.
"Hello."
"Mom's in the living room," said Heather. "Come on in." Kate took a deep breath, then entered with Evot. The familiar scent of a clean linen stood out, and warmth spread through her. It was one she had known all her life, and represented a familiarity she was comfortable with. As a kid, it meant safety, good food, and fun company. She tried to bottle her emotions, but these were things she thought she'd never experience again. They went to the living room, where Aunt Jane sipped on a glass of iced tea while sitting on a couch. She put down her drink and hugged Kate. "There's my guardian angel." Kate held her tight. Her cancer was not only in remission, but a large portion of yellow dots were now green, and the red ones were all gone. It was possible Kate had healed too much, but the outcome was that Aunt Jane was in great health. Aunt Jane plopped back down, and Kate took a seat next to her. Evot sat in a perpendicular plush chair, while Heather went to the kitchen. "I know you're busy, but I'm glad you came," said Aunt Jane. "You know I'll always make time for you," said Kate. Evot beamed.
"I'll make sure she does."
"You're a good friend to do so," said Aunt Jane.
"Thank you."
Kate exhaled. "So, what's the good news?" Aunt Jane eased back into her seat. "Well, I went for my usual checkup. The doc said not only was my cancer in remission, it was the fastest he'd ever seen. Also, a variety of other health issues were now gone or going away. He asked what I did recently, and I said I prayed a lot. One of the nurses said it was a miracle, and I agreed with her." "That's great," said Kate, holding her hand. "I'm so happy for you." Aunt Jane squeezed her hand. "You've always been a light in my life. I know you don't believe in miracles, but after your visit, I felt different. Good. Like I haven't in a long time. Maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe God wanted to show you his power." Kate could never tell Aunt Jane the true reason. She was not someone who would accept being wizened. If anything, it would shatter her worldview and lead her down a darker path. Some things were best left untouched, and it heartened Kate to see her in such good spirits and healthy. Also, the last thing Heather needed was to deal with her mom going off the rails. Heather returned with glasses of iced tea for Kate and Evot. Kate closed her eyes for a moment as she enjoyed the sweetness of the tea. Aunt Jane always had a pitcher in the refrigerator, and Kate had fond memories of making it for her. She would use the microwave to heat a bowl with water in tea bags, then pour it into the pitcher with several scoops of sugar. It wasn't the healthiest drink, and it always made her thirstier, but it did taste good. Evot took a drink.
"This is tasty."
Heather cracked up. "I guess."
Aunt Jane eyed her. Someone added a bit too much sugar. Not this time. I used a healthier alternative. It tastes better, too. That's up for debate. Heather faced Kate and Evot with hopeful eyes. You both staying for dinner? We planned on it, said Kate. Heather clapped. We can make dinner together then. Evot, do you have any preferences?
I can assist you in making anything,
said Evot.
I do like mashed potatoes.
Aunt Jane grinned. Then let's plan on meatloaf with it. Heather pointed at Kate. And vegetables for healthy stuff. You know me too well. Aunt Jane gestured at Heather. We may need a few things from the store. I'll handle it, she said as she left the room. Aunt Jane wrapped her arms around Kate and pulled her in. I'm so glad you're here. Kate's eyes misted. It was the small moments like this that she lived for. She knew how fast it could all be taken away. Having dinner at Aunt Jane's reminded her of her younger years, although back then it was a lot more crowded. It would be a fun night of making good memories in the kitchen, then enjoying the spoils of their work, and she wouldn't have it any other way.
Isaac relaxed on the roof of the Torvatta. It was parked outside New Chicago and was stealthed and in scan profile 1. It was April 16th, 2014, 10:30 p.m., and Kate would be arriving soon via Jake's shuttle from Chicago. He was curious to hear about her visit with Aunt Jane, and he was glad Evot went with her. He had thought about going with them, but being introduced so soon could be awkward. Kate had also thought it would be best to visit together when they could plan it. Her current visit was to hear good news about her aunt's health, and he wanted that to be the focus. He had no doubt he would be welcomed, but he wanted to make the best first impression possible. He placed his hands behind his head. The stars were amazing, and he could see data labels on them. He was still getting used to his cyborg aspects, but M had been a great guide, as had Evot. He thought he would never return to his Earth, which made him enjoy it even more now. He heard footsteps he would never tire of. May we join you? Asked Evaran. Isaac motioned beside him. You and him? Always. Pull up a seat. I'm just enjoying the stars. Evaran and M complied.
You look relaxed,
said M. I definitely am, said Isaac. On the other Earth, there were some nights I would go to the tower roof and just sit outside, but it's not the same when you know you're not on your Earth. Know what I mean? We do, said Evaran. I feel that way about other Earths. They're all important in their own way, but this is my home Earth, as much as one can be. Isaac had never known Evaran to be sentimental about any location, but he had a lot of ties and experiences here.
I like it as well,
said M.
And I like this time period for humanity better than others.
Isaac dipped his head at him. I'm with you, although I'm a bit partial. M offered a high five, which Isaac happily reciprocated. It was something Isaac had missed, and he wished Dylan could have joined them. He was going over some law enforcement stuff with Michael and Lee, something that interested him. On this other Earth, I know you had to kill someone, said Evaran. Does that bother you? Isaac stared at the ground. It did for a bit, but not now. The guy was trying to kill Kate, Michael, and Lee. If I didn't act, they'd be gone. I understand. Hopefully, you don't need to again. Know that M and I are here if you ever want to talk about it. Isaac recalled his struggle the first few days after the incident. He had replayed the scenario in his head multiple times every day. A stun shot would have been just as effective, but his emotions at seeing Kate hurt triggered something primal in him. There was also the possibility the stun could have only briefly stunned the shooter, who then could have gotten off more shots. M paused.
Jake is arriving. I've sent him coordinates.
Will he be joining us? Asked Isaac, clearing his throat.
Unfortunately not. He has other commitments.
Ah. Isaac turned his head when Jake's shuttle landed. M had taken the Torvatta out of stealth mode so Kate would know where it was. Isaac gulped when he saw her. She lit a fire in him with her very presence, and he was eager to spend some alone time with her.
You're excited,
said M. Isaac snorted. I knew I could never hide that from you two.
It's quite okay.
Although he didn't need to hide anything from them, he wanted to keep the relationship quiet. It wasn't like it was a secret to anyone, but it was a new situation, and he and Kate had agreed to ease into it with everyone.
He didn't think there would be any issues or concerns, but they were also now universal conduits and considered a threat to those seeking power, like Mazarik. Some would say their relationship was a weakness to be exploited, but he was up to the challenge. After 5 minutes, Kate joined them and gave Isaac a quick kiss on the cheek. "You're looking well," said Evaran. Kate smiled. "I feel good." "Excellent. I assume Aunt Jane told you of her healing." "Yeah, she did. I think I healed her a bit too much." She shook her head at Evaran. I know. It may stand out." Evaran studied her. "Indeed. As you know, that could attract unwelcome attention or bolster your perception among those with malicious intent, like Mazarik," she said. "Yes."
Isaac shrugged. "Then those who want to do something about it will have to go through us."
Acknowledged,
said M. It was a small thing, but hearing M use his catchphrase never got old. How he would have loved to hear it when he was on the other Earth. "I assume you both already went through our video logs from the other Earth?" asked Kate. "We have," said Evaran. "You both went through a rough experience. This leads me to believe your becoming universal conduits was not coincidental."
"Yeah, we discussed that a lot over there. We also believe that's why the Torvatta let me say goodbye to Diane,"
said Isaac. "A wise conclusion. You two are a natural fit for each other, and M and I had already calculated a 95% chance you two would end up together." Isaac wrinkled his brow.
"What was the other 5%?
"That one of you died, or that someone else could have caught your eye," said Evaran. M tilted his head.
I had that as a smaller chance, but we averaged it out.
Kate swatted his arm. "I'm glad you had faith in us."
I'm glad you two are together. As Evaran mentioned, you're a natural fit.
Isaac held Kate's hand.
"I'm not complaining."
She gave him another quick peck.
We saw you also learned to control your abilities,
said M. "Yeah. We had Andrea, a good meditation trainer," said Kate. "She really helped both of us visualize our abilities as tiers, then practice moving between them." Evaran rubbed his chin. "I can sense that. Even now, your power levels are lowered, which would take some control."
"There's always room to grow," said Isaac. "But yeah, it definitely helps."
On another topic, I gathered more information on the Denbors. They had alien DNA in them. Isaac scoffed. "I'm not surprised. We figured it was something like that." "Yeah," said Kate. "They can mutate so fast. Even if it was an experiment to combine things, I don't know anything on Earth that could create that."
We flagged that timeline as one to avoid,
said M. "Works for us." Isaac had wondered how the Denbors could mutate so fast, and he had discussed it with others. However, understanding their origins had never been a focus. Surviving them had been the top priority. He grimaced at thinking about the other humans having to endure that world. It made him proud to have been able to save some.
"I think Michael, Lee, Albert, Sarah, and the others will fit in,"
said Isaac. Kate motioned at Evaran. "I noticed you lit up when you saw Albert." Evaran's eyes glowed. "Indeed. I look forward to establishing that relationship. He's very similar to Dr. Snowden." "Yeah, and now we all get a chance to grow with him here." Isaac couldn't wait to see how New Chicago grew. He had become close to the survivors and thought they had the makings of a great community, and now they had Earthward resources backing them. "We have other questions about your experience on the other Earth, if you have time," said Evaran. Kate squeezed his arm. "For you two? Any time?" Isaac had missed chats like these. Although he still processed being back, everything had fallen back into place, as if he had never left. He was a different person now, and one thing he needed to adjust to was the desensitization he had experienced. Despite the horrific situation, he had not only survived, but had come out stronger. Perhaps that was the Torvatta's plan. He might not ever know, but the future was bright. Dylan found it fitting that New Chicago was having a big founding celebration. It was April 17th, 2014, 12 o'clock p.m., and he was in the town center, which bustled with everything from big grills to a variety of stands with food and drink. A stage had been set on the north side that would be used for announcements throughout the day. He was by a bench on the south side of the center, where Brad, Evot, and Jake sat. Lee stood next to Dylan. Lee had quickly become a good friend, and Dylan had been horrified to learn of everything he had gone through. They had a shared interest in music. Although Dylan hadn't heard of half the bands mentioned, he had been fascinated to discover the differences between the two Earths. The place was packed with prominent figures and groups. He didn't expect this to bring them out, but he suspected many saw it as a chance to see Evaran and who he would draw. Lord Noskov, Mikhail, and Robert were manning a grill, and Lord Vigon had brought his new group called the Protectors. The Imperium had Aphrodite, Guan Yu, Thor, Hermes, and others. The rest of Dalton's team had also come. Dylan scrutinized Blur, an Asian outsider with wild-born energy who could move fast and had enhanced senses. She was also a member of the Protectors. He had read a lot about her and how tough she was as a former ninja. More importantly, she knew how to use her speed in combat. He wanted to compare notes with her and learn more about her technique and process, assuming she was open to it. Evaran, Dalton, and M had a small crowd around them. The impact they had was obvious. Evaran tried to limit his public appearances since it had a ripple effect, but this was a time when he was okay with that. Terry Salinas, the Earth Ward director, had joined their group and helped answer questions. Isaac and Kate had held hands and walked around with Michael. It still surprised Dylan that they had gotten together. He thought they should have earlier, but knew both had been hurt in the past. The other Earth must have been the shared trauma they bonded over, which led to their becoming a couple. He was happy they were. Dylan swatted Lee's arm. "Gonna go talk to Blur real quick?" Lee examined where Dylan looked. "I don't blame you." "Oh, it's nothing like that." Sure. Dylan chuckled. "Seriously, she's a speedster too, so I'm just curious to talk with her." "Cool. Put in a good word for me then." Dylan did a quick stretch, then walked over to Blur. She was a founding member of a powerful team handcrafted by Lord Vigon. They were meant to handle rapid response situations that might be too much for a ranger team. The Earth Ward Rangers were powerful, but they were limited in number. Now they could call in the Protectors if they needed some really strong firepower. Blur wore black boots, jeans, and a comfortable shirt. However, she couldn't hide her weapons from him, ranging from knives to a stun baton. She was prepared for a fight if one broke out, but she was calm as she stood alone at a hot dog stand. Dylan walked up to her. "Hey." She turned her head. "Dylan Townsend." "You know of me?" She snorted as she received her hot dog. "I think everyone knows who's in Evaran's gang." "Ah." She took a sip of her drink. "You're different now, though. I can sense a lot of power in you. Universal energy conduit now, and my ability is speed." She inspected him. "You're moving faster than most would notice, but I can see it. Guess that makes us similar." Dylan puffed his cheeks. "Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out the best way to use my speed, particularly in combat." "You have access to Evaran, M, Dalton, and Evot. I'd assume that would be a great list to learn from." "Yeah, but they've got power behind their techniques. I don't. I was actually curious to know where you train." Blur moved her lips around. "I learned all I know from my ninja clan. They didn't factor in my speed, though. I had to learn that on my own." "From what I read, it's worked well," said Dylan. She smirked. "I'd say so myself, but I'm biased." They shared a laugh. "Are you asking to train with me?" she asked. "Well, just wanted to compare notes." "So you want a date?" He coughed. No. I meant..." "Relax," said Blur. "We'll figure something out." He exhaled. "Cool. You need to relax more. The Protectors train as a team, so you should come to one of our sessions. Tactician does a good job of utilizing our abilities. I'm sure he'd love to work with you. And you'd make it more interesting." Dylan had heard they had rigorous practices, but it intrigued him to see what she was learning and how she applied her ability. "All right, works for me." After some light chatter with her, he approached Albert, Sarah, Michael, and Lord Vigon. "There he is," said Lord Vigon. Dylan waved. "It's me." Albert gestured at him. "Did you know Dr. Snowden well, too? Lord Vigon was telling me some stories." "I didn't, but I've seen a lot of him on the Torvatta. Even have things named after him." "I heard about that," said Albert. He scrunched his face. "Lord Vigon said he also knew of my coming here from long ago. Time travel is so weird." Dylan grunted. "Oh, I know. Lord Vigon is really good at keeping secrets. Trust me." "I'm glad you didn't have to go through what Isaac and Kate did.
said Sarah. I think anyone would be glad of that, said Michael. Yeah, said Dylan, but I wish I could have been with them, or helped more. Michael chortled. We wouldn't have turned away the help. If Michael did well as mayor, he could be primed for future leadership roles in the Earth Ward. It was no coincidence that there were various regional leaders present to meet him. That type of work was outside of Dylan's wheelhouse, but he was glad there were people like Michael who pursued that line of work. Albert adjusted his glasses. We've got a lot to learn here, and I look forward to getting to know you. We all do. Yeah, and I suspect we'll see a lot of each other at the Wildhaven Institute, said Sarah. Count on it, said Dylan. He couldn't wait to get to know them better. Although he had never interacted with Dr. Snowden, Emily, or Sarah from his Earth, this was a glimpse into what it might be like. According to everyone who had interacted with them, Albert and Sarah were mirror copies of the ones from his Earth. After some discussion with them, he went over to Evaran and M, who had separated from the crowd that had surrounded them earlier. A lot of people here today, said Dylan. Indeed, said Evaran. Are you enjoying yourself? Yeah, actually am. Going to work with Blur some on training. M's lights brightened.
She would be an excellent training partner.
Hope so. Dylan cleared his throat. Something I've been meaning to ask you two. Evaran motioned at him. Proceed. All right. How do we prevent this from happening again? A good question, said Evaran. I researched ways to integrate quantum beacons into your survival suits, but your universal energy interferes with its ability. Its size is also a concern. However, I think another focus is how to prevent a portal from going over you to force you through. M straightened.
We've been looking at a way to have the suit move you when it detects a portal rapidly approaching you. It can't disrupt it, but it can get you out of the way without your having to do anything.
Dylan nodded. That's a good idea. Maybe like a quick burst up or a jump to the side. That's the intention, said Evaran. There are a lot of possibilities to explore there, and Em and I are looking into it. We may even see if we can find something to disrupt the portal. We can test it with Dalton once we have an implementation. Awesome. Isaac and Kate walked over. The gang's back together again, said Dylan, slapping hands with them. And we're glad to be back, said Kate. Isaac crooked a thumb at her, what she said. Warmth spread through Dylan. This had become his family, and every day was an adventure. He couldn't ask for more, and with Isaac and Kate back, there was lost time to catch up on. It was a new dynamic in that they were a couple now, but he was glad they finally got together. A thought crept into his mind that maybe he'd find a girlfriend at some point, but he was in no rush. Just glad to see you again, said Isaac, slipping his arm around Dylan's shoulders. Kate got the other side, what he said.
A group hug,
said Em, joining them and hugging Dylan from the front. Evaran slipped behind and did the same. Indeed. They laughed. Everything is as it should be, said Evaran. The end. This has been The Portal Dilemma, Book 4 of the Evaran Chronicles II. Written by Adair Hart. Narrated by Michael Wolfe. Copyright 2026 by Adair Hart. Production copyright by Adair Hart.